Chapter 1. The Arrival of Marvel, the Explosion of Power. Marvel Universe. Earth. Above the Pacific Ocean. A figure suddenly materializes in midair. Ha ha ha, Kakarot. Zeno, come again. Boom, boom, boom. This figure, filled with fighting spirit, is Broly, one of the mightiest Saiyans from the Dragon Ball universe. His emergence resembles a 10th Santon nuclear bomb detonating above the Pacific, transforming the heavens and the earth. The sun and moon lose their light. The atmosphere above the entire Pacific is violently torn apart by an unresistible force. Satellites beyond the cosmos are instantly shattered by this overwhelming power. On the surface of the Pacific, a gigantic crater spanning 100 miles appears as billions of tons of seawater are suppressed by an unknown force, desperately attempting to escape. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Then the entire Earth trembles, quakes, and ripples. The planet seems to be moaning in agony. All of humanity and creatures alike feel a weight upon their hearts, as though an immensely terrifying entity is pressing down upon them. Breath becomes chaotic, suffocation ensues. Thud, thud, thud. Countless individuals cannot withstand this overwhelming, oppressive pressure and kneel. In Asgard, the realm of the gods, Odin, the king of the gods, suddenly rises, alarm bells ringing in his mind as he senses a colossal wave of power emanating from Earth, a force so formidable it sends shivers down his spine. Whose power is this on Earth? In the Sanctum Sanctorum of Kamartaj, Master Ancient One's expression changes drastically as he stands up, but he immediately feels an immense pressure that forces his back to bend. Who is this? The power of Dormammu invading? No, Dormammu does not possess such strength. So powerful. Master Ancient One grits his teeth, his limbs trembling, his body icy cold. Meanwhile, the entire Sanctum Sanctorum, along with various mage sanctuaries around the world, is creaking and cracking under the strain, as if about to be shattered by that mysterious force at any moment. The Earth is on the brink of collapse. On the other side, in China, Kunlun, the Jade Emperor, Thunder God, and other unparalleled beings also sense this immense power. Their previously upright forms now stooped under the weight. Who is this? How terrifying! A sense of dread engulfs their hearts. In the Shield Monitoring Center, which has been surveilling the globe, alarms blare violently, and the lights turn red. Warning, a colossal force detected above the Pacific. Specific values undeterminable, far exceeding the monitoring limit. Potential to destroy the Earth. Warning, above the Pacific. The sirens wail, and chaos erupts within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, the one-eyed dragon, is instantly rendered dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in another location, at Xavier School in New York, Professor XS face pales, blood trickles from his nostrils, and he feels a sense of shock akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Moments later, above the Pacific Ocean. Where am I? Broly, having awaited the attack from Goku, Kakarot, and Zeno for a while, feels somewhat bewildered, only to realize something is amiss. The environment is wrong. After all, his battle with Kakarot and Zeno took place in the cosmic expanse. So how did he end up on Earth? Broly possesses terrifying power and exceptional control over Ki, capable of sensing the entirety of the universe. Yet now, he discovers that this universe is not the one he knows. Where's this? Have I crossed over again? Broly retracts his aura, retreating from his Super Saiyan form back to his normal Saiyan state. At that moment, people all around the world feel a sudden release of tension as the immense, invisible pressure dissipates. Master Ancient One breathes a sigh of relief. The Jade Emperor, Thunder God, and others wipe the cold sweat from their brows. Who exactly is this? Master Ancient One promptly opens a magical portal and appears above the Pacific, only to find no figure present. Glancing down at the swirling waters of the ocean, he feels a pang of despair if left unchecked. This immense volume of seawater will undoubtedly trigger a catastrophic tsunami, capable of submerging and even annihilating all coastal nations around the Pacific. Master Ancient One hastily casts a colossal spell to quell the surging waters, but after completing the task, he feels utterly drained. Who is this person truly? Just as Master Ancient One labors as a water mover, Broly's figure has already materialized in New York. Broly, or rather, Roli, a man from Earth from the Celestial Empire, named Roli. This marks Roli's second crossing over. In his first crossing, he arrived in the Dragon Ball world, becoming the Broly of the Wasteland, experiencing Dragon Ball Super, Broly. Then, with Kakarot's assistance, he trained for over a decade, surpassing the power of Xeno and reaching a more profound realm. And now, it is his second crossing, and it seems he has crossed over with Broly's body. What world is this? Soon, Roli's gaze locks onto the tallest, most ostentatious skyscraper in New York. On the building, the name reads, Stock. Roli's face contorts in disbelief. Such a flamboyant building. Is it not the throne of that pompous Iron Man Stark? So this is Marvel? Rodi Chakez. Things are about to get lively. 3 Invincibility is loneliness. The multiverse chat group emerges. Kingpin is a man devoid of sanity. Roli harbors an innate disdain for such individuals. I have a question for you, Roli says with a smile. Please, my lord, ask away, Kingpin replies, bowing his head respectfully. Which number do you prefer, 1 or 2? I don't like either 1 or 2. Kingpin gulps, weakly offering an answer. He senses that this question is a trap. Whichever option he chooses will be wrong, so he opts for a third answer. You are too clever, thinking just as I do. Roli sneers, pressing down on Kingpin's head. With a gentle push, crack, Kingpin's entire head is forced into his chest. After all, in this world, there can only be one clever person, me. Roli chuckles lightly, casually discarding Kingpin's corpse on the ground. Next, he sets out to locate Kingpin's vault. As a leader of the New York Mafia, Kingpin must have quite a stash. After interrogating several Mafia members, he uncovers the location of the vault, and with a single punch, he breaks through the vault door, which claims to be the hardest alloy in the world, over a meter thick. He grabs an enormous bag taller than a person, stuffing it with money, gold bars, and diamonds, cramming it all inside. Then he departs from the Kingpin building. Shortly after, Kingpin's underlings discover that he is dead and the vault has been breached, igniting a chaotic struggle for assets and power, plunging the Hell's Kitchen district into turmoil. 8 kilometers away, in an enormous restaurant, Roli enters, carrying the massive bag, and finds a seat. He drops the bag, which thuds heavily against the floor. Waiter, take my order. Sir, what would you like? The entire menu, 10 portions of everything, and 100 portions of steak. Huh? What do you mean, huh? I have money. Hurry and place the order. I'm starving. Roli opens the bag, revealing stacks upon stacks of US dollars, resembling a small mountain. Quite a sight, at least millions to tens of millions in cash. Surrounding patrons gasp in awe, their gazes fixated on him, some with shifty eyes tinged with greed. Roli pays little mind to others as he notices the television broadcasting news about global earthquakes. Half an hour ago, a bizarre earthquake occurred worldwide, affecting a vast area, with magnitudes ranging from 1 to 2, according to scientists. This earthquake was triggered by a mysterious explosion in the Pacific, likely due to nuclear testing by that eastern country. According to the latest news from the U.S. Department of Defense, all satellites above the Pacific have been destroyed by this mysterious force, and Eastern interference cannot be ruled out. Watching the female host speak confidently on television, Roli realizes that it was his earlier release of overwhelming power upon arriving in the Marvel Earth that caused the Earth's tremors, resulting in the global earthquake. However, noting the host's constant mention of the eastern country, he can't help but feel, the true culprit is me. Come and catch me if you can. At that moment, the waiter places a fragrant steak before him. It looks succulent and tender, the aroma wafting into his nostrils, making his already hungry stomach protest even louder. He tosses an entire piece into his mouth. Delicious. Roli's eyes sparkled, and in no time, he devoured the meal. As the restaurant continued to serve dishes, Roli swiftly consumed them, and soon a towering stack of plates filled the table. After 20 minutes, the pile of bowls and plates had reached a height of half a meter. Surrounding patrons could not help but think, what a monster. After indulging in a feast that lasted over an hour, Roli finally satiated his hunger, feeling considerably more at ease. Having dined to his heart's content, Roli settled the bill and departed, having spent over $20,000 on this meal. This appetite could only be described as that of a gold-guzzling beast. Upon exiting the restaurant, Raleigh sensed several figures trailing behind him, likely with intentions of robbery. With a light chuckle, Raleigh slipped into a narrow alleyway. Before long, four tattooed thugs entered, brandishing clubs. "Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, hand over the cash in your pockets." Raleigh's expression turned icy. "Yellow-skinned monkey? And you white-skinned pigs? Go to hell." With a swift motion, Raleigh struck one thug across the head. Crack! The entire skull was shattered on impact. Raleigh frowned, disdainfully shaking off the bloodstains from his hand. 1 minute later, Raleigh exited the alley, a wad of cash now in his possession, $2,000. Raleigh couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly one could earn money in this land of opportunity. Before long, the 4 corpses in that alley were discovered, prompting a police report. It wasn't long before police sirens wailed in response, and upon witnessing the gruesome scene, the officers were drenched in cold sweat. In the days that followed, Raleigh transformed into a super-rich individual. He acquired a genuine identification card. Under the name Boo Raleigh, he purchased a villa in the heart of New York City, complete with a spacious yard and a large swimming pool. He then acquired a sports car, allowing him the leisure to cruise around. Employing 7 or 8 chefs, both Chinese and Western cuisines were prepared daily, catering to his culinary desires. With a car, a home, and ample wealth, all aspects of life were effortlessly managed. Raleigh had officially settled into this world, becoming a bona fide inhabitant of the Marvel Universe. Such an invincible existence was truly delightful. Reclining on a sunbed by the poolside, Raleigh basked in the sun, sipping on a chilled fruit tea artfully crafted by an elegant female chef, savoring the moment in bliss. Ding dong! The great path of all realms invites you to join the celestial chat group. A voice echoed in his mind, and a floating box appeared before him. Puffed. Raleigh's eyes widened, and he spat out his drink. Vang Difa. What on earth? A celestial chat group? How could such a thing exist? Confirm. I must see what this chat group is all about. Raleigh, bold and resourceful, feared no traps. In the next moment, a QQ group appeared before him, identical to the one on Earth, with the interface unchanged. Shown by LV2. Welcome, newcomer. Quickly pay your respects to me, Ba Ge. Hands on hips, boss pose edge. You boot you in LV1. Welcome to the group, newcomer. Humorist. Loki LV23. Newcomer. Share your photo and measurements. Humorist. Batman LV1. Newcomer. Remember to send red envelopes upon joining, or your posterior will not be safe. I greet the level 10 top-tier boss. Tony Stark LV0. What? Level 10 top-tier boss. Wow, greetings, boss. Clinging to the leg, can cook, do laundry, and warm the bed. Uchinodora LV3. Level 10 top-tier boss. Wow. I thought you were the strongest. Shockage. System. Xiongba has retracted a message. System. Loki has retracted a message. Xiongba. Trembling with fear. Loki. Trembling with fear. Tony Stark. Hee. Retracting is useless. I've taken a screenshot, boss, and go to spill the beans. Xiongba. Trembling with fear. Loki. Trembling with fear. Raleigh glanced at the group member list. Raleigh, LV10. The strongest among the others was only Loki at LV32. Raleigh looked to the heavens and mused. Indeed, I invincible? Tony Stark's trembling. Excitement. Raleigh examined the chat group and discovered it was still a newcomer group, with only 2 others present. Among the 6 members, all were individuals Raleigh recognized. Xiongba was likely the villainous old man from Fengyan Yubuchuan, was from the smiling, proud wanderer Loki. Was he the one from the Marvel Universe, or the true Norse god of mischief? Batman, a character from DC Comics' Uchiha Madara, no doubt the tragic figure from Naruto and Tony Stark. Goodness, what a surprise. Raleigh was momentarily stunned. Was this not the Marvel powerhouse Iron Man? Raleigh opened Stark's group avatar and found it indeed belonged to the very same Iron Man, though he appeared quite youthful, leaving Raleigh uncertain if he had yet become Iron Man. Wait, could this Stark be from the same universe and time as I am now? Raleigh gazed at the towering Stark Tower in the distance, pondering how delightful it would be if Stark were to exist in the same realm as him. He glanced once more at Loki's group avatar. The Marvel version of Loki, the feeble god who had been mercilessly tossed around by the Hulk, in the chat group. Roli typed, "Greetings, my fellow jesters. Good afternoon, boss with hands on hips JPG." Upon sending it, the chat group erupted with activity. Xiongba. Salutations, esteemed leader. I am Xiaoba. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to command me. Kowtowing dog, JPG. Tony Stark. Salutations, esteemed leader. I am Xiaoba. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to command me. Kowtowing dog, JPG. Loki. Salutations, esteemed leader. I am Zyagigi. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to command me. Kowtowing dog, JPG. Batman. Salutations, esteemed leader. I am Xiaobian. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to command me. Kowtowing dog, JPG. Uchiha Madara. Salutations, esteemed leader. I am Uchiha Madara. Raleigh couldn't help but remark, indeed, humans are nothing but echo machines, merely inflating their word count. Only Uchiha Madara retains a semblance of dignity. Yu Buchuan. Salutations, esteemed leader. I am Zhu, sworn to serve you faithfully, following you through thick and thin, facing perilous flames and mountains, omitting 82 idioms. Raleigh. Yu Buchuan, you truly stand apart from the other flamboyant fools. 222. Thumbs up JPG. The others turned green with envy, utterly consumed by jealousy at receiving praise from a level 10 powerhouse. At that moment, a red envelope appeared in the group. Xiongba, esteemed leader, here is a token of my appreciation, a modest gesture. Raleigh instinctively clicked on the red envelope with lightning speed. Group system. You have received Xiongba's personal red envelope. Acquiring 20 blood bodhi. Xiongba. This blood bodhi is considered a rare treasure in my world. However, given your immense strength, it may seem merely ordinary to you. Yet, it is fresh and delectable, providing a unique sensation of flames upon biting. Truly remarkable. Please do savor it. Raleigh examined the blood bodhi in his hand, roughly the size of a pigeon egg, radiating a fiery red glow as if flames were burning within. Upon taking a bite, a torrent of fiery liquid, infused with an exquisite fragrance, filled his mouth. Raleigh's eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. Quite impressive. He remarked in the group chat. Xiongba was overjoyed. I'm glad you enjoy it. I will cultivate more in the future to ensure a steady supply for you. Raleigh nodded. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I shall visit your world when time permits. Xiongba was elated. A level 10 supreme powerhouse expressed the desire to visit. How splendid. The other group members, witnessing this, were consumed by jealousy, exclaiming, how could we forget to send red envelopes to curry favor with the esteemed leader? They hastily began to send their own. Surely, a level 10 powerhouse would disregard their meager cultivation techniques. Weapons and riches, perhaps fruits or even pets would be more fitting gifts. Thus, a flurry of red envelopes appeared in the group. Raleigh opened them and was met with an abundance of fruits. He graciously accepted them all, especially the ones from Loki, which were not mere fruits, but spiritual fruits, each radiating a rich aura and offering an exquisite taste. Uchiha Madara. My apologies, esteemed leader. My soul is currently sealed in the underworld, unable to move or provide sustenance. Hence I cannot send you a red envelope. Group member, bro, 222, even dead, you can still chat. Uchiha Madara. What nonsense. It's dreadfully boring, you know. If not for this group, I would be utterly mad with boredom. Observing Uchiha Madara's words, Raleigh recalled that he must have already perished and yet had not been resurrected through the Edo Tensei technique. That moment, Raleigh remembered something. Raleigh. Tony Stark. Coincidentally, there exists a Tony Stark in my world. I wonder if he is you, Stark. Astonished JPG. There's also a Tony Stark in your realm? Raleigh. Indeed, and he is particularly flamboyant. Allow me to take a photo and see if it looks familiar. Using the group photo function, Raleigh aimed at the distant Stark Industries and snapped a picture, sending it to the group. Stark. What the? This is my building. Could it be that the esteemed leader and I share the same world? In disbelief, JPG, at that moment, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Earth 111111. Tony Stark was distractedly surveying the various departments of the weapons division, occasionally glancing at the chat group. Suddenly, he halted, his face registering sheer horror. How could this be? They are in the same world. Obadiah, who stood nearby, looked at Tony Stark with confusion. Tony, what just happened? Tony Stark ignored him and hastily departed, leaving behind a group of department heads exchanging bewildered glances, along with a visibly perturbed Obadiah. Soon, Tony Stark returned to his office to j.r.v.s. Display a 3D map of New York immediately. Understood, sir. In no time, a virtual 3D map encompassing all of New York appeared in the office. With every building meticulously simulated, Tony scrutinized the group photograph. He cross-referenced it with the 3D map of New York. He swiftly pinpointed the angle from which the photo was taken. J.A.V.S. Zoom in on this location. It's right here. This is a villa, indeed. Shall I retrieve the owner's information? Yes. Owner identified as Roli. He checked in 3 days ago. Roli. Tony Stark's hands trembled slightly, his heart racing almost double, head swirling with disbelief. A top-tier powerhouse. He is in the same world as me. J.A.R.V.I.S. Sir, would you like me to look into this individual's background? Tony Stark quickly interjected. Absolutely not. What kind of madness is that? Dare to investigate a top-tier powerhouse. Do you wish to forfeit your life? With a serious demeanor, Tony Stark declared, J.A.R.V.I.S. Place an order for the finest fruits and beverages from around the world. I need to send a gift, and it must arrive by tomorrow. Money is no object. I want the best. J.A.R.V.I.S. Understood, sir. It appears you hold this Roli in high regard. Is there truly someone whose identity warrants such respect from you? Tony Stark replied solemnly, J.A.R.V.I.S. There is no one in this world who can earn the respect of the genius Tony Stark, regardless of their power or status. However, this Mr. Roli is an immensely powerful and remarkable existence, and I must cultivate a good relationship with him. Perhaps he can assist me in transcending this universe. In Tony Stark's gaze, a determined glint shone at J.A.R.V.I.S. He was somewhat perplexed, unable to grasp Tony Stark's intentions. The following day, the weather in New York was clear and bright. Roli was swimming in the pool of his villa. Swimming is an excellent form of exercise. Even for Roli, he needed to settle his thoughts, digest the recent whirlwind of events. Beside the pool, several chefs, both Western and Chinese, were busy preparing lunch for Roli with the help of servants. These chefs, housekeepers, and servants had come to deeply understand Roli's astonishing appetite, capable of consuming an entire cow in a single meal. Thus, preparing breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late-night snacks demanded immense effort from them, leaving them utterly exhausted, though their salaries were substantial. A monthly sum of 100,000 before long. 10 exquisitely roasted geese were laid out before Roli. The tantalizing aroma made his stomach grumble, issuing a hungry proclamation. "Let us dig in," he exclaimed, after devouring the 10 roasted geese and slightly satiating his hunger. A beautiful housekeeper approached him. "Boss, there's a visitor at the door. It's Tony Stark. Let him in." The beautiful housekeeper was taken aback. After all, it was Tony Stark. Shouldn't she go out to greet him? Without the need for Riley to wave his hand dismissively, he contemplated the notion of replacing the current housekeeper, deeming her unsatisfactory. In no time, Tony Stark briskly entered the villa, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Riley clad in a bathrobe. He approached with eager steps and bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed one." This was a term unique to their celestial chat group, which Stark had adeptly adopted. "Please have a seat," Riley replied with a slight nod. Stark glanced at the chefs and concluded that Riley must be an aficionado of fine cuisine, a true gourmand, which delighted him immensely. "Esteemed one, I have brought an assortment of fruits and beverages gathered from across the globe. This beer is brewed from the purest glacial water, melted from icebergs that have existed for millennia, and only 8 bottles exist worldwide. Its flavor is exceptional, and this is fish roe sourced from 3,000 meters beneath the sea." Riley nodded in approval. Quite impressive. Meanwhile, the surrounding chefs, servants, and housekeepers were left in utter shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. My heavens! Is this truly the audacious Tony Stark, who fears neither heaven nor earth, and even stands up to the president? What is he doing? Is he trying to curry favor with our boss? That enthusiasm is unmistakably flattering. But who exactly is our boss to warrant such deference from Stark? The chefs and servants were left utterly bewildered, their perceptions shattered. Stark, feeling exhilarated, realized he was in the same realm as the esteemed one, which made him the first subordinate of a powerful figure. Surely, the other lesser beings in their group must be consumed by envy. With this thought, Stark began to boast in the group chat. Ha ha ha. I can't believe I'm in the same world as the esteemed one. What a remarkable twist of fate. As Stark reveled in his newfound connection, Riley took note of the absence of a reactor on Stark's chest, indicating that the Iron Man storyline had yet to commence. Stark remained the unreliable playboy he had always been, yet to attain the status of the superhero Iron Man. It was no wonder he was still at level 1, even inferior to Batman. Having recognized him as a subordinate, Riley pondered whether he should warn Stark of an impending crisis awaiting him in the future. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought. That particular event, while a life-threatening crisis for Stark, had been the catalyst for his rebirth. Without it, Iron Man might never have emerged. Best to let nature take its course. In the following days, Stark visited frequently, each time bringing with him a plethora of culinary delights from around the world to present to Riley. The two engaged in idle chatter, growing increasingly familiar with one another. However, outside the villa, an array of peculiar individuals began to appear, and Riley sensed numerous prying eyes and surveillance. Who could they be? This situation did not escape Stark's notice, for he was no law-abiding citizen. Hacking was second nature to him. Soon, J.A.V.I.S. uncover the identities of these intruders. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics? Stark queried, perplexed. Upon hearing the name, Riley realized it was none other than the he recalled the one-eyed director, who was likely still in power, along with the former director who had ties to Hydra. Ah, well, it's of no concern to me. I'll just sit back and watch the show. Just as Riley was enjoying his leisurely days, occasionally teasing newcomers in the chat group, could no longer remain idle and came knocking at his door. The visitor was Agent Carter, one of the agency's most attractive operatives. Upon her arrival, she witnessed Riley voraciously devouring an enormous roasted leg of lamb, a veritable mountain of bones scattered around him. Agent Carter couldn't help but twitch her lips in disbelief. According to recent intelligence gathered from their surveillance, this enigmatic individual named Roli could consume nearly a ton of food in a single day. Initially, she thought the agents might have gone mad, but now it seemed their observations were accurate. "Good day, Mr. Broly. May I inquire about your department?" she asked as he continued to munch. "The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics." He replied, "What department?" "The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics." "Defense of what?" "The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics." Agent Carter gritted her teeth. "Attack of what?" Riley retorted, "Your department's name is quite lacking. It pales in comparison to China's Dragon Group." Riley laughed heartily, recalling how protagonists in novels often teased Isildi about their lengthy name, but he decided to try it himself, finding it amusing. Agent Carter, flustered, took a deep breath. Attempting to regain her composure, "Mr. Broly, we wish to understand your true identity. Although you possess an identification card, albeit a fabricated one, your sudden appearance in the United States has left us without any previous information about you. It is imperative for us to know about all unfamiliar faces entering the country. Oh, my true identity. I'm actually Tony Stark's distant cousin. He can vouch for me," Riley stated with utmost seriousness. Agent Carter was tempted to spray him with soda in disbelief. "What nonsense. Stark's distant cousin. Stark is a primary target for Isildi's lineage is clear. There's no way you could be his distant Asian cousin." Taking a moment to gather herself, Agent Carter urged, "Please, sir, do not jest. Stark has no distant cousin." Riley widened his eyes. "You don't believe me? I'll call Stark over to confirm." Moments later, Stark arrived by plane. And upon seeing Riley, he greeted him with utmost respect. "Esteemed one, please tell her I am indeed your distant cousin." Stark glanced at Agent Carter, then back at Riley, before finally stating, "The esteemed one is not my distant cousin, but rather my distant uncle." Affirming this, Stark seemed to prefer the title of uncle, perhaps fearing the weight of calling Riley his cousin, as the level 10 esteemed one might be too much to bear. Riley, puzzled, inquired, "Distant uncle, you say?" Stark nodded earnestly, "Indeed, a distant uncle." Riley realized his mistake. "I must have misremembered. It's not cousin, but uncle." Stark greeted, "Uncle, hello." Riley replied, "Ah." Agent Carter watched this entire exchange, utterly exasperated. "Could you please be sincere while fabricating such tales?" Stark turned to her, "Miss, this Mr. Broly is indeed my distant uncle. Look, I have a certificate from the New York Police Department to prove it." Stark presented a document, and Agent Carter scrutinized it. It was indeed a legitimate certificate from the New York Police Department. Still warm from having just been printed. "Did you just obtain this from the NYPD?" She queried. "No, it must have been personally delivered to Stark by the NYPD." The thought made her want to confront the officers for their complicity. Taking several deep breaths, she finally managed to suppress her rising irritation. "Mr. Broly, let us discuss another matter. Your illicit income." Riley raised an eyebrow. "Wait, what illicit income?" "Naturally, I'm referring to the funds used to purchase your house and vehicles. As I understand it, they were taken from the Hell's Kitchen vault." This moment, Stark interjected, "You can't just slander someone's character. That money was a gift I gave to my distant uncle. I sent him several billion." Agent Carter nodded. "Exactly. You must provide evidence for such claims. Otherwise, I will accuse you of defamation." Stark added, "I have a team of lawyers ready to ensure my uncle wins any lawsuit." With a sudden gasp, Kate found herself spitting out a mouthful of blood upon receiving the invitation from Uchiha Madara, beckoning her to witness the final battle in the ninja world. She shot a furious glare at Stark, feeling an overwhelming urge to inform him. "Do you even realize that your father is one of the founding members of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense? Attack and logistics? You are a potential ally of this very agency, yet you consistently oppose it. What nonsense is this? A traitor." Kate was somewhat exasperated by Stark's lack of ambition at that moment. Stark's eyes lit up as he suddenly recognized that Kate was, in fact, a striking beauty. He immediately assumed a suave posture and remarked, "Beautiful lady, how about a date tonight?" Kate scoffed, "Playboy," and, fuming, turned to leave, casting a fierce glare at Roli and Stark as she departed. Once she was gone, Stark's expression turned serious. "Boss, should we warn this so-called agency?" He considered himself capable enough. Aside from not daring to mistreat dogs or cats, he had no qualms about confronting the likes of the FBI or CIA. Why should he fear some obscure department that had emerged from the shadows? Roli chuckled softly. "It seems fitting to teach them a lesson." Stark, thumping his chest with confidence, declared, "I will ensure your satisfaction." Boss, he had already devised no fewer than 10 strategies to trouble this so-called Department of Homeland Strategic Defense. Attack and logistics. Roli couldn't help but smile inwardly. Stark's antics with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agency would undoubtedly give Egghead a headache. That moment. The group was rocked by a sudden announcement. Uchiha Madara declared, "Roli, all members." "Ha ha! Esteemed friends, I have been resurrected through Edo Tensei. After over 80 years of planning for world peace, I'm finally ready to take the last step. In the coming days, I will orchestrate a grand event, unleashing infinite Tsukuyami to plunge the entire world into a dream, achieving global peace, where conflict and discord shall cease, and everyone will enjoy a blissful existence. Today marks the final battle. Would you, esteemed friends, care to witness my confrontation with the world?" Xiongba exclaimed, "Good heavens! Madara has truly risen from the dead." Yu Buchuan remarked, "To oppose the entire world, I am in awe of Madara." Loki added, "Madara, here's a salute to you." Batman questioned, "Is there truly such a thing as world peace?" "I am eager to learn about your plans, Madara." Tony Stark interjected, "A utopian world? I doubt its existence." From Madara's words, Raleigh discerned the timeline of the Naruto world. If the plot remained unaltered, Madara would soon engage in a monumental battle with the entire ninja world, followed by Uchiha Obito breaking through to the Six Paths level, only to be defeated. Madara would then seize the Rinnegan, surpass the Six Paths level, and dominate the battlefield, only to be beaten into a pulp by Might Guy, ultimately absorbing the Divine Tree, only to be betrayed by Black Zetsu, leading to his transformation into Kagaya Otsutsuki. Reflecting on this sequence of events, Raleigh felt a fleeting sympathy for Madara. No, he was now my subordinate. I must lend him a hand. Raleigh announced, "All members, since we have yet to meet in reality, why not seize this opportunity for a face-to-face gathering?" Xiongba responded, "Agreed. I'm quite excited to meet the boss for the first time." Yu Buchuan echoed, "Agreed. I am quite excited to meet the boss for the first time." Loki joined in, "Agreed. I am quite excited to meet the boss for the first time." Batman added agreed. I am quite excited to meet the boss for the first time. Tony Stark concluded agreed. I am quite excited to meet the boss for the first time. Thus, it seems humanity is but a parrot, echoing sentiments that in a Naruto world, Uchiha Madara observed the messages in the group chat. His heart swelling with joy. This was the first time since the group's inception that members would meet in reality. And more importantly, the level 10 boss would also attend, standing atop a towering rock. Madara was accompanied by a bandaged man, while below him stood an army of over 100,000 ninjas, densely packed. Humph, you shall have the honor of meeting the boss. Consider yourselves fortunate, Madara thought to himself. Brimming with arrogance, meanwhile, the vast ninja army below gazed up at the figure clad in Warring States armor upon the massive rock, filled with trepidation. Could it be him? Uchiha Madara, the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, gritted his teeth. His heart heavy with anxiety. Madara has truly returned. Can we defeat his overwhelming power? In that moment, Inoki's resolve wavered. The ordinary ninjas, however, did not recognize the figure atop the rock as Madara. Yet, the moment he appeared, an aura of terror enveloped them, akin to a tsunami or an apocalypse, pressing down upon them with an overwhelming force. Who is that? What a formidable presence! Their faces turned pale, dread washing over them as they gazed at Madara's imposing silhouette. Beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Madara looked down at the ninja army, a sneer of disdain playing on his lips. You pitiful creatures! Once I have welcomed the boss and my companions, I shall cleanse you of your existence. A prompt appeared in the group. Uchiha Madara invites you to enter the ninja world. You accept. With a collective resolve, they enter the Naruto world. Ready to make their grand entrance, one by one, figures began to materialize beside Uchiha Madara. Shionba, a towering figure with a rugged visage, exuded an aura of dominance. Tony Stark, dressed in a sharp suit and sporting a mischievous grin, despite his lack of power, radiated confidence. Loki, clad in a peculiar green battle robe adorned with horns, presented an eccentric appearance. Yu Buchuan, a humble sect leader, donned modest attire, but possessed an endearing demeanor, exuding the essence of a gentleman, easily winning the favor of those around him. Batman, cloaked in black bat armor, towered over Shionba, embodying a dark yet just aura that drew gazes of intrigue. Lastly, the most powerful of them all, Roli, the level 10 supreme boss, appeared draped in a carefree bathrobe, sporting audacious flip-flops. Though his demeanor was relaxed, he emanated an air of mystery and greatness. Greetings, esteemed boss. The six of them hurriedly bowed in respect, not daring to be negligent. Raleigh nodded. No need for formalities, casting a glance at the bandaged man, Kabuto. At that moment, Kabuto, the bandaged man, was struck with sheer astonishment at the sudden appearance of these six individuals. Who are they? Why have they materialized here? Particularly, he was baffled by the respect shown by Madara towards the man in the bathrobe. Who is this person? Why does Madara hold him in such high regard? Loki, Shionba, and the others turned their attention toward Kabuto. Who is this person? Surely he cannot be from our group. I've never seen him before. Madara, is this person your friend? Madara replied with a cold smile. This man is merely a clown, who resurrected me via Edo Tensei, naively believing he could control me. How laughable. Raleigh waved his hand dismissively. Send him on his way, lest he disrupt our enjoyment of the show. Madara responded, Boss, eliminating this individual is easy, but he is merely a puppet. Behind him lurks someone manipulating events from afar. Kabuto looked at Madara, brimming with confidence, and declared, Madara, though I do not know where these individuals hail from, my version of Edo Tensei has been modified. You cannot escape my control. Control? Madara erupted with laughter. You believe such a trivial Edo Tensei could possibly control me. You are utterly ignorant of my power. With that, Madara took decisive action. Sealing technique. He struck his palm against Kabuto's body. Edo Tensei possesses many advantages, yet is vulnerable to sealing techniques. Madara had mastered numerous sealing arts from the Uzumaki clan. Dust release. Original world stripping technique. Kabuto's body, an avatar of the second Tsuchikage, possessed the dust release bloodline. Yet as he attempted to unleash this technique, he quickly realized failure. The other half of his being had been sealed. rendering his dust release abilities useless that moment. Madara's sealing technique manifested as countless runes, ensnaring Kabuto entirely, ultimately compressing him into a small orb, vanishing from existence in that instant. Raleigh's keen eyes scanned the eastern horizon. I found him. He was far too careless, thinking he could manipulate events from afar without being detected. Roli let out a cold chuckle as a purple-black orb of energy, crackling with lightning, formed at his fingertips. 50 kilometers away, in a cavern, the Trudeau suddenly opened his eyes wide, a strange smile creeping across his lips. Interesting, truly interesting. These individuals possess an air of mystery about them. They may not even be from this world. Perhaps I can glean some remarkable research material from them. He was a mad scientist, and whenever he encountered something novel, an insatiable curiosity compelled him to investigate. He had already set his sights on Roli and his companions, driven by an instinct that if he could eliminate one of them or extract valuable information, it would yield lifelong benefits. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger surge through him, causing his body to stiffen. Having mastered the Serpent Immortal technique, his sensitivity to such threats had far surpassed his previous abilities. This is bad, a catastrophic calamity. Just as he prepared to flee, a blinding white light illuminated his entire world. Everything became a blinding haze. Then an immense explosion erupted, and he felt his body being torn apart by a horrifying energy in a mere 0.01 seconds. His form twisted amidst the infinite white light, ultimately reducing to ashes, resulting in his complete demise. Moments later, the once flat terrain transformed into a massive pit spanning 7 to 8 kilometers on the giant rock. The onlookers witnessed Roli casually tossing a sphere of light, followed by a violent explosion of blinding white light erupting in the distance, creating a mushroom cloud of similar dimensions. What a boss! They marveled, filled with boundless admiration. Roli sighed. Such power is challenging to control. I fear that a moment's inattention could level this place as well. Xiongba, boss T please. Ubuchuan, boss T please. Loki, boss T please. Batman, boss T please. Tony Stark, boss T, please. 10 days of shaking stars, the power of the divine. Roli harbored a certain fondness for the passionate youth Naruto, the champion of words, while his feelings towards Uchiha Obito were quite the opposite. Initially, he found this villainous mastermind detestable, only to later realize that Uchiha Obito was the most captivating of them all, a steadfast and dedicated dreamer. Born amidst chaos, he tirelessly sought a way to save the world, possessing a profound understanding of human nature. Having personally experienced the 3 great ninja wars, he had even managed to leave a mark on Hashirama's face. In summary, philosophically, he embodied a fallen angel, existing in hell while yearning for the light of idealism, far surpassing Naruto's verbal prowess. Just as Roli indulged in his musings, Uchiha Obito's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, and with a disdainful gaze, he completely absorbed the spiraling shuriken imbued with an air of arrogance. What? He absorbed it. Naruto was left utterly dumbfounded. Why have his eyes transformed into the Rinnegan? Well, the warm-up is complete. Thank you all for joining me. It has brought some amusement to my friends. Uchiha Obito leaped onto a massive rock, palms pressed together, as a reward. Let me show you a glimpse of the world. Prepare yourselves. With a series of hand seals, a colossal Susanoo erupted from his being. Then another Susanoo emerged, and together they formed 2 faces. Roli smiled gently. Obito is about to unleash a grand move. Xiongba, Tony Stark, Batman, and Ubuchuan all felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, they beheld the 2 blue giants of Susanoo performing hand seals alongside Uchiha Obito. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously on the battlefield. The thousands of wounded ninjas felt an inexplicable shift in the atmosphere, glancing upward in confusion. The clang of a fallen ninja's sword echoed as he stared blankly at the sky. Is this for real? What is that thing? A meteor from the heavens. It must be at least a kilometer in diameter. Could this be the power of the divine? All the ninjas looked up, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld a colossal meteor hurtling toward the earth, casting an immense shadow. Even from 10,000 meters above, a tremendous pressure emanated from it, weighing heavily on their hearts. Magnificent! Unmatched, Xiongba. What the hell? Yu Buchuan. What the hell, Batman? What the hell? Tony Stark. What the hell? The four were left speechless, utterly astonished by Uchiha Obito's grand display. This what it means to be a Tier 3 boss. Roli chuckled. This is merely an appetizer. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. Merely an appetizer? Tears streaming down their faces. Perhaps we truly are the legendary weaklings of battle. Meanwhile, the ninjas on the battlefield were even more bewildered, paralyzed by fear, unable to muster any fighting spirit. If they had previously entertained the thought of confronting Obito, now, faced with such an immense meteor, they had no idea where they might hide. Was this still the familiar world of ninjas? Was this truly the power of the divine? The disparity was so great that any notion of resistance felt utterly futile. Little did they know, above that colossal meteor, another even larger one was descending. This was Uchiha Obito's true power. However, at that moment, Inoki, the will of stone, finally rose to resist, utilizing the light-heavy rock technique to reduce the meteor's weight significantly. Yet he was unaware that an even larger meteor was plummeting towards the first, ready to collide. The earth trembled and winds roared, a calamity akin to a natural disaster. Below, tens of thousands of ninjas had nowhere to escape. Meanwhile, Roli and the other spectators were unharmed, as Roli enveloped his companions within a massive energy shield, protecting them from the cataclysmic chaos outside. Xiongba gazed down at the battle, his expression filled with awe. Obito's presence is indeed formidable. He stands alone against an army of 10,000. How magnificent! Although I, Xiongba, reign supreme over the world, my prowess pales in comparison to Obito's. Yu Buchuan and Stark nodded in agreement, acknowledging the extraordinary aura that deeply impressed them. Subsequently, Obito fought against the 5 Kage, battling from dawn until dusk, as a full moon ascended high in the sky. The curtain for the finale of the Fourth Great Ninja War was officially drawn. The Fourth Great Ninja War was divided into numerous battlefields and phases, and currently, Jiang Cheng and his comrades were engaged in the second phase. The 5 Kage versus Obito, first half. As Ai, Tsunade, and Maid arrived at the battlefield upon learning of Obito's presence, gathering together to confront him. Meanwhile, Naruto, Killer Bee, Kakashi, and Guy were occupied with Tobi, who was preparing to summon the Outer Path Divine Tree and transform into the Ten Tails. The entire battlefield was a scene of chaos, explosions resonating throughout, resembling an apocalyptic landscape. At this moment, the onlookers, Tony Stark and Batman, both technological geniuses, had launched drones to capture the unfolding events, intending to use the footage as material for later. However, due to the overwhelming disorder of the battle, Loki, Xiongba, and others found themselves dizzy and disoriented, struggling to comprehend the situation. Loki exclaimed, "This is too chaotic. We need a commentator." Xiongba replied, "That's a splendid suggestion." Stark, Batman, and Yu Buchuan nodded in agreement. Roli pointed towards the east. "There's a command center over there. Surely they must have someone responsible for intelligence that we can capture them to serve as our commentator." Loki took it upon himself. "I shall return shortly." Roli could not help but caution, "Do be careful. There are formidable experts within." Loki chuckled heartily. "Oh, esteemed one, do not underestimate me. I am a god." Roli thought of the Hulk and could not resist remarking, "The weakest of gods." After 10 minutes, Loki brought over a ninja, Narashikaku, who was the acting advisor for the allied shinobi forces. Narashikaku was utterly bewildered. He had been commanding the battlefield from the headquarters. Having neither provoked nor offended anyone, yet an odd individual barged in, stealthily knocked him unconscious, and upon waking, he found himself in this peculiar situation. He discreetly scrutinized the people around him. One donned a bathrobe and slippers, casually exuding an aura of authority. Another wore an eccentric costume reminiscent of a Batman. A third was a remarkably imposing man, Xiongba. Next was a seemingly good-natured gentleman, Yu Buchuan. And lastly, a nonchalant scion, Stark. Although Narashikaku found himself among foes, as an intelligence officer, he instinctively began to analyze their identities. However, he could not discern anything. Their bizarre attire was far removed from the style of the shinobi world. further heightening his anxiety. Who were these individuals? Could they truly be affiliated with Uchiha Obito? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became about the impending battle. Shionba glanced at Narashikaku and remarked, "This fellow, will he genuinely provide us with accurate information? I worry he may turn traitor midway. Perhaps I should employ my soul transfer technique to ensure his loyalty." Roli shook his head. "This individual's strength likely rivals yours. Your soul transfer technique may not suffice. Loki, are you not the god of deception? Surely you possess a method." Loki nodded. "I happen to have a technique for mental enslavement that can transform him into my loyal servant." Upon hearing their conversation, Narashikaku broke into a cold sweat. Soul transfer technique? Mental enslavement? Loyal servant? As the acting advisor for the allied shinobi forces, he bore a heavy responsibility. If he were to be enslaved, would he not become a spy for the enemy? "Wait!" Narashikaku shouted. But before he could finish, Loki placed a claw upon his head, invoking the powers of the god of deception. Ubuchuan, Stark, and Batman, witnessing the entire process, exclaimed in unison, "222." Subsequently, Narashikaku, now enslaved, transformed into a commentator, addressing the queries of the gathered crowd. "This battlefield is under the command of Uchiha Obito." Ubuchuan corrected him. "Address him as Lord Obito." Narashikaku complied very well. "Currently opposing Lord Obito are the 5 Kage of the shinobi world." Stark inquired, "What exactly is a Kage?" Narashikaku explained, "A Kage is the strongest individual in a ninja village." Seeing that everyone was becoming increasingly confused, Roli interjected, "Perhaps you should begin with the history of the shinobi world and focus on the key points." Narashikaku nodded. "Certainly. The shinobi world was previously the era of the samurai, who were the predominant force on this continent. Subsequently, the Sage of Six Paths emerged, leaving a legacy of ninjutsu, leading us into the era of ninjas. This era was marked by constant strife among various nations, clans, and regions, until Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Obito united many ninja clans, ultimately establishing Kanehagakure. Other regions followed suit, forming their own ninja villages, thus marking the onset of the ninja village era. Narashikaku, possessing a high intelligence quotient and clear reasoning, eloquently narrated the transitions through the eras of the shinobi world. Presently, there are 5 major nations: wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, each ruled by a daimyo, with a powerful ninja village acknowledged as the 5 great shinobi villages: Konoha, Suna, Kiri, Kyumo, and Ida, each led by a Kage, typically the strongest ninja of the village. "Wait," Batman Wayne inquired curiously, "in a nation who possesses greater strength, the daimyo or the ninja village?" Stark chimed in, "I too am curious about this." Both, hailing from a modern world, were quite astute regarding political matters. Narashikaku replied, "The ninja villages are stronger. The daimyo rely on them for protection." Batman remarked, "So the daimyo govern the ninja villages, and the ninja villages protect the daimyo? What a peculiar political structure." Even Shionba and Yu Buchuan were taken aback. Shionba, Senza's daughter, the tremors of Senju Hashirama. Below, Uchiha Obito, engaged in battle with the shadowy figure, began to grow impatient and unleashed a powerful technique. Wood release, birth of dense forest. In an instant, the ground fractured and countless sprouts erupted from the fissures. Moments later, under the sun's illumination, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Gigantic trees intertwined with the earth, their lush branches and thick vines sprawling across the ground. Ubuchuan echoed, 222. Batman joined in, 222. Stark added, 222. The 5 Kage were immediately suppressed. Narashikaku was astonished. Uchiha Obito can actually use wood release? And it's the original Hokage-esque technique. Stark inquired, "What is wood release?" Narashikaku explained, "Wood release is a unique ability of the first Hokage, extraordinarily powerful." The battle raged on as Uchiha Obito continued to unleash powerful techniques, the flowering tree world birth, and an array of Susu, mercilessly overwhelming the 5 Kage, who would likely have perished without the aid of the chakra boost from the original source. Ubuchuan and the others repeatedly exclaimed, "Incredible, truly terrifying." At that moment, on another front, Naruto, Killer Bee, Kakashi, and Guy were nearing the conclusion of their battle against the masked man. After a combined assault, Naruto's Rasengan shattered the mask, revealing the true identity of the masked man, Uchiha Obito. Then, an incomplete Ten Tails emerged, exuding a colossal and chaotic power that filled the world, announcing its arrival, instantly paralyzing many surviving shinobi on the battlefield. The Ten Tails had appeared. Nara Shikaku was filled with dread. Roli and the others shifted their focus to Obito and the Ten Tails. Roli assessed the power of the Ten Tails. According to the calculations of Dragon Ball, it should be in the range of 1,000 or several thousand. Overall, merely a nuisance. However, Xiongba and the others felt a crushing pressure, trembling from the sheer might. How formidable! While my heart was still in shock, I couldn't help but glance at Raleigh, only to discover that the formidable figure truly lived up to his reputation, remaining utterly unfazed. Upon reflection, it was understandable. For a level 10 powerhouse, the meager strength before him likely amounted to little more than a mere trifle. Loki observed the incomplete form of the Ten Tails in the distance with keen interest. This power, though somewhat lacking, already bore the semblance of a higher-tier strength, which piqued his curiosity. As one of the Norse gods, Loki, despite being relatively weak with a combat capability of merely levels 2-3, surpassed figures like Madara in his profound understanding of power hierarchies. Instantly recognizing that the force of the Ten Tails differed significantly from the power Madara currently wielded, Raleigh remarked with a smile, "This must be the power that has grazed the ceiling of the ninja world. That is, the strength of the legendary sage of six paths. Alternatively, one could say that Madara remains at the stage just beyond the shadow level, yet has not yet ascended to the six paths tier." Loki nodded in agreement, expressing his admiration for Raleigh's insight. Nara Shikaku stood in a daze, murmuring to himself, the six paths level. Raleigh was aware that once Madara absorbed the Ten Tails, he would officially enter the six paths tier. He pondered how the chat group would evaluate Madara's strength at that point. Would it still be a level 2, or would it remain a level 3? Raleigh suspected it would likely still be a level 3. The six paths tier is considered top tier in the ninja world, yet it might still fall short of level 2. Suddenly, Raleigh burst into laughter. Within his aura perception, he sensed a force approaching rapidly, one that rivaled Uchiha Madara in strength. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, this power had already subdued the 5 Kage. Madara too felt this familiar force, a familiarity that resonated deep within his soul. "Hashirama, you have finally arrived." Uchiha Madara trembled with excitement, laughing heartily. His lifelong friend, his eternal rival, 20 kilometers away, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Sasuke were racing toward the scene. It was Madara's power that Hashirama recalled with nostalgia, while Tobirama's eyes brimmed with disdain. "Wait, there are two other formidable presences," he exclaimed, suddenly growing serious. "How powerful! Those two auras are deeply concealed. I just realized their might exceeds my imagination. Who are they? When did such figures emerge in the ninja world?" Sasuke, the proud king, snorted derisively. "No matter how strong they are, I shall take my revenge this time." Hashirama warned, "To offend the authority of a powerhouse like Madara is to invite death." Madara withdrew, leaping back onto a massive rock, gazing into the distance with nostalgia and satisfaction. For him, the so-called 5 Kage were merely a group of insignificant beings. Thus, whether he chose to kill them or not bore no consequence to his plans. Despite Hashirama's entrance being neither grand nor loud, his sun-like strength radiated across the battlefield, and upon learning that Hashirama had arrived, all ninjas erupted in cheers, their spirits revitalized. "Madara, we meet again," Hashirama proclaimed, standing atop a colossal rock and fixing his gaze on Madara, who returned the look, their eyes clashing in the air, igniting fierce sparks. Was it mutual admiration? An intense love-hate relationship? Raleigh contemplated. Meanwhile, figures like the king and others, having heard Narashika recount the tumultuous history between Madara and Hashirama, now regarded the two with altered expressions. The air was thick with a pungent scent of camaraderie and tension. The king mused, though there are ethical dilemmas. Why does the bond between these two move me so? Stark remarked, "Truly admirable." Batman added, "I suddenly find the notion of such a friendship rather appealing." Ubuchuan commented, "Ah, The complexities of human relationships at that moment. The brotherly figure, Senju Tobirama, felt a pang of jealousy towards the bond between Hashirama and Madara, interrupting their moment with a cold huff. Brother, a person like Madara is a disaster waiting to happen. In the past, your mercy spared him. Now look at him. He seeks to annihilate the ninja world. This time, you must eliminate him, Madara, interrupted mid-sentiment, glared at Tobirama, recalling how this young one always liked to prattle on his presence. This time, I might as well deal with him. Hashirama called out, Madara, come, show me the extent of your current strength. Madara replied, be wary. I am no longer the person I once was. Without much more to say, the battle commenced as they advanced toward each other. That moment, Tobirama turned to Roli and the others on the massive rock. So you are Madara's allies? It seems you are not good people. Stark raised an eyebrow in confusion, while the king chuckled, you, my friend, are clearly narrow-minded to claim we are not good people. How amusing. Batman and you Buchuan felt wronged, believing themselves to be virtuous individuals who had done plenty of good deeds, especially Batman, who had always held himself to the standards of a hero. To be labeled otherwise was truly unjust. Sasuke, the proud king, sneered, since they are all Madara's people, we shall eliminate them all, without hesitation. He dashed toward the colossal rock. Ubuchuan and the king exchanged glances, while Raleigh observed Sasuke, aware that this individual was the reincarnation of Indra. A pivotal piece in the impending war of the ninja world, likely harboring the Sage of Six Paths' hidden legacy within him. Would killing him provoke the Sage of Six Paths to emerge? Did this equate to overturning the chessboard? The mere thought sent a thrill through Raleigh. The Sage of Six Paths had long been manipulating the ninja world from the shadows, more cunning than the infamous Kagaya. Appending his schemes would surely prove entertaining. Meanwhile, Sasuke had already leaped onto the massive rock, charging directly at Raleigh. Die, scum! At that moment, Raleigh had already dispelled his aura shield, and with his energy concealed, his combat power, due to the Saiyan transformation, had surged exponentially. Thus, without transformation, his displayed combat prowess appeared deceptively LOW of the casual observer. Raleigh seemed no more than an ordinary person. Only Hashirama, with his exceptional perception, could faintly sense the overwhelming strength lurking among Raleigh's group. Sasuke, with his prideful arrogance, charged forth, believing himself invincible, even in the presence of the god of ninjas. Hashirama, no! Hashirama cried out, alarmed to see the Uchiha youth provoke the mysterious figures. He attempted to intervene, only to be caught off guard by Madara, who seized the opportunity to slice off Hashirama's arm. Hashirama, focus on our battle and do not get distracted. The king and others watched Sasuke swing his blade toward Raleigh, smirking in disdain. The impudent youth truly had audacity to offend the authority of the powerhouse. The blade descended, swift as lightning. Yet in Raleigh's eyes, it appeared agonizingly slowed. To seek death so eagerly is unwise. He scoffed, flicking his fingertip, that a beam of light shot forth, piercing through Sasuke's heart and creating a gaping void the size of a fist. Sasuke gazed down in shock at his chest, muttering, "I," before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The reign of the once mighty king had come to an end. Sasuke, Orochimaru cried out, having regarded the Uchiha as his prized pawn. On the battlefield with the Ten Tails, Naruto suddenly trembled, sensing the loss of something vital, tears streaming down his face, though he could not comprehend what he had lost. In the depths of hell, the Sage of Six Paths abruptly opened his eyes. Sasuke, dead? How is that possible? He bore the fated power of Indra. Who could possibly slay him? Madara should not possess such strength. Who, then, was responsible? The Sage of Six Paths remained in hell, separated from the ninja world by a barrier, oblivious to the presence of Raleigh and the others. Yet, Sasuke's death would undoubtedly alter the course of his plans, compelling him to make an appearance in the ninja world. As the formidable presence took action, the battlefield fell silent. Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, appeared out of nowhere, rushing from an unseen corner upon witnessing Sasuke's lifeless body tumble from the massive rock, collapsing into tears as she embraced his corpse. Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki also heard the voice, abandoning the battle with the Ten Tails and rushing over. Upon seeing Sasuke's lifeless body, he was immediately overwhelmed with grief and cried out in despair. The bond he shared with Sasuke was profound, intertwined not only with their own connection but also with that of Ashura and Indra. Now that Sasuke was gone, Naruto felt an excruciating pain, a torment that surged through him, indescribable and all-consuming. Who had taken his life? Naruto bellowed in fury, his form erupting with rage as 9 fiery tails burst forth. "It was you who killed Sasuke." Sakura Haruno pointed to the figures atop the massive rock, her eyes brimming with sorrow and hatred. You are allies of Uchiha Madara." Naruto roared, instantly entering the Nine Tails chakra mode, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged towards the giant rock. Loki stepped forward. "And no need for you to intervene. I'll handle this." As the third strongest in the group, weaker only than Luffy and Madara, Loki believed that as a god, he could not be bested by a mere mortal. He stood defiantly before Naruto. "Go for it." Loki cheered the others, Shionba, Ubuchuan, Batman, Tony Stark, raising their arms in support. Loki lifted his chin with extraordinary confidence, addressing the ascending Naruto. "Humph, weak human, you shall weep before God." Yet in an instant, Naruto's fist collided with Loki's face, deforming it, and sending him hurtling like a cannonball hundreds of meters away. The cheers of support froze mid-air, their voices caught in their throats. The sudden silence enveloped the atmosphere. Luffy's lips twitched. Truly, what a pathetic god that moment. Naruto charged directly at Luffy, his visage particularly fearsome against the backdrop of the Crimson Nine Tails chakra. "Are you enraged?" Luffy recalled that during the original narrative of Naruto versus Pain, Naruto's fury was ignited by Hinata's injuries, yet he ultimately reconciled with Pain. Luffy thought impressive. However, this time, having killed Sasuke, whose significance to Naruto far surpassed that of Hinata, he wondered if Naruto would still choose to forgive. Luffy eagerly awaited the outcome, but at this moment, Naruto's attack was already upon them. Raising Gan, he unleashed his signature move, a colossal version of it. "Humph." Luffy snorted lightly, a force so immense that it shook the void, sending Naruto crashing back, landing hundreds of meters away before he could finally stop. "Damn it." Wind release. Great Ball Rasengan, filled with rage and vengeance. Naruto charged again, wielding a massive Rasengan imbued with swirling wind blades aimed at Luffy. Still too weak, Luffy's power surged forth, and aside from those like Shionba and Stark who were specially protected, the rest of the battlefield succumbed to agonizing distortion. The ground buckled 3 feet downwards. Space itself fractured and flickered, as if unable to withstand the overwhelming force. The Rasengan in Naruto's grasp, cloaked in the Bijuu's aura, began to crumble almost instantaneously. The battle between Madara and Hashirama was also abruptly halted. In the distance, the formidable 10 Tails, which had rampaged through the ninja army, now wilted under an oppressive presence as if faced with a higher being, trembling at the core of its being. Across the battlefield, all ninja were compelled to their knees, unable to rise, and eerie silence fell. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The stillness was terrifying. Uchiha Obito's face turned pale, his body trembling. What is this power?" His eyes were filled with disbelief. Luffy shook his head. "I miscalculated the suppression. I used too much power." The others, Shionba, Stark, Uchidara, Senju Hashirama, all the ninja, and even the 10 Tails were left in shock. Such overwhelming power, and yet he had to suppress it. "Who exactly are you?" Luffy reined in his energy, reverting to a more human form. Instantly, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them, collapsing to the ground. Drenched in sweat, Luffy gestured, and an invisible force lifted Naruto, placing him upon the massive rock, kneeling before Luffy. "Oh, you wish to kill me. You killed Sasuke. Naturally, I would desire your demise." Despite being suppressed, Naruto fixed Luffy with a glare filled with hatred. "Senior, please show mercy." Minato Namikaze appeared on the giant rock, trembling as he bowed to Luffy. The display of Luffy's power had thoroughly terrified Minato, fearing Naruto might provoke Luffy and lead to his own demise. Luffy cast a sidelong glance at him. In an instant, Minato felt the weight of life and death pressing down upon him. the reanimated body crumbling under the strain. When I speak, do not interrupt. With a swift motion, Luffy pressed down, pinning both Naruto and the Nine Tails to the ground, rendering them immobile. The Sage of Six Paths made his grand entrance, only to be swiftly subdued. Luffy loomed over Naruto, his gaze condescending. You just claimed you wished to kill me, did you not? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Luffy. You killed Sasuke, of course I must kill you. Luffy laughed heartily. Exactly. In the face of an enemy, one yearns for vengeance. But you must understand, if you kill me to fulfill your revenge, will you still be the Naruto who once vowed to resolve the world's conflicts through mutual understanding? Enraged, Naruto fell silent. This sentiment was eerily familiar. When Konoha was destroyed, Pain had said something similar to him, and at that time, Naruto had chosen to forgive Pain, dissolving that enmity. Luffy wore a playful smile, keen to see how Naruto would choose this time. After a long silence, Naruto replied, I don't know if he had thought that after his previous choice, he could approach this moment with composure, unhesitatingly choosing reconciliation, forgiveness, and understanding. Yet now, he found himself unable to do so. He felt a torrent of anger, frustration, and hatred welling up within him, an inescapable burden. Sasuke was his dearest friend. Despite Sasuke's betrayal of Konoha, Naruto steadfastly believed that Sasuke remained his closest ally. Luffy chuckled. Last time you chose to forgive Pain, so why can't you forgive me this time? Is Konoha unimportant, or is Hinata unimportant? Therefore, you could forgive Pain, but now, Sasuke is of utmost importance to you, and thus, his death renders you incapable of forgiving me. Naruto found himself ensnared in confusion. Was Konoha unimportant? Was Hinata unimportant? Was Sasuke more significant than Konoha and Hinata? Minato, observing Naruto's turmoil, could no longer remain silent. Senior, silence. Luffy's oppressive aura forced Minato to kneel before him. You. Naruto saw his father forced to kneel, igniting his fury once more, the bijou cloak surging with renewed intensity. What? Has her desire to kill me intensified? Luffy laughed heartily. Why make things so difficult for a mere child? Senja Hashirama attempted to step forward to rescue Naruto. Your opponent is me, Uchihara interposed, smirking. That child resembles you. I too am curious about his answer. When faced with hatred, can one truly relinquish it? I recall your brother killed my brother. Now I wonder, had it been my brother who killed yours, would you have forgiven me? Hashirama was momentarily speechless. He had never contemplated this question. Remembering Izuna Uchiha, he felt a pang of guilt towards Madara. I am sorry, Madara. I never considered that aspect. Madara scoffed coldly. I was foolish back then to forgive you and even join forces to establish Konoha. Hashirama felt even more guilt-ridden. Senju Tobirama, overhearing, snorted disdainfully, internally cursing, all Uchiha deserve to die. At this moment, upon the colossal rock, Naruto, pinned to the ground by Roli, clenched his fists tightly, a tumult of thoughts wrestling in his mind. He gritted his teeth at Roli and declared, You have slain Sasuke, and I find it utterly impossible to forgive you. My heart is consumed by an overwhelming desire for vengeance that I cannot suppress. The perverse sage once said he believed that a time would come when humanity could truly understand one another. It was only later that I realized, if one could easily let go, then it would not be human emotion at all. Raleigh nodded. Indeed, the enmity of life and death. If one could simply forget, then you are unworthy of being called a friend of Sasuke. Naruto fell silent. Yes, if revenge is to be sought, then I would be betraying Master Jiraiya. That if I do not seek vengeance, then I would be betraying Sasuke. It was the first time he felt that making a choice could be so excruciatingly difficult. Even more so than during the encounter with Nagato. Raleigh continued. Well then, let's speak of Sasuke. This individual upon arrival immediately sought to slay us, for we are allies of Madara. Therefore, he aimed to kill us. Subsequently, I killed him. Do you believe I was in the wrong? Naruto was utterly silent. Raleigh pressed on. He sought to kill me, and I sought to kill him. Do you perceive a problem in this? Naruto shook his head in anguish, tears brimming in his eyes. I can comprehend everything you have done, yet even so I still cannot forgive you, nor can I refrain from harboring hatred towards you. Roli chuckled. Returning to the initial question, so, do you intend to kill me? Naruto remained silent for a long while. All eyes were upon him. Senju Tobirama, Minato Namikaze, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, and numerous ninjas, they all pondered this question. If their beloved, cherished friends were to perish, could they truly let go of their hatred? The answer was a resounding no. Absolutely impossible to relinquish hatred. They were incapable of achieving such a noble state of mind. They only wished to repay enmity with enmity. There was no confusion in this. Kill, kill, revenge. Figures like Batman, Yu Buchuan, and Stark shared the same sentiment. There was no room for such lofty ideals. Yet at that moment, Naruto lifted his head, tears streaming down his face. I will not kill you. Previously, I spoke with my elder brother, and since the perverse sage places his faith in me, entrusting me with hope, I shall endeavor to embody what he believes in. This is my answer. This time, I shall respond to you with this sentiment. Thus, I will not kill you. Upon hearing this, all present were struck with astonishment. Naruto had made such a choice. He had indeed relinquished his hatred, opted for mutual understanding. Many felt their hearts waver. When confronting their foes, could they also, like Naruto, choose to forgive? But the ultimate answer remained, no. They could not forgive their enemies. They still sought vengeance at that moment. Uchiha Obito recalled Lin, who had been slain by Kakashi and was momentarily lost in thought, his heart in turmoil. Meanwhile, Haruno Sakura cried out from below, Naruto, I will never forgive you, never. Sasuke will not rest in peace. Naruto's expression grew increasingly pained. Just then, Roli gazed toward the eastern sky, revealing a knowing smile. Where's the sage of six paths? I have been waiting for you for quite some time. The entire battlefield erupted in murmurs. The sage of six paths? The progenitor of the ninja world? He is not dead. As countless gazes turned toward the east, a sigh resonated from the sky. An elder, adorned with two horns and a necklace of six-pointed stars, descended from above. Upon the emergence of the sage of six paths, his presence seemed to transform the atmosphere into something fearsome, grand, and boundless, exuding an aura of overwhelming might that weighed heavily upon the hearts of all ninjas present. A solitary figure, striding through the void, surveying the world with unmatched authority, far surpassing Madara in strength. If Madara was the bright moon in the sky, then the sage of six paths was the blazing sun. An omnipotent force that rendered resistance futile. How powerful! Gasped the onlookers. The battlefield erupted into a frenzy, each ninja overwhelmed with elation. The progenitor of the ninja world has arrived. We are saved. Madara is doomed. The sage of six paths, in his invincible demeanor, instantly captivated the hearts of all present. His cold gaze fell upon Roli. You, the invader from another world, are Roli, with a smirk, interrupted. Oh, and what is it you, the sage of six paths, amount to? With a disdainful chuckle, the sage retorted, I am the progenitor of the ninja world, the sage of six paths. Before he could finish his sentence, Roli's figure suddenly appeared beside him. With a single punch, he struck the sage of six paths squarely in the face. The sage spat blood on the spot. Silence enveloped the arena. Everyone was on the verge of madness. The sage of six paths had been so easily struck. The sage, who had just been revered, was now trampled underfoot. The ninjas were nearly driven to insanity. With another punch, Roli struck the sage of six paths as if he were merely a sandbag. The sage, in terror, realized he lacked even the strength to resist. Every blow from Roli was as hard as iron, causing his bones to creak painfully. Soon, the sage of six paths was left battered and bruised, all while Roli deliberately held back, fearing he might inadvertently kill him. Let me, Roli sneered, placing his foot upon the sage's head. Spitting disdainfully, he then glanced at the thousands of ninjas, scoffing. This is your progenitor of the ninja world? Ah, what utter garbage! All the ninjas fell into a stunned silence, paralyzed with fear. This was the sage of six paths, the legendary progenitor of the ninja world, the most magnificent existence when he had first appeared. His chakra was unparalleled, utterly insurmountable, rendering everyone before him as mere ants. Yet, he had just been thoroughly beaten and trampled. Gone was the grandeur, the invincible aura. now reduced to a defeated dog. They were spiraling into madness. Characters like Anoki and others transformed into mere fish out of water, as Roli kicked the sage back to the feet of Senju Hashirama and others, returning him to the colossal rock, re-emerging as an ordinary young man clad in a bathrobe. However, the entire battlefield had indelibly etched his previous invincibility, strength, and grandeur into their minds. Could we truly emerge victorious? Their hearts were shattered with despair. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Minato Namikaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Naruto Uzumaki all gathered around the Sage of Six Paths, while Tsunade hurriedly summoned a slug to heal him. The Nine Tails and Eight Tails rushed to the Sage's side, glaring warily at Roli. Roli, feeling somewhat bored, turned to Uchiha. Madara, it seems we must hasten our plans. What is your strategy? Uchiha Madara replied, I need to revive myself first. I am currently in the state of impure world reincarnation, and I require that Obito to utilize the Rinne rebirth technique. Furthermore, I must absorb the Ten Tails and become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Roli chuckled softly. Do you require my assistance? Madara replied, not for the first part. With that, Madara swiftly formed hand seals. Suddenly, Obito felt a jolt in his heart. Losing control of his body, he recalled how, in the past, his heart had been tampered with by Kagaya, sealed with a curse. Obito, Minato Namikaze, and Kakashi shouted, attempting to rush forward to intervene, but were swiftly swept aside by Madara's wave, sending them flying. Madara sneered, forming seals. Rinne rebirth technique. Then Obito, under Madara's control, followed suit and formed the same seals. Rinne rebirth technique. In the next moment, streams of blue light cascaded from the heavens, descending into Madara's body. Boom, boom, boom. Madara's once lifeless body began to resonate with the sound of a beating heart, strong, filled with vitality. Uchiha Madara revealed a triumphant smile. This body feels just right. This is the exhilarating sensation I yearned for. Only in this way can the battle be truly exhilarating. Senju Hashirama observed this scene with a sigh. Madara. In the next moment, Madara appeared beside Obito. Obito, as my successor, should you not return the Rinnegan to me? You shall not. At that moment, Obito realized that all his efforts had merely served to dress the bride for Madara. Enraged, he glared at Madara, yet his body was utterly immobilized, completely under control, unable to move an inch. Madara smirked disdainfully. Do you wish to struggle? Futile. I have planted a curse upon your heart. You cannot break free. He reached for Obito's left eye socket, where Madara's Rinnegan resided. Stop. Senju Hashirama dashed forward with remarkable speed. Return, Luo Li commanded, sweeping his palm through the air as if striking the distant Senju Hashirama. In an astonishing display, Hashirama was propelled backward as if indeed struck by a mighty hand, his body hurtling through the ground for dozens of meters. Brother! Senju Tobirama rushed over to extricate Hashirama from the debris. Meanwhile, from afar, Uchiha Obito reached out to poke at the left eye of his former self, successfully acquiring the Rinnegan and installing it within his eye socket. The sight left Stark and the others in shock, questioning whether such a display was excessively crude and straightforward like that moment. White Zetsu emerged from the earth, brandishing a Rinnegan in his palm. Is this the final piece? Obito affixed the Rinnegan to his right eye, finally completing the duality of the Rinnegan last. I can genuinely relish the thrill of battle. He laughed heartily, casting a glance at the Sage of Six Paths, Senju Hashirama, and the others. Yet his gaze swiftly shifted toward the incomplete Ten Tails Jinchuriki in the distance, who still lacked the Eight Tails and Nine Tails, rendering him grotesquely malformed. With a sudden movement, Obito descended upon the head of the Ten Tails Six Paths, Ten Tails sealing. Instantly, the Ten Tails morphed into a malleable substance, absorbed into Obito's form over the next 30 seconds. During this process, not a soul dared to stir upon the battlefield, for a palpable aura of peril enveloped them, suggesting that any movement could spell their doom. The Sage of Six Paths, pale and trembling, recognized the overwhelming might of Luo Li, realizing it far exceeded his expectations. Indeed, it was on an entirely different level. His initial conviction that he could triumph over Luo Li now seemed a grave miscalculation. Death appeared imminent. Obito addressed Hashirama with newfound patience, stating, Hashirama, I have come to understand that the concept of feudal lords contributes nothing to the shinobi world. Rather, it breeds greed and immorality. Therefore, the feudal lords must be abolished. And the shinobi villages, mere constructs for slaughter, should also be dismantled. Hashirama, filled with disappointment, retorted, Obito, you have truly lost your mind. Obito shook his head defiantly, declaring, no, I am not mad that I possess a broader perspective than you. I aspire to create a centralized nation where the ruler exists to enhance the happiness of the people, rather than exploit them. Ninja should not engage in needless conflict among villages, but should focus on building infrastructure, irrigation systems, bridges, roads, and farming. I refer to these ninjas as constructive ninjas, as opposed to those who revel in slaughter. This should be the future direction of the shinobi world. Tobirama scoffed, you speak of rulers existing for the happiness of the people. A notion I find utterly incredulous that if you, Uchiha Obito, were to ascend as a ruler, you would likely become a merciless tyrant. Inoki bellowed in outrage. Obito, cease your deceptive rhetoric. We will never permit such a thing. The third Raikage mocked with scorn. Uchiha Obito, all you speak of is but a delusion, impossible to realize. You merely wish to deceive us into relinquishing our resistance. Mizukage Terumi may remain expressionless, stating, Obito, stop your nonsensical prattling. We shall not consent to such madness. Obito erupted in laughter, a terrifying aura emanating from him, chakra surging wildly. You pitiful wretches think I am here to negotiate. No, I am here to deliver a proclamation. Those who oppose me shall perish. In that moment, Obito's malevolence surged forth. Roli chuckled, finding Obito's resurgence of personal charisma to be fortuitous, contrasting with his previously uninspiring demeanor. Suddenly, Roli's gaze shifted to the spot where the Sage of Six Paths had just stood, only to discover he had vanished. Clearly sensing the unfavorable turn of events, the sage had discreetly fled. Unbeknownst to him, the sage held a deep-seated fear of Roli, prompting his stealthy escape while the attention of all was fixated on Obito. In the shinobi world, a new battle ignited once more, with Uchiha Obito facing off against countless adversaries. This confrontation proved even more grandiose than the previous one, to having absorbed the Ten Tails and grasped the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Obito's strength had reached unprecedented heights. The previous 5 Kage, who once could have matched him in combat, were now effortlessly crushed beneath his might, facing either death or grievous injury. Wherever Obito tread, the land trembled. Mountains crumbled and volcanoes erupted, resulting in devastating casualties among the ninja ranks. Transformation into the Buddha, Hashirama shouted, unleashing one of his most formidable techniques. Yet before Obito's truth-seeking ball, it proved utterly ineffective. Hashirama, you are simply too weak. Obito mocked. The level of power Obito had attained, akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths, was beyond Hashirama's capacity to overcome. Furthermore, Hashirama's Edo Tensei form could not regenerate once touched by Obito's Six Paths power. Before long, Hashirama was left battered and broken, his Sage chakra absorbed, further augmenting Obito's strength. As for Tobirama, Obito, irritated by his incessant chatter, swiftly pinned him to the ground with a black rod. Kakashi, Naruto, and Minato, despite their combined efforts, proved no match for Obito, who outclassed them in battle experience. After discerning Kakashi's Sharingan ability, he swiftly incapacitated the trio. At this juncture, Guy finally unleashed the 8th gate, igniting the most exhilarating climax of the battle, severely injuring Obito, though it cost him his life. Utilizing the power of the Six Paths, Obito swiftly recuperated, dismissing the remaining shinobi as mere trifles, easily sweeping them aside. Ultimately, Obito absorbed Naruto's 9 tails and the 8 tails, elevating his strength to even greater heights. Noticing the absence of the Sage of Six Paths, he scoffed, I will eventually settle the score with him. Roli surveyed the utterly defeated shinobi alliance and remarked, the situation with the Hokage is finally coming to a close. Wait, there remains one lingering threat. He lifted his gaze toward the moon, situated hundreds of thousands of kilometers away in space. There is still an unresolved matter. Very well. I shall address it for you, as it remains a potential problem. With that, a basketball-sized orb of pulsating purple-black energy crackled into existence at the tip of his finger upon its emergence. An oppressive pressure enveloped the battlefield, the ground buckling beneath its weight and the air trembling as if on the verge of fracturing. An inexplicable wave surged across the battlefield, causing everything within 100-mile radius, mountains and rivers alike, to tremble violently, as if the very earth were about to rend asunder. Luo Li shook his head in amusement. This planet is far too fragile. It cannot withstand this level of energy. With a flick of his finger, the energy orb transformed into a tempest, soaring into space while continuously expanding. Moments later, the moon in the cosmos was engulfed by a blinding white light, a radiance 100 times more glaring than the sun, illuminating the entire shinobi world in a blinding glow. Instinctively, everyone closed their eyes. When the brilliance faded and the inhabitants of the shinobi world gazed skyward, they were met with an astonishing sight. The moon had vanished. The battlefield fell into an oppressive silence, all eyes fixated upon the colossal figure resembling a divine entity. This image would be etched into their minds and souls, an indelible memory of the moment when a single gesture effortlessly obliterated the moon. Soon, tales of this event would spread throughout the shinobi world, surpassing even the legend of the Sage of Six Paths, embodying an enigma of unparalleled strength and grandeur. Batman, Ubuchuan, Xiongba, Stark, and others felt their hearts skip a beat, their spirits shaken. This was the power of a true master. No, perhaps even less than 1/10,000th of it. Their hearts were thoroughly conquered. Mother Black Zetsu, having witnessed the demise of his mother, felt his very soul dissipate, as if the meaning of existence had evaporated entirely. Revenge. Heiyue cast a glance at Roli and sighed, resigning himself to the futility of revenge. This very moment, the ninja world was enveloped in tranquility. The peaceful village of Konoha, the cloud-covered Kirigakure, the arid Sunagakure amidst the desert, and the island-dwelling Mist Village. Across all nations and cities, everyone gazed upward, their expressions vacant. The moon appeared to have vanished. At this juncture, the culprit Roli rose from the massive rock, brushing off the non-existent dust from his garments. All done, time to head home for dinner, he declared, tossing Black Zetsu to Madara with a wave. Suddenly, everyone on the giant rock vanished without a trace. In a twist reminiscent of Iron Man, Stark fortuitously encountered Doctor Strange. After a failed attempt to recruit the Nine Tails, Stark found himself transformed into a pig's head, following a thorough thrashing from Kurama. He felt considerably lighter, the frustration of his pet dissipating. Roli, observing the pitiful Stark, felt a flicker of sympathy that he then recalled the notion of magic. Strange, or rather Doctor Strange, was originally a doctor whose immense talent led him to be taken as a disciple by the Ancient One, eventually inheriting the title of the Sorcerer Supreme. Perhaps he could venture to Kamartaj in the Himalayas, Roli suggested, where magic practitioners reside. Magic practitioners? Stark's eyes lit up. If I could master magic, could I not solve the energy crisis from a magical perspective? How do I find them? Just go to IT is the sanctuary of sorcerers, and the master is the Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One, there is no need for you to seek him. If you are deemed worthy, he will surely invite you into his fold. What if he cannot find me? Stark inquired. Roli chuckled lightly. You need not worry about that. His power is beyond your imagination. He perceives past and future, possesses extraordinarily potent mental abilities, capable of reading any human's thoughts or implanting memories, unaffected by distance. Essentially, he wields dominion over the entire Earth. He is, in a sense, one of its gods. Your existence will certainly be within his sight. Stark was taken aback. Is it truly that exaggerated? However, he quickly pondered another question. By the way, how does your strength compare to that of this Ancient One? Roli laughed heartily. If we consider her current strength, she might be classified as a level 4 or 5. As for her future self, it is hard to say. Perhaps she could reach levels 8 or 9. Stark fell silent, realizing that while he was merely at level 2 or 8, Roli was at level 10. A staggering disparity. The sheer terror of Roli's might dawned on Stark, far beyond the limits of his impoverished imagination. Even a godlike entity covering an entire planet was merely at level 2. What could Roli's true power possibly be? Stark yearned to inquire further but thought better of it, fearing the potential shock. All right, once I return from the Middle East, I will make a detour to Kamartosh. If I can learn magic, it may resolve some of the challenges I face with my iron armor. Roli paused. Middle East? Stark nodded. Yes, selling arms to those in the Middle East, specifically the Jericho missile, a highly destructive cluster bomb. Roli's expression shifted as he realized this mirrored the opening of Iron Man 1. Yet, this development might serve as Stark's catalyst for transformation. Overcoming this trial, he would become Iron Man. By the way, Roli, Stark suddenly recalled, there's a party and award ceremony hosted by the government and military, featuring numerous beautiful women that I wonder if you might be interested. Stark remembered Roli's previous mention of wanting to recruit the Mizukage as a maid. Assuming he might have certain desires, the abundance of lovely ladies at the gathering could serve as an ideal opportunity to curry favor at a party. Roli mused, though he was regarded as a peak figure in the Dragon Ball universe. He had been so preoccupied with battles and training that he had yet to attend such an affair. Sure, I haven't had the chance to experience a party. This seems like a perfect opportunity. I assure you, you'll be pleased. There will be plenty of beautiful women. Stark grinned knowingly as Roli watched Stark depart. He contemplated that this gathering was likely the very one featured in the original plot of Iron Man 1. If there were a system in place, a notification might read, "Ding, you have participated in history. Reward, XXX." With that thought, he felt a strong sense of immersion. Time passed swiftly, and the day of the party arrived. Roli drove his sports car to an exclusive luxury club, a venue catering to the affluent, notable for its privacy and impeccable service that rendered ordinary top hotels pale in comparison. Roli stepped out of the car. Stark eagerly approached him. "You made it, boss." But then he noticed the mini-Q version of the Nine Tails. Roli extended his hand, and Kurama leaped into his embrace. "You too?" Stark instinctively shielded his face, still haunted by memories of the recent beating he had endured from the Nine Tails. Leaving his handsome visage resembling that of a pig's head, the pain lingered, a fish-lipped human. Kurama huffed indignantly. "Who is the fool here?" Roli retorted, delivering a playful flick to Kurama's forehead. Immediately, Kurama switched to a sycophantic tone. "It is I, your humble fish-lipped servant. Now that's more like it," Roli said, stroking Kurama's soft fur as he followed Stark into the club. Yes, they walked. Many patrons paused in astonishment. Who is that dashing figure in casual attire? Who is he? Why is Tony Stark treating him with such deference? Stark was renowned for his arrogance, perpetually looking down upon others. What extraordinary abilities must this individual possess? Look quickly. The pet in his arms. My goodness, it has 9 tails. What kind of creature is that? As Roli strolled through the venue, he attracted considerable attention, particularly due to Stark's respectful demeanor, the peculiar appearance of the 9 tails, and Roli's effortlessly charismatic presence. As time progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, and soon, the awards ceremony commenced. This event, hosted by the government and military, primarily featured titans from the political and business spheres. Most notably, influential figures with strong ties to the military. The purpose of the awards was straightforward: to recognize those who had made significant contributions to the government and military over the past year, presenting accolades such as the Annual Person of the Year Award, Annual Charity Award, and Corporate Contribution Award. These honors represented the government's and military's acknowledgement of excellence, as evidenced by the beaming faces of the recipients, each grinning like an overly joyous dog. Boring, Stark remarked disdainfully, observing the recipients on stage. Boss, shall we head downstairs for some gambling? Just then, Roli spotted someone and paused, recognizing the distinctive features of a prominent figure. Isn't that Dr. Strange? No, at this moment he is still known as Dr. Strange, but rather as Dr. Stephen Strange. Roli turned to Stark. You go ahead. I'll catch up shortly. Are you perhaps eyeing a beautiful lady? Stark smirked before saying, Then I shall not intrude. The two parted ways, with Roli making his way toward the corner of the awards ceremony where the man Saturday. Dr. Stephen Strange, a renowned surgeon, had been invited to this award gala, which struck Roli as a bit peculiar. Unbeknownst to Roli, the profession of a doctor in America is considered part of the upper echelon of society. And Dr. Strange's surgical prowess is world-renowned. making him a top-tier international surgeon. The military had taken an interest in one of his techniques, hence his invitation to this event, where he was also a candidate for an award. "Hello," Roli greeted, cradling the mini Kurama in his arms as he sat beside Strange. "Are you the friend of that arrogant king?" Strange inquired, eyeing the Ninetales curiously. "If by arrogant king you mean Stark, then yes, that would be me." "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Roli. I am Strange," he replied, gesturing toward the Ninetales. "I am quite curious. Are those 9 tails of your fox, implanted? It is truly astonishing that such technology already exists." The 9-tailed fox, enraged, bared its teeth at Strange, exclaiming, "Foolish humans! My tail is a natural gift. Good heavens, it can talk." Strange gasped in shock. "If you are mocking me, be wary, for I shall turn you into a pig's head." Over the past few days, the 9-tails had gradually acclimated to this world and had become enamored with the internet, understanding that those in high society most fear being turned into a pig's head. What a fascinating creature! Strange, believing the 9-tails was jesting, paid little heed, yet his professional curiosity toward the creature ignited an impulse to capture it for dissection. That moment, Roli inquired, "How did you end up here?" Strange replied, "I was invited. A project of mine was selected. However, it seems I have little hope of winning now." Roli asked, "Why is that?" Strange revealed a sardonic smile. "Have you seen those soldiers? I am merely a doctor saving lives. Yet in their eyes, arms dealers are far more appealing." Roli realized that does seem to be the case. However, he detected a hint of envy in Strange's words, shedding light on why Strange would later regard Iron Man with disdain. It appeared the resentment had begun here, though it was primarily Strange's own perception, as Stark at that moment hardly considered Strange significant. Finally, the moment for the highest honor award arrived. This was the most prestigious accolade of the evening. A video played on stage, showcasing Tony Stark, a dreamer, a genius, a patriot. From his youth, as the son of the legendary weapons developer Howard Stark, he garnered attention through his extraordinary intellect. His illustrious resume was enough to signify to all that he was indeed the epitome of a peak winner, born into greatness. Gifted beyond measure, with achievements that left many in awe. Then Roli observed a black soldier ascend the podium, clutching the very trophy for this highest honor. A crystal masterpiece. If Roli recalled correctly, this man was Colonel Rhodes, the second person to don the mark suit and a close associate of Stark, as the military liaison for Stark Industries. I have the privilege of collaborating with this true patriot, who is both a mentor and a friend. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present this highest honor to Mr. Tony Stark. Stark. Colonel Rhodes's face flushed with embarrassment as Stark's seat remained unoccupied. The recipient of the highest honor was not present. An eerie silence enveloped the air. Fortunately, as a black man, Rhodes's embarrassment was less perceptible to others. The crowd buzzed, many suppressing their laughter. Thankfully, Obadiah swiftly took to the stage. Rhodes's expression softened slightly. "Wow, what a beautiful trophy." "Thank you, Colonel. Thank you all. This is simply marvelous. Of course, I'm not Tony Stark. He isn't as old as I am." Obadiah jested, eliciting laughter from the audience. "If I were Tony Stark, I would tell you how honored I am and how delighted I am to accept such an accolade." As you all know, Stark's greatest asset is also his greatest flaw, his relentless work ethic. Strange scoffed repeatedly, feeling decidedly unimpressed, while Roli shared a derisive chuckle. Relentless work ethic? It seems Stark is currently engaging in gambling with beautiful women down at the casino. Just then, Roli's eyes brightened as a stunning woman with fiery red hair and a plunging evening gown approached, swaying gracefully, a breathtaking beauty. Roli instantly recognized her. She was none other than the most enchanting and alluring figure from H.L.D. Black Widow, Natasha. "Hello, sir, may I sit here?" The red-haired beauty approached Roli, her figure accentuating alluring curves. Roli immediately comprehended Natasha's intentions, a smirk gracing his lips. You're here to extract information from me, aren't you?" A lamb entering the tiger's den. Natasha, Black Widow, Natasha was undeniably the most visually captivating character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, gaining immense popularity. Her portrayal by Scarlett Johansson propelled her into stardom, to such an extent that during the 2011 Golden Globe Awards, NBA star Kevin Durant could not help but tweet, "Scarlett, I want to drink your bathwater," showcasing her allure. Raleigh was particularly struck by a scene from Scarlett's earlier film Lost in Translation, where the opening shot featured her reclining on a bed in a suggestive pose, stirring the imagination. Unfortunately, by the time of Avengers Endgame, Scarlett's youthfulness had faded. Lost in thought, Raleigh gazed at Natasha, momentarily mesmerized. "Sir, what is the matter?" Natasha observed Raleigh's expression, feeling a surge of pride. She had indeed captivated him. Disguised as a guest, Natasha had deliberately approached Raleigh to gather intelligence, especially since Stark and Raleigh had been getting rather close lately, and Raleigh had acquired a peculiar pet, a nine-tailed fox, indicating that something extraordinary was afoot. Thus, SFH.LD had sent their most alluring agent, Natasha, to infiltrate Raleigh's circle. What is Natasha's greatest asset? Raleigh pondered. "Her beauty," he remarked. "Oh, it's nothing. I simply did not expect to encounter a celestial beauty at this gala. It is truly an honor." "Celestial beauty?" Natasha questioned, intrigued by the term. "It is a term of great admiration for my homeland, signifying a remarkably beautiful woman." "You are quite humorous," Natasha laughed, her charm making the air around her shimmer. "Sir, you are so fascinating. I wonder if I might befriend you." "Absolutely," Raleigh replied with feigned enthusiasm, "a seemingly sweet opportunity presented before me. How could I refuse? My name is Natasha Romanoff. I am B. Raleigh." Strange, observing from the sidelines, grew increasingly uncomfortable and quickly distanced himself. Without strange presence, Raleigh and Scarlett engaged in a more harmonious conversation. "Wow, Mr. Raleigh, is that a fox you have?" "Indeed, isn't it adorable? So cute." "May I hold it?" "That might not be possible. She is female and not fond of being held by women." The nine-tails exhibited a toothy grin, playfully threatening Natasha. "What a pity. She truly is delightful." Natasha feigned disappointment, then inquired, "Mr. Raleigh, I genuinely adore her. Where did you acquire such a treasure?" "I found her while dumpster diving," Raleigh replied whimsically. "Dumpster diving? Please, when you fabricate a tale, could you concoct a more believable one?" Natasha thought, gritting her teeth. That moment, Stark returned to the hall, flanked by two stunning women. "Oh, what beautiful ladies! Boss, you are certainly fortunate tonight," Raleigh remarked. "You just received an award, yet you vanished to gamble." Stark shrugged. "Such trivial matters are far less entertaining than frolicking with lovely ladies, and no offense, I shall take my leave." Stark departed with his companions, and Natasha gazed at Raleigh with admiration. "My goodness, you know Tony Stark? He even calls you boss. What is your connection?" Raleigh smiled mysteriously. "Curious to find out?" Natasha nodded eagerly. "There are rooms upstairs. Shall we have a chat?" Natasha, taken aback, thought, "Is he so eager? I haven't even extracted any information yet." Yet, to uncover Raleigh's secrets, Natasha was prepared to take a risk. Soon, amidst numerous ambiguous gazes, the two individuals ascended to the upper floor of the club. Seeking an unoccupied room into which they tumbled, "Mr. Raleigh," Natasha began, "I'm quite intrigued by your relationship with that Tony Stark. Could you enlighten me?" Before she could finish her sentence, Raleigh abruptly pinned Natasha against the wall. His demeanor radiated excitement as he leaned in. "No rush. I'll tell you later." Natasha furrowed her brow, sensing his intentions. "You wish to take advantage of me without revealing any information. Do you think Natasha is easily trifled with?" As a formidable agent with exceptional combat prowess, Natasha commenced her resistance. However, to her astonishment, she discovered that Raleigh's strength far exceeded her own, rendering her utterly powerless against his overwhelming force as he pressed her against the wall. Raleigh's actions grew increasingly fervent, and Natasha's expression turned icy. Clenching her fist, she discreetly ejected a minuscule needle from a ring and thrust it into Raleigh's back, delivering a carefully prepared sedative directly into his system. "What was that?" Raleigh feigned shock, twisting his back slightly. Natasha exhaled in relief, a cold smile gracing her lips. The sedative, though only 1 milligram, was specially designed to incapacitate even an elephant, taking effect within a minute and lasting a full day. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Natasha's smile blossomed. Yet Raleigh persisted in his advances. Natasha's expression began to stiffen as time passed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. His relentless force stripped her of her defenses, and to her dismay, there were no signs of the sedative's effect. He remained as robust and aggressive as ever. Before long, Natasha found herself pushed onto a desk, immobilized, while Roli continued his relentless pursuit. Days blurred into nights as Natasha fought valiantly. But her strength was no match for Roli's. She nearly wept in despair. This was far from her expectations. "I haven't gathered any intelligence," she lamented inwardly. The birth of Iron Man, the arrival of Uchiha Madara in a Marvel universe. Natasha's mind spiraled into chaos. She had believed herself formidable, equipped with various special tools to safeguard against Roli's advances, yet his strength surpassed her imagination, utterly subduing her. The desk shuddered beneath them. The ground trembled. Floors quaked. Roli was relentless. And Natasha resolved to accept her fate, surrendering to the moment as she was swept away into an overwhelming experience. Yet Roli seemed unyielding, repeatedly elevating her to heights she had never known, leaving her utterly drained of energy. When Natasha finally regained consciousness, it was the following afternoon. 12 hours had elapsed. Upon opening her eyes, she found Roli had vanished. Has he played with me and then left? She thought, only to glimpse a stack of cash on the bedside table, accompanied by a note that read, "Ms. Natasha, you performed admirably last night. Thank you for your efforts. I've added a little extra as a token of appreciation." Fuming, Natasha's expression contorted with rage, her hands clenched tightly. That scoundrel presumed her to be a mere service provider, and he even left money. How dare he? She sipped tea that moment. Her phone vibrated incessantly, struggling to rise. Her body still weak, she retrieved her phone to discover over 20 missed calls from Nick Fury, the director of CLD. Upon answering, she greeted him with a weary tone. "Yes, Fury." He immediately sensed something was amiss in her voice. "Are you all right?" he inquired, startled by her pallor. "I'm fine, just a bit drained," Natasha replied, her fatigue evident. After a night of relentless exertion, how could she appear well? What transpired last night? Nick pressed. "That man is cunning. I couldn't extract any useful information. However, it is clear he possesses extensive knowledge of Chinese culture, likely of Chinese descent rather than Korean or Japanese," Natasha admitted, almost gritting her teeth. This had been the most significant setback of her career as the Black Widow. A profound humiliation. Nick felt a smirk threaten to escape. What kind of victory was this? "I'm heading back to rest," Natasha yawned. "Should I send someone else to follow up on this matter?" Nick suggested. "No need," Natasha retorted like a spooked cat. "I will reclaim my dignity. I refuse to believe I cannot handle this man." Meanwhile, at Roli's villa, he relished a sumptuous meal, reclining comfortably as he picked his teeth. Last night had been exhilarating. Natasha's presence was delightful, both tender and robust, providing a truly satisfying experience. He even left a note, one that would surely infuriate Natasha. The thought brought him immense pleasure. Suddenly, a message chimed in the group chat. "Tony Stark, boss, that girl from yesterday was quite something, one of the finest I've ever encountered." "Was it enjoyable?" Roli replied. "Absolutely thrilling. Yubuchuan? Xiongba. I sense you all are engaging in innuendo, and I have evidence to prove it." Roli. "I believe she's not just any woman. She is likely an agent, deliberately approaching me to extract information." Xiongba. "Why not eliminate such a woman outright?" Roli. "Tony Stark. Come on, Xiongba. You're too brutal. Women are meant to be cherished." Xiongba. "Are they not mere vessels for pleasure? Why would they need tenderness?" The conversation continued with various remarks, leading to Roli messaging Tony. "Where are you now?" Tony. "In the Middle East. It's scorching here. Thankfully, there's chilled wine and air conditioning, or I might perish from the heat." Roli. "Are you in a vehicle?" Tony. "Yes, I just tested my Jericho missile. It performed splendidly. They expressed interest in purchasing 100 units. Another lucrative deal." Tony shared a video of a missile launch, showcasing a spectacular barrage that engulfed a mountainside in chaos. "I'm in the car. Let me send you a photo." I end the image. Tony posed with 2 soldiers, but Roli sensed impending danger from the missile launch. Indeed, moments later, "Oh shit, I've been blown up. Boss, save me. Heavens, those soldiers are dead. I've been blasted. Boss, I'm dying." A flurry of messages erupted in the group chat. Loki. "Did Tony just die?" Xiongba. A pity, the first casualty in our group. You Buchuan, let's take a moment of silence for Tony. Roli, stop your nonsense. He is not dead. His profile picture is still active. Ban, I spent some time in hell, and I survived, so everyone can relax. Roli, boss, I've been attempting to consolidate the various factions in the ninja world, but it's proving challenging. Regarding your suggestion to pursue further education in your realm, may I proceed with that now? Roli, all right, come over here. Ban, I'll be there shortly. In a narrow alley on the streets of New York. A sudden fluctuation in space occurred, and then a figure appeared, draped in a divine robe, exuding an indescribable aura of dominance. Upon arriving in this world, Ben couldn't help but glance around in curiosity. Towering skyscrapers pierced the clouds, vehicles traversed the streets, and giant screens continuously broadcasted various videos. At that moment, a voice called out, "Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, that's you. Hurry up and hand over your money, or else don't blame us for being rude." Four blonde thugs swaggered into the alley, brandishing clubs in a threatening manner. Uchiha Ban. Threatening me? I, Uchiha Ban, have not been threatened in 60 or 70 years, and now I'm being menaced by a couple of weaklings. How refreshing. Uchiha Ban grinned, a bloody glint in his eyes. In the alleys of New York, if you don't encounter thugs, it means you've never been to New York. That's what the movies say. In various films, New York's streets and alleys are always beset by thugs. This time, however, these thugs were particularly unfortunate, as they crossed paths with the god of death, Uchiha Ban, whose victims numbered in the thousands, truly a harbinger of death. Then, the thugs met a tragic end. When the police sirens wailed and the officers arrived at the scene, they were greeted by the sight of a head forcibly pressed into a chest. The police record my name is Ethan. At this moment, Tony Stark began to recall the events surrounding his explosion, attempting to rise, but discovering something adhered to his chest. Instinctively, he reached to tear it off. But Ethan swiftly interjected, "Don't move. You've been injured by shrapnel. Numerous tiny metal fragments have entered your bloodstream. You are now captured. This is the lair of a group of terrorists." Tony Stark, unfazed, replied, "It's fine. Someone will come to rescue me shortly." Ethan retorted, "Your people may not find this place so quickly." With a confident smile, Tony asserted, "My boss will." Tony opened a group chat. "Roli, boss, save me. I've been captured by terrorists." You Buchu exclaimed, "Wow, Tony, you're not dead. You made me worry for nothing." Shomba chimed in, "Little you deceived us again. It seems you were the most gleeful yesterday." Just then, Roli appeared. "Send me your location." Tony responded, "Sending location information." Roli remarked, "I'll be there soon. Your energy is too weak." Then, in the blink of an eye, two figures materialized within the cave. Banyi. Tony Stark glanced at the figure clad in a modern suit, exuding a domineering aura. Who else could it be but Uchiha? Roli surveyed the damp cave, noting the poor conditions. Meanwhile, Ethan stood in utter disbelief, his jaw dropped to the ground. Where had these two appeared from? A tunnel. Ethan scrutinized the ground but found no sign of a passage. Utterly perplexed, Roli glanced at Tony, confirming the familiar scene from the original narrative. Shrapnel, chest wound. Ban remarked, "It seems you sustained serious injuries. Allow me to treat you." With that, he placed his hand on Tony Stark's chest. A white Zetsu entering Stark's body, bizarrely absorbing the metallic fragments while simultaneously infusing a vast life force. Stark's wounds healed completely, scabbing over. Ban withdrew his hand. All done. Tony Stark had grown accustomed to Ban's methods, especially after witnessing the ruthless, world-destroying techniques during the Great Ninja War in the Naruto world. Treating one person seemed trivial in comparison. However, Ethan appeared thoroughly horrified, wearing an expression as if he had seen a ghost. "All right, let's go," Roli said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Tony Stark exclaimed, "I never want to stay in this place again. By the way, can we take Ethan with us?" Roli replied, "Let's go." In the next moment, Roli and Uchiha vanished from the cave. Stark looked around, bewildered. Left, right, up, down. What the hell? Why am I still in the cave? Where did the boss and Ban go? 1,000 thoughts raced through Tony Stark's mind. He quickly opened the group chat. "Boss, did you forget me when you left?" Roli responded, "Huh? I didn't have enough energy, so I could only bring Ban." Tony was left dumbfounded. What the hell do you mean you don't have enough energy? You easily obliterated the moon. How could you lack this little energy? Roli declared. Let me tell you, a Tony Stark who has not undergone the forging process lacks a soul. Tony replied, I don't understand. Roli said, you will understand in due time. Keep at it. We will await the day you emerge. Tony whimpered, tears welling up. Roli chuckled inwardly. Was a Tony Stark who had not been forged still Iron Man? It should be noted that in Avengers Endgame, there was an end credit scene featuring the sound of iron being forged in a cave. Only sound, no image, yet captivated countless Marvel fans who waited in anticipation for that sound. Perhaps this sound of forging represented Tony Stark's transformation from a self-indulgent playboy into an Iron Man with a warm heart. Thus, Stark, focus on your forging. Otherwise, Marvel fans will be sorely disappointed that I end the past. Roli had also been a fan of Tony. He was an ordinary person without the formidable physique of the Hulk or the mutations of Spider-Man. He stood shoulder to shoulder with deities, donned a mask and lit up his eyes, igniting the blood of all. Yet who was the man inside the armor? Tony Stark, Iron Man, playboy, genius scientist, philanthropist, billionaire, yet still a lonely soul. But that was no longer the case. He had Pepper and many friends that he was content, though he said little, pouring his heart into crafting equipment for each new friend. In Avengers 1, Captain America remarked that Tony would never understand sacrificing for others. Stubbornly, Tony replied, that's correct, before turning and launching into space with a nuclear bomb. Roli felt nostalgic for a moment, then appeared in the sky above the Black Palace with Uchiha Madara. Using ninjutsu, Ban concealed the two. This time, they aimed to control the highest leaders of the United States. Preparing for future chaos. Point 1 must have enough trump cards to truly enjoy the game. Outside the cave, a terrorist named Morahin observed the surveillance. Thinking he was hallucinating, he had just witnessed two individuals appearing in the cave where Stark was held captive. Rubbing his eyes, he rewound the footage, only to have the entire monitoring room erupt in sparks and flames. The recording utterly destroyed. Not daring to delay, he immediately reported upwards. Soon, the terrorist leaders stormed into the cave, only to find Tony Stark and Ethan unharmed, with no one else present. With a resounding slap, the leader struck Morahin, swelling his face like a balloon. If you report like this again, I'll send you to meet your maker. Morahin's eyes brimmed with tears, but I saw it. It can't be wrong. Could there be a hidden tunnel? Feeling wronged, he searched the cave thoroughly, but found nothing. Time flew by, and a week passed. In the cave, Tony Stark finally understood what Roli meant by forging. He was truly forging iron. Meanwhile, the group chat officially reached its 1-month anniversary. On this day, a new message appeared in the chat. Group message. The multiverse chat group has been established for 1 month. All members may nominate a member to serve as an administrator, responsible for future management of the chat group. Each person has 1 vote. The individual with the most votes will be promoted to administrator. Xiongba exclaimed, Administrator? No need to say. It must be Roli. Tony Stark replied, I'm busy forging. Don't disturb me. My progress is a bit slow. Loki added, I vote for Roli. Batman stated, only Roli can command respect. Uchiha Madara declared, I am a staunch supporter of Roli. Ubuchuan chimed in, I support Roli. Roli said, oh dear, I feel Tony is too exhausted, so I will vote for him to give him some comfort. All group members reacted. Tony Stark, lying down in tears. Should I be grateful or not? Group message. Ding. After the group election, member Roli has officially been promoted to administrator. Please check the group information for specific permissions. Roli glanced at the group information, vaguely understanding that the powers of group management were not much different from those in a QQ group. Group message. Ding. Group management has appeared. New functionalities have been unlocked. Invite new group members and receive 5 chances to invite new members. Group message. Group manager Roli. You have 5 chances to invite new members. Please cherish them. Roli's eyes lit up. He could invite new members to the group? That was excellent. With just a few people. The constant chatter became a bit mundane. That moment. The group members also grew excited. Xiongba. Wow. Are new members finally joining? It seems my brother Bao ought to put on a good show. Ubuchuan. I hope to find a novice member to bully a little. Batman. Uchiha. Recently delving into Marxist principles and capital, I have come to a profound realization that I was mistaken in my previous beliefs. lost in the depths of reading JPG. Tony Stark. I am a blacksmith. Who do I fear? Seeing the members so lively, Roli wasted no time and activated the invitation feature. Ding, you have enabled the group member invitation feature. You have consumed one invitation. Searching for dimensions. Search successful. You have located Shi Xian from the duo Long Zhuan. With a power level of 2, would you like to send an invitation? Roli paused. Shi Xian, the infamous evil king? This is a remarkable individual. I cannot let this opportunity slip by. Roli promptly clicked yes. Group message. Group management invites Shi Xian to join this group. Loki, a newcomer has arrived. Everyone, please quiet down. You Buchuan, woe is me. Yet another level 2. Why can't we have a weakling? Meanwhile, in the world of the duo Long, Shi Xian sat in a meditation room, his face displaying astonishment. His mind was inundated with strange information. He had been invited into something called a group. Shi Xian's eyes turned icy. Could this be the work of that group of bald monks, or perhaps Cihong Jingjai? Or is it the scheming of In Kuei's Zhuyin? Shi Xian scoffed at the group, filled with disdain. Shi Xian. Shi Xian, the evil king of the holy sect, you wretches dare to be insolent before me. Xiongba, upon seeing such audacity from a newcomer, realized he could not remain passive any longer and sent a message. Shi Xian, wretches. Ha! Shi Xian, if you have the guts, come here. If I, Xiongba, don't let you live for 5 breaths. Consider me defeated, Shi Xian. Xiongba, who are you? Never mind. I, Shi Xian, the master of the evil sect, with martial prowess and intellect unmatched in the world, can overturn the Sui dynasty with a flick of my hand, disrupt the outer territories, and aspire to unify the splintered factions. I have never heard of you, Xiongba. You must be a mere lackey. However, your audacity is commendable. You have successfully captured my attention, Xiongba. Damn. Your speech is rather pretentious. No way I, Xiongba, cannot be outdone by this novice. I must showcase my might. Xiongba. Listen well, Shi Xian, I, Xiongba, the strongest in the land, the leader of the greatest gang. Commanding 800,000 followers, am no mere creature of the pond. When the winds rise, I transform into a dragon. I command the world, and none dare defy me. You, Shi Xian, whatever nonsense evil king you claim to be. To me, you are nothing but a fart, Shi Xian. You insolent fool, you shall surely regret your words today. In the meditation room, Shi Xian sat like a venerable monk, yet his eyes gleamed with a murderous intent as cold as ice. How could such arrogance exist in this world? I, Shi Xian, the evil king, fear none but Ning Daoqi. I have never heard of this Xiongba. How dare he be so audacious? I will surely kill you. At that moment, an invitation suddenly appeared. Group message. Xiongba wishes to invite you to a duel. Do you accept? As the duel is initiated by the other party, you may choose the location. Shi Xian, though perplexed, felt a surge of murderous intent he could not suppress and clicked yes. Please select the duel location. Chang'an City, Shi Xian coldly chuckled. Xiongba, you shall die. Unbeknownst to him, Xiongba from the Fengyan world also chuckled coldly. Shi Xian, how dare you provoke my brother Ba? Watch as I beat you to a pulp. 29. I end the world of Tang. There are always fools seeking death. You Buchuan, duel. This will be entertaining. Madara, strive to learn socialism. Loki, Xiongba, how is this duel feature triggered? Xiongba, I have no idea. I just felt an overwhelming urge to teach this Shi Xian a lesson. And then this pop-up appeared. Roli, I checked the group information. The duel feature is triggered when both parties wish to fight each other. Everyone instantly understood. Roli, since we're bored, why not take the opportunity to explore Shi Xian's world while he and Xiongba duel? You Buchuan, agreed, let us go. Loki, agreed, let us go. Batman, agreed, let us go. Madara, I want to read. Roli, Madara, rote learning is futile. Reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles, Shi Xian's world will offer unique experiences. When theory meets practice, new insights may emerge. Madara, that suggestion seems promising. I shall go. Tony Stark, I want to see our wide-eye this moment. Shi Xian was slightly bewildered. What does this mean? come to my world. However, Shi Xian soon sneered. Humph, it seems this group of bald monks has discovered my mental weakness. Their illusionary arts are indeed impressive. But who is I, Shi Xian? How could mere illusions challenge me? Yet, Shi Xian remained unaware that the members of the group had swiftly entered the world of Duo Longzhuan, directly arriving at the dual location, Chang'an, with its vast landscapes stretching thousands of miles. Boasts 9 towering gates. One cannot witness the grandeur of the imperial capital and know the respect of the Son of Heaven. Rich in cultural relics, the ancient capital of Chang'an, located on the southern bank of the Wehe River in the Guangzhou Plain, has been the seat of power for various dynasties. Zhou, Qin, Han, Western Jin, former Zhao, former Qin, later Qin, Western Wei, Northern Zhou, Sui, and Tang. To the south lies the majestic Zhongnan Mountain, with its steep and towering peaks serving as a natural barrier. While to the north, the Yao Mountain, Huanglong Mountain, Quo Mountain, and Liang Mountain form a continuous range, standing in contrast to the Qinling. Within the fertile lands bordered by these mountains, the city of Chang'an stands proudly. Surrounded by the sparkling rivers of Jing, Wei, Gua, Ba, Li, and Lao, flowing like shimmering beads strung together, establishing the layout of the 8 rivers encircling Chang'an. These rivers serve as lifeblood, providing abundant water resources and vitality to the city. Since ancient times, Chang'an has been favored by emperors due to its strategic and economic advantages. Today, Chang'an welcomes visitors from other realms. Here in Chang'an, Roli gazed upon the bustling streets filled with life. Momentarily lost in thought, as if he had returned to the prosperous Tang dynasty. As a citizen of the Celestial Empire, he felt a complex mix of emotions toward this place. Uchiha Madara, witnessing such prosperity, could not help but be astonished. What is this place? How can it be so thriving in ancient times? In Madara's era, the population was sparse. It was likely that the total population of the ninja world did not even match that of a single city within Chang'an. No wonder he was so shocked upon encountering such a grand city. This moment, Yu Buchuan began to educate them, speaking fervently with a wealth of knowledge about history, quickly introducing Chang'an to Uchiha Madara. Upon hearing of the influx of nations, Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback. Truly incredible. The more I read, the more I realized my past ignorance, and my respect for knowledge deepens. Regarding the magnificent Chang'an, a colossal entity embodying culture, economy, and politics, I am filled with reverence. Roli paid no mind to Madara's astonishment and began to explore Chang'an, experiencing this ancient metropolis, the most prosperous in the world. Soon, he found himself indulging in various delicacies. Eating. At that moment, a female voice called out, "Sister, look quickly. That man can eat so much, haha." Roli turned to see an enchanting figure clad in white, barefoot, with bells tied to her feet, radiating a captivating charm that drew him in. At first glance, he thought she was more beautiful than most women he had encountered. Could this be Wan? Just then, an angry huff sounded from nearby. "What are you staring at? Be careful, or I'll gouge out your eyes." Roli turned to find a brooding young man glaring at him with eyes like a serpent. Roli chuckled, amused by the threat. How interesting. It seemed his recent training had paid off, allowing him to contain his energy within. Appearing as ordinary as anyone else, Roli regarded the gloomy youth with a playful smirk. "What I look at is none of your business. Get lost." The gloomy youth, enraged, retorted, "You brat, seeking death," upon finishing his words. He suddenly lunged forward, trailing an ethereal gray shadow behind him, moving with astonishing speed. This sinister young man was none other than Bien Buff, a formidable master of the demonic sect, By Nature. He was depraved, possessing a penchant for seducing women. Although he was a generation above Wan Shan, he had long coveted her beauty, thus harboring a deep-seated disdain for anyone who admired her exquisite charm. Why provoke anyone else when you can provoke me? Bien Buff, prepare to meet your demise. Bien Buff lunged before Luo Li, his right hand morphing into a ghostly claw, emanating an ominous aura as he aimed to rend Luo Li asunder. TSK, such trash," Luo Li remarked, shaking his head. With a mere fingertip, he struck Bien Buff's body, and in an instant, Bien Buff disintegrated into countless particles of dust, scattering into the air that Wan Shan's maidens gathered, the winds of the Tang dynasty converging. Wanshan found herself utterly bewildered, akin to a fruit hanging from a confused tree. She had merely been strolling through Chang'an, minding her own business, when her so-called Shu provoked a man, only for that man to obliterate her Shu as if by illusion. Subsequently, she was seized by that very man. What? You want me to be your maid? Absolutely not. I, Wanshan, the future leader of the Inkue sect, the foremost prodigy of the demonic sect. How dare you suggest I serve as your maid? Ah, how fierce. Evil dragon roaring. Fierce yet adorable JPG. Wanshan unleashed all manner of celestial demon techniques, yet each strike against the man was as futile as casting a stone into the sea, vanishing without a trace. Thus, her resistance was swiftly quelled. Having toyed with this whimsical little demoness, Luo Li found himself in high spirits. Meanwhile, Bai Qing, standing behind him, felt a tumultuous mix of emotions. Delight at Wanshan's capture, knowing her fate would not be pleasant, yet simultaneously feeling humiliated that such a handsome man had not even cast a glance her way. What did that mean? Did he find her unattractive? Never mind. She would inform her master later. No, perhaps she should wait a while. In her heart, Bai Qing reveled. Now the position of the future leader of the Inkue sect was hers. Luo Li continued to lead Wanshan forward, indulging in whatever caught his fancy, compelling Wanshan to pay each time. Whenever she attempted to escape, for reasons unknown, Luo Li would swiftly reappear before her, administering a playful smack to her behind as a lesson, and all under the watchful eyes of many. She was to be the next leader of the Inkue sect. To be publicly smacked like that was utterly humiliating. If that woman from the Zihong, Jingzhai, witnessed it, she would likely mock her for life. Thus, Wanshan dared not resist any longer. If she could not escape by force, she would resort to cuteness to blend in. Taking a deep breath, she employed her most adorable charms, yet still failed. After wandering for over 20 minutes, Xiongba finally concluded his affairs in the Fengyun region and arrived in Chang'an. Shi Xian, come out. His voice, imbued with true energy, resonated throughout the entirety of Chang'an, shaking the very ground beneath, as if the earth trembled in response to his presence. The citizens, whether ordinary or of lesser cultivation, felt a piercing pain in their ears, as if the sound reverberated within their eardrums. Those of greater prowess turned pale, sensing Xiongba's overwhelming power more acutely with each rank of strength. Wanshan, too, was no exception, her heart racing in astonishment at the emergence of such a terrifying master in Chang'an. Furthermore, it was evident that his target was none other than Shi Xian, the most formidable figure of the holy sect. Who was this individual, and what vendetta did he harbor against Shi Xian? Finally, Luo Li returned his attention from a roasted leg of lamb, a smile gracing his face. Akati last. Wanshan's eyes darted, pondering whether this individual was connected to another. Akati seemed Shi Xian was in trouble this time. Regrettably, she could not inform her master. Otherwise, this would have been an excellent opportunity to eliminate Shi Xian. Let us go, Luo Li declared, rising from the lamb shop. Sir, you haven't settled your bill. The waiter rushed out, gazing at the mountain of lamb bones on the table, wiping the sweat from his brow. This is my maid. Let her settle the bill. Luo Li pointed to Wanshan. I have no money. Wanshan gritted her teeth, her exquisite face tilted upward in a mock pout. Oh, then I shall keep you here to wash dishes and clean until your debt is repaid. Luo Li chuckled nonchalantly. Wash dishes. Clean? Wanshan's eyes nearly bulged out. I, Wanshan, a dignified beauty, am to wash dishes and clean? I am furious. Nevertheless, Wanshan ultimately paid and obediently followed Luo Li, realizing that should she fail to comply, he would undoubtedly find her the next moment and deliver another public reprimand. Soon, Luo Li arrived at the expansive entrance of the palace in Chang'an, a space as vast as a football field, akin to an arena ideal for duels. In the center of the square stood a towering figure, Xiongba, adorned in a purple-black brocade dragon robe, emanating the aura of an unparalleled sovereign. His presence was overwhelming, compelling even Wanshan to shudder. Luo Li grasped Wanshan's arm and leapt onto the highest point of the city gate, providing a vantage view over the entire square. Let's observe, Luo Li stated, producing a large bag of sunflower seeds from somewhere, beginning to crack them open. Tony, I can't make it. Can you guys start a live stream for me? Luoli, oh, nearly forgot about you. I'll set it up now. Before long, Tony, hammering away in a cave, connected via group video to witness Xiongba in the square. There's no way I can forge iron. I might as well cheer for Brother Ba with 222. Shortly after Luo Li's arrival, Ban and Yubuchuan also made their way to the city gate, climbing up to join Luo Li on the rooftop. Ban eyed Wan Shan with curiosity. Who is this woman? Luo Li replied. This woman was so captivated by my charm upon seeing me that she insisted on becoming my maid. Wan Shan. Ban nodded. Become the maid of a great figure is indeed an honor. Yubuchuan sighed. Regrettably, my daughter is too mischievous. I cannot dare to recommend her to a great figure, thereby missing a significant opportunity. Wan Shan regarded the two as if they were mad. Luo Li inquired. Ban, what do you think of this place? Ban responded. It is a thriving locale, quite astonishing, yet also harbors many issues that I shall return to investigate further. Just then, a plume of smoke appeared on the rooftop, and Loki quietly descended. After a moment, Batman Wayne arrived, utilizing his bat suit to join them atop the roof. He was not the same Batman who fought Superman. His strength barely registered as level 2, making even ascending the city gate a challenge. Gradually, several masters began to converge in this location. The confrontation between the mysterious figure and Shiji Xian was a pinnacle event in the Tang dynasty that martial artists would not dare to miss. The Buddhist sects, Jiaxiang Zhihui, Daoxin, and Lu Kong, arrived, along with Cihong Jingzhai's Shi Feishuan, Ning Daoqi, and the enigmatic Yu Chuhong of the Dugu clan. Luoli was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the duel between Xiongba and Shiji Xian would attract so many formidable figures from the Tang dynasty. However, he also keenly sensed that he and his companions had become the focus of countless gazes as martial artists. Each was proud and haughty, and the rooftop they occupied had become a target for many. Luoli chuckled softly. Buddhism seeks to vanquish evil. Master, that person captured my senior sister. Bai Qing informed Zhu Yuyan from a rooftop on the eastern side of the square. Are you certain that he killed Bienbuff with a single strike? Zhu Yuyan's gaze was tinged with suspicion. To be precise, she had reduced Master Bien to a mere pile of dust, and I was at a loss as to how she accomplished such a feat. It appears that this group of enigmatic individuals should not be underestimated. Zhu Yuyan suppressed her instinct to rescue her beloved disciple, and at that moment, she noticed Shifijuan approaching the mysterious group, accompanied by the 4 formidable masters of the Buddhist sect. Her eyes sparkled at the prospect of letting these bothersome monks test the depths of their adversaries. Internally, Zhu Yuyan calculated her next move. On the other side, Luo Li also observed Shifijuan and her entourage approaching him. It seems these individuals have come to stir trouble. He remarked, Ban, it looks like you'll need to take action soon. Xiongba must conserve his strength for the upcoming duel with Shiji Xian and cannot afford to expend energy here. Ban smiled confidently. A mere handful of level 2 opponents? They will be easily dealt with. Wan, standing nearby, felt a surge of emotions. That person is called Xiongba. Is he allied with this group? The one named Ban appears quite self-assured. Could he be exceptionally strong? At that moment, Loki stepped forward. I am also a level 3. I can assist in taking one down. Luo Li cast a sidelong glance at Loki, smirking. Do you truly understand your own capabilities? In countless battles, when have you ever emerged victorious? Loki felt the weight of Luo Li's disdain, retreating to a corner in silent grievance. Just then, Shifijuan and the 4 great monks arrived beneath the city gate, leaping gracefully onto the rooftops mere meters away. The two sides squared off. Yubuchuan's eyes gleamed. These individuals appeared formidable. After Ban incapacitated them, he would interrogate them for their cultivation secrets. Shifijuan subtly glanced at Wan, her mind racing with curiosity about the connection between Wan and these mysterious figures. Esteemed guests, may I inquire about your relationship with the Inkue sect? She asked. Luo Li replied, We have no affiliation. Shifijuan continued, Then why is this demoness of the Inkue sect in your company? I mean no harm, but the Inkue sect is notorious for its treachery. I fear you may be deceived. Luo Li glanced at Shifijuan, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. From today onward, she is my maid. Shifijuan paused in disbelief, glancing at her longtime rival, Wan. Wan, known for her pride and exceptional talent, would never willingly become another's maid. This person must be lying. Thus, it was certain that the Inkue sect was indeed connected to the mysterious group at that moment. The four holy monks grew increasingly impatient. Ba! Exclaimed the Tao Xun monk, his expression filled with compassion. Esteemed guests, this girl is a demoness of the Inkue sect, a creature of the demonic path. Please, distance yourself from her, lay down your weapons, and attain enlightenment. Yu Buchuan, Wei In, and Wan Wan felt their heads ringing. Each word from Tao Xun bore the weight of sacred truth, infused with Buddhist wisdom and a formidable power to vanquish evil. Each syllable struck their minds, causing them unbearable discomfort and nausea. How despicable, Ban scoffed, a thunderous sound overshadowing Tao Xun's voice, liberating Wan Wan, Yu Buchuan, and Wei In from their torment. Shifijuan and the four holy monks exchanged wary glances at Ban. Ban, be swift in your actions. We must not disturb Xiongba and Shiji Xian's duel, Luo Li urged. Ban nodded, very well. Rinnegan, activate. The four holy monks beheld Ban's eyes transforming, while their own Ali consciousness spiraled into chaos, and Shifijuan's Qiheng sword cannon resonated with turmoil. Be cautious, this person poses a threat, Liao Kong warned. His eyes are dangerous. Jiaxiang's face turned pale. Indeed, he is a demon. Today, I shall unleash my wrath upon this fiend. Wisdom intoned a sacred phrase, esteemed guests. Lay down your weapons and attain enlightenment. With the Rinnegan awakened, Ban regained his former dominance. Gazing down upon these insignificant beings, the legendary assassin of the ninja realm had returned. You should consider yourselves fortunate. To minimize the commotion, I shall employ greater power against you. With a mere gesture, he unleashed Rinnegan's tomb. Originally a technique reserved for the Six Paths mode, Ban's time spent in meditation and acquiring knowledge from other realms had silently augmented his strength, allowing him to wield this ability without the need for the Six Paths mode. Upon witnessing Ban's transformation, the four holy monks sprang into action, their Zen staffs raised, unleashing a wave of golden energy towards Uchiha Ban. Yet, the other three holy monks charged directly at Luo Li, having discerned that he was the core of this mysterious group and perceiving him as relatively weak, they designated him as their prime target. Capture the leader first, they resolved, intending to use Luo Li's life as leverage against the dangerous Uchiha Ban. Ban's expression darkened. How dare they disturb a master? This is an affront. His fury only solidified the holy monks' conviction in their strategy. Hastening their assault on Luo Li, Tao Xun laughed heartily. Trying to save him? Too late, he swung his staff towards Uchiha Ban, knowing he need not defeat him, merely obstruct him. Once Liao Kong apprehended Luo Li, Uchiha Ban would no longer pose a threat. A wicked grin spread across Tao Xun's face. Save him? Ban retorted, a mocking expression crossing his features. Does a master require my assistance? Are you mistaken? Hearing this, Shifijuan glanced at Wan Wan's cunning smile, suddenly alarmed. Be careful. He poses a danger, but it was already too late. Why do you always come here to deliver yourselves? Luo Li's voice echoed ominously. Jiaxiang. Wisdom and Liao Kong's expressions shifted dramatically as their LE consciousness erupted under the overwhelming sense of impending doom. Indestructible body. The Buddhist golden bell, golden light enveloped their forms, while a golden bell emerged, shielding them. Then they witnessed a transparent fist gradually expanding. What is this? The wind of a punch. The realization struck Jiaxiang, Wisdom, and Liao Kong. Then, the golden bell shattered. Pain surged through their waists. Bang! The three sounds melded into one. Piercingly sharp. The three holy monks, akin to tattered rags, were struck by the solidified punch wind, creating a massive gaping wound. Coughing up blood, the three holy monks collapsed onto the rooftop, blood oozing from their wounds. How could he be this strong? Their consciousness began to fade, eyes wide open, refusing to close. Zhu Yin's maid, Ning Daoqi has arrived. As Tao Xun swung his staff to strike Uchiha Ban, he heard a voice and turned to see his three companions. Nearly frightened out of their wits, they fled hastily, abandoning any thoughts of revenge. With a swift step, They leapt into the air, their speed astonishing. "Oh, you think you can escape?" Ban coldly scoffed, his anger palpable as he unleashed his assault without mercy. In an instant, he struck Dao Xian over 100 times, and when he finally ceased his onslaught, Dao Xian had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Silence fell. A pin could be heard dropping. All present in the martial world were utterly astonished. These are the 4 holy monks, the highest-ranking Buddhist masters, the top 10 martial artists of the Tang dynasty. Had they truly perished just like that? Zhu Yin gasped in shock, cold sweat trickling down her back. She was relieved she hadn't recklessly intervened to retrieve her beloved disciple. Otherwise, it would have been her demise instead of the 4 holy monks. Meanwhile, Ko Zhong and Su Xiling were equally astounded. Ling Xiao, who on earth is that person? How can he be so powerful? Is there truly another master of such caliber in this world, rivaling Master Ning Daoqi? Though the 2 individuals are indeed formidable, having made remarkable strides in their prowess, they have yet to reach the level of Ning Daoqi. Consequently, they misunderstand the abilities of Luo, Li, Ban, and others, believing them to be of the same caliber. Meanwhile, on another rooftop over 30 meters away, Li Shimin, accompanied by his Tian Su mansion, occupies a vantage point. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of the 4 great holy monks, he snaps his paper fan in half. Fully aware that the Buddhist sect is an ally of his faction, with the death of the 4 great holy monks, his side's strength will undoubtedly diminish on the other side. Dugu Fa's expression tightens. Shock and horror washing over her, her hands trembling. Such immense power. Luo Li glances at Shi Fei Xian with a half-smile. Wan, this person should be your match, no? Wan suppresses her shock and responds cunningly yet respectfully, replying to the master. Her name is Shi Fei Xian, a member of CI Hang Jing Zhai and my arch-nemesis. Master, you cannot fathom how vile they are. I Hang Jing Zhai claims to be the pinnacle of righteousness. Yet the entire sect consists of but a handful of individuals, each generation selecting the most stunning beauties, ensnaring countless talented individuals, leaving them utterly captivated, such as the renowned Tian Dao Song Ke and my holy sect's evil king Shi Xian, both of whom have been under their sway. This Shi Fei Xian is the current saintess of CI Hang Jing Zhai, and somehow she has acquired the He Shi Bai. So CI Hang Jing Zhai intends to choose an emperor on behalf of heaven, deciding who shall become the founding emperor of the next dynasty. Upon hearing this, the ancient figure Yubu Kun is greatly astonished. They can actually select a founding emperor. This is truly absurd. Luo Li scoffs, a mere nun establishing a nunnery, not focusing on her devotions. Yet, Shi Fei Xian wishes to argue, but Wan swiftly interrupts her. The master is correct. These nuns are merely. Luo Li interjects. Since you call me master, then that title is settled. From now on, you shall officially be my maid. Wan is taken aback. Ah? Internally, Luo Li smirks darkly. I have never wished to coerce anyone, but since you have acknowledged me as your master, from today forth, I am indeed your master. Wan is on the verge of tears. I wish to explain, but I do not know how to articulate it well. Surely she cannot say she was just sowing discord. That would likely lead to the same fate as the 4 great holy monks. In her usual clever and mischievous manner, Wan finds herself at a loss, drooping her head. Yes, master. Luo Li responds. Quite satisfied. Since you recognize me as your master, allow me to bestow upon you a grand gift. Wan perks up slightly. Luo Li points at Shi Fei Xian. Since you claim she is your rival, why not capture her and make her your female slave? You can insult her however you wish. Wan's eyes brighten. That sounds splendid. Shi Fei Xian has always been adversarial towards her, and the holy sect and CI Hang Jing Zhai have been at odds. If she could train the saintess of CI Hang Jing Zhai, Shi Fei Xian, to be her slave, then, Wan's smile becomes increasingly twisted. This moment, Shi Fei Xian's expression drastically changes. Senior, you have misunderstood. CI Hang Jing Zhai is not, as this demoness has claimed. We of CI Hang Jing Zhai have always taken upon ourselves to select the most suitable sovereign. Luo Li scoffs derisively, fully aware of CI Hang Jing Zhai's reputation. Growing impatient, he waves his hand dismissively. Fei Xian's face pales at this, and she decisively makes a break for it, leaping to escape. Yet, she quickly realizes something is amiss. Her body is thrust backward despite her efforts to flee, a force gripping her tightly, rendering her immobile and pulling her back. With a thud, Fei Xian lands at Wan Wan's feet. In a flash, Wan Wan swiftly strikes Fei Xian several times, infusing her with the power of the heavenly demon, completely seizing control of her internal energy. Fei Xian, I never expected you would fall into my hands. From now on, you shall be my female slave. Wan Wan boasts with hands on her hips, laughing triumphantly. Just then, a voice resonating like the very essence of the heavens jolts Wan Wan's heart. Ning Daoqi. The unparalleled master of the realm appears abruptly on the rooftop. Ning Daoqi bows to Luo Li. Senior, please spare Fei Xian. With a single slap, Ning Daoqi is sent flying. Luo Li, intrigued, regards him. You wish for me to spare Fei Xian? Why should I? Ning Daoqi's expression is solemn. Consider it a favor to me. Ning Daoqi. Luo Li retorts, a favor? Who do you think you are? Merely a Taoist lackey, the so-called strongest of the Taoist sect. Yet you consistently serve the Buddhist sect? Ning Daoqi is unaware of Luo Li's thoughts. Indeed, Fei Xian represents Ci, Hang Jingzhai, and the Buddhist sect, a force of considerable might. Although the senior is powerful, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. It is wiser to minimize enmity. Ning Daoqi speaks with a tone of concern. It seems you underestimate the situation. Heed my words, I am San Rin Ning Daoqi, the true sovereign of Wulin. You outsiders should not presume that some mysterious techniques render you invincible. Before he can finish, Luo Li, now impatient, delivers a slap that distorts Ning Daoqi's face, sending him spiraling away, crashing into a tavern 100 meters distant. The spectators, including Yu Chu Hong and Zhu Yuyin of the Yin Kuei faction, as well as Ko Zhong and Su Ziling, the demonic sect's experts and Li Shimin of the Tiansa mansion, are left utterly dumbfounded, gasping in disbelief at the sight of Ning Daoqi, the unrivaled master, being so easily dispatched. Meanwhile, Luo Li remains leisurely munching on seeds. As if he had not just unleashed such power at this juncture, Luo Li grows weary of waiting, calling out to Xiongba below. Xiongba, since Shi Xian has yet to arrive. Bring him here, directly. Yes, esteemed one, Xiongba replies respectfully, activating the dual summoning function. This feature of group dueling allows one to summon a participant unwilling to engage in combat forcibly. The surrounding onlookers are left in complete astonishment. The powerful figure challenging Shi Xian is evidently allied with the one on the rooftop, and it appears he holds great respect for him, Su Ziling remarks. Zhong Xiao, it seems we cannot rescue Shi Xianzi. Ko Zhong's eyes sparkle. Ling Xiao, we could seek to become his disciples. Meanwhile, at the great Zen monastery, the evil king de Sheng Sung Shi Xian is absorbed in studying a mental technique. The illusion plaguing his mind, filling him with vexation. These bald donkeys, one day, Shi Xian, will make them pay. At this moment, Shi Xian still believes this is an illusion rather than reality. Suddenly, a force from the void pulls him, and before he can react, he finds himself transported to a vast plaza. Isn't this Chang'an? Shi Xian was utterly dumbfounded beneath the tree of bewilderment, having consumed the fruit of confusion. With a dazed expression, he gazed around, as the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Shi Xian, is it truly him? But wait, he is clad in a monk's robe. A monk, indeed. Shi Xian is a monk in the realm of martial arts, who does not know the illustrious name of Shi Xian. He is renowned as the foremost master of the demonic sect, a prodigy of unparalleled talent, whose reputation instills awe in countless martial artists. Yet here stands a man dressed in monk's attire. A monk, what is going on? Shi Xian. Zhu Yuyin recognized the monk instantly, and a wave of hatred surged within her, her fists clenched tightly. Xiongba regarded Shi Xian with disdainful laughter. Humph, Shi Xian, I never imagined you to be such a coward. Too afraid to engage in a duel. Where has your bravado gone? Shi Xian, taken aback, queried. You are Xiongba? Xiongba stood tall, exuding an imposing aura. Humph, indeed, I am Xiongba. Possessing remarkable intellect, Shiji Xian quickly pieced together the situation. The group was indeed real, and so was Xiongba. He had now agreed to this duel with Xiongba. Shiji Xian, do you recall your words? You call me a mere lackey, claiming I successfully drew your attention. Ha ha ha, just for that statement, I shall not let you escape. Xiongba's laughter resonated with formidable force, sending shockwaves through the surrounding martial artists, leaving them breathless with astonishment. This man is extraordinarily powerful. Shiji Xian was equally astonished. He considered himself a rare expert, yet this man was not beneath him. Shiji Xian, listen well. Were it not for the group's prohibition against mutual destruction, you would already be dead. However, while you may escape death, you cannot evade punishment. After I finish thrashing you, you will abandon that ridiculous title of evil king and obediently become my subordinate. Understood? Shiji Xian replied with a cold laugh. If I win, you will kiss my shoes and change your name to son of Shiji Xian. Son? Xiongba was immediately infuriated. You seek death. Kill him. Without further ado, the two engaged in battle. Sky Frost Fist. Xiongba unleashed his attack, summoning a tempest that bore down upon Shiji Xian. Undying Seal Technique. Shiji Xian retaliated fiercely, manifesting a unique force that surged toward Xiongba. Aha! Luo Li yawned, feeling a tad bored. His gaze drifted toward Ning Daoqi, only to discover that Ning Daoqi had vanished without a trace, having stealthily fled at some point. Xiongba mercilessly pummeled Shiji Xian, obliterating the Jing Mianzhen sect. In the plaza of Chang'an's main street, a momentous event unfolded that would be etched in the memories of all martial artists for eternity. The formidable evil king, Shiji Xian, was being soundly beaten. Heavens save us! The burly Xiongba straddled Shiji Xian, raining down punches. Dare you still be arrogant? Huh. Call me father. Each punch landed with force, leaving Shiji Xian battered and bruised. Are you not going to shout? If you don't, I'll keep hitting you. With each successive blow, Shiji Xian was reduced to a mere punching bag. Just 2 minutes prior, the duel between Xiongba and Shiji Xian commenced. And Xiongba demonstrated his overwhelming prowess, treating the esteemed evil king like a mere plaything. The disparity between the realms of Fengyun and Datong was evident, making it unsurprising that Xiongba's strength surpassed that of Shiji Xian. Xiongba grinned widely, reveling in his triumph, his fists flying. That weren't you quite arrogant at the start? Didn't you call me a mere child? Didn't you instruct me to call you father? Now, why don't you rise to the occasion and defeat me? I have decided. I shall adopt you as my son. Hurry, call me father. Witnessing the evil king's battered visage, Xiongba felt a thrill akin to savoring an icy watermelon on a scorching summer's day. Pure ecstasy, yet Shiji Xian, proud and defiant, gritted his teeth. I, Shiji Xian, evil king, would never stoop to calling you father. The duel concluded. Then 3 notifications appeared in the group. Group message. Xiongba triumphs over Shiji Xian. Group message. Xiongba receives the title father of Shiji Xian for 3 months. Group message. Shiji Xian receives the title son of Xiongba for 3 months. Upon reading this, Xiongba's spirits soared, while Shiji Xian nearly exploded with rage, contemplating leaving the group. With the battle concluded, Xiongba stood over Shiji Xian, laughing heartily, utterly satisfied. Xiongba glared fiercely. Son, why are you not getting up? Shiji Xian seethed with fury, wishing to eliminate Xiongba on the spot, yet he understood the futility of challenging such power, knowing he would only end up on the receiving end of another beating. However, within Shiji Xian's heart, a deep-seated desire for vengeance ignited. One day, when I grow strong enough, I shall repay this grudge and slay Xiongba. Xiongba, growing impatient, urged, Aren't you going to pay your respects? The elder has been waiting for quite some time. Shiji Xian suddenly remembered there was a level 10 master in the group, while he was only at level 2. The thought that Xiongba, at level 2, could overpower him so effortlessly made him ponder the implications of facing a level 10. With this realization, Shiji Xian regained his composure, acknowledging that one must bow their head under a roof. A true man can endure and adapt. As a member of the demonic sect, he lacked nothing in terms of cunning. Xiongba escorted Shiji Xian to the top of the city gate tower. Shiji Xian bowed to Luo Li. I, Shiji Xian, pay my respect to the esteemed elder. Luo Li nodded slightly. To join this group is a stroke of fortune for you. I understand you harbor great resentment towards Xiongba. But remember, even if you seek revenge in the future, you must not resort to infighting. This is also why Xiongba did not kill you. Do you understand? This is a warning, Luo Li, perceptive to the simmering hatred within Shiji Xian, sought to preemptively quell any future rebellion. Should Shiji Xian prove disobedient later on, he would be left to his own devices. Shiji Xian bowed his head, reluctantly conceding, as you command, esteemed elder. Meanwhile, the martial artists around were utterly astonished. The evil king had actually aligned himself with that mysterious group. Who were these individuals, and why were they so overwhelmingly powerful? Zhu Yin clenched her fists tightly, realizing that her chances for revenge had grown exceedingly slim. However, there was a sliver of good news. Her disciple had been captured and turned into a servant by the opposing party. Along with the holy maiden from Xihang Jingjai, which brought her some satisfaction, Li Shimin, the Dugu clan, and the demonic sect were engulfed in worry, uncertain of the changes the arrival of these mysterious figures would bring to the world. Particularly Li Shimin, whose strength had significantly diminished without the support of Xihang Jingjai, the Buddhist sect, and Ning Daoqi. 2 days later, the events in Chang'an spread like wildfire, creating a storm across the land. The assassinations of the 4 great holy monks of the Buddhist sect, the defeat of the world's #1, Ning Daoqi, the subjugation of the evil king Shiji Xian, and the capture of the holy maiden from Xihang Jingjai, all served to shock countless martial artists. Each of these events was enough to leave the martial world in awe, let alone the combination of all 5. The entire martial arts community was thrown into turmoil. In Luoyang, the Jingyan Zen sect was thrown into chaos upon receiving the news of the deaths of the 4 holy monks. Anger, hatred, indignation, and excitement surged within. Liao Kong was the abbot of the Jingyan Zen sect, and with his demise, the selection of a new abbot was imperative. However, this sect was not a place devoid of desires. Each monk was rife with greed, anger, and delusion. Thus, the selection of the sect leader would not be an easy task, as numerous revered monks coveted the position. Had the other 3 holy monks lived, they would have had no opportunity. But with their deaths, every high monk had a chance. Debates over who should become the abbot grew increasingly heated. Soon, a proposal gained widespread support among the monks. Whoever can avenge the 4 holy monks and restore the prestige of the Jingyan Zen sect shall be deemed worthy of becoming the abbot. This proposal has garnered considerable support from many individuals at this moment. The information regarding the deaths of the 4 great holy monks remains incomplete. They are only aware that a group of individuals has slain the 4. Yet the specifics of the act remain elusive, as only the 4 great holy monks were present at the scene, with no other members of the Buddhist order in sight. Meanwhile, Xihang Jingjai is fervently wishing for the Buddhist sect to charge into battle and rescue Shifijuan, a sentiment echoed by Li Shimin, who shares a similar inclination, thus refraining from disseminating detailed intelligence. Consequently, the entire Jingyan Zen sect continues to believe that their adversaries in the killing of Kong are not formidable. And with a multitude of masters within their ranks, they are certain they can exact vengeance. Whoever vanquishes that group of mysterious individuals shall assume the title of Zen Master. Revenge. The monks of the temple, one by one, are invigorated and roar in enthusiasm. If Tian Sung, the first patriarch, were to witness this, one wonders if he might be incensed enough to rise from his coffin at this juncture. Luo Li and his entourage have arrived at the gates of the Jingyan Zen sect, intent on obliterating it and plundering its treasures, aiming to transcribe all of its cultivation techniques. Although these techniques are the highest level, merely second tier, they are still adequate for novices like Buchuan and others who may join later, and could also be beneficial to second-tier experts such as Xiongba and Shiji Xian. The prosperous Buddhist city, the annihilation of the clan, and the He Bai, also known as the temple where the 4 great holy monks reside, is situated in the southern suburbs of Sui Luoyang. The temple complex comprises over 1,000 structures, resembling a small city, with 7 grand halls at its center, along with a small copper hall reaching a depth of 3 zhang and a height of 1.5 zhong. Once utilized for housing the He Sure Bai. Apart from the copper hall, all edifices are adorned with tricolored glazed tiles, their hues appearing as vibrant as new. In front of the copper hall lies an expansive platform square, constructed of white stone and encircled by a white stone-carved railing, in the center of which stands a bronze statue of Manjushri Bodhisattva riding a golden lion, flanked by colorful gilded sculptures of the Medicine Buddha, Shakyamuni, and Amitabha, exuding grandeur. In addition to the 4 stone stairways serving as entrances and exits, 500 arhats, cast in gold and bronze, are evenly distributed throughout, each with a lifelike expression. 2 words. Wealthy, 4 words. Affluent enough to rival a nation. Luo Li Ban Loki, Xiongba, Shiji Xian, Yubuchuan, Wei In, along with the maid Wan Wan and the female slave Shifijuan, stand before the mountain gate, gazing in astonishment at the multitude of buildings and the opulent Buddhist statues. Xiongba, the leader of the Tianxia society, is momentarily rendered speechless. A place dedicated to vegetarianism and Buddhist chanting surpasses even my own Tianxia society in luxury. Are these monks truly what they claim to be? Yu Buchuan's face is etched with disdain. These monks, each neglecting productive labor, only preoccupied with their devotions, contribute nothing to the common folk, yet possess such wealth that it seems the ancient texts that equate the Buddha with a demon are not mistaken. After enduring a beating from Xiongba, Shiji Xian finds his evil king persona suppressing his holy monk identity, harboring a deep-seated aversion to the Buddhist order. Loki and Batman, these foreign individuals, possess a shallow understanding of Buddhism, yet upon hearing the sentiments of others, they too harbor no fondness for the Jingyan Zen sect. Shifijuan, pale and pitiful, implores, "Please, seniors, show mercy." The Buddhist order has always emphasized the virtues of accumulating merit and performing good deeds. Accumulating merit and performing good deeds. Wan Wan's sarcasm is unmistakable as she retorts to Luo Li, "Master, the monks feast daily on vegetarian fare without concern for their livelihood. The temple's land is tilled by novice monks, making it a realm apart, and thus they have never needed to pay taxes. The offerings from the incense money of the pilgrims have transformed the entire temple into a vast expanse of white jade. Occasionally, they distribute porridge, and they deem this as compassion, much like the insincerity of Sihong Jingjai." Shifijuan attempts to defend. "We at Sihong Jingjai are not hypocrites. We act for the sake of all living beings." However, before she can finish, Luo Li, growing impatient, swats her aside. "Saintly hypocrite, how revolting!" Luo Li commands, "Loki, Xiongba, Shiji Xian, Wei In, you shall proceed, while Ban stand by your side." Loki protests, "I can hold my ground too. After all, I am a god." Ban candidly replies, "I believe you are somewhat lacking." Loki exclaims, "That stings, Ban. The one who is truly pained is Yu Buchuan, who finds himself unqualified to participate in this battle." Wan Wan, brimming with excitement, raises her hand. "I want to go too. I've longed to slay these foul monks. Let us begin." With Luo Li's command, Xiongba charges forth, racing towards the mountain gate. Cloud-piercing palm. Boom! The immense mountain gate collapses. "I, Xiongba, have arrived. Come forth and meet your demise, you wretches of the Jingyan Zen sect." His voice reverberates through the wilderness, causing leaves to fall in a flurry. In no time, the Jingyan Zen sect is thrown into chaos. Countless monks armed with thick copper staffs surge forth, numbering at least 2,000, creating a sight both magnificent and overwhelming. Yu Buchuan watches, his lips twitching in disbelief. Compared to the Jingyan Zen sect, his own world-esque premier sect, the Shaolin Temple, seems but a mere child, or rather, a grandchild. Luo Li snorts disdainfully. This Jingyan Zen sect is a malignant tumor. This only solidifies his resolve to eradicate it. Who dares to wreak havoc in the Jingyan Zen sect? A burly monk, wielding a Zen staff, emanates an imposing presence, his fierce gaze fixed upon Xiongba. He is Liao Qi, the younger brother of Liao Kong. "Remember my name. I am Xiongba. Call me Ba Ge, and I may spare your insignificant life." 3 parts return to origin as Xiongba strikes. He unleashes his most formidable move, a colossal sphere, imbued with immense power, hurtles towards the high monk Liao Qi, shattering tiles and sending gusts of wind. In a mere zero point 0.8 seconds, Liao Qi is transformed into a bloody mess. As the three parts return to origin continues its relentless path into the throng of martial monks, a deluge of blood rains down, and limbs fly in all directions. Shi Xian's lips twitch. He has never witnessed such a technique, clearly indicating that Xiongba had not exerted his full strength during their duel. 1 hour later, the entire Jinyan Zen sect has devolved into a hellish battleground. Rivers of blood flowing unchecked. The temple, top to bottom, is decimated, with only a few hundred monks, gripped by fear, having managed to flee. Those who escaped are utterly traumatized, their spirits shattered, let alone contemplating vengeance. The initial resolve to avenge Kong seems naively optimistic in retrospect. Next comes the moment of harvest. Yu Buchuan eagerly pushes open the scripture depository, revealing shelves upon shelves of books, densely packed, estimated to number in the tens of thousands. Group message. Detected unclaimed martial arts manuals. Should they be uploaded to the group space? Roli. Upload it quickly. In an instant. The group space is expanded by over 12,000 manuals. The teachings of Buddhism have left Yu Buchuan drooling. He has struck gold. With the likes of Zixia divine skill and Huashan swordplay, he can toss them aside, for any random selection from his collection would surpass the inferior martial arts manuals of the Huashan sect. In a flash, Roli's figure flickered and landed at the very center of the bronze hall. The hall boasted 2 towering bronze doors, each standing 3 meters high and weighing several tons. It was evident that the He Bai was secured within. As the likes of Xiongba and Shi Xian had been far too swift in their lethal pursuits, leaving no time for the He Bai to be taken, Roli pushed open the colossal bronze doors. He beheld the He Bai within. If Roli's memory served him well, this He Bai possessed extraordinary powers capable of influencing both mind and body, according to the lore of the legend of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty. This artifact could cleanse the marrow and refine the sinews. Reaching out, he grasped it. The He Bai radiated a crystalline brilliance, and an unusual energy sought to penetrate Roli's being. However, Roli's skin was simply too thick for it to breach. To him, this energy was but a low-grade power, rife with impurities. The imperial seal of a nation was of little value to Roli, though it was a treasure to others, especially those of weaker cultivation, such as Yu Buchuan, Wan, and Shi Xian. Roli tossed the imperial seal to them, saying, "Here you go." After 5 days, the Dita Peak was utterly reduced to ruins. The Ci Hang Jing Zhai had been obliterated completely. Standing amidst the wreckage, Roli mused, "It has been quite some time since we arrived here. Let us return." Xiongba remarked, "Though this world is relatively weak, many of its techniques are still of great utility to me. I shall retreat to refine my 3 parts returning Yuan Qi." Yu Buchuan replied, "Indeed, I've been away for so long. I wonder how the Huashan sect is faring." In truth, Yu Buchuan had gained the most from this venture. Having absorbed 1/3 of the He Bai's extraordinary energy, refining his sinews and marrow, perusing numerous manuals, and seeking counsel from Xiongba and Shi Xian, significantly enhancing his own prowess, Ban Gong clasped his hands in respect, stating, "Esteemed one, I shall return directly to the ninja world. This journey has reaped immense rewards. Perhaps I have discovered the path to transforming the ninja world." Roli nodded and, accompanied by Wan, vanished from Dita Peak. One by one, the others also disappeared, returning to their original worlds. In the end, only Xiongba remained, gazing at Shi Xian. "Son, I am departing now. Train diligently. We shall duel again in 3 months. I still wish to be your father." Shi Xian's face turned ashen. Xiongba laughed heartily and vanished from Dita Peak. Xiongba, you are doomed." In the Marvel Universe, Wan exclaimed, "Master, is this the world you inhabit?" Upon her arrival, she could not restrain her curiosity as she surveyed the villa and the towering skyscrapers of New York, as well as an airplane soaring overhead, leaving her utterly astonished, despite her many mental preparations. The reality of this world still overwhelmed her. Was this not akin to the legendary realm of immortals? Yet, with her whimsical nature, she quickly adapted to new knowledge, which was precisely why Roli had chosen her as his personal attendant. You will soon grow accustomed to it, that I will arrange for a maid to teach you for a while. And once you are familiar, you may serve me, he instructed. Yes, master. Wan completely relinquished the pride of the holy maiden of the Demon Gate, wholeheartedly accepting her role as Roli's personal attendant. That moment, Roli reached into the void, capturing the nine-tailed fox that had been playing games in the hall. As he caressed the silky fur of the fox, Roli found himself somewhat addicted to the act, despite the fact that this cat had 9 tails. Wan's eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, is this a fox? A 9-tailed fox? Roli replied, a 9-tailed fox? One could say that. The fox, G-Llama, huffed indignantly, adorably fierce. Let me go. I haven't completed my game yet. Struggling fiercely, it demanded, wait, I have a question. While I was here, did anything happen? Humph. A few petty thieves attempted to steal something, but I dealt with them swiftly and tossed them out. G-Llama retorted dismissively. Roli surmised. It must have been the agents of Phil. You seem to have gained some weight, he remarked, lifting G-Llama by the scruff and poking its bulging belly. Too much food. Not enough exercise, G-Llama quipped, seizing the moment when Roli was distracted to escape his grasp, darting back into the hall to resume its gaming. Roli noticed that Wan's attention was entirely captivated by G-Llama, which was understandable, considering her age was likely only 17 or 18, perhaps even younger. With a hint of youthful innocence, she was naturally drawn to such an adorable creature. Roli cautioned, you might think of it as merely a little pet, but it possesses formidable strength. Wan inquired, just how strong? Much stronger than Xiong Ba, Roli replied. Stronger than Brother Ba. Wan wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, her heart sinking in realization. Upon returning to the villa, Roli's presence was immediately noted by Nick Fury of Sicko. During this time, agents had stealthily infiltrated Roli's villa in search of intelligence, only to be thwarted by a fox's paw. What on earth? Each agent was a highly trained expert painstakingly honed by S.H.E.L.D. Yet they had been utterly powerless against a mere fox. Who was this individual? How could even his pet be so formidable? Nick Fury composed himself and summoned Natasha once again. Roli has returned. Remember your mission. Give it your all. Natasha smiled confidently. Don't worry, this time I will succeed. This time, she possessed a trump card. Natasha gently caressed her abdomen. Half an hour later, Natasha arrived outside the villa, first applying her makeup to perfection, then preparing herself emotionally. She rang the doorbell and was soon face-to-face with Roli. Watch my acting prowess shine. Upon seeing Roli, Natasha feigned distress, bursting into tears. You irresponsible man. You heartless scoundrel. Tears streamed down her cheeks, heartfelt and moving. Internally, Natasha praised herself. I, Natasha, the actress, am exceptional. Surely, any man would be swayed by such tears, she thought. To her surprise, Roli remained unfazed. A look of disdain on his face. Did I not already give you money? Are you dissatisfied? Through gritted teeth, Natasha declared, I do not want money. Realizing this tactic was ineffective, Natasha devised another approach. She clutched her abdomen, pretending to be pregnant, weeping profusely. My poor little baby, yet to be born, and your father has abandoned you. How cruel he is. Her performance was heart-wrenching and soul-stirring. I, Natasha, the actress, am remarkable. Even if he was a scoundrel, surely he would soften at the thought of new life, she mused. Roli, taken aback, asked, what? Pregnant? With a surge of anger, he probed Natasha's inner being. Given Roli's immense power, he swiftly perceived Natasha's entire condition. Indeed, she was pregnant, harboring an embryonic life within her. Yet this was not his seed. It was the seed of an ordinary human, while his own was of Saiyan origin, with a completely different aura. Moreover, this ovum did not belong to Natasha, indicating that it was a result of artificial insemination, and not his. This Black Widow was particularly ruthless, sacrificing even her reproductive capabilities for a sliver of intelligence. Impressive. Roli could only give Natasha a mental thumbs up. With a chilling smile, Roli remarked, pregnant? Humph, do you think you can deceive me? If you don't leave, I shall resort to force. Furious, Natasha retorted, I will not leave. This is your child. I refuse to believe you are so heartless. Roli commanded, Wan, throw her out for me. No matter how formidable Natasha may be, she is ultimately just an ordinary person. How could she possibly compare to the esteemed martial artist Wan Jing from the Tang dynasty? In a matter of moments, she was subdued by Wan Jing, who effortlessly tossed the Black Widow out of the villa. Wan Jing, intrigued, queried, "Master, what if this woman truly is pregnant?" Rory replied with a cold smirk, "Naturally, she is pregnant." Wan Jing stared at Rory in shock. "Master, you," Rory interjected, "do not overthink it. The seed of pregnancy is not mine, but belongs to another. The mother is not she, but another." Wan Jing was left in a daze. What does this mean? Rory's words had left her utterly bewildered. After being ejected from the villa, Natasha was incensed, her teeth grinding in frustration as she caressed her abdomen. Her plans thwarted, she lamented the sacrifices she had made, only to find herself outmaneuvered by Rory. A wave of dejection washed over her. Should I terminate the pregnancy? As Natasha contemplated her options, her phone chimed with a message. "I want the child. Bring it to term, and I will support it, Rory." Upon reading this, Natasha burst into triumphant laughter. "Ha ha! Even you, Rory, cunning as you are, will have to endure my presence." Meanwhile, Rory, having sent the message, donned a sly grin. "Natasha, once you give birth, I shall abandon both wife and child, infuriating you to no end." The mere thought of Natasha, after enduring the trials of childbirth, coming to him for entanglement, only to be exposed by his hand, made Rory chuckle heartily. Although his power was formidable, capable of obliterating the universe with ease, the machinations of ordinary mortals intrigued him. Rory felt a newfound clarity in his mind and a surge of strength in his body. Since arriving in the Marvel Universe, it seemed his abilities had escalated at an unprecedented rate. What could be the reason for this? Perhaps he had engaged in too many battles in the past. And now, in this period of stillness, his spirit was undergoing a profound metamorphosis. This seemed akin to what the angel Vis had referred to as the power of the mind. As time swiftly passed. Another month elapsed, and Rory felt as though he had overlooked something important, yet he paid it no mind. In the Middle East, at a terrorist stronghold, Stark had finally completed his work. After a month of relentless effort, he had shaped the first generation of the Mark suit. The next step was to assemble and don it. Once he was fully equipped, he would break free from this rebel base. Stark had grown weary of being confined in this place. However, this crisis had prompted a significant transformation within him, and no longer was he the frivolous playboy devoid of skill, but now Tony Stark had been reborn through fire. I could see that moment. The terrorists began to sense something amiss with Tony Stark. They had demanded he create Jericho missiles, yet he was merely tinkering with metal. "Damn it, Tony Stark is toying with us." The terrorist leader, furious, stormed toward Stark's prison with a cohort of henchmen. Ethan, who had been keeping watch for Stark, caught sight of the approaching terrorists through a gap, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Stark, hurry! They seem to have discovered us. Blast it, I'm almost done." Stark struggled to put on the armor. The first-generation Mark suit, due to its rudimentary construction, was cumbersome and heavy. Bang! The door was violently smashed open by the terrorist leader, who peered into the dark cave but saw nothing. "Tony Stark, come out now, or you will surely die." In a corner amongst the discarded debris, Stark held his breath, realizing he was only halfway through donning the suit, and it was still non-functional. He quickly called out in the group chat, "Rory, big guy, come help me. I'm about to die." Rory replied, "Where's your Mark suit?" Tony Stark lamented, "There's no time to finish it." Ban added, "Tony Stark, fear not. I've left a contingency plan within you. Just shout, 'Ban is awesome,' and the backup will come to your aid." In a frenzy, Stark shouted, "Ban is awesome." The terrorists, bewildered, exchanged confused glances. What does that even mean? However, they soon located Stark's position by the sound of his voice and approached cautiously with their weapons drawn. At that moment, Stark finally witnessed Ban's contingency. A pale, terrifying ghost emerged from his body, transforming into humanoid form. White Zetsu. This unique entity from the ninja world had been implanted within Stark during their previous encounter, serving to stabilize his injuries while also providing a backup in moments of peril. When the world is this? Stark was taken aback by the terrifying presence within him. Ethan, too, was dumbfounded, gazing at the apparition as if it were a monster. As a weapon of war, White Zetsu was ruthless. Once in human form, It swiftly transformed its arms into blades and lunged into the darkness towards the terrorists. The mere sight of it sent the terrorists into a frenzied panic. What is that thing? By the Almighty! A demon! The gunfire erupted as the terrified terrorists opened fire, but White Zetsu moved with incredible speed, akin to a phantom. Slicing through their ranks, the terrorists fell one by one. Blood sprang forth as they met their end. The terrorist leader, though formidable, was no match for White Zetsu, who dispatched him with ease. Within mere seconds, the cave was cleared of all threats. Tony Stark, in awe, exclaimed, "Ban is awesome." Ethan stood there, equally astonished. Seizing the opportunity, Stark hastily donned the Mark's suit. Activate. The energy core on his chest ignited. Mark 1, ready for action. Iron Man is officially born, as Stark activated the first Mark suit. The group chat buzzed with activity. Congratulations, Tony Stark, you have leveled up to level 1. Tony Stark has acquired the new title, Iron Man. The quiet group chat erupted into excitement, with members chiming in. Stark laughed. At last, I have leveled up. I finally understand what the big guy meant. I have discovered my own path. Congratulations, Brother Tony, on your upgrade. You've caught up to my pace. It seems I must step up my game. Iron Man, is that title derived from forging metal? Who cares about forging metal? Now fully integrated into the group, Shi Xian realized that this realm offered opportunities far broader than the Tang dynasty. Having already reached the pinnacle there, he sought to leap into a larger world, eager to learn and engage humbly with his fellow members, absorbing their banter along the way. Stark declared for some reason, I feel as though this title of Iron Man was destined for me. I truly cherish it. From now on, I shall be known as Iron Man. Meanwhile, Rory floated above the terrorist base, cradling the Ninetails in his arms, occasionally stroking its fur. The Ninetails, now enamored with this world, reveled in its bounty of entertainment and sustenance, a stark contrast to the dismal ninja realm. And no longer proud, it endeavored to please Rory, lest it be returned to its former dreary existence. As Rory observed the group chat and the chaos below, he wondered if Stark feared being entombed in the cave should the terrorists detonate it. Tony Stark, cease your idle chatter and emerge immediately, or you may find yourself swimming back to New York. Stark, alarmed, shouted, No, wait for me, big guy. I'm coming out right now. Just then, a resounding explosion rocked the base, and Tony Stark burst forth in his Mark I suit, dodging bullets and flying debris. Ding, ding, ding. The defense of the Mark I is remarkably robust. It remains unscathed even when struck by bullets. Meanwhile, Tony Stark's counterattacks are incisive, as one by one, the terrorists meet their demise in an instant. With Tony having eliminated many of the terrorists, chaos ensues among their ranks. Some flee, others charge forward, while many hesitate, resulting in utter disarray. The sounds of gunfire and explosions reverberate through the air. After a span of over 20 minutes, the terrorist base finally falls silent. The remaining terrorists, having escaped, are not pursued by Tony Stark. Glancing at the reactor embedded in his chest, he realizes that his energy reserves are dwindling, and he breathes a sigh of relief. Roli descends from the sky, landing beside him. Boss. Upon seeing Roli, Tony Stark feels a wave of relief wash over him. His life has been spared. Roli places a hand on Stark's shoulder and says, Let us go home. Stark urgently exclaims, Wait, boss. There's still one more person. Roli responds with confusion. Stark removes the nearly defunct Mark I and, after a brief moment, emerges from the cave with another individual. Boss, this is Ethan. He's been assisting me with the Mark suit. Please help me bring him back to New York. Stark chuckles, and Ethan, well aware of Roli's enigmatic nature, does not dare show any disrespect and promptly bows to Roli. Roli waves dismissively. No need for that. Let us go. With a whoosh, Roli transports Tony Stark and Ethan back to the rooftop of Stark Tower. As for the rest, you can handle it yourself, that I'll take my leave. Roli waves goodbye. Thank you, boss. I'll throw a party next time and invite you. Tony Stark beams with a playful grin. Get lost. Do I seem like that kind of person? Roli retorts, his expression darkening. Roli vanishes from the rooftop, and Stark's demeanor shifts to one of cold determination. Now, I must uncover who among us is the traitor. He is an astute individual, whether it was his own ambush or the previous incident involving the Stark Industries missile explosion. It has become evident that there is a mole within Stark Industries. Regrettably, the leader of the terrorists has been killed by White Zero, leaving Stark with no one to interrogate. Descending from the rooftop to his office, Stark is promptly greeted by his artificial intelligence. "Jarvis, sir, you have returned." The voice trembles slightly, reminiscent of human excitement, showcasing the high level of Jarvis's intelligence. "Jarvis, it's been a while." Tony Stark smiles warmly. "Sir, it appears you are in poor condition. You need a shower and some rest. Also, summon Pepper Potts and ensure no one learns of Ethan's presence. Arrange for him to have an identity so he can work at Stark Industries." Stark commands. "Understood, Sir." 10 minutes later, Pepper Potts arrives in a rush, her eyes wide with surprise upon seeing Stark. "What happened? Your eyes are red. Were you worried about me?" Stark teases. With her eyes still glistening, Pepper replies, "I just didn't want to change jobs. Now that you're back, you can rest easy." The two embrace, leaving Ethan feeling somewhat awkward. Meanwhile, Obadiah Stane, astonished to see Tony Stark standing before him, exclaims, "Tony, you're back. This is incredible. Stark Industries stocks are saved." Stark forces a smile, saying, "If it weren't for the boss, I'd probably be dead." He holds no suspicion towards Obadiah, viewing him as a venerable figure from his father's era, who has always treated Stark with utmost care. Obadiah contemplates, "Boss? Could it be that Roli whom Tony frequently visits?" He is well acquainted with Roli, having conducted thorough investigations on everyone close to Tony Stark. "Was it Roli who saved you? If that's the case, I must personally express my gratitude to him," Obadiah declares enthusiastically. Stark hesitates. He likely prefers solitude. Obadiah shakes his head. "That's not negotiable. You are the pillar of Stark Industries. I must thank him properly." Faced with Obadiah's fervor, Stark finds it difficult to refuse, feeling a slight sense of gratitude. However, Stark remains oblivious to the fleeting shadow of malice and murderous intent that crosses Obadiah's eyes as the latter plots various means to eliminate Roli. Meanwhile, S.H.I.L.Dita receives news of Stark's return, leaving them perplexed. How did Stark return? By plane. Why was there no information relayed to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury becomes ensnared in a web of conspiracy theories, suspecting a mastermind at play. Tony Stark's reputation in America is undeniable, and the day after his return, reporters flock to Stark Tower, eager to interview him. Soon enough, Stark holds a press conference, announcing a significant decision amidst the gaze of hundreds of journalists. "This incident in the Middle East has led me to reflect deeply. Was what I was doing truly right? I hereby declare that Stark Industries will close its weapons research department." Stark states resolutely. In an instant, the press conference hall falls silent, only to erupt into chaos moments later. Stark Industries is a defense contractor, and the weapons division is its core. Thus, Stark's announcement threatens to dismantle the very foundation of the company. Has Stark lost his mind? Is he truly willing to doom Stark Industries? Obadiah's expression darkens as he swiftly approaches the stage. Stark laments, "After this incident, I have come to realize the grave mistakes of my past actions. Therefore, I am serious about this. In 1 week, the weapons department will be eradicated from Stark Industries." Suddenly, Obadiah seizes the microphone, insisting, "What was just said should not be taken too seriously. This press conference is to announce that Tony has returned." However, the reporters show little interest in him. "Obadiah, who is that? We only recognize Tony Stark." Despite his inner turmoil, Obadiah maintains a charming demeanor as he addresses the journalists. "As you can see, Tony is in good health. He simply needs time to adjust. I believe he will soon contribute his exceptional scientific talents to Stark Industries once again." Unfortunately, the reporters ignore him entirely, their focus solely on the departing Tony Stark. In no time, the press conference hall is left deserted. Obadiah surveys the empty space, his heart feeling equally hollow. Will the company he has dedicated his life to be destroyed by the insufferable Tony Stark? No, he cannot allow that. Tony Stark must perish. And what of Roli? He too must be eliminated. But no, Tony still holds value. He cannot die just yet. Therefore, Roli, the meddlesome interloper, must be dealt with. Obadiah's expression darkens, his murderous intent palpable. Returning to his home, Obadiah retrieves a long-unused phone and makes a call. Achoo! Roli sneezes while petting his cat. Lately, he has felt an uneasy sense of incompleteness, as though something remains undone, which frustrates him greatly. 1-1, diligently absorbing modern knowledge, is progressing rapidly, proving herself to be a quick learner. As expected of the saintess of the Kuei sect, currently, she is engrossed in a middle school math textbook, scratching her head in confusion, her adorability shining through. 1-1, please slice a watermelon for me. Certainly, Master. W&W hurled the mathematics textbook several meters away, letting out a cheer as she gracefully darted into the kitchen, retrieving a watermelon for Roli, expertly sliced and presented like a work of art. Master, please enjoy this watermelon, she announced, offering the meticulously arranged fruit to him. Roli took a bite of the chilled watermelon, relishing the refreshing taste that delighted his palate and warmed his stomach. He glanced at the lively chat group, filled with animated conversation. Tony, I've shut down my company's weapons division. My focus now is on developing my Mark suit. Batman, I am curious. How will you address the energy issue? Tony, I constructed a miniature arc reactor using 2 grams of palladium, capable of producing an energy output of 3 billion joules per second. Batman, impressive. Could you share the technical details with me? With this, I could enhance my batsuit. Batman was acutely aware of his own limitations. Without his superior intellect to devise meticulous plans of through D before every confrontation, he would have long been defeated. However, with the arc reactor, his combat efficacy would undoubtedly soar. Tony, I do not sell technology, but I can customize armor for you. My Mark suit is exceptionally powerful. Batman. Thank you very much, clinging to the formidable ally. Roli twitched at the corners of his mouth, envisioning Batman abandoning the Batmobile and Batsuit in favor of the Iron Man suit. Was this not merely another incarnation of Iron Man? That title of Batman might soon be rendered obsolete. Yu Buchuan, may I humbly inquire if I could also receive a suit? Tony, of course. Roli frowned. Yu Buchuan, what on earth do you need a Mark suit for? Do you intend to challenge the Shaolin and Wudong with it? Your approach seems quite off. As night fell, 3 large black vehicles approached Roli's villa stealthily. Inside the black cars sat a group of muscular men, their expressions cold and serious, resembling merciless soldiers returning from battle. They were terrorists from the Ten Commandments gang, the same organization that collaborated with Obadiah. Led by the formidable Manchu, a powerful human. Their target was none other than Roli, the one responsible for saving Tony Stark, and they were determined to eliminate him. Obadiah's icy voice echoed through the phone. Rest assured. You are aware of the Ten Commandments gang's capabilities. We will not disappoint you. As one of Manchu's most crucial combat teams, they had undergone his enhancements, making them exceptionally powerful and experienced. The so-called Delta Force would be no match for them. I await your good news. Obadiah smiled contentedly, swirling his glass of red wine. Having just returned from Middle East, Tony Stark found himself the center of attention from the military, government, and various factions. Obadiah could not act openly, but Roli, a mere shadow, would attract no scrutiny if eliminated. Tonight would be his end. In the darkness, a sound echoed, and the black vehicles came to a halt outside Roli's villa. Their arrival unnoticed, the doors swung open, and a cadre of soldiers disembarked silently, without a sound, devoid of any surveillance or alarm systems. After a technician tinkered with the computer, he reported to the gang's leader. This is careless, the leader sneered, gesturing for one of his men to swiftly unlock the villa's door. Yes, too easy, we shall eliminate him in his sleep. Suddenly, the leader felt that bringing such a large contingent was excessive. Just then, 300 meters away, a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents monitoring Roli's villa for 22 hours detected the Ten Commandments gang's approach. The agents sprang into action, some manipulating computers, others peering through binoculars, and some making phone calls. Who are those people? They wondered, unable to discern their identities, all masked, resembling well-trained gangsters rather than soldiers. Are they here to kill Roli? Should we alert him? Let us not alert him yet. We should report this up the chain and await further instructions. Ringing sounds filled the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters as Nick Fury received the intel about the assassination plot against Roli. He swiftly issued orders. Do not alert him. Continue monitoring and document everything. After giving his instructions, Nick Fury allowed a sly smile to grace his lips. He had long sought an opportunity to test Roli, and now it had presented itself without him lifting a finger. Let me see what cards you hold. Meanwhile, within the villa, Roli opened his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. This could be entertaining. Finally, a little excitement has come my way in another room. WNWN awakened as well. Being a martial arts master, she was sensitive to even the slightest disturbance, especially with the palpable scent of blood and murder surrounding the intruders. WNWN crept barefoot from her bed, draping a sheer shawl over her shoulders as she stealthily exited her bedroom. Downstairs, in the grand hall, a massive television screen flickered with a League of Legends battle. Death is like the wind. It is always at my side. The new generation gamer, Julama, was controlling the formidable Uchiha Madara, racking up enemy kills that go, Brother 9, 222. Brother 9, I want to have your children, as his teammates cheered him on. The game progressed, and victory was within grasp. Suddenly, a voice rang out, freeze! A figure clad in black combat gear emerged, gun raised at Julama. Julama froze, staring at the Ten Commandments soldier, who mirrored his confusion. Who is this guy? Julama wondered. The soldier, equally perplexed, thought, what the hell is this? Both stood in shock as the game prompt appeared. I am King Arthur, having slain Uchiha-Madara's nine-tailed father. Julama's realization struck him. I was killed. Rage surged within him, and the nine tails unleashed havoc, obliterating the Ten Commandments squad. The soldier, Oguna, was bewildered. He was the first to enter the villa and found someone hiding behind the towering sofa, engrossed in playing League of Legends. What a chance, Oguna thought, planning to stealthily approach and eliminate the gamer for an easy kill. However, as he crept closer, he was taken aback by the sight of a fox wielding a keyboard, playing the game. Dear God, what manner of creature is this? Just then, the fox fluffed up its fur, growling at him lowly, sending chills down his spine. Suddenly, in a flash, the fox lunged at him, and with a sickening crack, Oguna's ribs shattered. How is this possible? My body was enhanced by Manchu, and should be several times stronger than an ordinary person's. With a howl, Oguna collided with the villa's structural wall, causing the entire building to tremble as his body was enveloped in pain. Blood erupting from every pore, Oguna's eyes remained unblinking, seemingly narrating his sorrow and indignation. How outrageous! How could a mere fox possess such power? The leader of the Ten Commandments gang was oblivious to the situation within. But upon hearing a tremendous tremor, he realized that stealthy assassination was no longer an option. If that is the case, let us proceed with open confrontation. Kill them all. With a sweeping gesture, the leader commanded his soldiers to surge forth. Then, a flash of crimson light erupted, accompanied by furious roars, an overwhelming stench of blood, and an immeasurable pressure that stung the senses. These warriors were elite fighters, seasoned by countless battles, and enhanced by the prowess of their master. Thus, their instinct for danger were far sharper than those of ordinary men. However, no matter how acute their sense of impending doom, it paled in comparison to the swiftness of slaughter. The red shadow moved like lightning, its claws extending to several centimeters in length, and with each strike, 10 Commandment soldiers were rent asunder into countless fragments. 1, 2, 3. So brutal. Evade! Evade! My heavens, what kind of creature is this? They soon discovered, in even greater terror, that their bullets had no effect on the Crimson Beast. It remained utterly unharmed. Within moments, the bodies of 6 or 7 Ten Commandment soldiers lay scattered across the ground. A monster! A monster! Oh, almighty! The surviving soldiers, paralyzed by fear, retreated to the exterior of the villa. That moment, they finally caught sight of the creature's form, standing a meter tall, a fox with 7, 8, or 9 tails, a demon. Several soldiers of the Ten Commandments cried out in horror, while nearby, agents observing the scene swallowed hard. I asked that the one who assaulted me last time. Indeed, it was the very same. The claw marks on his face were a testament to its ferocity. What has happened to its body? It appears to be magnitudes larger than before. What sort of monster is this? The SLD agents hastily documented the unfolding chaos. Inside the villa, Julama expanded its form, vibrant red chakra swirling around it. Bubbling with intensity, it bared its teeth, filled with immense rage towards those who had intruded upon its game, disrupting its playtime. Unforgivable kill. The leader of the 10 Commandments bellowed, leading his men in a frenzied assault against Julama. Alas, the existence of Julama was far beyond their comprehension. Before the bullets could even approach, they were dissolved by the surrounding crimson chakra. With a swift motion, its tails elongated and transformed into spears, piercing through the bodies of the Ten Commandment soldiers, emerging from their backs. All kill. All dead. What utter trash is this so-called enhancement? Roli surveyed the chaotic villa. Shaking his head in dismay, IT seemed he would need to vacate for a while. He dialed Stark's number, requesting him to handle the aftermath and tidy up the villa. Where to reside next? After some contemplation, Roli recalled Stark's cliffside villa in Los Angeles. Yes, that would do nicely in an instant. Roli, accompanied by Wan and Julama, teleported to Stark's seaside villa, where Stark was currently engrossed in researching Mark II. "Welcome, Mr. Roli," Jarvis's voice resonated, having long awaited this moment. "Hello, Jarvis," Roli replied, feeling a fondness for the artificial intelligence butler at that moment. Tony Stark emerged with a mixture of surprise and delight. "Welcome, esteemed guest. I have prepared a room for your stay. Feel free to make yourself at home." Wan and Julama, no need for formality. Pepper Potts, Stark's assistant, regarded Roli, Wan, and Julama with curiosity, particularly the fox, which appeared both fierce and adorable. She had long been aware of Stark's association with a formidable ally, and seeing Stark, usually so proud, display such respect, piqued her interest. Roli turned to Tony. "Investigate the whereabouts of the Ten Commandments leader. Masterman, I find him quite intriguing and would relish the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Was it the Ten Commandments who struck tonight? I've uncovered a kidnapping incident in the Middle East linked to them." Tony responded, "Be cautious." Roli warned that he was well aware of Obadiah's collusion with the Ten Commandments. However, Obadiah was the first adversary on Stark's path to becoming Iron Man. Without Obadiah, there would be no iconic declaration, "I am Iron Man." Thus, Roli decided to leave Obadiah to Stark that, of course, Roli's fury would not go unaddressed. He would confront the Ten Commandments leader directly. Masterman was no mere puppet from Iron Man 3, but a genuinely formidable supervillain, immensely powerful. Masterman, a character from Marvel Comics, was Iron Man's greatest nemesis. Claiming descent from Genghis Khan, his abilities were largely derived from the 10 rings adorning his fingers, the very inspiration for the name Ten Commandments. Each ring wielded unique powers, gravitational manipulation, matter reconstruction, and dark energy fields, among others. In short, exceedingly formidable. Mark III is ready. We have located Masterman. At the villa, Nick Fury, also known as the director, surveyed the ravaged scene. Bodies strewn about, blood congealed and dried. The New York Police Department's duties had swiftly been taken over by S. HELD. Was this destruction wrought by Roli's fox? Nick Fury mused, astonished. While he knew Roli was no ordinary individual, the capabilities of his pet were rather astounding. "Director, we've confirmed that these individuals belong to the Ten Commandments." An agent reported. "The Ten Commandments? The one led by Masterman?" Fury inquired. "Indeed, they all bear the Ten Commandments tattoo on their arms, and we've determined they are not ordinary fighters, but elite soldiers enhanced after rigorous training." The agent, evidently seasoned, felt something amiss as he sifted through the bodies. Why would Masterman's 10 Commandments target Roli? Fury pondered, connecting various dots. It was likely that Stark's abrupt return to the country was somehow tied to Roli. It seemed prudent to send someone to probe Roli further, as Natasha's previous tactics would no longer suffice. In another city, Natasha sneezed, her complexion pale, as she emerged from the hospital following a miscarriage. It dawned on her that the child had no relation to Roli. Even if it had been born, a paternity test would only serve to complicate matters, adding an unwelcome burden. Coming to this realization, Natasha wasted no time in the hospital, terminating the embryonic tissue that had lingered for just over a month. As she reflected on the past month, a sense of irritation washed over her. In the underground workshop of Stark Tower, Roli observed as Stark diligently worked on the Mark II. Drawing from his experiences within the cave, Stark had accumulated numerous ideas to enhance the Mark II. With sufficient resources and equipment at his disposal, he could guarantee that the Mark II's combat capabilities would surpass those of the Mark I by tenfold. Finally, it is complete. Now, it is time for the test flight. Stark exclaimed with exhilaration. This is a thrilling moment. Jarvis, engage. Indeed, sir. Tony stood at the center as colossal mechanical arms detached from their confines, beginning to assemble the armor upon his formed IT commenced from his feet. Then traversed upward, ultimately enveloping his helmet. The silvery armor, under the meticulous control of J.R.S, continuously melded onto Tony, exuding a captivating sci-fi aesthetic. Next, the flight data for the aircraft required fine-tuning and data collection. Testing commenced with a power setting of 2.8 to Sir. We must proceed cautiously. Advised. You are far too timid. J.R.V.I.S. Tony retorted. .321 begin. As Tony counted down, the palm thrusters ignited, unleashing a torrent of plasma flames, followed by a deafening explosion. Bang! Tony Stark crashed directly into a wall, letting out a pained cry. Consequently, the testing power was reduced to 2.0.321 begin. This time, the Mark II ascended slowly. Tony gradually lifted off the ground, stabilizing himself in the air. However, his impatience soon emerged, and he began to increase the power. With a roar, the Mark II shattered through the glass, soaring into the open sky, embarking on a journey of free flight. Hooray! Tony exclaimed, reveling in the exhilaration of soaring through the air. Roli chuckled softly, reminiscing about his own days mastering flight, where he too had soared for an entire day, circling around barren planets in sheer delight. That moment, Tony Stark's adventurous spirit resurfaced, propelling him to an altitude exceeding 20,000 meters to test the limits of the Mark II. Warning, warning, flight altitude at 28,200 meters, flight speed at 2.33 Mach. Initial signs of ice formation detected externally, which may compromise the armor. Please descend immediately. Nonetheless, Tony Stark continued his ascent. Then, with a sudden plummet, Tony Stark found himself in a dire situation. The Mark II sustained damage and began to freefall. Help me! Oh, great one! Tony shrieked in distress. Raleigh had no intention of intervening. You can manage this, you must believe in yourself. Ultimately, Tony Stark regained control of the Mark II, returning in a wobbly manner. You scared me. I thought I might perish, Tony exclaimed, casting a haunted glance at Raleigh. However, that was rather thrilling, wasn't it? Raleigh chuckled. Indeed. It was quite enjoyable. Tony, at his core, was still imbued with the spirit of adventure. In the ensuing days, Tony Stark continued to refine the Mark II, subsequently naming the new iteration Mark III, resolving the icing issue while enhancing various drive components. Additionally, Tony Stark unveiled his penchant for ostentation, painting the silver Mark III with alternating gold and red hues, rendering it even more striking than its predecessor. After yet another successful test flight, he declared, "Come, let us celebrate with a drink," with an air of triumph. Tony swaggered off to procure some wine. In that moment, J.R.S voice resonated. Mr. Raleigh, we have located the whereabouts of the Mandarin. Where? In northern Siberia. Send me the coordinates. Raleigh smirked at last. We have found you in northern Siberia. The biting winds howled, and the Mandarin suddenly sensed a profound malevolence, causing his hair to stand on end. Look, the Great One is about to show off. Mandarin. Have we located him? At this juncture, Tony Stark diverted his attention from the dazzling Mark III, focusing instead on the Mandarin. The Ten Rings Gang, through Thanos' investigation, has been identified as the organization responsible for my abduction, nearly costing me my life. Thus, upon hearing the name of the Mandarin, a fierce hatred ignited within Tony. Are you planning to teach this Mandarin a lesson? Take me with you. Tony gazed at Raleigh, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Very well, Raleigh replied, recognizing that with the Mark III, Tony possessed a measure of self-defense capability. While the Mandarin was formidable, he was confident that they could withstand his onslaught. Raleigh had limited knowledge regarding the Mandarin, having only seen the films, where the character appeared as a comedic actor, a puppet, not the true Mandarin. Thus, he was unaware of the Mandarin's full capabilities, knowing only that his powers stemmed from the 10 rings adorning his fingers, as for the specifics of each ring's name and function. Raleigh was only vaguely familiar with 2 or 3, having heard fans discuss them. However, regardless of the Mandarin's abilities, they paled in comparison to Raleigh's capacity to obliterate the universe in an instant. From another perspective, the Mandarin represented a prime gaming boss. Defeating him would yield 10 artifacts, the 10 rings. Surely, the members of their group would be eager for such treasures. As a leader, it was only fitting that he provide for his loyal followers who incessantly cheered for him. Let us go. Roli activated his ability to sense the Siberian region, and, with Tony clad in the Mark III, they vanished from the villa. In the next moment, they materialized in a desolate, snow-covered expanse. Northern Siberia, a land perpetually enshrined in ice and snow, characterized by its harsh conditions and sparse human presence, with wildlife being a rare sight. This was Aves's first experience of Roli's instantaneous travel, nearly causing a system crash, as the processing demands exceeded its knowledge base at J.A.I.S. Where was the last known location of the Mandarin? Roli inquired, having never encountered him and lacking awareness of the Mandarin's aura, which inhibited precise location tracking. As snowflakes drifted down, Roli felt a chill. When not exerting his combat prowess, Roli experienced sensations of cold, warmth, and pain. However, when unleashing his power, even bathing in the sun was trivial. This was attributed to Roli's profound mastery over energy, tightly constraining the universe-destroying force within. The last known coordinates of the Mandarin were projected before Roli, displaying a map of northern Siberia alongside their locations. Roli closed his eyes, seeking that significant aura. Before long, he detected a presence far more potent than that of an ordinary individual. This must be him. Whoosh! Roli and Tony vanished from their position, reappearing above a towering snow-capped mountain. This mountain, standing over 1,000 meters high, was a sprawling expanse of ice, with ravines and peaks beset by relentless snow and wind. At its base, forests of snow-covered fir trees extended to the mid-mountain. Is he truly here? But this mountain is vast. How shall we find him? Tony Stark lamented, furrowing his brow. Indeed, this mountain is immense, resembling a small mountain range. Step back a bit, Roli instructed. Tony, aware that Roli was about to unleash his full power, quickly maneuvered the Mark III further away. Farther back, Tony soared a kilometer away. Farther back that he flew out 2 kilometers. Farther back that he moved 3 kilometers away. Roli was exasperated. Could you possibly fly any farther? Forget it. Soon you shall face the consequences. Meanwhile, Tony Stark had activated the group video chat. Hey, everyone, wake up. The Great One is about to perform an amazing feat. Don't blink, folks. The chat group erupted with excitement. Loki, eagerly awaiting the Great One's display. You Buchuan. Though I may be a mere fish, my skill in shouting 222 is quite refined. Xiongba. Shiji Xian, my child, come forth. Shiji Xian. Xiongba, my grandparent. Biting his teeth in frustration, Xiongba exclaimed with delight. Look at the group name. The chaos within the group was palpable. However, the majority of the members' attention was fixated on the livestream video, where Roli stood majestically atop the snow-capped mountain. Roli was exerting all his might to contain his power, not to unleash it, for he feared that the force he might unleash could obliterate the Earth, an embarrassing scenario indeed. After all, this world lacks the Dragon Balls to easily restore the planet, which would be quite undignified for Earth. Summoning a trace of energy, he erupted from his being. With a thunderous roar, an invisible aura expanded outward, enveloping the snow-capped peak as if a mountain was pressing down upon it. The entire summit trembled violently, and with a resounding crash, the snow mountain began to collapse, massive fissures spreading like shattered glass. The turbulent waves of energy swirling around Roli intensified, and half of the mountain disintegrated, transforming into a shower of debris encircling Roli. In that moment, Roli, at the center of the swirling debris, resembled a divine monarch. Meanwhile, Tony, donned his Mark III armor and exuding an overwhelming aura, found himself unceremoniously hurled several kilometers away by the residual shockwave of Roli's power. The formidable defenses of the Mark III proved utterly ineffective against this onslaught. That I am the boss. Tony Stark came to the stark realization of his own vulnerability and aligned himself with Yu Buchuan's faction. At that moment, within a cavern of the snowy mountain, Masterman, who had been diligently cultivating the 10 rings, suddenly sensed the dawn breaking. He looked up in bewilderment. Where had the mountain gone? Tears streamed down his face. Filled with sorrow, as Masterman, who had believed himself invincible with the 10 rings, was abruptly confronted by a colossal force. He found himself pinned to the ground, unable to move. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The dazed Master Man, as if struck by a bewildering fruit, was utterly lost. Roli observed Master Man, and upon seeing him crushed beneath his own power, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Controlling his explosive energy proved to be a formidable challenge. Indeed, mastering his strength was the primary focus of his external training. The burden of overwhelming power was a double-edged sword. With a sigh, Roli reined in his energy, returning to a state of normalcy. Indistinguishable from an ordinary person, he descended beside Master Man, not bothering to acknowledge him, but rather directing his gaze to the 10 rings adorning Master Man's hands. Each ring possessed extraordinary power. Roli extended his hand, lifting Master Man's hand. Confused, Master Man stared at Roli, wondering, who is this person? Is he trying to assist me? To appease me? Yet he soon realized that Roli was only lifting him halfway, leaving him half kneeling, before reaching for the rings on his fingers. What is he doing? Master Man thought, momentarily dazed before the realization struck him. This person intended to steal his rings. How dare you attempt to take my rings? Fury and indignation surged within Master Man. These 10 rings, known as the Rings of Power, were artifacts of the Axonkar Maclans, discovered and mastered by Master Man on the spirit planet Maclafor. These rings were the very source of his strength, cherished more than life itself. And now this stranger dared to seize them. I, Master Man, the protagonist, I am destined to be the ultimate boss ruling the world. In a fit of rage, Master Man extended his right hand, and the ring on his ring finger unleashed a beam of cutting energy aimed at Roli's formidable physique. This energy beam was capable of dismantling all matter, severing the bonds between molecules and elements. Should it strike Roli's chest, he would surely perish. A cruel smile crossed Master Man's face. However, upon impact, the energy beam merely produced a wisp of faint azure smoke before dissipating. Master Man's eyes widened in shock, nearly popping from their sockets. Interesting, what is this ability? A curious voice emanated from Roli. The so-called destructive energy beam posed no threat to Roli, as the energy within him instinctively reacted to the impending danger, neutralizing any lethal harm in the face of Roli's vast, cosmic energy. This so-called annihilation beam was but a trivial nuisance. This beam is rather intriguing, Roli remarked with a tone of amusement, which to Master Man's ears sounded like mockery. Furious, Master Man thought, if the laser beam is ineffective, then I shall employ a different ability. With a flick of his left middle finger, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Roli's head. Yet before it could strike, a transparent protective barrier intervened, instinctively summoned by Roli's energy. The lightning was deflected, transforming the surrounding area into a tempest of thunder. Roli silently noted, left middle finger. Lightning ability, quite formidable. I wonder how it compares to Thor's powers. Master Man felt himself on the verge of madness. Left index finger. Fire explosion. Flames engulfed Roli, who emerged from the inferno moments later, unscathed. Roli silently recorded. Left index finger, fire ability. Whirlwind. A tempest swept through, wreaking havoc over a 2-kilometer radius. Ice storm. The temperature plummeted within a kilometer, wreaking havoc. White light. The quintuple gravitational force crashed down into the Earth. Matter reorganization. All objects in the vicinity began to rearrange their atomic and molecular structures, with a stone transforming into a beetle and a deceased creature becoming a stone. Psychic illusions. Countless phantasms swirled around Roli. Master Man was driven to the brink of insanity. The devastation extended over a 3-kilometer radius, transforming the landscape into a chaotic calamity. Yet, not a single hair on Roli was disturbed. Even his coiffure remained intact. Master Man's psyche shattered. He sensed an overwhelming malice enveloping the world around him. Wasn't I supposed to be the protagonist? Didn't I claim that these 10 rings rendered me invincible? How is it that this seemingly youthful individual stands unscathed while I cannot breach his defenses? Who on earth are you? Master Man, in a fit of rage and despair, glared at Roli through gritted teeth. Roli rolled his eyes. You don't know who I am. Didn't you send someone to assassinate me? Master Man nearly wept, exclaiming, "I didn't. I've been in seclusion for months." He realized that it must have been his subordinates who had provoked this harbinger of death. How unjust he felt. He had been diligently cultivating in solitude, not troubling anyone. Why couldn't his subordinates allow him a moment's peace? Why did they have to provoke a deity of death? What was he to do now? Master Man, the supposed protagonist, found himself in tears, overwhelmed with sorrow and anxiety. Roli, in a fit of amusement, delivered a resounding slap to Man Darren's face. Alas, Man Darren's visage contorted grotesquely, spinning around like a tornado before hurtling towards an ice mountain, colliding with it. Fortunately, his physique had been fortified by the 10 rings, rivaling even the strength of the abomination. Otherwise, Roli's strike would have surely been fatal. Lying on the ground, Man Darren lamented his fate, weeping as if he were a 200-pound behemoth. "This is too overwhelming. I cannot even muster a shred of resistance. That wretched Butala has summoned a foe of insurmountable power." Roli landed beside him, declaring, "I shall take your 10 rings." With a snap of his fingers aimed at Man Darren's forehead, he unleashed a tremendous force, creating a vast crater in the ground spanning 800 meters. As for Man Darren, he shattered into countless fragments to, "Oh dear, it seems I have exerted too much strength again," Roli remarked, shrugging nonchalantly. With a flick of his wrist, the 10 rings soared into his grasp, proving their worth as artifacts, untouched by the explosive energy that had just transpired. Roli's psychic energy permeated the rings, swiftly revealing their myriad functions. Left Pinky, Ice Storm, possessing temperatures near absolute zero. Its gem, a serene azure, resembling multiple capsule-like cylinders. Right Pinky, Black Body Ray, capable of creating an area that absorbs all light, its gem adorned with 4 blue-black dots arranged in a square. Left Ring Finger, Mind Amplifier, enhancing the bearer's psychic energy to command compliance from individuals. Its gem, a singular blue stone. Right Ring Finger, Cutting Beam, unleashing destructive energy that severs the bonds of matter. Its gem, a golden square. Left Middle Finger, Lightning Storm, capable of summoning thunder. Its gem, a green zigzag. Right Middle Finger, Vortex, generating a rapidly spinning whirlwind. Its gem, a blue circle. Left Index Finger, Flame Explosion. Its gem resembling dry ice spray rings in vibrant red. Right Index Finger, Energy Beam, projecting various forms of energy. Its gem resembling a star in purple. Left Thumb, White Light, a force field. Its gem shaped like a pair of eyes. Right Thumb, Matter Reconstruction, rearranging the atoms and molecules of substances. Its gem, a small purple circle. Man Darren had indeed left a psychic imprint on these rings, a testament to the time spent with them. As long as the rings remained within 100 miles of him, he could sense their location and exert remote control. Any unwitting soul who claimed these rings might find themselves ensnared by Man Darren's dark designs. With a surge of his psychic power, Roli obliterated Man Darren's imprint, rendering the 10 rings unclaimed at that moment. Tony Stark precariously approached, his highly anticipated Mark III battered by the shockwave. "Boss, is it all over?" he inquired, surveying the cataclysmic aftermath, astonished. Observing Roli, who remained unscathed in appearance, Tony marveled. "Incredible. You truly are something else." Once a figure of authority, now he found himself reduced to a mere onlooker, shouting praises while his own skills seemed to sharpen further. "I cannot succumb to this fate. I must reclaim my status." Tony rallied himself. "These 10 rings are impressive. Take them for research in a month. Share your findings with the group. Consider a boon for you all." Roli tossed the 10 rings to Tony, who fumbled to catch them. Davi.I.S. "Analyze these 10 rings," Tony commanded. "Sir, each ring contains immense power. Though further analysis is required, J.A.R.Davi.I.S. responded. "We'll conduct a thorough examination later," Tony replied. "Perhaps the power of these rings could enhance the Mark suit." J.A.R.V.I.S. suggested, illuminating Tony's eyes with inspiration. "What are we waiting for? Let us go," Roli exclaimed, grasping Stark and teleporting back to the villa. Shortly after Roli's departure, amidst a pile of rubble, a third of Man Darren's head began to regenerate. Dark energy surged from the void as he reformed. Mouth, nose, neck, and body manifesting anew. Soon, Mandarin was resurrected, transformed from a sinister elder into one bearing the markings of dark power. Thank you, Lord Dormammu, for granting me rebirth. Mandarin bowed deeply. Remember, disrupt the nodes of destructive magic and herald my arrival. Dormammu's sinister voice echoed in his mind. Your will is my purpose, Mandarin replied, subservient. After a moment, Dormammu vanished and Mandarin rose. Feeling a surge of newfound strength, exclaiming internally, the dark essence explodes. A 10-kilometer radius is engulfed in my dark power. Countless small creatures trembled in fear as he reveled in his newfound might. I have grown tenfold. I, Mandarin, the protagonist, am formidable. At that moment, a golden spark appeared, heralding a magical portal. A bald figure emerged from the other side. Ancient One, Supreme Sorcerer. Ancient One regarded Mandarin with keen eyes. You have made a pact with Dormammu? Mandarin replied disdainfully. And who might you be? Unfazed, Ancient One extended a finger, causing 4 golden chains to ensnare Mandarin entirely. Thud. Mandarin, the protagonist, has fallen. Mandarin, bewildered and incredulous, questioned, what just happened? Meanwhile, Thor's voice resonated. I am Thor, the god of thunder, champion of the northern deities. Ancient One had come to confront Mandarin, whose ostentatious display of dark power had drawn attention. He had foolishly expanded his influence without caution, making him an easy target for the ancient sorcerer. Thus, in his moment of bravado, Mandarin was swiftly subdued, for his so-called formidable power was nothing but trivial against the supreme sorcerer. Ancient One, without needing interrogation, discerned Mandarin's past and future, and then his gaze fell upon Roli. This was the first time he truly noticed Roli. Instinctively, he began to unravel Roli's past and future, only to be met with a haze that instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within him. He felt that if he continued, he might succumb to the backlash and perish. Ancient One was taken aback. This was unprecedented. No entity, not even Dormammu, had ever evoked such a reaction. Who is this individual? He pondered, deciding it prudent to maintain distance and first transport Dormammu back to Kamar Taj from magical confinement. Mandarin lamented, I have wept like a 300-pound behemoth. I sought only to cultivate in peace, aspiring to be a guardian of world harmony. Yet a man appeared and killed me, seizing my divine 10 rings. Even after being revived by the formidable Dormammu, I encountered another perverse foe, unable to retaliate or defend myself. I not deserve respect. After all, I am a significant figure. He felt utterly drained. However, he recalled the 10 rings. Mandarin had yet to unleash their full potential. If he could reclaim them, that bald sorcerer would be doomed. I, Mandarin, remained the protagonist. Masterman hastily reached out to the spiritual imprint he left within the 10 Commandments. As long as the 10 Commandments remained on Earth, he would be able to sense them and summon control. Yet, 10 minutes passed, then 20 and 30. Masterman found himself ensnared in a myriad of magical traps within a prison. And to his dismay, the 10 Commandments offered no response whatsoever. Masterman, with tears streaming down his face, lamented, I appear not to be the protagonist. Meanwhile, Roli, after obtaining the 10 Commandments, finally recalled the tasks he had yet to undertake, inviting new members to the group. He still had 4 invitation slots available. After having invited Shiji Xian previously, a confrontation ensued between Xiongba and Shiji Xian, which led them on a journey to the Tang Dynasty, and upon their return, Roli completely forgot about the remaining 4 invitation slots. In no wonder he felt a void lately. Roli opened the group chat and proclaimed, Attention all members, assemble. He continued, there are 4 invitation slots still unused. Please prepare to warmly welcome the new members, ensuring they feel the warmth of our community. If we encounter any obstinate individuals, refer to Shiji Xian as an example. Shiji Xian, son of Xiongba, thought to himself, the past is too painful to revisit. Had I been given the chance to return to the moment I was invited into this group, I surely would not have dared to be so arrogant. A single misstep can lead to eternal regret, becoming another son, only to be displayed as a warning for 3 months. Xiongba declared, flexing muscles JPG, I am ready to welcome the newcomers with the utmost enthusiasm. Buchuan added, diligently practicing JPG. Loki chimed in, I too wish to adopt a son. Roli activated the invitation feature. Ding, you have activated the group member invitation function. You consume one invitation slot. Searching dimensions. Search successful. You have located Thor, the god of thunder, from 100,000 Ys, strength level LV38. Would you like to send an invitation? Roli was taken aback. Thor, what the heck? That dog. He recalled Loki's brother, Thor. This was intriguing. He wondered how Loki would react upon discovering that Thor was referred to as a dog. Roli chuckled and promptly clicked yes. Group message. The group administrator has invited Thor to join this group. All members hastily clicked on Thor's avatar. What the hell? LV38. Higher than Banyi. An esteemed figure. Let us flatter him quickly. Tony exclaimed, welcome esteemed one to our group, showering you with flowers. Buchuan added esteemed one. Here is a small token from your humble subordinate, a mere gesture of respect. Xiong Ba proclaimed. Esteemed one, I am Lil Ba. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. Ban remarked, a person stronger than me has appeared. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. However, the only one remaining silent was Loki. Loki thought, Thor, is that you, my foolish elder brother? Loki was astonished. He had joined this group, and unexpectedly, his brother had also joined. Silence enveloped the group as they processed this monumental influx of information. That moment, the esteemed Thor finally spoke that I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. The group members were left bewildered. Loki echoed. In confusion, he exclaimed, help, esteemed one of the 47, save me from the realm of 100,000 cold jokes. Thor, the dog, suddenly stood up, his paw clutching a hammer, gazing solemnly at his surroundings. He was the beloved son of Odin, the northern god king, possessing immense strength. He wielded the power of his hammer with unmatched prowess, soaring through the cosmos like lightning, instilling fear in his adversaries. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, Thor suddenly saw a group invitation and instinctively believed it to be an enemy's illusion or trick. Thus, he remained vigilant, scanning the desolate cosmos, yet found nothing. Then, a message from the group administrator reached his consciousness, allowing him to comprehend the nature of this group. Various realms, dimensions, good heavens. Thor felt his perspective broaden. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Woof, woof, woof. Upon glancing at the group, he noticed his level, 3-8. Then he examined the member list, spotting 2 level 1 members, while the rest were level 2 or 3, and not a single level 2 among them. Wait, what? Level 10. Thor panicked. How could a deity only be level 8, and the group administrator was level 10? Terrifying. Meanwhile, the group members witnessed Thor's proclamation. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Woof, woof, woof. They exchanged perplexed glances. Could this esteemed individual of level 3-8 be a dog? Are we inferior to a dog? In the divine realm of Asgard, within the celestial palace, the coronation ceremony for Thor was underway. The grand hall, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, was bustling with the citizens of Asgard, gathered to witness the coronation of their new king. Thor Odinson. Seated upon the high throne was Odin, the god king. Today he would pass the throne to his most outstanding son, Thor. Loki stood beside Odin, observing the ceremony like a spectator. My foolish brother, you are to be crowned king today. As your brother, I must admit to a tinge of jealousy. As the time for the coronation arrived, Thor approached from the opposite side, wielding his hammer, embodying a roaring lion, continuously shouting and showcasing himself. Indeed, it could be said that he relished the attention, wishing to bask in the adoration of the masses. The citizens cheered fervently, celebrating the crowning of their new king in waves of excitement. Loki wore a stoic expression, secretly wishing to be king himself. It was evident that Odin did not intend to pass the throne to him. Soon, Thor stood before Odin. Father, kneeling on one knee. He prepared for the coronation. Odin was quite pleased with Thor, recognizing his ambition, kindness, and numerous virtues, making him his favored heir. Taking a deep breath, Odin rose, striking the God King's scepter, Gungnir, heavily upon the ground. Bang! The applause and cheers within the celestial palace fell silent. Thor Odinson, my heir, my firstborn, I bestowed upon you long ago the hammer of the god of thunder, Mjolnir, forged from the heart of a dead star. Whether as a weapon of destruction or a tool of construction, its divine power is unparalleled. A fitting companion for a king, Odin's authoritative voice resonated throughout the celestial palace, as all the citizens of the divine realm listened intently to the god king's words. At this moment, Loki, feeling bored, opened the group chat and noticed Roli's intention to invite new members, piquing his interest. The last new member, Shirji Xian, had brought him considerable amusement, and the prospect of 2 more invitations promised new surprises. Group message. The group administrator has invited Thor to join this group. Loki instinctively glanced at his foolish brother. Thor, could it be that Roli has invited my brother? However, Loki quickly realized something was amiss. The invited Thor was not his foolish brother, but rather a dog. As Loki observed the dog within the group chat, and then looked back at his brother undergoing the coronation, the comparison struck him that he felt as though his brother, poised to inherit the throne, was transforming into a dog, and not just any dog, but a mutt. Suppressing laughter, Loki struggled to contain himself, determined to hold back his amusement. Absolutely must hold it in. I can't hold it anymore. Loki simply could not contain himself, clutching his belly and bursting into laughter that my foolish brother, he is nothing but a dog. Oh, my dim-witted brother. Who would have thought you would end up like this? You cracked me up? Odin, Thor, the denizens of the divine realm. All eyes turned towards Loki in unison. The atmosphere had been so solemn and quiet that Loki's laughter seemed jarringly out of place. Almost deafening, Loki felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, a cold sweat breaking out. Good heavens, I have disrupted such a grand and solemn ceremony of the king as coronation, and in such a humiliating manner. Odin, seething with rage, demanded, Loki, what are you laughing at? Loki nearly wept, feeling utterly innocent, and hastily pleaded, Father, please let me explain. Odin coldly retorted, then explained. Loki, on the verge of tears, pondered how he could possibly explain this. Should he confess that he had gained a new friend named Thor, who happens to be a dog? Such an explanation would surely lead to his swift demise. Roli, help me. The formidable figure of the 7th-level master, mighty Grey Wolf. In Jotunheim, the lair of the frost giants, Thor's comrades had been completely overwhelmed by the immense power of Thor the dog. This is the true Thor, Loki, with a tone of flattery, asked Dog Brother. Is that all you can say? Thor the dog, with a stern expression, pressed the first button. I am Thor, the god of thunder. At that moment, Thor the human, with a bruised face and swollen nose, returned, looking utterly bewildered. Are you truly Thor the god of thunder? Thor the dog. Thor the human felt a pang of sorrow, sensing that he was the imposter while the other was the genuine article. Curiosity getting the better of him, Thor the human inquired, Can you not speak? Thor, woof woof woof, the crowd gasped. Such an impressive god of thunder, yet he can only bark. Thor the human smirked. At last, I regained some ground. At that moment, Loki noticed a smaller third button on Thor the dog's chest. Dog Brother, what does that third button do? Thor the dog pressed the third button, and a voice filled with divine authority echoed. Come join the mobile game of 10,000 cold jokes too. The crowd erupted. What the heck? An advertisement. Loki felt the grand image of the master shatter into pieces. Just then, both Loki and Thor the dog noticed a new message in the group chat. Group message. The group admin invites Grey Wolf to join this group. Instantly, they clicked on Grey Wolf's group profile. Grey Wolf. LV3. LV3.Loki. What the heck? Thor the dog. Woof woof woof. Their eyes nearly bulged out of their heads. 7th level. Meanwhile, the other members of the group were equally astonished, jaws dropping in disbelief. 7th level master. Ban felt a shiver run down his spine, that he was already quite powerful, yet had yet to touch the threshold of the 4th level. Grey Wolf. What is this chat group? How did it suddenly appear before me? Roli. Grey Wolf, please check the group announcement. After a while, Grey Wolf messaged. Wow, this chat group is interesting. It can even communicate with other worlds. Buchuan and others, at that moment, were showering praises about martial virtue and unparalleled handsomeness, yet they failed to strike a chord with Grey Wolf, who glanced at it and lost interest. Gray Wolf, I won't chat with you anymore. I am busy catching sheep. Yubuchuan, the master is even going to catch sheep? Shocked JPG, Gray Wolf. The sheep in Sheep Village are so hard to catch. I haven't managed to catch a single one yet. The group members were stunned. What sheep could be so elusive? A 7th level master cannot even catch them. Are they divine sheep? A group of people debated like fish out of water. After a while, Gray Wolf finally replied, "What a pity. I didn't catch any sheep again and got ambushed by that detestable Xianjiang." All group members shuddered. They felt that Gray Wolf's world was perilous, where even the sheep could outsmart the mighty wolf. Xiongba, Gray Wolf, I can send you some sheep. Yubuchuan, I have some sheep here too. I can send a red envelope to the master. Hearing this, the other group members chimed in, each claiming to have sheep. Gray Wolf, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. Sheep? Then I have to suffer the wrath of my wife's indomitable frying pan. Gray Wolf. Thank you. Fellow group members, kisses JPG. In the world of Fengyin, at the hall of the leader, Xiongba boomed with authority. When Cho, a person dressed as a eunuch, rushed in, ingratiatingly saying, "Master, you summoned me. What is your command?" Xiongba waved his hand. "Order all members of the Tianxia Association to search for the most succulent sheep. This is your most important task at present. Dispatch all members." When Cho, sheep, Xiongba, go. Xiongba's words were thunderous, commanding, and imposing. When Cho, but most members of the Tianxia Association are besieging Wushuang City. Xiongba, are you questioning my decision? Abandon Wushuang City and devote all efforts to searching for sheep. I want the most delectable sheep in the world. When Cho bowed, I will inform them immediately. Soon, over 100,000 disciples of the Tianxia Association swept across the land. Each time they ventured out on mission, children would cease their cries, and adults would tremble in fear. Devastation of families was commonplace, and slaughtering villages was simply routine. Yet this time, these disciples of the Tianxia Association did not kill or burn, but rather sought to capture sheep. That moment, all the suppressed forces across the world were left dumbfounded. Has Xiongba gone mad? To mobilize such forces merely to capture sheep? This is a good thing. They say prosperity leads to decline, and now Xiongba, the supreme ruler, engages in such reckless behavior. It could be a sign of the Tianxia Association's impending doom, a moment of universal celebration. Wushuang City breathed a sigh of relief. They had nearly been breached. Were they saved by sheep? Bu Jinyun, who had always remained unperturbed, suddenly found his expression twitching due to the sheep capturing incident. When Cho, why has the master suddenly decided to catch sheep? Replying to young Master Yun, I also do not know. Determined to prevent his master from descending into such madness, Bu Jinyun took a deep breath and made his way to Xiongba's hall. Soon he witnessed his once imposing, cold, and domineering master, Xiongba, cradling a sheep and emitting a nauseatingly affectionate laugh. Kisses. 03. Bu Jinyun felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Good heavens! Has the master lost his mind? He suddenly realized that the former Xiongba was quite admirable. As for the comedy of Thor the god of thunder being bullied by humans, that tale shall be left untold. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Thor and his companions returned via the Rainbow Bridge, only to be met with Odin's wrath. Having entered the twilight of his life, Odin felt his days were numbered and his powers waning. If a war were to arise, who could support Asgard in his absence? Clearly, Odin believed that Thor was still a mere child, unfit to bear such a heavy responsibility. Thus, despite Thor's victory over the frost giants, Odin remained furious. This is your vanity and pride causing havoc, not the demeanor of a leader. You are but a vain, insatiable, cold-hearted child. I foolishly thought you were worthy. With a voice trembling slightly, Odin declared, Thor Odinson, you have defied the explicit orders of the king. Odin descended from the platform, tearing off Thor's armor and ripping away his cloak. You are unworthy of your homeland, and you are unworthy of your title. You do not deserve it. You are utterly unworthy of those relatives you have forsaken. Odin extended his hand to reclaim the hammer of the thunder god, stripping Thor of his armor. This moment, I shall revoke your divine powers, in the name of my forefathers and the esteemed lineage of our family. I, Odin, the All-Father, cast you out. Suddenly, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel erupted, shattering Thor's armor and propelling him into the Rainbow Bridge. At the same time, Odin raised the hammer of the Thunder God, establishing a divine prohibition. Whoever wields this hammer, and is truly deserving, shall inherit the power of the Thunder God that on Earth, within Tony Stark's villa. Tony was harnessing the power of the Ten Rings to develop a new generation of Mark IV armor. Inspired by the power of the Ten Rings, this new Mark IV would surpass its predecessor in every conceivable way. Meanwhile, Roli found himself seated atop a rooftop. Suddenly, a surge of intuition struck him. With a resounding boom, a vibrant rainbow descended from the cosmos, piercing the earth and ultimately landing in New Mexico. Roli's aura extended outward, revealing a figure at IS that, the Thunder God Thor. Roli recalled how Loki had accompanied Thor to the Frost Giant's lair, confirming that Loki in the chat was indeed from the same timeline as himself. Then, Roli observed another rainbow bridge entering Earth, with a hammer landing in New Mexico. Undoubtedly, it was the hammer of the Thunder God. Bored and seeking amusement, he began to watch Thor's comical adventures on Earth after losing his divine powers. First, during his descent to Earth, Thor encountered a mishap, colliding with a female driver. "Where's my hammer?" Thor exclaimed upon regaining consciousness, demanding his weapon. Subsequently, he was taken to a hospital, where he awoke and struggled to retrieve his hammer. Engaging in a brawl with the doctors and nurses, "How dare you assault the son of Odin?" The doctors summoned a battalion of guards, yet even without his divine powers, Thor proved mightier than them. With a triumphant grin, he declared, "You cannot best the mighty." However, before he could finish, a tranquilizer dart from a doctor sent him crashing down, utterly incapacitated. Roli erupted in laughter at the spectacle. "What is happening?" Tony Stark inquired, puzzled. "I just witnessed a god, stripped of his powers, arriving on Earth." Roli recounted Thor's misadventures. "This is too hilarious." Tony laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. He then shared the tale in their group chat. "I just witnessed something utterly amusing. A god bereft of his powers, proclaiming himself the son of Odin." The chat erupted with laughter. "Roli, is this what you saw?" In Asgard, Loki was being praised by Odin this time. "Your performance was commendable. You have proven to be more astute and composed than I anticipated." Odin was astonished by Loki's actions, having always regarded him as kind yet cunning and narrow-minded. He never expected Loki to counsel the impetuous Thor instead of provoking him, prompting Odin to reconsider whether he had misjudged his son. Was Loki more suited to inherit the throne of the Allfather? "By the way, Loki, has that friend of yours who claims to be the Thunder God Thor returned?" "Yes, father. Perhaps we could invite him to Asgard someday." "Father, are you not curious about his identity?" Loki asked, intrigued. Odin gazed thoughtfully into the distance. "Time, space, and the universe are filled with infinite mysteries. I cannot grasp them all. Perhaps there exists another universe with northern gods akin to ours, and even if he is a dog, he may not be any less noble than us." Loki nodded, recognizing that this thunder god, Thor, was indeed from another dimension. The vastness of the multiverse was captivating and enigmatic. Odin, filled with a mix of nostalgia and affection, remarked, "Loki, it seems your achievements may soon eclipse my own. I can sense it." Loki bowed his head. "Father, you have always been the greatest of the All-Fathers." Odin shook his head, remaining silent. He too harbored a darker side, such as with Hela, whose remarkable feats he had buried, confining her out of fear that she might threaten his dominion. At that moment, Loki noticed the chatter in the group chat. Tony was recounting his encounter with a self-proclaimed son of Odin, Thor, who after losing his powers, was being beaten by humans. Loki was taken aback. Was this not his foolish brother? He quickly inquired of Odin, "Father, may I ask if the place Thor has gone to is called Earth?" Odin replied, "I have relegated him to Midgard. Another name for Midgard is Earth." At this revelation, Loki was convinced that his foolish brother was indeed in the same place as Tony. This meant that he, along with Roli and Tony, shared the same universe. In that instant, Loki's heart raced with excitement. Challenge: who can lift the hammer of the Thunder God? In the chat, Loki proclaimed, "Roli, Tony, I have confirmed that we inhabit the same world. I shall seek you out. Come forth." Roli responded. "Wait, what?" Tony exclaimed. Loki continued, "The one you refer to as the son of Odin is my brother. He just charged into the Frost Giant's realm, was stripped of his powers by our father Odin, and cast down Earth. That fool is your brother? Tony queried. Indeed, that fool is my brother. Thor the dog. That guy is indeed quite foolish. Loki instructed Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, to open the passage, declaring his intent to visit his brother Thor. Heimdall complied without hesitation, opening the bridge, and Loki leaped forth. With a tremendous rush, a brilliant rainbow descended upon New Mexico. Its radiant light visible even in broad daylight, captivating many residents. Meanwhile, the found itself once again in disarray. Coulson, where are you? Nick Fury called, reaching out to Agent Coulson en route to New Mexico. I am nearly there. Coulson replied, having just landed and driving towards his destination. There's been another surge of spatial fluctuations. Nick Fury noted that I've seen it too. I'll head there immediately, Coulson responded, feeling a headache coming on from the increasing occurrences. Nick Fury stood in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Global Monitoring Center, where enormous screens displayed real-time footage of various regions around the globe, tracking unusual events. Most of the screens were fixated on New Mexico, capturing images with such clarity that even ants were visible. Courtesy of military-grade satellites, suddenly, an employee shouted, "Look! There are two individuals floating in mid-air." Nick Fury turned towards the screen, spotting two figures. One was Roli, whom he had been monitoring, and the other was a man clad in armor. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network was robust, identifying the armored figure as Tony Stark, a potential key member for their future endeavors. How did they end up there? That Roli can hover in midair. Could his abilities be related to flight? In New Mexico, within the hospital, Thor awoke from the effects of the tranquilizer, finding himself restrained on a metal bed. Humph. You think these feeble bindings can restrain me? Thor the Thunder God? What a jest. He scoffed before struggling vigorously against his restraints. This is impossible. I am Thor the Thunder God. Thor, the god of thunder, was on the verge of tears, having been reduced to a mere mortal's frail body. The doctors within the hospital were engaged in hushed discussions, speculating that he must have been on drugs, that he had lost his sanity. Meanwhile, Loki's companion, Roli, cradling a nine-tailed fox, hovered above the hospital with Tony Stark. Is this truly Thor, Loki's brother? It's utterly ridiculous, Tony Stark exclaimed with disdain. Roli chuckled heartily. I find this quite amusing, sir. It appears that Sikkel has 7 or 8 military satellites locked onto this location, Jarvis informed. Pay them no mind, Tony replied. Let us proceed to examine Mjolnir, Roli suggested. You go ahead. I'll fly over, Tony said. With a swift motion, Roli vanished into thin air, only to reappear near Thor's hammer like a TDS. The monitoring center, a flurry of exclamations erupted. Director Nick, the individual identified as Roli, has vanished. Quickly locate him. Where is he? Nick Fury commanded. Soon, an employee reported, Director, we have found him, near the hammer. Nick Fury mused, if my memory serves me right. The distance between us is at least 30 kilometers. He crossed it in an instant. He felt a twinge of frustration. Roli arrived at the vicinity of Mjolnir, only to discover that the previously desolate desert had transformed into a bustling spectacle. News of a mysterious hammer descending from the heavens, impervious to anyone's grasp, had spread throughout the surrounding cities, drawing a multitude of curious Americans from afar. A burly man exerted all his strength to lift the hammer, only to find it utterly immovable, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Let me try, another robust fellow proclaimed, taking a swig of beer before attempting to grasp the hammer's handle. Behind him, a queue of muscular challengers formed, all of whom had failed in their attempts to lift the hammer. Some onlookers were even barbecuing a few meters away, music blaring with fervor. I could see that moment. A man drove up in a pickup truck, attempting to drag the hammer away with iron chains, only to have the truck's bed overturned. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Roli could only shake his head in exasperation. Just then, Tony Stark descended from the sky, landing before Roli. Let me give it a try, he declared, brimming with confidence. Having acquired the 10 rings, the capabilities of the Mark IV were extraordinary. Surely a mere hammer could not deter him. Step aside. I shall attempt it. Donned in the Mark IV armor, Tony exuded an unmistakable aura. The surrounding muscular men promptly cleared a path, for the Mark IV commanded respect. At this juncture, Loki arrived, and, upon spotting Roli, felt a surge of excitement. rushing over to him. "Boss." Loki bowed respectfully, his heart racing at the thought of being in the same realm as such a powerful figure, imagining himself as the second in command, with Tony as the first. Would he not dominate the group from then on? The thought stirred a thrill within him that by the way. "Where's Tony?" Loki inquired, scanning the area. "Over there." Roli pointed towards the center of Mjolnir's imposing presence. "Is that the Mark suit? So cool!" Loki exclaimed. Raleigh shot him a glance, recalling that this character had received a thorough lesson from Iron Man in the original plot. That moment, Tony Stark seized the handle of Mjolnir. The power of the Mark IV surging, yet the hammer remained immovable. "This hammer is truly heavy. I can't lift it at all," he admitted. "It's not merely a matter of strength. It's about whether it recognizes you." Loki explained. "Once it acknowledges you, you'll be able to lift it." Loki then began to elaborate on the composition of Thor's hammer. It is crafted from materials extracted from the core of a dying star by Odin. The god of thunder, a star nears its demise. It collapses inward due to gravitational forces, eventually forming a white dwarf or a pulsar. According to modern scientific estimates, a mere spoonful of such material could weigh over 1,000,000 tons. While Mjolnir may not weigh that much, it is undeniably substantial. This revelation ignited the competitive spirit among the group members that "I shall attempt to lift it and see if I can succeed," declared Xiongba. "Loki, you've piqued my curiosity. I must give it a try." Ben added, "I am Thor," announced Ashiba Inu.ggg. "If everyone is trying, I shall join as well," Grey Wolf chimed in. "Since all the esteemed individuals are participating, I will join as well, and perhaps pick up the soap for everyone," Ubuchuan remarked. "Let us ensure Tony arranges food and drinks. By the way, I still have 2 members to invite. I shall bring them along for the feast," Raleigh stated. "Agreed." The group members echoed. Raleigh activated the group invitation feature. "Ding, you have enabled the group member invitation function. You consume 1 invitation slot. Dimensional search successful. You have located Nakiri Alice from Food Wars with a power level of 0. Nakiri Alice, a first-year student at Tatsuki Culinary Academy, is a molecular gastronomy expert, often referred to as the god of molecular cuisine. She is a true genius and one of the closest students to the Elite 10 at Tatsuki. Would you like to send an invitation?" Raleigh was ecstatic. "This is a top-tier chef. Plus, Nakiri Alice is quite beautiful. Having her around will ensure delicious food, and she can serve as a full-time chef to satisfy my culinary cravings." He promptly selected yes. Group message. Group management invites Nakiri Alice to join this group. Continuing the search. Ding, you have enabled the group member invitation function. You consume 1 invitation slot. Dimensional search successful. You have located Boa Hancock from One Piece. With a power level of 2. Boa Hancock, the only female among the 7 warlords of the sea, she is the supreme leader of the Amazon Lily tribe and captain of the Kuja pirates. She is also considered the world's most beautiful woman, possessing the rare conqueror's haki, and is known for her arrogance and narcissism, often declaring that no matter what she does, she will be forgiven for her beauty. Would you like to send an invitation? Raleigh was taken aback. Boa Hancock, she is a stunning beauty. And why does the group remind me that she is single? Raleigh chose yes, recognizing the value of each invitation slot and the need for more members to liven up the group. Group message. Group management invites Nakiri Alice to join this group. After inviting the 2 individuals, Raleigh shared the group information with them, detailing the multiverse, fellow group members, and the group level settings, along with some basic information. "Wow, 2 beauties," Tony exclaimed. "New members, please share your photos and measurements," Xiongba urged. "New members, please share your photos and measurements, especially you, 0-level Nakiri Alice." Ubuchuan added, "Thor, Shiba, Inu Ubuchuan, is this all you amount to? Only capable of bullying level 0 newcomers." Ubuchuan. Trembling in fear JPG, the group buzzed with excitement for a while, as they had yet to encounter any beauties. They themselves felt a bit electrified. So the arrival of 2 stunning ladies was a precious delight, bringing joy to many members that, of course, there were exceptions, like the disdainful Xiongba, who considered women a burden, with the exception of Ban. After a few minutes, one of the new members, Boa Hancock, finally spoke up. "Boa Hancock, this multiverse truly is intriguing. Roranoa Zoro. Our group is currently organizing a gathering. Location: Earth, my world. Activity: 1. Who can lift Thor's hammer? And a culinary journey with Nakiri Alice. According to the information provided by the group, you are an exceptional gourmet, so the dining experience will be under your command. Boa Hancock. Don't miss out. This world may open your eyes to new wonders. In the world of One Piece, Amazon Lily, Daughter's Country, Boa Hancock sat upon her throne, guarded by two enormous pythons, and could see that moment. Hancock was immersed in the chat group of the multiverse. This sudden emergence of a multiverse chat group had far surpassed her imagination. A gathering in a chat group? Hancock felt that she might not want to miss this opportunity. Firstly, it would allow her to verify the authenticity of this group. Secondly, she wished to witness how other worlds operated. Thirdly, as the most beautiful woman, she desired to showcase her beauty to the inhabitants of the multiverse, leaving them utterly captivated beneath her enchanting presence. Hancock sent a message in the group. For this gathering, I shall join in the world of Food Wars. Nakiri Alice gazed at the virtual screen before her, observing the others around her, utterly oblivious to what lay before her. Earth? My world is also Earth. But according to the group's information, it should not be the same space-time. Should I go? What if it's a deception? However, if it is genuine, and I could venture into another world to explore its culinary delights, it would be an unparalleled opportunity. Nakiri Alice possessed an unparalleled passion for cuisine, and ultimately, she decided to take the plunge. Count me in for this gathering. The gathering commenced, and Hancock's astounding allure captivated all. One by one, group members began to appear beside Roronoa Zero. As the gathering unfolded in the realm of the esteemed, the members eagerly participated. Upon entering this world, they were immediately hit by the scorching heat of the desert. Is this truly the world of the esteemed? How desolate. That ostentatious fellow must be Tony, right? No need to speculate. It undoubtedly is. This must be Iron Man's armor. How cool. Shionba, Ubuchiwan, Batman, Uchiha Madara, and Shirji Shien arrive in succession. After a while, a Shiba Inu wielding a hammer appeared before them. IT stood tall and proud. Raising Thor's hammer height, IT pressed the first and second buttons, and a commanding voice resonated. I am Thor, the god of thunder for the glory of the northern gods. Shionba, Ubuchiwan, Batman, and Shirji Shien all exclaimed, Brother dog. Thor, Shiba Inu woof woof woof. In the next moment, a standing wolf materialized before the crowd, causing everyone to gasp in unison. Grey Wolf, the esteemed one. That's a level 7 powerhouse. Aside from Roronoa Zoro, the level 10 powerhouse, Grey Wolf is the most formidable. At that moment, everyone witnessed the true form of Grey Wolf for the first time, and they instinctively took a sharp breath. A true powerhouse is indeed extraordinary. Even a wolf is no ordinary creature. Walking upright, its sharp fangs protruded from its mouth, revealing its exceptional ferocity. Those eyes, oh my. Unfathomable depths. The diagonal scar on its right cheek, left untouched, seemed to be a memento of its past victories. Indeed, a true powerhouse behaves distinctly from mere mortals. Wait, what is that orange hat? Though it appears ordinary, everyone present believed it to be anything but... Look, the hat even has patches. Goodness, there must be some hidden significance. This hat is undoubtedly remarkable, perhaps even a deadly weapon. Shionba and his companions were genuinely intimidated by the level 7 status. Even though Grey Wolf appeared harmless, merely a cute creature, under the aura of level 7, a tattered hat, a stitched scar, and ordinary wolf fangs all took on extraordinary meanings. Greetings, fellow group members, Grey Wolf exclaimed, waving its paw enthusiastically to Shionba and the others. This voice resonated like a celestial decree, leaving them with a profound sense of insignificance in the face of such power. With a thud, Grey Wolf approached Roronoa Zoro. Yet to Shionba and the others, they imagined a scene. As Grey Wolf ran, an inexplicable wave rippled through the entire earth, causing countless ants to tremble in fear. Well, all of this was merely their imagination. Overwhelmed by Grey Wolf's level 7 status, and could see this moment, Grey Wolf reached Roronoa Zoro and bowed respectfully. Greetings, level 10 powerhouse, Grey Wolf thought to himself. Even if Pleasant Goat is formidable, if I seek help from the much higher level Roronoa Zoro to capture sheep, it should be a piece of cake, right? Recently, The sheep sent by Xiongba and his group, those sheep, weren't particularly tasty, the difference between level 0 and level 3 sheep. For this reason, Red Wolf had scolded Grey Wolf, believing he had deceived her with fake sheep meat. In summary, the cunning Grey Wolf prepared to flatter Roronoa Zoro. First, that moment, another group member arrived. Whoosh, a tall and elegant beauty appeared before Roronoa Zoro and the others, with long, lustrous black hair styled in a noble princess-like manner, deep blue eyes, and adorned with snake-shaped earrings. Her tall figure exuded an astonishing allure. Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in One Piece, even more captivating than ever. She radiated an irresistible charm that seemed to transform the atmosphere, filling it with intoxicating fragrance. The air suddenly grew quiet. Gulp. Gulp. Most of the surrounding individuals collectively swallowed hard. So beautiful. The sound of drooling echoed. These brawny men, drawn to challenge Thor's hammer, were utterly captivated, and upon seeing the explosively attractive goddess Hancock, how could they not feel restless? Even Tony Stark, Buchu and Wayne, Shirji Xian, Loki, and others were, to varying degrees, affected by Hancock's allure, their eyes glazed with admiration. Even the disdainful Xiongba and Uchimadara found themselves momentarily entranced, revealing the magnitude of Hancock's charm. Upon seeing Hancock, Roronoa Zoro, though instinctively defensive and not swayed by her sweet fruit, couldn't help but marvel at her captivating beauty. Boa Hancock surveyed the surrounding gazes filled with hearts, smiling proudly. Indeed, I am the most beautiful woman in the world. Even in another realm, much of her attention was directed towards the group administrator, level 10 powerhouse Roronoa Zoro, realizing with surprise that he possessed the clarity to resist her overwhelming charm. Approaching Roronoa Zoro, she offered a graceful bow. "Greetings, esteemed one." Roronoa Zoro nodded. "I thought you wouldn't come." Boa Hancock smiled. "How could I miss such an interesting gathering?" That smile, enchanting and captivating, plunged those around her into a trance once more. Only Madara, Shirji Xian, and Xiongba managed to break free, gazing at Hancock in astonishment. Had she wished to eliminate them, she could have easily succeeded moments ago. This woman is perilously enchanting. The three exchanged glances. Daring not to meet Hancock's gaze directly that moment, the American cowboys had utterly lost their minds, bewitched by Hancock's beauty. "Goddess, you are mine. Beautiful lady, oh how strikingly exquisite she is." With a playful chuckle, Hancock executed a charming gesture. Sweet as a gentle breeze, a fragrant waft enveloped the atmosphere, and in an instant, all the American cowboys who had rushed forward were petrified and stoned that very moment. A black Mustang came to a halt at the periphery, and Agent Coulson of CVLD stepped out, witnessing this astonishing scene. "Director, I found them, but over a dozen individuals have perished." Raleigh glanced back at Coulson, seemingly aware that Hancock's lethal actions had been observed by S. H.I.L. However, Raleigh quickly broke into a carefree smile. H.I.L.D. "Were they really? Oh no, you actually killed someone." Tony Stark exclaimed, taken aback by the circle of petrified figures. Hancock, with an alluring gesture, proclaimed, "They coveted my beauty, thus I had to eliminate them. It is solely my fault for being too beautiful." Buchuan quickly concurred. "Indeed, you are exceptionally beautiful," only to realize the impropriety of his words and hastily recite a calming mantra to quell his thoughts. Hancock proudly lifted her elegant swan-like neck. "Whatever I do shall be forgiven, shall it not? For I am simply too beautiful." Several group members nodded in agreement, clearly entranced. Duong, Raleigh delivered a light smack to Hancock's head, saying sternly, "Do not kill indiscriminately. This is not your world. Taking lives is inherently wrong." Hancock, feeling wronged, pouted with tear-filled eyes. "Is it a crime to be beautiful?" Raleigh sighed in exasperation. "At least keep it under control. Do not let your allure run rampant." In Hancock's presence, Raleigh dared not act recklessly, and she could only sulk. "Oh, I understand." The group members were once again mesmerized. Her charm was overwhelming, whether in pride, fear, grievance, or playfulness. She radiated beauty in every aspect. Raleigh scanned the surroundings and noted the absence of one individual. "Alice Nakiri, have you not arrived yet?" In the world of food wars, Alice Nakiri had hesitated for quite some time. And when the moment of truth arrived, she found it hard to make a decision. Do you not wish to experience the culinary delights of another world? Roli thought to himself, if you do not come, where will I find such a beautiful and capable chef? The culinary wonders of another realm filled Alice's heart with yearning, and she finally steeled herself for the adventure, clicking to teleport. In the next moment, Alice appeared in the scorching desert expanse. She had not changed her attire, donning the meticulously designed chef's uniform of her family. Though it was a chef's outfit, it eclipsed the appearances of Ubuchuan, Tony, and others. Alice gazed at Roli and the others with trepidation, especially at the imposing figures of Domineering, Obito, Loki, and Shurzwa, who appeared far from benevolent. Domineering, Obito, Loki, and Shurzwa remarked, "What a beautiful little lady, though not as stunning as I. She is more than worthy of my harem. Mommy, this place is terrifying. I want to go home." Alice thought in a panic, feeling like a lamb in a den of wolves. Raleigh lightly tapped Hancock's head and pulled Alice closer. "Do not fear these individuals. While they may appear fierce, they are not truly bad. Tony is a notorious playboy who has harmed many women. Loki is a scheming trickster. Obito was once a madman bent on world destruction. Shurzwa is a dark overlord, and Domineering is the ruthless leader of a criminal syndicate." Raleigh pointed out each individual, introducing them in turn. Alice felt like crying, "Big shot, is this meant to comfort me? I feel even more anxious." And these two, Raleigh indicated Thor, the Shiba Inu, and Grey Wolf. Do not be fooled by their fierce appearances. They possess gentle sides. Thor, despite his strength, cannot speak and only repeats, "I am Thor, the god of thunder for the glory of the northern gods. Come play the mobile game 10,000 cold jokes too. Woof, woof, woof." He has a weakness to... In Raleigh's hand appeared a ball, and instantly, Thor became adorable, his eyes sparkling. As Raleigh tossed the ball, Thor joyfully dashed after it, retrieving it and returning it to Raleigh. Raleigh affectionately patted Thor's head and said to Alice, "See, isn't he delightful?" Alice nodded, her eyes shining. "So kawaii." Domineering, Batman, Loki, and Shurzwa exchanged glances, astonished that Thor exhibited such an endearing side, shattering his previously imposing image into a million pieces. Raleigh pointed at Grey Wolf. "And him, do not judge him by his ferocity. He too has a tender side and dotes on his wife, enduring her beatings while still loving her as before, a true devoted husband." Grey Wolf chuckled. "How did you know my strengths? Big shot. You've made me blush." At this, Alice relaxed, concluding that a man who cherishes his wife must not be malevolent. "All right, let us return for a festive gathering." Raleigh clapped his hands. Tony interjected, "But what about Mjolnir? Wasn't it said that we would compete to see who could lift it?" Raleigh replied, "I will take it back, and you can enjoy it at your leisure. What is stellar material, and who cannot lift it? Does it have any effect on me?" Just then, two Quinjet fighters arrived swiftly, emblazoned with the S.H.L.D. logo. A squad of S.H.L.D. agents, fully armed, descended from the Quinjet, encircling Raleigh and his companions. Click, click, click! The Quinjet's artillery system and the agents' weapons were all aimed at Raleigh and the others. The only elite agent, Hawkeye, held a buffalo bow, knocking a peculiar arrow, targeting their direction. "We are the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Everyone in front, do not move. You are suspected of willful homicide. Please surrender and submit to the investigation of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Any resistance will result in immediate execution. Surrender. Immediate execution for resistance." Domineering and others laughed. "Do you think your pathetic selves and these weapons can intimidate us?" Hancock, feeling threatened by the weapons, seethed with anger. "How dare you point weapons at me? Do you seek death?" Turning to Raleigh, she pleaded, "Big shot, allow me to eliminate them." With a mere wave, Grey was obliterated, a warning to S.H.I.E.L.D. Raleigh, having seen numerous fanfics where protagonists ended up as mere pawns for S.H.I.L.D., scoffed at the notion of being reduced to a lackey, and reiterated their warning. For the second time, "Everyone in front, you are suspected of willful homicide. Please surrender and submit to the investigation. Any resistance will result in immediate execution." The authoritative voice echoed across the desert. The artillery system on the Quinjet began to whir ominously, entering a state of readiness. Raleigh felt a surge of anger at being threatened for the first time. When did my indifference lead you to believe I could be easily intimidated? The majesty of the divine is not to be trifled with. Hancock, eliminate them. With a mischievous laugh, Hancock declared, as you command. Her voice dripped with sweetness, intoxicatingly fragrant. Click, click. All field agents were instantly turned to stone. Only Hawkeye sensed something amiss. In a moment of clarity, he bit down hard, the pain jolting him awake as he beheld his petrified colleagues in disbelief. Open fire, he shouted with all his might. Hawkeye issued a combat order to the pilots within the Quinjet, commanding the artillery system to unleash its full firepower. The sound of gunfire echoed, bang, 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 as a storm of bullets and a barrage of shells descended upon Raleigh and his companions. With a dismissive snort, Raleigh unleashed an invisible wave of energy that swept across a 1-kilometer radius. The shells and bullets froze mid-air, only to disintegrate into dust in an instant. Hawkeye was obliterated into countless droplets of blood, while the Quinjet let out a mournful wail before disintegrating into particles, vanishing into the ether. The ground within a 1-kilometer radius cracked and crumbled, as if succumbing to an immense force, forming a colossal pit nearly 100 meters deep. Raleigh gazed towards the horizon, his eyes fixed on the satellites in outer space, a smile spreading across his face. With a snap of his fingers, a surge of power rocketed skyward, violently tearing through the atmosphere. Mere moments later, several satellites in Earth's orbit exploded, meeting the same fate as the ill-fated Quinjet, dissolving into dust that scattered across the cosmos. Having accomplished this feat, Raleigh lifted Mjolnir. Quite light, he remarked. Let us go. In an instant, he and his companions vanished from the spot T, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. The surveillance center was engulfed in a chilling silence. Everyone, from Nick Fury to the ordinary personnel, stared at the screen that had turned to static, a shiver coursing up their spines, leaving them in a state of shock. They were furious, yet more so terrified. All field agents had perished. The Quinjet had been reduced to mere ashes. A vast sinkhole had formed in the arid desert. What kind of terrifying power was this? Nick Fury trembled internally. Despite having witnessed the horrors of World War II and countless battles thereafter, he was still shaken by the astonishing scene he had just witnessed. At that moment, he recalled Raleigh's disdainful gaze as the screen had flickered into static. With a grave expression, Fury ordered, immediately investigate why the satellites have gone dark. A technical officer gulped nervously and replied, Director Fury, we just checked the surrounding satellites and discovered that the ones we observed earlier have vanished. Fury's voice rose. Vanished? What do you mean? Yes, they're gone, the officer confirmed. How could they disappear? Fury pressed. They exploded, just like the Quinjet, turning into dust. Fury's lips trembled. Are you implying that the enemy destroyed our satellites from a distance of 800,000 meters? Military satellites orbit at a significantly higher altitude. And S.H.I.E.L.D.'s military satellites were positioned at a staggering 800,000 meters, such altitude, and they were destroyed? What do we do now, Director Fury? Someone asked, panic overtaking them. It was undeniable that Raleigh's displayed power exceeded their imagination. Though they were S.H.I.E.L.D., established to contend with formidable adversaries, this opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. Should they truly provoke such a being? This individual is far too dangerous. I suggest we avoid confrontation, one agent advised. Are you all afraid? They have slain many of us, and you choose to retreat? Cowards, another shouted, we must seek vengeance. Vengeance? What a joke. How do we exact revenge? Shall we march to our doom? But we have our trump cards. Indeed, we possess our trump cards. We still have the Sentinel and Captain Marvel. With this affirmation, many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents regained their composure. Captain Marvel, a veteran superhero of S.H.I.E.L.D., had gained her powers during the recent intergalactic war between two alien races, becoming one of the most formidable heroes in the universe. Renowned for her ability to dismantle cosmic warships single-handedly. As for the Sentinel, he was another secret weapon of S.H.I.E.L.D., even more powerful than Captain Marvel. Once a drug addict, he accidentally ingested a secret serum in a laboratory, acquiring immense energy from another universe, bestowing upon him extraordinary speed, resilience, defensive capabilities, and flight, as well as energy control and release. His remarkable self-healing ability allowed him, in a berserk state, to unleash a force equivalent to 1,000,000 stars. However, The serum also birthed a negative persona known as nihility within him, which, when unleashed, could spell catastrophe for Earth and the entire cosmos. Meanwhile, Tony Stark's seaside cliffside villa was alive with the buzz of a lively party. Alice Nakiri had taken center stage, her molecular gastronomy delights captivating everyone present. Having returned briefly to the world of Food Wars, she sent her entire culinary equipment back via red envelopes and commenced an extensive cooking spree. As the first dish of grilled squid was unveiled, gasps of astonishment filled the IT glows. They exclaimed, radiating a brilliant golden light, "My heavens, this dish actually emits light." Ubuchuan's eyes nearly bulged out his head. This truly food? Surely no light bulbs or similar contraptions were involved? Wayne scrutinized the dish from every angle. Shyly, Alice Nakiri announced, "This dish is pan-seared squid. Please enjoy." Each guest took their chopsticks or forks, eagerly sampling a portion. Then, the otherworldly quality of the Food Wars cuisine manifested. It was as though everyone was enveloped in a hallucinatory experience. Some were left speechless, others were blushing, and a few howled with delight. Heavens, I feel as though I'm soaring. It's so delectable, absolutely divine. It feels as if the squid's tentacles are caressing me. Even Roli was not immune to the allure. After just one bite, he felt transported to an endless sea of flowers, a gentle, fragrant breeze enveloping him, leaving him utterly enchanted. It was simply too delicious. An addictive experience. Fortunately, most of the molecular gastronomy was executed by machines. Alice had set the timing, allowing the machines to handle the bulk of the workload, while Jarvis's mechanical arms ensured precise timing, enabling her to manage the process without chaos. One exquisite dish after another was served, causing everyone to drool uncontrollably, nearly swallowing their tongues in sheer delight. Now I understand. Any food that doesn't glow cannot be deemed true delicacies. Ban exclaimed in awe, "If anyone dares to bully you in the future, invoke my name, Xiongba." Xiongba declared, drooling at the thought of Alice's culinary creations, deeming his own so-called greatest chef in the world utterly inferior. Thor the Shiba Inu voraciously devoured a bone-shaped dish, rolling around in sheer bliss. Alice Nakiri, "From this day forth, you shall be my treasured concubine," Hancock proclaimed with regal authority, causing Alice to blush deeply. Hearing the praise from her esteemed guests filled her with relief and excitement, especially witnessing Raleigh's hearty enjoyment as he devoured a mountain of food, granting her immense satisfaction. As a chef, witnessing guests relish her creations was her greatest achievement. Tony Stark interjected, "Jarvis, immediately procure the freshest ingredients from around the globe and airlift them using Stark Industries aircraft. Make haste, Jarvis." "Yes, sir, in half an hour, an abundance of exquisite delicacies will be airlifted from across the United States and around the globe. Freshly caught bluefin tuna from the remote iceberg island. Just harvested matsutake and morels from Yunnan, China, a colossal super-sized oyster weighing 2 pounds from Rhode Island. Fleur de sel from the southern coast of Brittany in France. Helicopters continuously descend onto the Villa's helipad, delivering sumptuous dishes to the dining table of Alice Nakiri. Alice Nakiri is utterly blissful. Indeed, attending this gathering was a splendid decision. Here, she encounters a plethora of culinary ingredients she has never before laid eyes upon. Although her unfamiliarity with these ingredients leads to some imperfections in her creations, with the assistance of the artificial intelligence Jarvis, she relies on her innate talent to craft an array of imaginative dishes she had previously only dared to dream of. Within S.H.L.D. The debate rages on. No, Captain Marvel is our ace in the hole. There's no need to bring her back until the final moment, stated a secret Hydra operative. Indeed, there's no necessity to summon Captain Marvel. It would be an extravagant waste. Another Hydra operative concurred. As for the Sentinel, he must not be unleashed either. He has always been an unpredictable factor. Should the void within him escape, Earth would face impending doom. Asserted a third Hydra agent that Hydra's influence has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D to a significant extent. They do not wish for Captain Marvel to return due to her overwhelming power. Her presence could potentially unveil Hydra's secrets hidden within us. H.I.L.D. Hence, Hydra unequivocally opposes Captain Marvel's return. If Captain Marvel doesn't come back, how can we seek vengeance? Counter to non-Hydra S.H.I.L.D. agent. Is your mind solely consumed by hatred? There's a saying among the Chinese, endure for a moment and the storm will pass. Do you understand? Precisely, there is no need for their return. I believe it would be quite beneficial to have them back. I disagree. I concur. The atmosphere within SHLD became tumultuous. Nick Fury's face darkened. Enough silence. Everyone turned to Nick Fury. He inhaled deeply, grappling with internal turmoil. Should he seek revenge or retreat? Ultimately, Fury recalled the derisive grin of Roli. That smile was insufferable. It trampled upon the dignity of his own. Such a person cannot be allowed to thrive. The MJLNR was raised. The very purpose of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s establishment was to confine all superpowered beings for easier management and to prevent chaos in society. If an uncontrollable force emerged, it would undermine SHIELD's existence. Nick Fury, a master of political maneuvering, understood the importance of credibility. If it were compromised, who would trust him again? Dream on. I have decided to summon Captain Marvel back. Nick Fury declared resolutely. Director Fury. I believe a Hydra operative wishes to object. Enough. My decision is final. No further discussion. Fury shot a glare at the dissenting individual, his stance indisputable. The other naysayers fell silent. Daunted, Nick Fury retrieved an antiquated pager. The sole means of contacting Captain Marvel that on the other side of the vast universe. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, was engaged in rescuing a planet in distress. Suddenly, she received Nick Fury's distress signal. "It seems I must return to Earth." With a flash, she transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the cosmos. The villa. During the gathering, Raleigh sneezed, sensing that someone was plotting against him. Just then, Alice Najurai presented him with an enormous beef leg weighing over 10 pounds. Its golden sheen nearly blinding him, an intoxicating aroma of premium beef wafted through the air. Alice Najurai, you are truly remarkable. I will miss you dearly, Raleigh mused, dreading the prospect of returning to mundane human fare after indulging in such culinary delights. Alice Najurai blushed, feeling fortunate to have a friend who adored her cooking. As long as the Great One wishes to eat, I can be summoned at any time. Raleigh grinned. That is a promise you made. Hancock, the Empress, had her mouth stuffed full. Ooh, Alice Najurai is mine. Ooh. After finishing the meal, the next event commenced, the MJLNR relay race. Naturally, Tony Stark, who had already attempted to lift MJLNR, along with Raleigh, who effortlessly wielded it, and Thor's brother Loki, were exempt from the competition that moment. Odin and Heimdall were also observing the situation on Earth. When MJLNR was moved, it caught Odin's attention, while the guardian of the Bifrost, Heimdall, was also alerted. They were keen to discover who had disturbed MJLNR, only to find Raleigh and his companions, including his son Loki and the mighty Thor, the Shiba Inu. Perhaps Raleigh's ability to conceal his power was too perfect, as both Odin and Heimdall failed to discern the extent of his strength, leaving them astonished that he could lift MJLNR. Raleigh, too, sensed the unusual divine energies observing him, speculating it must be Odin and Heimdall, but chose to remain unfazed. To heighten the excitement of the competition, Raleigh generously set a reward. Last time I bested that arrogant master, I obtained 10 rings. Each possesses immense power, and since I have no use for them, I might as well offer them as prizes. Their corresponding powers should be no less than level 3, perhaps even more formidable. With this enticing reward, everyone's enthusiasm soared. Even Hancock felt a tinge of temptation. The competition officially commenced. Loki reminded everyone, according to my father's divine enchantment on this hammer, as long as one embodies the virtues my father expects from my foolish brother Thor, namely, justice, bravery, wisdom, and responsibility, one should be able to lift MJLNR. Haha, it doesn't seem too difficult. I shall go first. You Buchuan laughed heartily, striding confidently toward MJLNR. You Buchuan, embody righteousness, striving for the greatness of Mount Hua. My sense of responsibility is commendable. My wisdom is not lacking. And as for bravery, I am equally capable. You Buchuan, am formidable. This hammer shall be lifted by me. He reached out to grasp MJ Lner's handle. Roli distinctly felt Odin's divine power coursing into Yu Buchuan's body, only to swiftly retreat. "Lift for me!" Yu Buchuan channeled all his inner strength and pulled upward. Yet, MJ Lner remained utterly immovable. Leaves fell, brushing against Yu Buchuan's embarrassed countenance. "Ahem, it seems you cannot do it." "Allow me." Huang Ba approached MJ Lner, prompting the onlookers to roll their eyes. "Huang Ba, who do you think you are? Are you not aware of your own reputation? A notorious figure, and you expect to lift MJ Lner?" The outcome was clear. Even if Huang Ba summoned all his might, he could not budge MJ Lner an inch. Subsequently, Shiji Xian, Hancock, and Alice Najirai also attempted, only to meet with inevitable failure. "Now, it's my turn." Batman Wayne stepped forward, approaching MJ Lner. Roli began to take him seriously. The previous contenders had been mere bystanders with glaring flaws, while Batman Wayne, in Roli's eyes, held a glimmer of hope. Batman was a superhero, a beacon of light in the darkness. "Lift." Wayne gripped the hammer, pouring all his strength into the effort. Roli felt disappointment wash over him as Wayne was unable to raise MJ Lner. "Let me give it a try." Finally, it was Uchiha Obito's turn. Though Roli held little hope, Obito had a history of ruthless killings. Obito stepped up to MJ Lner and attempted to lift it. What the? All present gazed in astonishment at Uchiha Madara. The Mjolnir had indeed stirred. Though it was merely a subtle movement, it was enough to leave onlookers in shock. The formidable Hu Tai Lang, a veritable powerhouse, stood in awe. Uchiha himself was somewhat bewildered. He considered himself no saint, a man whose hands were stained with blood, having nearly brought ruin upon humanity itself. Yet, what was this spectacle before him? He had actually lifted Mjolnir. Not only was he astonished, but so too were the other members of the group, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Could Madara truly have raised it? What sorcery was this? I too was curious. Could it be that Mjolnir was a mere illusion? Shionba pondered aloud. "Madara, how much strength did you just exert? Is it possible your power exceeds that of Mjolnir's weight?" Madara, perplexed, replied, "Not at all. I hardly put forth any effort." Yet it rose, with a decisive pull. He seized Mjolnir entirely, tossing it lightly into the air, where it spun gracefully before landing back in his grasp. In Asgard, Odin and Heimdall were nearly agape with disbelief. The hammer had genuinely been lifted, and that individual had thus earned the recognition of Odin's divine power contained within Mjolnir. Despite the confusion, the contest to wield Mjolnir continued unabated. It was now Thor's turn. The Shiba Inu, who stood tall and confident. "I am Thor, the god of thunder, come to engage in a mobile game 10,000 cold jokes, ! Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I am Thor, fighting for the glory of the northern gods." Grasping Mjolnir, he attempted to lift it but found it utterly immovable. Disheartened, Thor, the Shiba Inu, sulked to the side, proving that there remained a distinction between the god of thunder and a mere canine. "Gaga, it's my turn." At this moment, Hu Tai Lang strode forth, moving with the grace of a dragon and the confidence of a tiger. His claws glinting with sharp brilliance, he seized the handle of Mjolnir and pulled, yet the hammer would not budge. "Ugh!" Hu Tai Lang roared, exerting all his might to wrench it free. But Mjolnir remained steadfast. Odin of Asgard snickered. "Did you truly believe that a mere creature could lift Mjolnir? What a farce!" Incensed, Hu Tai Lang, feeling humiliated, declared, "You dare provoke me?" He approached a nearby sports car, parked not far from Tony, and in an instant he became a blur, dismantling the vehicle with his bare hands until it lay in a heap of parts. With a flurry of movements, he transformed those pieces into a peculiar device resembling a flashlight. Indeed, it was a flashlight inexplicably compressed from the car's substantial components to a mere handheld size. The tech-savvy Tony Stark watched in awe, his eyes gleaming with envy, eager to consult Hu Tai Lang on this feat. Others could not help but murmur, "Well, little hammer, let us see if you will obey." Hu Tai Lang aimed the flashlight at Mjolnir, emitting a red beam, which shattered the hammer into a multitude of fragments. Revealing the materials from which it had been forged, Odin's countenance darkened, his beard nearly falling out in his dismay as he cursed under his breath. Without hesitation, he armed himself and mounted his steed, galloping towards Earth. However, activating the Bifrost required time, and by the moment he arrived, Hu Tai Lang had already crafted a new hammer, striking it repeatedly until a whimsical, chibi-style plastic toy hammer took shape. Comically misshapen and utterly juvenile. Stop this! Odin's arrival was heralded by a cascade of rainbow light as he descended beside the villa. Upon seeing the chubby plastic hammer, he clutched his chest in agony. My Mjolnir, it was forged from the core of a dying star, a precious artifact, and you have reduced it to this. Plastic, how absurdly juvenile. Odin glared at Hu Tai Lang, wishing to strike him down. Loki, fearing the potential fallout, interjected, Father, please, let's not escalate matters. His concern was less for Hu Tai Lang's wrath and more for his father's temperament. Knowing that while Odin was powerful, he likely could not contend with a level 7 Hu Tai Lang, especially with a level 10 Roli standing nearby. Odin, ignoring Loki, coldly fixed his gaze upon Hu Tai Lang, raising Gungnir, and commanded, disassemble it. Hu Tai Lang cackled, brandishing the flashlight in response. Remembering Mjolnir's fate, Odin's expression shifted, and he hastily withdrew Gungnir. Yet alas, it was too late. The artifact was instantly transformed into raw materials, clattering to the ground. Odin stood in shock, gazing at the scattered remains, a surge of blood rushing to his head, and he fell back, spitting blood in disbelief. Odin, with fury boiling within him, he charged at Hu Tai Lang. The latter, undeterred, aimed the flashlight again, causing Odin's entire armor to disintegrate into a pile of raw material. Odin swiftly shielded himself, humiliated and enraged, glaring fiercely at Hu Tai Lang. Loki, terrified, clutched Hu Tai Lang, pleading, Wolf brother, have mercy! He is my father. Internally, he ruminated on the chaos that was unfolding. Meanwhile, Odin seethed with rage, yet beneath it lay a gnawing fear. What manner of creature was this wolf? This strange power could so effortlessly dismantle my divine essence. Mark my words, I shall return. An embarrassed Odin, clad in a garish outfit reminiscent of a child's attire, the Hu Tai Lang version of a god king's golden armor, wielded a plastic spear styled like a toy version of Gungnir, adorned with a child's watch, and rode upon the 8-legged steed Sleipnir, vanishing amidst the rainbow hues back to Asgard. Had it not been for Hu Tai Lang as consideration for Loki, he would have returned empty-handed, utterly humiliated. Upon reaching the Bifrost, Odin glanced at Heimdall, who quickly lowered his head, his lips twitching at the sight of Odin's ludicrous appearance. Prior to this, Odin had been a vision of majesty, crowned with an eagle helm and clad in golden armor, brandishing the mighty Gungnir. Yet now, he appeared absurd, dressed in a garish outfit that defied description, wielding a plastic spear and donning a child's wristwatch. Resembling nothing more than a jester, the incongruity shattered all sense of decorum, rendering the scene unbearable to behold. Odin shot Heimdall a fierce glare, warning, do not speak of this, to which Heimdall dutifully replied, as you command. Odin, contemplating his next course of action, found no justification for punishing Heimdall, and, filled with frustration, returned to his palace. He needed to change into a more dignified attire, shedding the embarrassment of his childish garb. Yet he discovered he could not remove it. Hu Tai Lang, being a bad wolf with a mischievous streak, had decided to teach Odin a lesson. The newly forged armor of the god king, Gungnir, and the Drofni ring had not only been infantilized, but also bound to Odin. Once donned, he would find it impossible to remove. Odin struggled in vain to shed the garments, exhausting himself instead. With no alternative, he wrapped himself in an enormous cloak, but the gored leaf upon his head remained unyielding, rendering any attempt to wear a hat futile. He then journeyed to the dwarf realm, seeking out the elder dwarf king, whose craftsmanship was revered throughout the land. Odin, it is I. What sorcery is this? Have you transformed into something so endearing? The elder dwarf king scrutinized Odin several times before settling on the term adorable to describe Odin's current predicament. Odin recounted the bizarre encounter with the cunning Hu Tai Lang to the elder dwarf king. Indeed, such a creature exists. The elder dwarf king was taken aback, concluding that this wolf possessed a deeper understanding of craftsmanship than their own kind. Where is it? I must meet this wolf. Odin, gritting his teeth, replied, make the change. Odin's mood could be described as utterly dismal. He truly despised the notion of parading about in such an adorable guise. After all, he was the king of the gods. Did he not have any dignity? Meanwhile, at the villa, the Thor's hammer rally had concluded, and 10 rings were awarded to Uchiha Madara. How he chose to utilize them was, of course, his own affair. As for Thor's hammer, the plastic version of the Grey Wolf children's toy, Roli inquired. What shall we do with this? Loki timidly asked. Should I give it back to my foolish brother? Thor, the Shiba Inu, remarked, a Thor without his hammer is not a complete Thor. Roli gazed at the toy hammer and couldn't help but envision a scene where the showy Thor brandished a plastic hammer, proclaiming, for the glory of the northern gods. Goodness, what a bizarre image! Suddenly, the Thor's hammer inexplicably quivered. The electric meter flickered, and the appliances emitted crackling sounds. What is happening? The hammer moved, capturing everyone's attention as they fixated upon it. Despite its plastic appearance, through the Grey Wolf's machinations, its divine power had paradoxically grown even stronger and more expansive. In that moment, the hammer began to awaken, its divine energy radiating outward. Roli abruptly raised his gaze toward New Mexico. It seemed Thor was awakening. Loki sensed it too, a smile spreading across his face. In New Mexico, a small town was besieged by a colossal metal giant. This was the Destroyer, towering around 3 meters, forged entirely from black divine metal, an Asgardian war machine of formidable might. Although Loki had not instigated a rebellion, the Destroyer still descended upon New Mexico as per the original narrative, intent on claiming Thor's life. This was not a command from Loki, but rather from Odin himself, who harbored great hopes for Thor, wishing for him to be reborn from the ashes, transformed into a truly mature ruler. Thus, he issued the order to the Destroyer to hunt down the Thunder God. With a hum, the Destroyer's head opened, energy converging as a high-temperature laser shot forth, aimed at the valiant Sif. She barely had time to raise her energy shield, positioning her hands before her. The scorching laser shattered the shield, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent Sif flying, gravely injured. The Destroyer then advanced towards the now mortal Thor, while the remaining 3 warriors of the Divine Palace were alarmed and rushed to intervene. Bam, 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 bam. The Destroyer effortlessly dispatched the 3 warriors before arriving before Thor, who exhibited no inclination to evade. With arms outstretched and eyes closed, he appeared resolute in his acceptance of death. Come, take my life, spare the others. The destructive light atop the Destroyer's head continued to amass, seemingly poised to extinguish Thor's life. Suddenly, Thor's hammer vanished from the cliffside villa in Los Angeles. Loki exclaimed in astonishment, It's not flying anymore. The Grey Wolf chuckled. I made adjustments. It can now traverse dimensions. That Roli's lips twitched. Thank goodness you did, or else Thor's hammer would have arrived too late, and our Thunder God would have been doomed. In the small town of New Mexico, Thor suddenly felt the power of his hammer. His spirit surged. My divine strength has returned. My hammer is back. In the next instant, Thor's hammer materialized in his grasp. The familiar sensation of liquid melding coursing through him. This power was exquisite. Thor felt himself reaching the pinnacle of his strength once more. What the blazes is this? Thor exclaimed, eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld the toy plastic version of his hammer in hand, nearly tossing it away in fright. Where is my mighty hammer? The esteemed figures began to gather, with Hancock brimming with excitement. Due to Alice Nakiri's cry for help, the entire group erupted with chatter. Yagyu, what transpired over there with Hancock? Madara, who dares provoke our members? Thor, I am Thor, the god of thunder for the glory of the northern gods. The Grey Wolf interjected. Wait, I'm still herding sheep. I am close to success, that accursed happy sheep. I shall return. You Buchuan call for a gathering. Assemble, assemble. Let us show them our true colors. Roli promptly received the news, observing Ubuchuan's audacious intent to flaunt his prowess in the world of One Piece. A reckless endeavor. One must consider their capabilities. He hastily messaged, everyone, be mindful of your limits. That Hancock's strength is top tier level 2, and she could easily ascend to level 3. If even she faces peril, some may just be a liability. Speaking of you. Ubuchuan, the pain is unbearable. JPG Wayne. Shivering with fear. Tony Stark. Shivering with fear. Raleigh pondered for a moment before adding, in the world of steel, the power is exceedingly strange. Those below level 2 should not venture there. However, do not lose heart. Allow me to go first and clear the area, then you can follow, you few weaklings. Shiji Xian, I am but a weakling. I cannot refute. Yagyu, I am but a weakling. I cannot refute. Having issued his commands, Raleigh then activated the group teleportation function. Destination: the world of One Piece. With a flash, Raleigh vanished from the Marvel Universe. On Daughter Island, what audacity to stand before the celestial nobles and dare to remain kneeling. Anthony Saint was truly enraged. The dignity of the world nobles could not be violated or profaned. This Hancock, merely a slave, had the gall to refuse to kneel and even cast a disdainful gaze upon him. Igniting his humiliation, Anthony Saint was but a plump figure of around 1.50 meters. He had always relished the sight of others kneeling in reverence, as a short stature rendered him susceptible to being looked down upon. Yet Boa Hancock stood at 111 cm, a full quarter taller. In other words, Anthony Saint could barely reach her arms. This alone was a denial of male dignity. Moreover, Anthony Saint perceived contempt and disdain in Hancock's gaze. Very well. No one has ever dared to treat me, Anthony Saint, with such scorn. You are doomed. I, Anthony Saint, shall ensure that the Navy flattens Daughter Island. All shall be executed. Under the fierce and cruel voice of Anthony Saint, everyone trembled in fear, as if standing on the brink of an icy abyss. They would not question the veracity of Anthony Saint's words. In the world of celestial nobles, once offended, the world government and navy would mobilize all their forces. Even the admirals would personally lead their elite troops into action. The entire sea would descend into chaos, and Daughter Island would face utter annihilation. However, the Empress Hancock had made significant contributions to Daughter Island, garnering respect and admiration. Thus, no one harbored resentment toward her, merely viewing the celestial nobles as despicable. Hancock's fury ignited. Flatten Daughter Island? Execute everyone. Ha! It seems I cannot retreat. With that, Hancock burst into laughter. In that case, I, Boa Hancock, in the name of the ruler of Amazon Lily and as captain of the Kuja pirates, hereby declare that we shall sever ties with the world government and commit to overthrowing the rule of the celestial dragons. In that moment, Hancock's voice rang with conviction, radiating the might of an empress. Many followers were stirred by her declaration, their blood surging with enthusiasm. The world of One Piece has never lacked for passionate individuals. A single rallying cry could awaken the spirit of resistance against all injustices. From this day forth, the celestial dragons, the world government, and the navy shall be my enemies. Hancock gazed coldly at Anthony Saint, who, with his chest heaving, could scarcely believe Hancock's defiance, only to be consumed by a furious wrath. How dare she? A mere slave dares to openly declare her intent to overthrow the rule of the celestial nobles. This is an affront. This is sacrilege. Truly, it is audacious beyond measure. Very well, a mere slave dares to rebel. Then you shall die. On the 11th shall I kill her or capture her. I wish to publicly execute her before the entire world, to proclaim to all that the dignity of the celestial dragons is not to be desecrated. Anthony Saint cried out in desperation. The slender figure of number 11 bowed deeply, declaring, "As you command, Your Highness." In an instant, his demeanor transformed entirely. From a quiet, unassuming presence, he became a figure of immense attention. Akin to a god of war, his once black and white eyes now shone with a golden brilliance, illuminating the hall for a fleeting moment, as if the legendary Golden Warrior had descended upon the earthly realm. However, at that moment, Hancock's assault had already commenced. The captive arrow. In an instant, hundreds, even thousands of pink arrows soared towards Anthony Saint. Hancock understood that with the haughty nature of the celestial dragons, the likelihood of swaying his heart was exceedingly low. Thus, a sweet approach would surely fail. Instead, she resorted to the captive arrow, which would petrify its target regardless of their feelings towards her. Yet, number 11's speed far surpassed Hancock's, arriving first. Empowered by Haki, he manifested a colossal shield that stood before Anthony Saint. Blocking every single captive arrow, the shield, imbued with haki, gradually turned to stone, layer by layer, yet the arrows could never breach this formidable barrier, let alone strike Anthony's saint. Anthony's saint laughed heartily. Ants, you shall never comprehend the depths of our noble world of the celestial dragons. Observe closely. This number 11 before you is the ultimate weapon of humanity, belonging to the world's aristocracy. The so-called human weapon of the Navy is merely a neutered version of him, possessing less than 1% of his power. Your strength barely qualifies you as the lowest tier among the admirals, while number 11 can rival the great generals of the warring states. The might of an admiral is but a jest in his presence. This is one of the credentials that sustain our noble identity. To still harbor delusions of overthrowing the celestial dragons is the grandest of jokes. With a haughty and triumphant air, Anthony's saint spoke. Hancock's expression shifted as she warily regarded number 11, that if he truly possessed the strength of a warring states general, she would need to tread carefully. Just then, a towering figure unexpectedly appeared within a banquet hall. It's the big shot. Hancock's heart raced with excitement as she exclaimed, the ultimate weapon of humanity. Instant kill. The pirate king of the underworld is far too weak. Number 11's face remained expressionless, coldly regarding Boa Hancock. Your Highness has commanded your capture. In a flash, number 11 transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing before Hancock in an instant. A technique known as Soru, executed with an even higher level of finesse. With his palm extended, he reached towards Boa Hancock, his hand resembling a hawk's talon. Strikingly sharp and imbued with an unyielding force, a fierce gale surged between his fingers, and his slightly pointed nails glimmered with a menacing edge. Yet Hancock wore a scornful expression, seemingly unfazed as if watching a performance. Number 11 sensed something amiss. You are quite weak. A voice suddenly thundered in his ear. Zoro emerged beside Hancock, wrapping an arm protectively around her, a veritable mountain, shielding her from harm. With his other hand, he reached towards number 11. Capture. A gentle twist. Crack. The bones of his hand, forged from the world's hardest metal, shattered instantly. Number 11 felt as if he were a fragile willow in the wind, lifted effortlessly by the suddenly appeared man. With a casual kick, Zoro sent number 11 reeling, struck by an overwhelming force akin to millions of tons. The once indestructible metal body began to crack incessantly, and despite his arms being wrenched, he could not escape. Ultimately, with a resounding explosion, the upper half of number 11 was obliterated, scattering countless parts in a grotesque array of blood, veins, and muscle, a grotesque fusion of metal and humanity. Hancock gazed up at Zoro, her heart racing inexplicably. Why did her heart race so fiercely? Why did seeing him evoke such a flurry of emotions? Why did she feel a sweetness in her heart? In that moment, Hancock perceived Zoro as exceptionally heroic, powerful, and majestic. She found herself entranced by his profile, her body instinctively warming, her head spinning, face flushed, heart racing. Like a startled fawn, she couldn't comprehend what was happening to her. It felt akin to falling ill. Hancock was entirely unaware that she was experiencing what is known as falling for someone. Boa Hancock, often regarded as the Empress, possessed a proud and self-absorbed nature. Dismissive of T 23 years old, she was considered a mature single woman, and her lack of romantic engagement stemmed from the fact that no one could withstand her allure. After all, those who could not resist her beauty would inevitably be petrified. And then, what hope would there be for romance? Though she exuded strength and arrogance on the surface, deep within, every woman harbors the innate desire to be conquered by a man, a biological instinct bestowed upon females. Her past as a slave of the celestial dragons left her with feelings of inferiority and a deep-seated hatred for them. This unique experience fostered a longing for a man who could provide her with security, someone bold enough to defy and scorn the celestial dragons. And now, Zoro had appeared before her. Her heart raced faster than it ever had before, as if flowers were blooming within her for this man. Unbeknownst to Zoro, as he dispatched the peculiar number 11, he gently set Hancock back down. However, Hancock wrapped her arms around Zoro's waist, unwilling to let go. Zoro, she stammered, momentarily taken aback. It took her a moment to process her actions, and she hurriedly released him, feeling flustered as she curtsied, her face flushed. Who? Exactly are you? Anthony Saint stammered, gazing at Zoro with panic that he was, after all, a sheltered flower, accustomed to wielding power through his lineage as a celestial dragon. Protected by the so-called ultimate weapon of humanity, number 11. Thus, he had lived without restraint. Yet now, number 11 lay dead, killed effortlessly by the man before him. In less than a second, complete annihilation, panic seized Anthony Saint. What kind of existence possessed the power to slay a warring state's general in an instant? Even his grandfather among the 5 elders might not possess such strength. The 4 emperors would likely be but a joke in his presence. As Zoro set the Empress Hancock down, he regarded Anthony Saint with keen interest. Poking at the glass bubble surrounding him, that if Zoro recalled correctly, the celestial dragons deemed themselves superior, disdainful of sharing the same air as ordinary folk while encased in their bubble helmets. What do you want? Anthony Saint barked, his bravado faltering. I am a celestial dragon, a descendant of one of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago, the progeny of the creators. If you dare to harm even a hair on my head, you shall face the full wrath of the world government and navy. Not only that, but your family, friends, and homeland will also face annihilation at the hands of the navy, though Anthony Saint's tone was commanding. To Zoro's ears, it rang hollow and empty, a facade of strength. Zoro smiled. Anthony Saint, is it? Anthony Saint swallowed hard, attempting to maintain his composure. Indeed, I am Anthony Saint, one of the highest rulers among the celestial dragons. The direct descendant of the 5 elders. Should you wish to harm me, consider the consequences. Zoro's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Descendant of the 5 elders? Suddenly, Roli conceived 2 brilliant ideas. Why not hold a global execution? Akin to the execution of Gold. Roger and Ace. A worldwide broadcast of such an event could perhaps effectively undermine the prestige of the celestial dragons. Of course, obliterating Mary Geos and all the celestial dragons directly would also suffice. But that would lack the excitement of a live, global spectacle. Just a slight provocation, followed by annihilation, would allow his subordinates, Uchiha Madara and Thor, to flaunt their might as the elder, should he not cater to the vanity of his underlings? At that moment, Uchiha, Thor, the Shiba Inu, and Loki finally descended into this realm, appearing at the grand banquet. "Loki, we have arrived," exclaimed Uchiha Madara. "Where are the enemies?" inquired Thor, the Shiba Inu. "I am Thor, the god of thunder, fighting for the glory of the northern gods." The trio shouted in unison, the air thick with their overwhelming aura, enough to compel even the vice admiral to kneel. "Where are the foes? How dare you intimidate my beloved Alice?" "You seek death," Thor declared once more as Uchiha Madara, Thor, the Shiba Inu, and Loki emerged. They eagerly sought the assailant, undoubtedly unwilling to admit their true motivation was for the culinary delights of Alice. The mere thought of Alice's delectable dishes made their mouths water uncontrollably. Who dares to bully the cherished Alice must face Thor's unparalleled strength. In a flash, Thor transformed into lightning and vanished from his spot. Madara and Loki exchanged disappointed glances, realizing they had been outpaced. Nonetheless, they soon found themselves beside Alice, their expressions filled with concern. "Alice, are you unharmed?" "Humph. These individuals are truly detestable. How could anyone bear to mistreat someone as lovely as Alice?" Roli observed Madara and Loki's attempts to curry favor with Alice and felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, sensing their personas crumbling. "Madara, you used to be so aloof. How could you be bested by mere food? And Loki, are you not the god of mischief?" Alice, blushing from the attention of these 2 powerful figures, felt a bit awkward, yet her heart swelled with warmth. Born into nobility, she had few friends, but upon joining this group, she discovered that everyone adored her homemade delicacies and cared for her well-being, bringing her immense joy. Meanwhile, Empress Hancock had regained her composure, her gaze icy yet brimming with confidence as she commanded her subordinates to capture the celestial dragon, Saint Anthony. "What are you doing? How dare you touch a noble celestial dragon? This is sacrilege!" Saint Anthony shouted in fury. However, what awaited him was Hancock's frigid glare, as deep as an abyss, imprisoning him in the lowest dungeon. Following that, a public execution was to ensue. Yes, Lady Snake. The warriors of Snake Island felt a mixture of panic and hidden excitement. In that moment, Saint Anthony truly panicked, struggling fiercely. "Release me. I am a noble of the world. Let me go." "Aya, you all deserve to die." Saint Anthony finally grasped the terror of death, a concept so foreign to him. As celestial dragons typically enjoyed lengthy lifespans and were accustomed to their status as elite aristocrats, rarely encountering unnatural demise. Now, he feared becoming the second celestial dragon to be slain. Yet his vocabulary was filled solely with threats, lacking any humility or pleas for mercy. On the outskirts of Snake Island, Vice Admiral Bastiu stood at the bow of his ship, facing the wind and gazing at Snake Island. He could already envision the scene of the haughty, narcissistic Boa Hancock being tormented by the celestial dragons. What an enviable status the celestial dragons possess, capable of indulging in their whims. His heart swelled with anticipation, having climbed the ranks of the celestial dragons. If he served Saint Anthony well, he could make further advancements within the Navy, perhaps even to the rank of admiral. Bastiu began to fantasize about his future days as an admiral when suddenly a dog descended from the sky, landing on its knees, one hand on the ground, the other raising a hammer, its red cape billowing in the wind. Bastiu was taken aback, swiftly entering a defensive stance. His muscles tensed, eyeing this unexpected canine apparition. The sailors aboard the warship were equally startled, scrambling to aim their weapons at Thor. They could not help but ponder who among the world's pirates would dare to claim to be a dog. Yet, upon reflection, they could not recall any pirate resembling one. Who are you? Bastiu furrowed his brow deeply. Thor, with a cold expression, pressed the first button beneath his neck that a commanding voice echoed. "Bastiu, Vice Admiral. How could a mere dog dare to call itself a god?" Bastiu scoffed, "A joke indeed. Speak now. Who are you?" Thor, incensed by the audacity of the inquiry, erupted in rage. This incited laughter among Bastiu and the Navy soldiers. "What nonsense! Just an ordinary mutt." Bastiu guffawed, intrigued, and asked, "Can't you say anything else?" Thor retorted with a scoff. "Who said I couldn't say other things?" He pressed the second button, and a voice filled with divine authority proclaimed, "For the glory of the northern gods." Bastiu and the sailors erupted into even greater laughter, utterly amused. How absurd! A god who cannot speak. Bastiu, now curious, pointed to the third button and inquired, "What does the third button do?" Thor pressed it, and a voice boomed, "Time to play 100,000 cold jokes." Once again, uproarious laughter filled the ship. Everyone doubled over, tears streaming from their eyes, in utterly mute God. Hilarious. At this moment, Thor's fury reached its peak. He raised Mjolnir high. With a thunderous roar, countless bolts of lightning converged, darkening the sky. A massive vortex of ominous clouds formed above. Bastiu, gazing at the swirling storm clouds spanning several kilometers, swallowed hard as a sense of impending doom weighed heavily upon him. The pressure, the divine might. He attempted to resist, but discovered his fingers were paralyzed. The disparity in power was insurmountable. He could scarcely summon the strength to fight back. How can this be? I am a vice admiral. Rise, I command you. Bastiu struggled, veins bulging, but it was futile. He could not muster his strength, as if it had evaporated entirely. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers were equally afflicted, collapsing to the ground, weapons clattering as the overwhelming pressure forced them into submission. Thor, the god of thunder, was a being of immense power, classified as a level 3 deity, at least a stellar-class entity. The gulf in strength between him and the Navy was staggering. Just then, a mocking voice rang out. "Fool, do you wish to obliterate this island?" It was Luo Li from Snake Island, sensing the impending chaos, urgently attempting to quell Thor's fury. Thor, feeling wronged, dissipated the storm clouds above. Bastiu and the Navy soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, incredulous as they beheld the diminutive dog, now appearing overwhelmingly majestic. Indeed, he is truly a god. The soldiers gazed in awe, filled with dread and reverence. Luo Li's voice continued, "Let the vice admiral remain. Everyone else, leave the ship. Not a soul shall remain." Thor, perplexed, wondered, "What is a vice admiral?" Roli added that Sun, the slightly stronger ant, and at that moment, Thor understood turning his gaze towards Baschu. Baschu was on the verge of tears. Feeling humiliated as a distinguished general, reduced in the eyes of others to merely a robust ant. Yet, he could not help but feel a sense of relief for having salvaged his own life. As for the lives of those Navy soldiers, he had long since surrendered any concern for them. Could he possibly rescue these soldiers from the grip of a deity? The thought was too daunting to entertain. At this moment, Tor raised Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, exuding an aura of authority. Lightning crackled and flashed. With a mighty swing, he struck down. The entire warship was instantaneously engulfed by an overwhelming surge of lightning, shattering, disintegrating, and turning blackened, while the Navy soldiers aboard were reduced to charred remnants. Dissipating into the air, Tor, carrying Baschu, swiftly returned to the palace of the Serpent Queen, landing before Roli. In that instant, Tor stood tall and proud, akin to a triumphant general returning from battle. "Wow, Tor, you are amazing. I prepared a delightful treat for you," exclaimed Sean Alisai, rushing towards Tor, presenting him with an enormous, golden glowing bone dish. "This is your reward. Thank you for your hard work." Tor immediately transformed from a figure of authority into an adorable creature, drooling as he bit into the bone and began to devour it voraciously. "So delicious." Roli waved his hand, commanding, "Take this fellow away. Lock him up alongside that celestial dragon and publicly execute him every month." The mention of a celestial dragon? Execution? Baschu was overwhelmed by this deluge of information, terrified. Did these individuals not fear being hunted down by the world government or even the Five Elders? After all, he was the grandson of one of the Five Elders. Several female warriors from Snake Island approached, handcuffing the dazed and incredulous Baschu with sea-stone cuffs and escorting him to prison. But he is a celestial dragon. Have these people lost their minds? Meanwhile, Roli had already dealt with the enemies. However, the power hierarchy in this world appeared remarkably high, with levels peaking at 3 and a multitude at level 2. Therefore, if one wished to navigate this realm, one must exercise extreme caution. As for Tony Stark, I borrowed a ring from Ban Yi and simultaneously sought out the expert, Grey Wolf, for new energy source. The arc reactor energy I am currently using must exceed its output by several magnitudes. That I have integrated all of this into my newly developed Mark V and combined with the power of the Earth Ring. It should function without issue. Upon checking the group members, Roli discovered that Tony Stark's level had indeed risen, transforming into 1x1-3, indicating instability. The power of the Earth Ring remained formidable, allowing Roli to confidently invite Tony Stark over. Shiji Xian upgraded into level 3. "What have I been doing these past years?" he lamented. "Congratulations to Tony for progressing from level 0 to level 3. I have yet to grasp the essence of level 3. Hence unable to advance. What a pity." Shiji Xian requested, "Great One, please impart your secrets." Roli replied, "Regarding my cultivation system, it revolves around Qi, focusing on the cultivation of the body's essence, energy, and spirit, which is most suitable for martial artists. I will find time to upload the Qi cultivation methods to the group for you to download and study." Shiji Xian, "I can perform a 320-degree flip in icy conditions. By Xia, I humbly thank you." Xiongba, tearfully clinging to the Great One's leg, implored, "However, I must stress that the cultivation of Qi is contingent upon racial potential. The potential of the human race is still insufficient. Thus, Qi cultivation can only be potent in the early stages. Later on, the human race must seek methods akin to immortality cultivation. In Dragon Ball, Earthlings practice Qi, but ultimately achieve little. Characters like Tianjin, Fan, and Krillin have become mere side characters by the mid-series, while Scion's and Frisia's race possess significantly greater potential for Qi cultivation. When asked, "Is the Great One not human?" Roli clarified, "The Scions, a humanoid race, belong to the universe's renowned warrior tribes from my original world." Xiongba, trembling, "What?" Yu Buchuan, trembling, "What?" Loki, trembling, "What?" Others trembling, "It sounds remarkably impressive." However, Roli's admonition regarding Qi did not dissuade Xiongba or Shiji Xian, as they had yet to grasp the path to level 3. In martial arts, they were the strongest, devoid of guidance. Suddenly, Roli conceived a skill. Fusion, whether through patera earrings or fusion poses, enabled two individuals to merge into one, exponentially amplifying their combat strength, that I possess a skill that allows two individuals to fuse, significantly enhancing their combat power, potentially by tenfold. Moreover, their battle experiences would be shared, Roli explained. Xiongba and Shiji Xian, your strengths are closely matched, making this a fitting opportunity. For instance, Super Vegeta's combat power is 80 times that of an individual. Xiongba remarked, fusing father and son. How awkward. Shiji Xian retorted, shut up, Xiongba. You want me to die? Xiongba exclaimed, you want your father to perish. You ungrateful child. Shiji Xian nearly suffered internal injuries from stifled laughter. Xiongba declared, Shiji Xian, I wish to try the fusion skill you mentioned, that, if successful, we can resolve our differences. I shall no longer call you son. All right, the two agreed to collaborate and officially initiate the fusion. Tony mused, I sense a rather peculiar atmosphere. Loki commented, I too feel an odd vibe. The others echoed, indeed, it feels rather strange. In the realm of fate, Xiongba's destiny intertwined with Hancock's heartbeat and insecurities. In a certain secret chamber of the Heavenly Society, a colossal 8 trigrams compass lay before them. Xiongba, holding the mud Buddha, stood at the 8 trigrams altar, musing, the Heavenly Society is employing such force against a frail old man like me. Is it truly necessary? The mud Buddha sighed as he observed Xiongba. Xiongba scoffed, no matter how adept you are at escaping, you cannot flee from my grasp. The mud Buddha lamented, I foresaw this calamity. The mystique of divine calculations that I am now a dragon among the 9 heavens, ruling over the world. The realm lies at my feet, Xiongba proclaimed. I merely wish to glimpse my destiny, since the leader has unified the world and dominates the realm. Why should he concern himself with the latter part of his life? Xiongba chuckled softly. I am simply a bit curious. His demeanor was laced with mockery and disdain, since joining the multiverse chat group. Xiongba understood that his fate was no longer bound to what the Mud Buddha could perceive. However, now that his subordinates had brought Mud Buddha before him, he was eager to see the predictions regarding his own future. The Mud Buddha, resigned, approached the 5 elements treasure box and began to manipulate the hexagrams. With a series of clicks, mechanisms whirred to life, and soon, a resonant hum filled the air. The 8 trigrams compass emitted radiant golden light. Forming 2 lines of text in midair, the dragon's roar shakes the heavens. The winds and clouds shift. Xiongba raised an eyebrow, pondering the meaning behind these words. The Mud Buddha conveyed, success and failure are dictated by the winds and clouds. Do not force matters. Let everything unfold naturally. Xiongba chuckled. Are you suggesting that my latter days will be dictated by the winds and clouds, with my fortunes reversed, akin to a dragon submerged in water? Is this wind and cloud referring to my 2 disciples, Niefeng and Bu Jingyun? The reply came, indeed, based on the growth of Niefeng and Bu Jingyun, their assistance in establishing your martial arts dominion validates your fortunes in the first half of your life. The wind and cloud indeed symbolized Niefeng and Bu Jingyun. The clay Buddha gazed at Xiongba, perceiving a plethora of emotions such as shock, fury, and resentment in his eyes. However, Xiongba dismissed him with a derisive laugh, proclaiming him merely an insignificant ant, foolishly dreaming of controlling destiny. How laughable indeed! Xiongba felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. In the past, he might have believed such words and, in a fit of rage, plotted to eliminate Feng Yun to prevent future troubles. Yet now, he found it utterly absurd. Could these proclamations predict the celestial chat groups? Could they foretell the myriad worlds? Could they even discern the likes of the mighty Roli? Xiongba had evolved beyond the man he once was. Such trivial predictions would never bind him. With renewed confidence and authority, he regarded the clay Buddha. The clay Buddha, upon hearing his words, burst into laughter, mocking the tendency of humanity to accept fate when it suits them while rejecting it when it does not. Xiongba shook his head in amusement, lamenting the pitiable fate of the clay Buddha, who failed to comprehend that he was no longer the Xiongba of yore. His vision had transcended this small realm, gazing towards the vast multiverse. What was Feng Yun but a mere ant leaping within a confined world? As Xiongba turned his attention to the group, he noticed Roli imparting the secrets of a divine fusion technique, with his son, Shiji Xian, having agreed to join him in the experiment. Niefeng and Bu Jingyun, I am curious to see how far you can go. However, I have pressing matters to attend to. My two disciples must take precedence, he thought as he faced the clay Buddha. Since you have already revealed your predictions, your value has diminished. Thus, you may quietly depart from this world, he declared, striking down the clay Buddha with a single blow. Xiongba then vanished, entering the realm of One Piece. Exclaiming, I have arrived with even greater strength. Shortly thereafter, Niefeng and Bu Jingyan arrived, only to find the corpse of the clay Buddha alongside the ominous proclamation. Bu Jingyan pondered, the clay Buddha is dead. It must have been a master's doing. Does this mean we will become his enemies? A heaviness filled his heart. Suddenly, Xiongba and Shi Xian appeared at Snake Island, confronting each other directly. Their energies crackled with intensity, as both were formidable figures from their respective worlds, yet felt constrained within the confines of the group, igniting a fierce determination to rise above, upon learning of the divine fusion technique. They hastened to the One Piece world. Xiongba addressed Shi Xian, recalling that the master had mentioned that for this technique to succeed, they must unite their wills. We have both imagined this too grandly. So you need not worry, he assured. From this day forth, let the past be forgotten. Forgotten, Shi Xian echoed. The two extended their hands, formally establishing a pact to set aside their grievances and embrace friendship. They understood that this technique was uniquely suited for them. No one else could fulfill the role. Thus, for the sake of the future, they resolved to bury their past animosities. Roli approached them, instructing, I will demonstrate a movement. You two must learn it well. Remember, any deviation will not enhance your abilities, but may instead lead to unforeseen consequences. While Roli taught the fusion technique to Xiongba and Shi Xian, Boa Hancock and Alice were engaged in conversation. What does it feel like to fall in love? Boa Hancock mused, recalling Raleigh's majestic figure, feeling a flutter in her heart. Falling in love? I wouldn't know. I've never experienced it, Alice replied, her strict upbringing having shielded her from romantic entanglements. But they say in novels that when you like someone, your heart races and your intelligence may falter, and you find yourself constantly missing them. Oh no, could it be that I have developed feelings for him? Hancock thought, her heart racing as she unconsciously gazed at Raleigh, her cheeks flushing. Her personality was typically assertive and domineering. Had she been with someone less formidable, she might have boldly confessed her feelings. Yet, Raleigh was too powerful, and she felt unworthy. Hey, sister, have you fallen for Raleigh? Alice, perceptive and insightful, quickly grasped the truth that, and no. Hancock stammered, flustered and self-conscious, I've never been in love, but the novels say that if you like someone, you should take the initiative. Alice began to share her insights. Look, the master is alone, and here you are, stunningly beautiful. It's a perfect match. No, I am unworthy, Hancock retorted, her anxiety palpable. Seeing Hancock's distress, Alice decided to change the subject. Sister, why are there only women on Snake Island? Where are the men? This place has no need for men, Hancock replied matter-of-factly. But how do people reproduce if there are no men? Our 9 snake pirates capture men during our expeditions. And when we return, we can bear children, Hancock explained. Really? Is it that simple? Alice exclaimed, her cute face displaying a mixture of surprise and delight. Unbeknownst to her, Ban and Loki were wandering about Snake Island. Having already been approached by numerous female warriors, these women, clad in bikinis and exuding warmth, were eager to engage with the 2 legendary figures, who were rumored to possess strength surpassing that of the 4 emperors. The female warriors, longing for companionship, were particularly thrilled at the arrival of such powerful men. Imagine the strength of the children born from such powerful unions. They mused, their excitement palpable, as the female warriors employed every tactic to captivate Ban and Loki. The latter found themselves ensnared by one of the warriors' schemes, drinking a concoction laced with potent aphrodisiacs, leading to their immediate incapacitation. Loki's garments were torn asunder, leaving him in a most embarrassing predicament, while Ban and Thor, possessing overwhelming strength, remained unaffected. Damn it, Ban exclaimed, furious and ashamed, I am Thor, the god of thunder, and I shall uphold the honor of the Norse gods. Thor, in a state of panic, fled the scene, abandoning Loki to his fate. 10 minutes later, Tony Stark, clad in the Mark V suit and sporting his signature gauntlets, appeared in the One Piece world. He had faced his own trials, having been reprimanded by Red Riding Hood for his failure to capture a sheep, and was now on a culinary quest to impress Alice with a delectable feast. Thus, Roli, Xiongba, Loki, Tony Stark, Uchiha Ban, Shirji Xian, Thor, and Alice, along with Boa Hancock, all converge in one place. Meanwhile, Wei In and Yubu Kun, deemed too weak by Roli, were left behind, fearing that they might be obliterated by the aftermath of battle. Wei In, why are you crying? Just leave me alone. Wei In sobbed, wiping his tears as for Alice. Her presence in the One Piece world was solely due to her love for food. As for concerns about safety, do not fret. As the beloved pet of the group, she has been specially fitted with a life-preserving ensemble. Regardless of how formidable the attacks may be, L cannot breach it. Yubuchuan, weeping, clings to a bundle. IPS. Wayne, sobbing to the point of distortion. Gyps. All members have gathered together for a meeting, with the exception of two rather lackluster warriors. Thud, thud, thud. Raleigh sits at the head of the table, gravely striking the surface. Today, we convene our first genuine mobilization assembly, with 10 attendees present, while 2 remain absent. These 2 individuals are unable to join us due to their lack of strength. Thus, I implore you to remember to train diligently and refrain from idling in the group. This moment. Yubuchuan, watching the live stream, bursts into tears. How heart-wrenching. Raleigh suddenly pauses. Oh, where's Loki? The countenance of Ban and Thor darkens. Raleigh, in a fit of rage, sweeps across the entirety of Snake Island and swiftly discovers that Loki is currently reclining in bed, attended by a queue of female warriors. The thought of Snake Island's breeding traditions sends a chill down Raleigh's spine. Loki, you have my sympathies. Raleigh clears his throat. As for Loki, he is rather occupied at the moment, so we shall overlook him. Now, let me introduce the agenda for today's meeting, Changing the World. The first item on the agenda is an introduction to the world's background, its factions, and the power structure to be presented by our group's paragon of beauty, Boa Hancock. Boa Hancock takes the stage, beginning her exposition on the world of One Piece, detailing the origins of the world government, historical civilizations, and the fabled treasure declaration of Pirate King Roger. As she elaborates on the major factions, she places particular emphasis on the celestial dragons, the composition and strength of the world government, and the Navy before discussing the 4 emperors, the warlords of the sea, and the Revolutionary Army. Boa Hancock, a warlord of the sea, is well acquainted with these matters. She effortlessly speaks for a full 2 hours. Meanwhile, the expressions of the audience grow increasingly peculiar. This world is utterly bizarre. How have the celestial dragons, who can arbitrarily enslave others, managed to survive unoverthrown until now? Even more absurd is the Navy's self-proclamation of justice. What sort of justice is this? Surely, these Navy officers must be lacking in reason. Subsequently, Hancock elucidates the main power systems of this world, the devil fruits and hockey. Raleigh then initiates the second item on the agenda, plans to change the world. To alter this world, eliminating individuals or the Navy is hardly a fundamental solution. The most crucial step is to eradicate the fear that the celestial dragons and the world government instill in the hearts of the global populace. Therefore, I propose a strategy of psychological warfare. Psychological warfare Plan A. Annihilate the 4 Emperor Charlotte Linlin. In the world of One Piece, there exists a tradition of publicly executing notorious criminals, such as Pirate King Roger and Ace. This serves as a psychological tactic to communicate to the entire world that the world government is indeed powerful, urging all pirates to remain compliant. Raleigh's plan mirrors that of the world government, but with an important twist, targeting the celestial dragons. The aim is to dismantle the untouchable status they hold in the eyes of the populace. Look, I have slain a celestial dragon, and they cannot retaliate. They are not gods. They can be killed. Thus, you need not fear them. Of course, Raleigh's strategy is not merely a mimicry of the world government's approach. It has been further refined that I require the creation of a virtual internet that spans the globe, allowing all individuals to enter through their consciousness and witness live executions while casting anonymous votes. That I want the entire world to choose whether or not to execute the celestial dragons. Can this functionality be realized? Roli asks, brimming with confidence. For me, it is a trivial matter. Grey Wolf boasts. That's how impressive I am. Remarkable. Tony Stark exclaims. So, your plan is to compel the populace to take sides? Given that the voting is anonymous, many may choose to vote for the death of the celestial dragons, considering their oppressive history. Tony Stark, being a modern and astute individual, quickly grasps the crux of the matter. What if the vote results in a decision against killing them? Asks Juwai B, appearing puzzled. Ben shakes his head. What does it matter? Since the internet is created by Grey Wolf, he can control the data. The number of votes can be manipulated at will. Alice trembles. You all are exceedingly cunning. Moreover, Ben adds, we can categorize the world by nations and rank the voting numbers by country. Countries that vote heavily against the celestial dragons will be prioritized. If we wish to antagonize a particular nation, we can adjust the data accordingly, or directly align nations that have favorable relations with the celestial dragons against them, sowing discord. With this revelation, inspiration sparks among the others. We could drive a wedge between the lower-ranking Navy personnel and the world government, exclaims Shirjishin S. Long, as the celestial dragons' names are displayed prominently. The world will see their tyranny, and these nations, regardless of truth, must annihilate them. The more people we kill, the deeper the hatred will run, Juwaibi asserts. Raleigh, astonished, acknowledges, indeed, you are all a band of scoundrels. Meanwhile, Hancock's eyes gleam with excitement. Raleigh rises now. Let us commence the allocation of tasks. The assembly stands in solemnity, aware that they are on the brink of saving a world. A thrilling prospect indeed. Grey Wolf is tasked with constructing the virtual internet to connect the entire globe. Ban and Thor are dispatched to the domain of the four emperors, inviting them to witness the public execution of the celestial dragons. Should the four emperors resist, they are to be subdued. If they prove troublesome, they may be captured and brought to Snake Island for public execution. A display of one of the four emperors would surely instill fear in the pirates. Boa Hancock is to utilize her extensive knowledge of global news networks to inform the world of the impending public execution, ensuring that as many people as possible are made aware, while simultaneously gathering evidence of the heinous acts committed by the celestial dragons and the world government. The more outrageous, the better. What about Loki? Raleigh ponders. Perhaps we shall let him rest. Raleigh delegates tasks. A sense of purpose washes over the others. They feel a surge of mission to incite a monumental wave of change as the team embarks. Ban and Thor, guided by the eternal compass, soar across the red line, eventually arriving at the territory of the four emperors. Big Mom's domain, the Cake Island. They stealthily land on a small isle and make their way to a nearby town. Woof, woof, woof. Along the way, Thor sniffs the air, wrinkling his brow. Dogs should not consume overly sweet foods. It can lead to illness. One must not assume that Thor, being a god, is immune to ailments. After all, even the mighty Thor from the Avengers became rather portly. And Goku from Dragon Ball was not spared from the torment of heart disease. Thus, even as a deity, Thor is mindful of his diet, instinctively disliking and rejecting sugary treats. However, everything in this town, from the houses to the pavement, is constructed of confections. Truly a bizarre sight. Achoo! The sweetness is overwhelming. Thor cannot help but sneeze. Ban glances at him, pondering the thoughts of Canine, relieved to have guessed correctly. You do not fancy the aroma here? Thor pressed the first button, declaring, I am Thor, the god of thunder, nodding in affirmation to in response. Madara straightforwardly remarked, that's simple. After all, we also wish to summon that particular emperor. So why not unleash a godly destruction here? With such a tremendous commotion, that emperor will undoubtedly appear, sparing us the effort of seeking him out. Thor pressed the second button for the glory of the northern gods, nodding once more in agreement. Subsequently, the trio of 2 men and a dog ascended into the sky. Madara spread his arms wide and exclaimed, godly destruction. With a single motion, Madara effortlessly reduced the small town below to a colossal crater, causing the entire Cake Island to tremble violently, leaving everyone in shock. What just happened? An earthquake. Big Mom, seated upon her throne, expressed her astonishment. Katakuri, unable to perceive the distant happenings with his observation haki, was equally perplexed. A soldier rushed in to report. There's an island to the south where numerous flashes of light are occurring, and the tremors are emanating from that very island. Big Mom displayed a look of confusion. So, this is not a natural earthquake? Katakuri stepped forward, stating, "Let me take some men to investigate." Big Mom, being inherently lazy and a voracious eater, was indifferent as long as she was not disturbed. She nodded. "Very well, go check it out. If it is an invading enemy, eliminate them." Katakuri, being her strongest son, was entrusted with the task, and she felt reassured. Katakuri set sail with his troops to the island where the incident had occurred. Upon arrival, Katakuri's observation Haki immediately detected a massive pit where the town once stood, now vanished without a trace. Furthermore, he sensed two powerful presences within the enormous crater. Beads of sweat trickled down Katakuri's forehead. These two auras were incredibly formidable, rivaling that of Big Mom. Could they be two of the other emperors? Or perhaps a marine admiral? His expression serious, Katakuri quickly instructed his subordinates to report back to Big Mom while he approached the giant pit alone. Eager to discern who had arrived, as he neared the crater, Katakuri sensed a man and a dog who were casually spreading a blanket and sitting atop it, enjoying a meal. Who are these two? Katakuri pondered, perplexed by the unfamiliar duo and their peculiar pairing. Thor turned to Madara. "Brother Thor, someone approaches. Is it the Emperor we seek?" "Woof woof." "Very well, I'll capture a screenshot and ask the group," Madara said. Taking a distant snapshot of Katakuri and sending it into the chat, "Is this one of the Emperors? Boa Hancock?" Hancock replied, "This seems to be one of the Emperor's sons, named Katakuri. He is quite formidable, possessing the ability of observation Haki, which allows him to briefly foresee the future." "Foreseeing the future sounds quite impressive," exclaimed another member. "I envy his abilities," remarked Loki, a god. "I too am unable to foresee the future," Loki added with a hint of envy. Tony Stark quipped, "Such a remarkable skill." Indeed, Loki, being the weakest of the gods, it is no surprise you cannot foresee the future, came a humorous retort. "We're trembling in fear here." Loki replied, "Tony Stark, I've noticed you seem a bit too confident since your upgrade," came a teasing comment. Tony Stark dismissed it nonchalantly, continuing his discourse. "Hey, you two old geezers being the weakest in the group. All you do is spam the chat. Wait a minute, I've just stumbled upon something unusual. What's that?" Loki was too astonished to engage in banter. "Who are you, Shionbashian?" "I don't recall any new members joining the group." Yubuchun remarked, "I feel a sense of familiarity." "Wait, where are the two older brothers? Xiongba Shiji Xian. Where are you two? Why aren't you participating in the chat?" The group fell silent, awaiting a response that never came. Madara interjected, "This is suspicious. These two chatterboxes shouldn't be silent." "I'll check again," he said. "By the way, they aren't truly off doing something strange, are they?" Tony Stark laughed heartily. "I had suspected their bond was growing closer." "Xiongba Xian," Loki suddenly interjected. "Wait a moment. Did you notice that this Xiongba Xian brother is at level 3? That means he could potentially be as strong as I am." Tony Stark replied, "Loki, my friend, it's not that I'm belittling you. Xiongba Xian is stable at level 3, but your power fluctuates between levels 2 and 3. Loki became agitated. "You know nothing. You think you can judge me? Are you certain you can defeat me?" Tony Stark calmly explained, "I apologize, Loki. Recently, I had my AI, Jarvis, collect combat data from group members to establish a ranking system, and I just ran the calculations. As Iron Man, I am confident I would crush you." "Big shot." Wayne interjected, "When can I expect the custom iron suit you promised me?" As another member relying on equipment for strength, Wayne expresses envy, wishing to showcase his prowess as Tony did. Alas, his abilities did not permit such displays. Tony Stark reassured him, "It's almost ready. Just be patient. Stick with me, and there will be plenty of food." Loki fumed, "You have insulted me. You have successfully enraged me. Let us engage in a friendly spar to settle this," Madara remarked. "I believe this sparring session could be quite entertaining." Roli added, "Indeed, I concur. This could be quite enjoyable." Hancock, feeling shy, said, "Broly, you seem to appear whenever a big shot is around. But what good is just calling out big shot?" "Hancock, you must confess your feelings. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods." The group erupted in playful banter, with Iron Man remaining unfazed. "All right, Loki, just don't embarrass your divine kin by getting your face bruised." Laughter resembling the sound of pig jipe. "Loki, dear Roli, might I request your esteemed assistance in presiding over this duel? I intend to make that feculent fellow sore." Roli, Loki, very well, but do remain patient. Uchiha Madara, what is the current situation on your end? Madara, not much happening here. It seems that the lad named Katakuri has discerned that our strength is beyond his reach, and thus hasn't he dared to approach. Very well, then let us take this moment to relish the spectacle of Iron Man battling the malevolent Loki, Tony Stark and the nefarious Loki, with a sly grin. As Raleigh speaks, the group erupts in applause, expressing eager anticipation for the duel between the two. Raleigh, Hancock, where do you think it would be most fitting for them to engage in combat? Hancock, ah, esteemed one, I feel quite bashful. In my humble opinion, they should duel in the arena. The combat grounds of Amazon Lily are vast enough to accommodate their battle. Raleigh, excellent. Let us prepare to commence. Tony Stark, the wicked Loki. In the Serpent Arena, Hancock wished to see Raleigh seated upon a regal throne, yet Raleigh preferred to lounge casually among the audience. Thus, Hancock accompanied him to the spectator-esque seat. Additionally, the formidable figures of Onslaught and Stone Xiang had recently emerged from their combined form. The exquisite Alice had prepared sumptuous delicacies, and Hancock's subordinates assisted her in serving the feast for Raleigh and the others. Go for it, Tony. Little Loki, you two must give it your all, Raleigh exclaimed, joyfully tearing into the meat. Loki, I shall call this raucous, Tony Stark. In that case, I shall slay gods with the strength of mere mortals. The two faced off, their gazes clashing in the air, as if igniting sparks. On Cake Island. What? Katakuri sent you to summon me. Charlotte Lin, savoring a delectable dessert, was abruptly interrupted by a soldier-esque report, her expression darkening instantly. The soldier, trembling, felt the weight of his failure. Charlotte Lin, with a sweeping gesture, drained the soldier's life force. Witnessing Mom's wrath, Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family and a user of the candy fruit, stepped forward. Since my younger brother has summoned aid, it must mean their adversaries possess some skill. Perhaps we should venture forth to assess the situation. With that, Perispero cast a knowing glance at several other commanders. Charlotte Daifuku, Charlotte Oven, Charlotte Cracker, and Charlotte Smoothie, who all immediately concurred. Go ahead. With a wave of her hand, Charlotte Lin returned to her dessert. The Charlotte family, aside from Big Mom and a few others lurking in shadows, mobilized as one, setting forth with great momentum towards the Southern Isle. Madara, Thor, indulged in the culinary delights sent by Alice. Katakuri sat on the edge of a vast pit, his expression grim as he gazed into the distance. Astonished, for he could not fathom from whence these peculiar beings had conjured their sustenance. Was it an ability of some devil fruit? Unable to contain himself any longer, Katakuri leapt down into the pit. Striding toward Madara and Thor, a proud warrior, even aware of his opponent's might, he was resolute to engage in battle. Ditto. Are we finally going to clash? Madara, intrigued, set aside the glowing food in his hand and regarded Katakuri. I've heard you can briefly foresee the future. Who are you, and why have you come to Cake Island? Katakuri, maintaining his icy demeanor, suddenly glimpsed a flash of crimson in the moonlight. He envisioned a white-haired man unleashing a beam of light from his mouth. You ought to answer my questions first. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Madara's eyes. Rasengan, Light Fong. Madara slightly parted his lips, emitting a blue laser that traversed hundreds of meters in an instant. The blue beam pierced through Katakuri's form, yet did not inflict harm. He continued to march forward with unwavering resolve that, oh, this is intriguing, Madara observed, activating his Rinnegan. You did not evade damage, but rather sidestepped my Rasengan. A fluid body. How fascinating. Is this the power of a devil fruit? As he spoke, Madara shared a video of his recent attack on Katakuri in the group chat. Indeed, this fellow can briefly foresee the future. But it's hardly impressive. With my ultimate techniques, he shall have nowhere to hide. Meanwhile, regarding Iron Man and the wicked Loki, you two have yet to begin, so I shall commence here instead. Size. How about you all wait a moment? Raleigh suggested. Very well. Let us pause. Iron Man, have Jarvis gather and analyze Katakuri's combat data to assess his tier. Understood, esteemed one, Iron Man replied, then turned to Loki. I shall grant you a moment of leisure. Feel free to indulge in some of this luminous delicacy, of course. This is merely preparation for when I shall make you regurgitate it later. Loki grinned wickedly, playfully tossing his long hair. "Mortal, soon I shall dismantle your so-called iron suit and leave you searching for your teeth." Both were masters of banter. Madara would trample Katakuri, and Iron Man would pummel Loki. Madara hovered above, surveying the astonished Katakuri. "Come, let me witness the techniques of your world. They may serve as inspiration for my new ninjutsu. Is it possible to fly? Just what manner of being is this?" Katakuri gazed up at Madara, astonished. "But wait, he mentioned people from your world. Does that imply he is not from this realm?" Clenching his fists, Katakuri demanded, "What is your name?" Madara replied, "I fear you are not worthy of my name." Enraged, Katakuri leapt high, his arm enveloped in haki, and unleashed a powerful punch. Katakuri's arm extended dozens of meters, swiftly striking forth. The ability to extend one's arm? How intriguing, yet your strength still falls short. Madara effortlessly absorbed the blow, gazing down at Katakuri with indifference. Indeed, these dark energies are rather peculiar. As he broadcasted live, Madara pondered in the group chat to Roli and Hancock. "Isn't this the haki of armament?" Roli, Uchiha Madara, see if you can use the power of the six paths to absorb Katakuri's haki and send it to the group via the red-haired method that I wish to study it. Understood. Esteemed one. Katakuri, realizing he could not retract his hand from Madara's grasp, was left in shock. The disparity in power was overwhelming. Suddenly, he felt an intense pulling force emanating from Madara's palm. To his astonishment, Katakuri discovered that the haki enveloping his arm was being siphoned away. What? At that moment, Katakuri was not just shocked. He was nearly paralyzed with fear. The ability to absorb haki was unprecedented. A truly terrifying technique. To understand, the armament haki can indeed capture the essence of a Logia fruit user. Thus, no devil fruit user's abilities can counteract this haki. The power of haki stands at the pinnacle of this world. Yet the opponent can absorb such strength. How could this not send Katakuri's soul into tremors? This absorption nearly drained all of Katakuri's haki, leaving him utterly exhausted and collapsed on the ground. As he succumbed to unconsciousness, Katakuri pondered, "Ding," as Uchiha Madara sent 3 red envelopes into the group chat. "From the power I absorbed from this Katakuri fellow, I have deciphered 3 spheres of distinct attributes." Rorinoa Zoro received the 3 red envelopes and praised. "Well done, Madara." "Thank you, esteemed one," Madara replied. "I hope this fellow's armament haki can provide some benefit to you." Tony Stark remarked, "Madara, your might is indeed worthy of being among the top 3. Jarvis analyzed, this individual's power does not yet reach the top tier. It is merely at the intermediate level. Additionally, when Rorinoa first arrived in the pirate world, he had slain that number 11, whose power level was at the mid-tier. In other words, little Loki, it's best to stay close to the boss. Otherwise, if you encounter a monster like number 11, you might find yourself utterly humiliated. Tony's incessant jests nearly pushed Loki to the brink of fury. "All right, now that Madara has dealt with the opponent, shall we commence?" "As you wish," Tony Stark replied, sealing his steel mask with a resounding snap. The eyes of the mask illuminated with a brilliant glow. Meanwhile, at the center of the Iron Man suit, the arc reactor radiated a dazzling earthy light, evoking a sense of enchantment, reminiscent of a fairy tale, perhaps due to the enhancements made by Grey Wolf. Subsequently, Iron Man's hands and fingers sparkled with radiant brilliance, channeling the power of the 10 rings. With the arc reactor's energy amplified 1,000-fold, Iron Man could wield the power of the 10 rings even more effectively than the original wielder. Loki floated in midair, enveloped in an aura of mysterious magical energy. Tony Stark, utilizing his jet propulsion, hovered in the air, with the Iron Man suit complementing the powers of the 10 rings, surpassing even the magical glow surrounding Loki. "I am the god of mischief, Loki," Loki declared. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed his most potent magic, which possessed a tracking ability, ensuring Iron Man could not evade it. "I am Iron Man," in stark contrast to Loki's fervent shout. Tony merely stated calmly, then raised his hands to snap his fingers in an instant. A terrifying explosion of energy erupted from Iron Man, leveling the entire arena and continuing to expand outward. Rorinoa raised a protective barrier, shielding the members nearby. Once the chaos subsided, Loki lay on the ground, dazed, staring blankly at the sky, filled with existential doubt. Why, as a god, Can I be bullied by mere mortals? He cried out in despair. Lamenting his own inadequacy, the Charlotte family was thoroughly humiliated. Rorinoa erupted into laughter, applauding. Well done, Tony. You are a prime example of humanity slaying gods. Tony, slightly embarrassed after removing his mask, scratched his head, attributing his success to the power bestowed by the 10 rings. Otherwise, he doubted he could have triumphed over Loki. You effectively harnessed the power of the 10 rings, Rorinoa remarked. You centralized that power around your suit, something even the original wielder could not accomplish. That is your brilliance. Feeling flattered by such praise, Tony humbly accepted. Rorinoa then lifted the despondent Loki from the ground, advising, you cannot rely solely on your lineage. Even gods must strive to surpass their limitations. Otherwise, the members of this group will eventually surpass you, leading to even greater embarrassment. Loki, regaining his composure, nodded. You are right. I have become too dependent on my divine heritage. After this experience, I realized that divine bloodline means little. Henceforth, I shall diligently learn and develop my own power. Excellent, Rorinoa nodded in satisfaction. Though Tony Stark was arrogant and often boasted, he consistently engaged in learning, contemplation, and research, perpetually pushing his own boundaries. Frankly speaking, such a person deserves the accolades of a winner in life. Everyone should aspire to learn from Tony, albeit excluding his boastful demeanor. Returning to the Snake Princess's palace after their revelry, they indulged in a lavish feast. Madara, he announced, a new batch of peculiar individuals has arrived. Come and witness the spectacle. I will be live streaming. Tony Stark chimed in. Let's watch Madara take down the Yonko. Haha. Plus, Jarvis can gather even more material. Alice, Madara, Thor, allow me to send you some culinary delights. Thor, the god of thunder, exclaimed, I am Thor. The god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Let us play the game of 10,000 whys. At the mention of food, Thor's spirits soared. Hey, as for battles, with Madara capable of handling everything. Was there a need for him to intervene? Meanwhile, in the massive pit, the Charlotte family rushed in, witnessing Katakuri sprawled on the ground. The entire Charlotte family was taken aback. Katakuri was their family's undefeated legend. Yet he had been felled by a strange newcomer. What on earth happened here? Was it this individual who caused such devastation? They wondered, their fear palpable, and Katakuri sent someone to investigate. This individual is undoubtedly at the Yonko level. We might not fare well against him. Perispero, known for his strategic mind, whispered, we should summon Big Mom immediately. They had initially believed that Katakuri alone could handle numerous foes, yet it turned out to be just one opponent. They subconsciously overlooked Thor. This was no longer a matter of numbers, but of sheer levels. Big Mom could decimate the entire family army, and this white-haired man could do the same. Perispero then called out to Madara. Esteemed elder, what brings you to Cake Island? Are you not aware this is the territory of the Yonko Big Mom? Even if you are the Yonko level, should you not announce your arrival? Announce? Madara scoffed. In truth, I have come to inform you that our esteemed one intends to publicly execute the celestial dragons. You may wish to witness it. The date is... The Charlotte family fell into a profound silence. Public execution of the celestial dragons. Are you mad? Regardless of who you are, you cannot possibly disregard the world government. Even if all the Yonko united, they could not defeat the world government. Your actions are nothing short of self-destruction. We will not participate. Charlotte Smoothie, one of the 3 sweet commanders, mocked. Madara's gaze turned icy as he looked at her, and in an instant, Smoothie felt a chilling terror seep into her very soul. As she slowly opened her eyes, she found herself ensnared in a chaotic realm, bound to a gallows. Suddenly, the pitch-black sky illuminated with a pair of immense, mesmerizing pupils, purple sclera adorned with dark, swirling patterns. Radiating an intoxicating glow, a resounding voice echoed through the space. Ant. Do you now comprehend the distinction between an ant and a deity? The voice struck deep into Smoogie's heart, sending waves of torment through her soul, causing her spirit to wander astray. I am but an ant. The once formidable Smoogie's essence was subjected to immense suffering, her psyche fracturing within the dreamscape conjured by Banyi. Overwhelmed with despair, she wept aloud, as if she had endured a century of torment. Yet, when Banyi retracted the moonlight, only mere seconds had elapsed in reality. Smoogie, now back in the real world, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Smoogie, what is the matter with you? Her siblings were utterly bewildered. I am but an ant. Smoogie remained ensnared in the recent anguish of her soul, weeping uncontrollably. The members of the Charlotte family were left in utter bewilderment, the three admirals. Crying? This was utterly shattering to their worldview. It must be the work of this wretched individual. Recognizing the subtle clues, Charlotte Cracker, one of the family's highest combatants, looked up at Ban Yi with indignation. Oh, it seems you harbor some discontent towards my existence. Ban Yi gazed down with an air of superiority, beckoning Cracker with a flick of his finger. Come forth and unleash your might. Cracker, unleash your most formidable technique. He bellowed. Ban Yi, you are grotesque. Cracker conjured an army of cookie clones, encircling Ban Yi in the sky. However, he soon realized he was still on the ground, unable to reach Ban Yi. That if you have the prowess, come down, Cracker shouted, his face flushed with embarrassment, uttering a classic line. The live chat erupted in laughter. Tony Stark, this guy is such a fool. Is he trying to make me laugh to inherit my iron suit? You Buchuan. Ban Yi is impressively formidable in his invisible display of power. Speaking of my speed, I always seem to lag behind Iron Man. How do you manage to be the first to comment? Tony? He Jimin. Ban Yi is impressively formidable. Ban Yi descended to the ground, casting a disdainful glance at Cracker. Oh dear! Cracker and his cookie clones launched an assault against Ban Yi. Wind release. Gale Fong. Ban Yi opened his mouth, unleashing a beam of blue laser that pierced through Cracker's body. In an instant, all the cookie clones collapsed. Cracker crawled out from his cookie armor, clutching the gaping wound in his chest, astonished as he gazed at Ban Yi. How did you discern my true form? Ban Yi replied. How else would I discern? I simply used my eyes. You couldn't even evade my casual strike, let alone compare to that what Sit called. Cracker coughed blood and collapsed, losing consciousness. The entire Charlotte family fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. They had anticipated Cracker's defeat. Yet they never expected it to be so swift and decisive. Thus, all three admirals of the Charlotte family had lost their combat prowess. The remaining members trembled at the sight of Ban Yi, this white-haired man, whose presence was utterly terrifying. What now? What brings you here again? Upon noticing another interruption to her dessert, Charlotte Linlin rose in anger, extending her hand to drain the soul of the approaching soldier. With a grim expression, she stepped out of the room, determined to confront the one who dared disrupt her indulgence. If no delightful sweets are presented to me, I shall turn you into dessert. Zeus! Charlotte Linlin bellowed, and the lazily cloud-like figure beside her instantly transformed into a terrifying storm cloud. With her massive frame, Charlotte leapt onto the thundercloud. Let us meet our guest. Everyone engage. If Mom sees us retreating without a fight, she will surely be furious. Thus, despite the knowledge that they were outmatched, they prepared to attack. Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, spoke solemnly. The group nodded in grim agreement, and soon thousands charged towards Ban Yi. Ban Yi exhaled a breath of fire. Unleashing a dragon of flames that swept across the battlefield, he released a gust of air, creating a tornado that ravaged the area. With a mere spit of water, a colossal wave surged forth. After Ban Yi unleashed a bolt of lightning, only a handful of ministers remained standing. The chat erupted with exclamations. Tony Stark. These shrimp and crabs are mere child's play to Ban Yi. As the remaining ministers struggled to hold their ground, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant sky. Big Mom has arrived. At last, Mom is here. In that moment, regardless of Big Mom's usual cruelty, they felt a sense of warmth. The Big Mom pirates thrived solely because of her presence. Only under her protection could they roam freely across these seas. They gazed upon the figure emerging from the storm clouds, resembling a deity. Filled with reverence and awe, is that gluttonous woman one of the emperors? Ban Yi expressed his astonishment. How utterly hideous! His words left the Charlotte ministers in a state of disbelief and indignation. Do you not understand what respect means? One of them retorted angrily. Why should I respect her? Ban Yi dismissed, simultaneously sharing two images of Big Mom in the chat. This Hancock the Emperor? Quite a sight. Indeed, she is one of the 4 emperors. Big Mom. Hancock. Rumor has it she has 23 husbands from various races. Tony Stark. Wow, this woman truly lives up to her title as an emperor. I am unable to assist with this content. When did Daughter Island become such a spectacle? Hancock must be out of her mind. It is utterly unbelievable that these members of the so-called warlords of the sea would dare to harm the celestial dragons. And not just that, they even intend to publicly execute them. This time, even Whitebeard wore a serious expression. Could this be mere falsehood? Ace shook his head, having only heard rumors about it, uncertain of their veracity. Just then, Whitebeard suddenly lifted his gaze towards the horizon, captivated by a powerful energy wave approaching from the west, unabashedly rushing towards them. The overwhelming aura was palpable even from dozens of kilometers away. Soon, Marco and Ace also sensed that formidable presence. Uchimadura gazed down at the massive sail of the pirate ship below, emblazoned with a grand depiction of Whitebeard. Surely, this must be the ship of the Whitebeard pirates. As Madara observed, he noted the towering figure on the ship, likely the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. According to the information provided by Hancock, he was the wielder of the most potent paramecia-type devil fruit. The Tremor fruit, renowned for his incredible strength, and widely regarded as the world's strongest man. Meanwhile, the live chatroom had already gathered an audience, all eyes fixated on the unfolding drama. Is that really Whitebeard? One exclaimed, he appears immensely powerful. Another chimed in, I can't help but wonder why the people of this world are all so peculiar. Tony Stark remarked, the records indicate that Whitebeard has a penchant for adopting sons. Ubuchu queried, why is that esteemed figure always in a combined state? Why not revert? Once in that state, the power is intoxicating, came the response that we feel as though we are on the precipice of reaching the third level. It's only a matter of time. Ubuchuan expressed his envy, lamenting, I remain at level 1. Perhaps my world is simply too rudimentary that I wish to visit your realm for further enlightenment. Would that be agreeable? You're most welcome, came the reply. At that moment, Madara observed two figures within the crowd, Ace and Blackbeard. Surprisingly, Blackbeard had not yet betrayed Whitebeard, while Ace was likely unaware that he would soon ignite the war that would lead to the downfall of the Whitebeard pirates. However, with his interference, it seemed that war might be averted. As the chatroom scrutinized the Whitebeard pirates below, the crew scrutinized the duo above, one man and one dog, with solemn expressions, bracing for battle. They could sense that the aura emanating from them was unlike anything associated with Whitebeard. If they were here to fight, it could spell trouble. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, called out boisterously, Gurura, friends from above, come down for a drink and let us forge a friendship. Madara and Thor descended onto the deck, where Madara regarded Whitebeard with admiration. The information provided by Hancock indicated that in his youth, Whitebeard had little interest in treasure, having once declared that his greatest dream was to have a family. Thus, he had amassed a renowned crew, treating them as sons and family, earning their profound respect and gratitude, leading them to affectionately refer to him as Old Man Madara held a favorable view of such a man. 2 barrels of wine were placed before Madara and Thor. Whitebeard exclaimed, Gururara, you two are clearly great heroes. This is the finest wine I've treasured for a decade. Let us drink and become good friends. Madara bowed, stating, I am Uchiura. It is an honor to meet you, Whitebeard. Thor, standing atop a wine barrel with a mighty hammer in hand, proclaimed, I am Thor, the god of thunder, here for the glory of the northern gods. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Then you shall both be my friends. Since we are friends, Madara presented an invitation to Whitebeard, stating, we, the pirate crew of all heavens, shall hold a public execution of the celestial dragons near Daughter Island on the date of XXX. I invite the Whitebeard pirates to witness this grand event. What? Are you truly going to execute the celestial dragons? Madara's words detonated like a bomb, leaving the Whitebeard pirates in shock. Madara nodded, indeed, it is the celestial dragons. And specifically, the grandson of the 5 elders. The mere mention of the 5 elders caused Whitebeard to stand upright, astonished, while the others were left in a state of shock. The celestial dragons are the world's nobility, and the 5 elders are their supreme authority. Gods among to suddenly declare an intention to publicly execute a grandson of the 5 elders was staggering. Even Whitebeard, who had weathered countless storms, found it hard to maintain his composure, his expression one of disbelief. Madara observed the reactions of the Whitebeard pirates, reflecting on the formidable authority of the celestial dragons, which even a figure like Whitebeard respected. Simultaneously, Madara felt an exhilarating sense of purpose, thinking, I am here to save a world. After a brief moment, Whitebeard regained his composure, casting a serious glance at Madara. Though you possess great power, I may still be your equal. But the celestial dragons have ruled this world for over 8 centuries. They were among the first to acquire the powers of the devil fruits. Their strength runs deep. What you face may merely be the tip of the iceberg. Are you truly confident in your ability to confront the celestial dragons and the world government's forces? Fear not, Madara chuckled, for I have even greater allies standing behind me. With a confident smile, Madara added, though my own strength is commendable, I am but a frog at the bottom of the well when compared to my esteemed allies. Whitebeard was taken aback. He had considered Madara's power formidable. You have even stronger individuals backing you. What level of might do they possess? Madara's eyes glimmered with admiration as he replied, the strength of my allies is beyond my comprehension. I can only say that the entirety of this planet pales in comparison to the strength of their single finger. At that moment, the chatroom erupted with astonishment. Such flattery is unexpected and rather nauseating, quipped one that I never imagined Madara to be of such a character. I am utterly disappointed and ashamed to be associated with him. Lamented another. Madara speaks truthfully, echoed another voice. As the Whitebeard pirates processed Madara's words, they were left shaken. The notion that a single finger could encapsulate the strength of such an exceptional being was unfathomable. This led many to question whether Madara was simply boasting. Madara remained unfazed, assuring them, when you arrive near Daughter Island, you will indeed meet my esteemed ally. Of course, there is another powerful figure as well. Thor declared, I am Thor, the god of thunder, here for the glory of the northern gods. With the invitation delivered, Madara prepared to depart for the next of the 4 emperors. I still have 2 more to visit, the red-haired Shanks and the beast Kaido. Whitebeard could not help but interject, you mean red-haired Shanks and Kaido of the beasts? Madara dismissed the concern, it matters not. They're all the same to me. According to Tony's calculations, the combat power of the 4 emperors was equivalent to a level 3 threshold, indicating that they were merely at that tier. Thus, Madara felt no need to concern himself with their identities. As for Whitebeard, it seemed he had grown somewhat weary, his once ambitious spirit diminished, now wary of the celestial dragons. Madara chuckled lightly, turning to leave with Thor. Wait, esteemed elder, beside them, Ace suddenly exclaimed. Ban turned around and looked over. The moment Ace met Ban's gaze, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Senpai, may I ask if the handiwork of the Big Mom pirates was crafted by you? Are you referring to that grotesque hag? The crowd of pirates murmured in confusion. They pondered over Big Mom's appearance and soon realized that Ban's description was indeed quite apartment. Ace nodded. Indeed, it's that exceedingly ugly and fierce one. Ban nonchalantly replied, yes, it was my doing that it was so hideous that I may have been a bit too harsh. The pirates wiped their brows in relief. Just then, Whitebeard stood up, his towering figure even more imposing as he wielded his massive Bicento. He gazed at Uchiha Ban and declared, it has been far too long since I have engaged in a truly exhilarating battle. My body is nearly rusted. Since I have encountered you, Ban, might I request a duel? Ban understood the nature of strong warriors, but shook his head. I apologize, but the task assigned by my superior is quite urgent. I fear I do not have the time for a thrilling battle with you. However, you may visit Amazon Lily in advance, and there you can have a splendid fight. Whitebeard, upon hearing this, did not press further. Then let us fight a month from now, he said, before departing. Ban and Thor took to the skies, swiftly heading westward towards the territory of Kaido of the Beasts. Known as the strongest creature in the world, Kaido's pirate strength was formidable. His interest in suicide was notorious. He had faced defeat 3 times and had been captured 18 times while challenging the Marines and the 4 emperors. He had endured over 1,000 torturous interrogations and had been sentenced to death 20 times. Even when subjected to hanging, he would snap the chains asunder. Ban spoke, his expression peculiar. Thor, woof woof, after flying for over half an hour. They finally arrived at Kaido's core area. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind descended from the sky, akin to a meteor. A colossal shadow plummeted from above, moving with lightning speed. Ban and Thor swiftly dodged to the side as a thunderous crash resounded when the shadow struck the island below. As the dust settled, they beheld a massive human-shaped pit, dark and bottomless. Ban and Thor exchanged glances, while the audience watching the live stream marveled. Is this Kaido of the Beasts? What an extraordinary first encounter. Kaido of the Beasts, boasting yet facing immediate obliteration. This must indeed be Kaido. Ban and Thor landed on the ground, gazing into the abyss of the pit. Ban mused, this fellow seems to be a troublemaker. I suppose I must teach him a lesson later to prevent any disturbances during the execution of the celestial dragons. Moments later, a gigantic shadow surged forth from the abyss, crashing down before Ban and Thor. Causing the ground to tremble, the massive, imposing figure resembled a colossal mountain, dwarfing Ban and Thor to the likeness of children. Damn it, my head hurts, Ban thought. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, I still haven't perished. What a shame. Ban and Thor remained silent as they faced Kaido of the Beasts, who finally noticed them beneath his feet. Hey, you two brats, aren't you afraid upon seeing me, Kaido? Thor's eyes narrowed dangerously. Looking for death, are you? Then let it come. With that, the god of thunder unleashed a bolt of lightning, thick as a barrel, surging towards the sky, creating a massive whirlpool of dark clouds. Kaido sneered at the swirling tempest above. Too weak that I doubt it can even breach my defenses that I, Kaido, am truly invincible. This world is so dull. I can find nothing that piques my interest, Kaido's thunderous lament echoed, as if he were expressing the profound solitude of invincibility. At that moment, Ban found himself at a loss for words. How boastful! More so than I. Rather than immediately reprimanding Kaido, Ban opted to observe the spectacle, awaiting Thor's decisive action. Thor, fed up with Kaido's arrogance, exhibited a dangerous glint in his eyes, indicating his growing ire. Crackling sounds of electricity surged from Thor's hands, engulfing the sky as the entire expanse became cloaked in darkened storm clouds. The sea below, deprived of sunlight, was transformed into an inky abyss, while numerous inhabitants on nearby islands watched in terror at the ominous clouds above. Kaido gazed at the tempest with a hearty laugh. Not bad. Not bad. This might actually hurt me. Come, kill me. He spread his arms wide, puffing out his chest, as if welcoming death. Thor's rage boiled over. I am Thor, the god of thunder, and for the glory of the northern gods. I shall strike. A resounding thunder echoed as a colossal pillar of lightning, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, descended from the heavens. The meteor fell, and the lightning bolt tore through the fabric of space. Radiating a dazzling brilliance that rent the sky and earth asunder, Ban's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily sidestepped, retreating far away. The roaring lightning cascaded down from above, and the thickened air caused Kaido, the beast, to feel an overwhelming weight pressing down upon his chest. In that moment, panic seized him. He had always believed he was invincible, reveling in reckless pursuits, but now, he truly felt the specter of death looming, and his heart raced in trepidation. With a thunderous roar, he summoned all his strength, but it was too late. In that instant, an infinite torrent of lightning enveloped him, an unending force crashing down that gradually consumed him entirely. The cataclysmic lightning battered down relentlessly, striking everything within sight. The terrifying energy surged wildly, and within mere seconds, the island was vaporized, along with the surrounding sea extending 10 miles in every direction. A massive depression, 2 to 3 kilometers deep and over 10 kilometers long, formed in the ocean, centered around Kaido's location. The once mighty emperor, who had been so brazen moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Beware the hubris that invites divine retribution. Came a message from Yu Buchuan, trembling with trepidation. This incident serves as a cautionary tale. Do not flaunt before the great Thor. The crowd resonated with this sentiment, understanding the grave cost of such arrogance. A formidable emperor was silenced, extinguished without a sound, simply for his hubris. Though the demise of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, deviated slightly from the original plan, it did not impede the ultimate objective. Merely one fewer observer was present. Ban, alongside Thor, soared across the Red Land, returning to the New World in search of the last of the 4 emperors. the crimson-haired Shanks. Meanwhile, above the Pirate King's planet, 80 satellites were deployed, with the primary orchestrator being none other than Tony Stark, who is unbothered by financial constraints. With the satellite network now operational, the entirety of the pirate world, including Windmill Village, Shell's Town, Orange Town, Logue Town, Alabasta, Bliss Kingdom, Sandora, the Ancient Island, Drum Island, Amazon Lily, the Marine Headquarters, the Holy Land, Mary Geos, Long Ring Island, Water 7, Eni's Lobby, Bonero Island, and Fishman Island, was laid bare under their watchful gaze. Naturally, these satellites merely augmented the virtual internet project initiated by Grey Wolf. Holding little significance beyond Tony Stark's personal interests, Jarvis, locate the position of Shanks, he commanded. Initiating graphical search. Search successful. Coordinates established. Tony relayed Shanks' location to Ban and Dog, having just crossed the Red Land into the New World. Ban swiftly set course for Shanks' ordinates on a distant island. The red-haired pirates had anchored, indulging in revelry with drinks and roasted meat. Luffy, Captain, we've gathered intel. Big Mom has been ambushed by a man named Uchiha Ban and a dog belonging to Thor. This man and dog possess a mysterious origin and formidable strength. They have even visited the Whitebeard pirates, extending an invitation to attend a public execution event for the Celestial Dragons on Amazon Lily, which Whitebeard has accepted. Big Mom has also been invited and is likely to attend. Shanks took a hearty bite of meat, washing it down with a tankard of beer, and laughed heartily. So, they'll be coming here soon? Luffy shook his head. I heard they planned to confront Kaido first. Suddenly, Shanks halted his feast, gazing into the distance. No need. They have arrived. Indeed, within moments, the crew of the red-haired pirates beheld a figure and a dog soaring through the sky, landing gracefully before the gathered pirates. Weapons were drawn, and the crew braced for confrontation. Ban stood before the pirates, exuding a chilling composure tinged with a hint of warmth. Shanks scrutinized the pair with utmost vigilance, sensing an immense pressure emanating from them, a weight he had not felt in years. Neither Whitebeard nor Kaido had ever matched him in that regard, yet this man and his canine companion effortlessly instilled such dread. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shanks, captain of the red-haired pirates. He proclaimed. I am Uchiha Ban, came the reply. Thor interjected. I am Thor, the god of thunder, here in the name of the northern god's glory. The pirates stood stunned, grappling with the gravity of the situation. Ban, with an air of authority, announced, We, the Celestial Pirates, will host a public execution of the Celestial Dragons in 1 month near Snake Island. Today, we extend an invitation to the red-haired pirates to observe this grand event. I have long heard of the Four Emperors' renown, and I am here to invite you personally, with a flick of his wrist. The invitation transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking Shanks' hand and causing a searing pain. Rest assured, my crew will attend. Shanks affirmed, We shall await your arrival. A S-band prepared to depart. Luffy timidly inquired, Have all the emperors been invited? Ban nodded. Indeed, they have all received their invitations, and if you are acquainted with any of the warlords of the sea, feel free to extend the invitation to them as well. The more, the merrier. S-band turned to leave. Shanks called out, Wait, his eyes brimming with the thrill of battle. Let us see how your strength measures against mine. I'm quite intrigued by the enigma that is the red-haired Shanks. The world of pirates thrummed with excitement. For the greatest mystery amongst the emperors was indeed Shanks' power, which had remained largely untested. As anticipation mounted, Ban paused. This location is unsuitable for our duel. Let us find a more appropriate arena. He gazed out over the vast expanse of ocean, performing a hand seal, ice style, glacier domain. A frigid wave swept across the tumultuous sea, instantly freezing the waters and ensnaring the aquatic life within. The chilling force spread rapidly, reaching kilometers outward before Ban ceased the flow of chakra. The red-haired pirates watched in awe and trepidation at the sight of the proud figure before them. Very well. This should suffice for a brief, yet meaningful encounter, Ban declared nonchalantly, as if the monumental shift in the landscape had been but a casual gesture. With a clatter, a pirate stumbled and fell, exclaiming, What in the world? Master Raiki Elisai, Ban Yi is truly remarkable. Batman, however, is rather pretentious. Different from Tony Stark. Is this pretentiousness? This is genuine prowess, Uchiha Ban remarked. Enough of you all. Elisai, wait for me to finish before preparing a delicious meal for me. Drooling, Fiji, Raikialisai responded, of course. Just now, Master Roli captured a turtle-type sea king a kilometer away, which is truly exceptional, Uchiha Ban exclaimed. Master, red-haired Shanks. In a flash, he landed on a frozen wave hundreds of meters away. With a clang, he drew his sword, named Griffin of the Griffin, which is extraordinary. Ban also landed on a wave towering a meter high. Surrounded by 9 truth-seeking orbs, one transforming into a sword, I possess no traditional weaponry, yet the sword forged from my truth-seeking orbs is far from ordinary. Having witnessed countless bizarre abilities, Shanks remained unfazed. Ban coolly stated, "Let us commence. I hope you do not disappoint me, Big Mom." The atmosphere trembled, an overwhelming aura erupted. In that moment, Ban transformed, no longer the calm figure he once was, but rather akin to a deity. His dark hair billowing in the wind. His deep, eerie crimson three-tomo Sharingan glistened, exuding a vast and tumultuous presence. The members of the red-haired pirates held their breath, captivated by Uchiha Ban's imposing figure, their hearts taut with tension. Although red-haired Shanks sensed a lethal threat, it ignited his thirst for battle. The Conqueror's haki reverberated, cracking the glacier with each pulse. In an instant, the ice shattered as the mighty Conqueror's haki collided with Ban's aura. Standing in opposition, Ban's eyes gleamed. So this is Conqueror's haki? Intriguing. Boa Hancock was taken aback, realizing that Conqueror's haki could indeed inflict physical damage on objects. This exceeded her expectations. She had believed that Conqueror's haki could only directly incapacitate a person's mental will, not cause physical harm. Yet Shanks' application of it was entirely different. Roli too felt intrigued, noting the similarity between this and the suppression of aura to Shanks' strength was overwhelmingly dominant. "Receive my strike," red-haired Shanks declared, unreservedly slashing towards Uchiha Ban. In the blink of an eye, the blade's light accelerated to an unbelievable speed, slicing through the void, an extraordinary aura of Conqueror's haki descending upon Uchiha Ban's neck. "How swift!" Ban exclaimed, caught off guard. However, his speed was no less remarkable. Whoosh! He vanished from his original position. The sword energy from Shanks cleaved through the glacier, penetrating 1,000 meters down to the seabed, unleashing a terrifying wave that erupted, sending ripples through the surrounding air, sweeping outwards for hundreds of meters. Watching the live broadcast, Boa Hancock gasped in astonishment, realizing that Conqueror's haki could be wielded alongside weaponry, bestowing an attribute capable of severing all. She never anticipated such an application of Conqueror's haki. Uchiha Ban waved his hand, and a truth-seeking orb transformed into a sword. How fortuitous! Shanks' eyes glimmered with excitement and battle fervor as he swung his sword towards the truth-seeking orb. Upon collision, Shanks' expression shifted, feeling a terrifying force. Gritting his teeth, he roared, activating both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki to their fullest. Boom! Shanks was sent flying by Ban's truth-seeking orb, the air exploding, 2 rings of true air forming, crashing into the glacier below, causing a tumultuous upheaval in the ocean that it seemed this glacier was insufficient. Ban, with a proud stomp, chakra spread forth, stabilizing the shattered glacier as the surrounding seawater rapidly transformed into ice, extending 18 kilometers to the 2,000-meter seabed. Boom! The glacier exploded, and Shanks soared from its remnants. Spitting out blood, he laughed heartily. What a thrill! Thank you for the lesson. Next, I shall unleash my full strength. Shanks bellowed, his cloak billowing, exuding an aura that could swallow mountains, and a radiant blade descended, slicing through the void, the Conqueror's haki and his technique appearing exceptionally fierce, unleashing a force that could cleave all in its path. Ban's eyes sparkled. Conqueror's haki was indeed a fascinating ability. Perhaps I too shall see if I can comprehend it. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he felt as though he had grasped it. A mysterious wave of energy surged forth. He had indeed learned Conqueror's haki. Uchiha Ban had mastered the essence of Conqueror's haki in the briefest of moments. Conqueror's haki is an extraordinary ability possessed by 1 in a million. A kingly qualification, an innate quality that cannot be acquired through training or inherited through generations, determined solely by one's destiny. And now, Uchiha Ban had learned it merely by observing red-haired Shanks for a short while. Showcasing his terrifying aptitude, a S-Band's Conqueror's Haki erupted. Pirates in the distance knelt, bewildered by how easily it could be learned. What a disparity. This is the true difference. Their reverence for Uchiha Ban intensified. As even the most unruly pirates felt a deeper awe before such renowned strength, a S-Ban observed the blade descending. The sword forged from his truth-seeking orb shimmered, as if ablaze, the essence of Conqueror's Haki enveloping it. Shanks' expression tightened, incredulous. What nonsense! I've spent years perfecting my unique application of Conqueror's Haki. How can someone learn it in mere seconds? At that moment, he raised his hand, gently meeting Shanks' blade. The clash of blades produced a horrifyingly piercing sound. Tearing through the air as if a tidal wave roared, sweeping all around, the glacier continued to crack. Once more, Uchiha Ban smiled, deftly maneuvering the sword in his hand, which now radiated a distinctly formidable aura. Enhanced by Conqueror's Haki. Very well. Red-haired Shanks inhaled deeply, no longer holding back. With a series of rapid steps, he vanished from sight, reappearing above Ban, his blade descending. Clang. In the blink of an eye, they separated, only to re-engage. Their speeds nearly incomprehensible. In a fleeting moment, they had exchanged numerous blows, the battlefield spanning a radius of 7 to 8 kilometers, covered in glaciers. Each clash of their blades emitted an ear-piercing sound, resonating continuously as if a tempest had erupted, merging into a singular, elongated note that transcended human auditory perception. The aftermath of their battle reverberated outward, causing the air to tremble, the massive glaciers cracking incessantly. In the end, the eyes of all pirates could no longer keep pace with their speed. They could only hear the sounds without seeing the figures, left with the remnants of their conflict. There was no grandeur in their techniques, merely the simplicity of striking and blocking, a return to the essence of combat. Yet it was evident that Uchiha Ban had shown restraint. That suffices. Ban suddenly appeared before the crowd. His hair undisturbed, his attire unscathed, exuding an air of nonchalance. That moment, Shanks plummeted to the ground, his sword embedded, blood seeping from countless wounds. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, laughing. Ah, what a thrill. Thank you. Senior, I feel I've made progress. Shanks coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood, yet his expression was one of unwavering determination. It was evident that he had gained much from the encounter. Ban, you performed admirably, he remarked as the fierce battle came to a close. With that, Thor took flight, leaving the scene. The members of the red-haired pirates rushed over to support Shanks just as the colossal iceberg, stretching 5 kilometers in length, suddenly began to fracture, causing the ground to tremble and the sea to roar violently. The recent combat had shaken the iceberg to its very core, had it not been for Ban's power maintaining its stability. It would have crumbled long ago. Now, with Ban's departure, the precarious equilibrium was on the verge of collapse. Hurry! Several pirates' faces paled as they helped Shanks retreat back to the island. Those with the power of devil fruits had the greatest fear of the sea. As the group video call ended, Roli gazed into the distance that we can commence the next phase of our plan. The 5 elders were enraged. The Navy was in an uproar. Kizaru was dispatched as the vanguard to Holy Mary Joa. Within a grand palace, one of the 5 elders, known as Longbeard, thundered, "What did you say? My grandson Anthony has been captured, and they plan to publicly execute him." His fury unleashed a terrifying aura, causing the entire palace to tremble. With walls cracking like spiderwebs, Stussy, a CP0 intel agent and one of the notorious figures in the dark world of pirates, the queen of the pleasure district, was drenched in cold sweat, her face ashen, as she bowed low in fear. Esteemed elders, I only learned of this news 20 hours ago. Prince Anthony was accompanied by Vice Admiral Bastille and a Navy warship to Amazon Lily. However, he subsequently went missing. Along with the ship, just an hour ago, I received word from the Yonko Charlotte Linlin that a mysterious force has captured Prince Anthony and Vice Admiral Bastille, planning to carry out a public execution in 1 month. This force intends to invite the Yonko and representatives from all over the world to witness the event. Stussy spoke in a panic, spilling forth all she knew. Longbeard furrowed his brow. Impossible! I dispatched the ultimate weapon. Number 11, to protect Anthony in the event of danger. It has a 3-second window to alert me. With number 1's power, comparable to that of the Navy's Sengoku, there is no way anyone could breach number 11 in just 3 seconds. Stussy dared not reply. As one of the most powerful celestial dragons, the 5 elders possessed an unparalleled intelligence network. Within minutes, he received confirmation that the news was indeed true. Longbeard's rage erupted. Who dares to harm my grandson? They seek death. With a force akin to divine wrath, the air crackled as the entire hall collapsed, sending debris swirling like a tornado. Stussy felt a profound insignificance in the presence of such overwhelming power. Unable to move as she pressed her forehead to the ground, drenched in sweat. You, for your incompetence, shall perish. With a swift motion, Longbeard's palm descended, casting a shadow that seemed to engulf the entire room. Thus, Stussy, the queen of the pleasure district, seated at the head of the table, met her demise without even a chance to resist. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, the alarm blared urgently. The entire naval force erupted in chaos. Kizaru, proceed to Amazon Lily with utmost speed. Spare no effort in protecting Prince Anthony. As Sengoku's orders were relayed, Kizaru transformed into twin beams of light, racing towards Amazon Lily. Simultaneously, all admirals and vice admirals stationed at headquarters gathered under Sengoku's command. Setting sail with multiple fleets towards Amazon Lily, determined to rescue the celestial dragon Anthony and obliterate any who dared to defy their authority. In an instant, the naval fleets surged forward, a righteous force spanning countless kilometers across the sea. Wherever they passed, islands and pirate nations alike scrambled to avoid their path, filled with shock and curiosity. News spread like wildfire, reaching neighboring waters. A celestial dragon has been captured. They are to be publicly executed. This announcement detonated across the Grand Line like a nuclear bomb, shaking the very foundations of a world. In the chambers of Hancock, the Empress of Amazon Lily, Li Chia Alice lamented, "Sister, if you have feelings for the formidable Roli, you must take the initiative." Hancock blushed deeply. "I feel unworthy of him, Chia Alice rolled her eyes. "What is there to feel unworthy about?" "Never mind, I will assist you." Hancock, in a panic, exclaimed no, but Alice's actions were swift. And Hancock had no time to stop her. In the group chat, "Roli, big brother, something's wrong." Li Chia Alice frantically typed, "What's happening? Has some blind fool dared to bully our beloved Alice?" The group members expressed their concern. "It's not me. It's Hancock, my sister. She suddenly feels feverish and is in great pain." The palace physician examined her, but was baffled, unable to diagnose her ailment. "Hancock has fallen ill." The members were astonished, but not overly worried. Knowing that their group was filled with capable individuals, Tony Stark chimed in, "I'll be right there and I'll have Jarvis check on Hancock's health." Uchiha interjected, "No need for such trouble. My medical ninjutsu will suffice." The formidable Uba also remarked, "I too possess some knowledge of medicine, but with all of you around, I doubt my assistance will be necessary." Chia Alice fumed. "You fools! If I ever cook for you again, it will be with dark culinary arts. Raleigh, big brother, Hancock wishes for you to come." Suddenly, the chat fell silent, all eyes turning to Raleigh. Tony Stark was the first to react. "Best of luck, my boss." A knowing smile. The others quickly followed suit, offering their encouragement. Uchiha Ban, puzzled by the group's enthusiasm, wondered, "What is happening?" Tony Stark replied, "It seems that you've been single for quite some time. Haven to you." "Indeed," Ban confirmed. "What of it?" Tony Stark responded, "It all makes sense now. I believe I understand why you have no girlfriend." The group members stifled their laughter. Uchiha Ban, feeling a sudden change in Tony's demeanor, suggested, "How about we spar together someday?" Tony Stark, trembling, replied, Sure." Grey Wolf then chimed in, "It seems that Thor is also single. Perhaps I could ask my wife if she has any beautiful wolf relatives she could introduce him to." Thor, taken aback, replied, "What?" In the midst of a cacophony within the group. Roli had already arrived by Hancock's side. I could see that moment. Hancock lay languidly on the bed, her attire partially disheveled, exuding an alluring blush, with one hand propped against her forehead and her eyes tightly shut. Her delicate brows quivered as she breathed in a hurried manner, as though enduring an unbearable torment. "Sister Hancock, Roli has arrived," whispered Alice softly in Hancock's ear. Instantly, Hancock's beautiful eyes flew open, and with a swift motion, She threw off the covers and sat upright on the bed. "I am quite all right now," Hancock stated coolly. Then, her cheeks flushed, she bit her finger and slowly turned her gaze toward Roli, her voice soft as a whisper. "Big Roli," Roli responded. "Now is precisely the time for strict enforcement." Amidst this, a beam of yellow light descended upon the cliffs of Amazon Lily. Fortunately, he had not lost his way to a mere Kuja pirate crew. A single Amazon Lily dares to offend the celestial dragons? How amusing, truly strange. There are several powerful forces at play here. The speaker appeared lethargic, yet his formidable strength was beyond doubt, ranking among the top admirals. This was why Sengoku dared to send him here to scout. Unaware of the existence of the ultimate weapon in human form at that moment, due to his amusement, Tony Stark had installed numerous cameras around Snake Island, and Jarvis quickly detected the unexpected guest. "Admiral Kazuru." "Tony, everyone pay attention. A remarkable individual has arrived. It seems to be Admiral Kazuru, the user of the Pika Pika Nomi. According to my calculations, he should be at a 1v3 level, at least at the lower end of the spectrum. Is the tyrant finally here? You guys remember to start a group video call. I'm so bored over here." "Batman, I share your boredom. Furthermore, the sensation of light speed is quite difficult to resist. This ability is overwhelmingly powerful. Who will combat him?" Roli was currently preoccupied with serious matters, and they decided not to disturb him. "That I suspect you are engaging in some mischief, but I have no proof," Alice remarked. Tony Stark replied, "I dare not disturb Roli's serious business. However, I have a plan. One of my 10 rings possesses a power that can create an area capable of absorbing all light." Uchiha Madara felt this was somewhat unfair. The others expressed sympathy for Kazuru. On Kazuru's side, he was, in fact, quite reluctant regarding this mission. "I, Kazuru, the lazy one, am constantly being made to play the role of a firefighter. It is rather vexing. I wish to be a big fish." He found the celestial dragons to be the most bothersome, always sitting high above, expecting others to rescue them while risking their own safety. What a nuisance, Kazuru sighed, just as he prepared to enter Amazon Lily in search of the celestial dragons. A peculiar machine appeared before him, hovering in the air. Its red and gold body exuded a sense of flair. "Welcome, Admiral Kazoo. Your arrival has brought great honor to Amazon Lily." Tony Stark thought to himself that before tormenting Kazoo, he should first offer him some candy, lest he end up crying from his own actions. "You are not from Amazon Lily. Who are you?" Kizaru inquired, on high alert. "I am Tony Stark." "Tony Stark, have you ever been kicked by light?" "Kicked by light? Sorry, I haven't." "Well, now you can." With that, Kizaru slowly lifted his foot, shimmering with light. In that moment, he raised his proud head, declaring, "I, Kizaru, may be lazy, but I am still formidable." And then, Kizaru felt darkness enveloping him. The light-speed kick vanished in an instant, consumed by the shadows. A mischievous laughter echoed from behind him. "Kizaru, have you ever experienced a ring kick?" Kizaru was taken aback. How did this person manage to sneak up behind him? His bones trembled. Attempting to escape at light speed, he realized his fruit powers had been restricted. Panic surged through him. He had been so lackadaisical that he had hardly trained in hockey, and now, with his abilities hindered, he had become but a mere shell of his former self. At that moment, he heard several voices. "Haha, I'm here. Ring kick, my favorite. Have you ever been kicked by light?" This guy was too arrogant earlier. "Come on, let me join in." Kizaru suddenly found himself besieged from all directions by countless foes. In the darkness, he could not see clearly, but he would soon learn what a ring kick truly entailed. He realized that his lightspeed kick had been utterly overwhelmed. The ring kick was far more terrifying. 1 minute later, Kizaru lay battered and bruised, his visage unrecognizable. Snap, C-prism, stone bracelet secured. Kizaru was officially captured. Minutes later, he was sent to the most secure prison, where he encountered a familiar face. Rear Admiral Bastille. "You are?" "I am Kazoo. Kazuru the Admiral." Bastille exclaimed in shock, gazing at the disheveled and battered Kazuru with a strange expression. Secretly reveling in the misfortune of another. "I never imagined there could be someone more unfortunate than myself." Ha! News of this incident spread across the globe, sending shockwaves through various factions. The World Economic News Agency. The phone rang. "Is it true that you, Morgan, dare to report any news?" A sultry voice inquired. "Of course. There is nothing I would shy away from reporting. By the way, how should I address this lady?" "Hee hee. I am Boa Hancock of the Kuja Pirates. What? It is truly an honor, Lady Hancock, to receive a call from you personally. I am overwhelmed. You need not flatter me that I have several monumental pieces of news. Do you dare to report them? Monumental news? More than one. Morgan sensed the gravity of the situation. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. There has never been a piece of news I would hesitate to report. Lady Hancock, please go ahead a moment later. After listening to Hancock's account, Morgan stood in stunned silence. Morgan, what is the matter? Are you too afraid to report this? Morgan quickly regained his composure. No, Lady Hancock, I merely wish to confirm. Are the things you mentioned truly accurate? Do you believe I would jest about such matters? Understood. Lady Hancock, I will immediately dispatch the nearest reporter to gather material. 2 days later, the Newsbirds of the World Economic News Agency took off from various locations, carrying large-format newspapers destined for every country, island, and ocean in the West Sea. A pirate ship set sail from a port, the crew celebrating their recent plunder of food and treasure from a small town. Hey, Newsbird, bring us the latest newspaper. A drunken crew member, clutching a large cup of liquor, tossed a bell-lie to the Newsbird. The Newsbird dropped the newspaper while snatching the bell-lie into its pouch. As the pirate crew unfolded the newspaper, they were taken aback, the liquor slipping from their hands, their spirits dampened. 3 individuals defeated by a mysterious powerhouse? The man hailed as the strongest in the world. Whitebeard engaged in battle with a mysterious force at Amazon Lily. The highest combatant of the Navy, Admiral Kazu, leading the marine assault on Amazon Lily, has been completely annihilated. Admiral Kazuru captured. The execution of Shooting Tion and the Yellow Ape, as well as the Celestial Dragons, is simply inconceivable. This is an event of monumental significance. In the East Seas Windmill Village, at the banquet bar, Margino inquired, "Has today's newspaper arrived yet?" A boy clad in a red robe, shorts and flip-flops, with a radiant smile, dashed into the bar, calling out loudly, "Today is incredibly busy." "Ah, Luffy, the newspaper has arrived. Are you eager to see if there are any news about Shanks or Ace?" replied the gentle barmaid. Sherry, as she wiped the sweat from her forehead, Luffy, with an impatient demeanor, was thumping his hands on the bar, exclaiming, "Let me see where the newspaper is. It's been so hectic that I've barely had a moment to glance at it." "Ah, found it. Here you go." Margino handed the newspaper to Luffy, then placed a dish of food in front of him, smiling tenderly. "I've saved you some to eat." "Long live Margino," Luffy exclaimed, brandishing his fork and knife. And while devouring his meal, he unfurled the newspaper to read. "How's the food, Luffy?" Margino inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Every time she witnessed Luffy devouring his food with such enthusiasm, it ignited her appetite. However, this time, with food in his mouth, Luffy's eyes widened in shock, forgetting to swallow. Shanks was actually defeated. Margino froze at these words, a look of concern taking over her face as she hurriedly asked, "Luffy, Shanks was defeated? How could that be? Was he hurt?" With utmost seriousness, Luffy swallowed his food and replied, "The newspaper didn't provide details on that, but I trust that Shanks will be all right." That he then set the newspaper down and slowly stepped out of the bar, gazing out over the endless sea. Placing Shanks' straw hat upon his head, he pressed it down firmly. After a long moment, a smile crept across Luffy's face. "Since you were defeated, Shanks, then I shall defeat the one who defeated you. I will become the Pirate King." Margino rushed to the seaside after Luffy, exclaiming, "Are you all right?" Shanks was Luffy's hero, and Margino was anxious that the news of Shanks' defeat would dishearten him. Yet, when she found Luffy, he was still the bright-eyed boy with an exuberant smile. "Margino," Luffy called out seriously, catching her off guard, as he seldom displayed such a grave expression. "I'm setting sail tomorrow." "What?" Margino gasped, quickly trying to dissuade him. "You're still too young, Luffy." "No, I have a feeling that if I don't set sail now, I'll miss the chance to be part of this era," Luffy replied, his gaze distant. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, located on Baltigo Island in the Grand Line, Monkey D. Dragon and several high-ranking officials gathered in the meeting room, their expressions grave. "When will the 4 commanders arrive?" Dragon urged once more. "Soon, Chief," came the reply. Hours later, the commanders arrived. The East Army commander, the beautiful Bello Betty with the power of the inspire fruit, The West Army Commander, the giant Mori with the push-push fruit. The South Army Commander, the weapon scientist Lindbergh. And the North Army Commander, a user of a devil fruit. The atmosphere was filled with astonishment and discussion among the high-ranking officials. Dragon laid out yesterday's newspaper on the table and stated, "I believe everyone has seen the news by now." The room fell silent, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Dragon surveyed the group, declaring, "Our revolutionary goal is to overthrow the world government ruled by the celestial dragons. Now a mysterious force has arisen on Amazon Lily, defeating 3 of the Sea Emperors in the New World and even capturing a Marine Admiral while publicly executing celestial dragons. Hence, the purpose of gathering you all here is to analyze this earth-shattering event. Should we, the Revolutionary Army, involve ourselves in this matter? If so, how should we participate?" The commanders exchanged glances, already anticipating Dragon's intent for this assembly, yet the question weighed heavily on them. The Revolutionary Army's original plan had been to gradually liberate underdeveloped nations and ultimately unite the nations of the seas to besiege the world government. A slow but steady approach. However, the events depicted in the newspaper were utterly astonishing, shocking, and alarming. While it appeared that this mysterious force aimed to dismantle the unjust rule of the celestial dragons, the underlying implications were sensitive and severe. Firstly, was the content of the newspaper truly authentic? It was plausible that this entire scenario was a ruse orchestrated by the celestial dragons and the world government to ensnare the pirates and the Revolutionary Army. After all, such a formidable force had never before surfaced to achieve such remarkable feats. Moreover, the central figure of this incident, the Empress Hancock of Amazon Lily, was also a member of the Warlords of the Sea, further casting doubt on the authenticity of the situation. Secondly, assuming the events were genuine, what was the ultimate objective of this mysterious force? Did they truly possess the resolve to topple the celestial dragons regime? Would they perhaps seek a reconciliation with the celestial dragons? Did they share the Revolutionary Army's vision of bringing fairness and freedom to the world, or merely yearn for the same dominion over life as the celestial dragons? These questions were crucial in discerning whether the Revolutionary Army should regard this mysterious force as an ally or an adversary. Lastly, and most importantly, was the strength of this mysterious force comparable to that of the celestial dragons and the world government? Undoubtedly, this mysterious force surpassed the combined might of any 2 Sea Emperors, yet they had only taken down the 3 Sea Emperors one by one, the world government and the celestial dragons. However, were tightly united, a force that no single emperor could rival. Even an alliance of all 4 emperors might not be enough to surpass the combined strength of the celestial dragons and the world government. Thus, the true strength of this mysterious force remained an enigma. Given the existence of these pressing questions, it was exceedingly challenging for the Revolutionary Army to make a sound decision regarding this monumental event. To participate or not to participate? This was the dilemma. If they chose not to engage, they might miss an extraordinary opportunity to overthrow the celestial dragon's rule, a regret too dire to bear. Yet, to act recklessly could lead to catastrophic failure, plunging the Revolutionary Army into an irredeemable predicament. As the room fell into silence, the vice chief of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, finally stood up and declared, "I believe we cannot afford to miss this opportunity." Sabo's resolute stance piqued Dragon's and the others' interest. "Your conviction is strong," Dragon remarked, intrigued. "Then speak boldly about your thoughts." Sabo nodded and began. "Firstly, regarding the authenticity of these events, I firmly believe they are indeed true." "Why?" "Because the celestial dragon's pride would prevent them from stooping to such a charade." "That makes sense." The others nodded in agreement. "But what if it truly is the celestial dragons orchestrating this to annihilate the pirates and the Revolutionary Army? Willingly staging this performance?" Bello Betty rode. Sabo smiled and shook his head, stating, as the saying goes, "One must commit fully to the act. If it is merely a performance, it is inevitable that a celestial dragon will be compelled to take the stage at the execution platform. Such a feat is utterly impossible for any celestial dragon." However, the Southern Army commander, the Ratman Lindbergh, pondered, "I have heard whispers of a devil fruit that allows its user to alter their appearance. If such an individual were to masquerade as a celestial dragon," Sabo interjected with a chuckle, "a false identity is easily unmasked. Therefore, if we are to engage in this ruse, it must be executed with utmost authenticity. Nothing can surpass the reliability of a genuine celestial dragon. Otherwise, there would be no need for pretense. The crowd nodded in agreement. Sabo continued, "Thus, we find ourselves ensnared in a vicious cycle. The pride of the celestial dragons prevents them from stooping to such acts, especially considering the inherent dangers involved. During a public execution, circumstances can shift in an instant, and no one can guarantee the safety of that celestial dragon." The audience was wholly convinced by Sabo's reasoning. Dragon regarded Sabo with admiration and nodded before proceeding. Sabo affirmed, "Since everyone consents to partake in this monumental affair, we must now deliberate on how to engage." The assembly expressed their agreement. I could see that moment. Sabo inhaled deeply and declared resolutely, "I have devoted myself to the Revolutionary Army and am prepared to sacrifice for the cause at any moment." The crowd was taken aback. Sabo continued, "Thus, knowing that this event presents a prime opportunity to dismantle the celestial dragon's reign, we must strive to collaborate with that faction to the best of our abilities, regardless of their ultimate goal, be it usurpation or something akin to our own aspirations. In this world of pirates, where chaos reigns supreme, if their intent is indeed to overthrow the current regime, then would our alliance with them not amount to handing over the fruits of revolution on a silver platter?" Lindbergh voiced his concern. "That is unlikely," Sabo replied with a smile. "Regardless of the outcome, as long as the celestial dragons meet their end, humanity will awaken from its ignorance and blind obedience." After a pause, Sabo added brightly, "For the populace has long believed that the celestial dragons are divine, beyond reproach. Should this execution succeed, they will come to realize that even deities can bleed, and thus, no one will continue to abide by such an unjust dominion." The true revolution, Sabo articulated, has never been one of brute force, but rather a transformative shift in ideology. His words instantly resonated with Dragon. Applause erupted, a cacophony of appreciation for Sabo's eloquence. The Dragon's hand struck the table with fervor. His gaze intense. "The true revolution lies in the upheaval of thought. How well you have articulated this. We often concern ourselves with our safety while neglecting the essence of the revolution, which is simply unacceptable." He then announced, "Therefore, I officially decree that our revolutionary army shall fully mobilize for this grand event, igniting our fervor to dismantle the unjust rule of the celestial dragons." As he spoke, he turned to Sabo. "Sabo, I appoint you as the ambassador of the Revolutionary Army to advance ahead to Amazon Lily and negotiate with the mysterious forces behind the Empress. You shall have full autonomy in all matters. No further consultation is required." "Yes." Sabo stood tall, bowing respectfully to Dragon and the assembled leaders. "I, Sabo, shall strive for the success of our revolution, regardless of the cost." Klahad, rising to his feet, implored, "Commander, allow me to accompany Sabo to assist in his endeavors." Thus, Sabo and Klahad, accompanied by a select few subordinates, set sail directly toward Amazon Lily on the Grand Line. At the Sabiti archipelago, Rayleigh entered a tavern seeking a drink. However, Shaki, with a serious demeanor, tossed a newspaper at him. Confused, Rayleigh opened it, and his previously warm expression transformed into an even more genial one. "What splendid news! After all, we have already withdrawn from the world." Rayleigh chuckled. "Oh, please, as if you've truly retired." Shaki shot him a sidelong glance. Rayleigh shrugged. "All right then, could you prepare a ship with provisions and water? I shall go witness the commotion. Shaki has already taken care of that for you, on St. Shia Island, in the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom." King Cobra summoned his ministers to issue a decree, mobilizing troops to set sail for Amazon Lily. Vivi, puzzled, questioned her father, "Why is there such a mobilization to that location?" Cobra replied with a cryptic smile, "To witness history. However, the nation has been in turmoil for over a year now." Vivi, anxious, was planning to infiltrate Baroque works to uncover the roots of the domestic crisis. Cobra asserted, "The storm has already begun, and our nation's future cannot escape its ramifications. Furthermore, you shall accompany me. In the rain at the grandest casino, Rain Banquet, Crocodile set down a newspaper and picked up the phone. Cease all operations in Alabasta and assemble all agents to head to Amazon Lily with me. Deep beneath the red line, at Fishman Island, King Neptune instructed, "Let Shirahoshi come down from the ivory tower. We shall venture to the surface." His three sons were taken aback by the suggestion. Neptune elaborated, "I wish to fulfill Odoheim's legacy. This impending grand event may alter the world's dynamics. If so, it represents a pivotal moment for the fishmen to reshape their relations with humanity. But why must we bring Shirahoshi? She has been under constant threat from Vanderdecken. What of her safety?" Prince Shark questioned anxiously. Neptune reassured him, "Shirahoshi is unique. You will understand in due time. Therefore, it is imperative she accompanies us, and you must remain by her side without fail." "Very well, then. As long as that is the case, we three brothers shall ensure our sister's safety, never straying from her side." The three princes nodded solemnly. Across the world, the winds of change were stirring, and at the epicenter of this tempest, significant transformations were unfolding. Considering the safety of Amazon Lily, it was agreed that the execution platform could not be located there, but rather elsewhere. Thus, Rorinoa Zoro flew to the Red Line, shattering a massive chunk of land to be relocated near Amazon Lily, crafting a colossal artificial island. Grey Wolf employed advanced technology to fortify the island, transforming it into an immense plaza, with one end designated for habitation, a palace. Rorinoa named it the Grand Martial Arts Tournament Plaza, a whimsical nod to the world's greatest martial arts tournament from Dragon Ball in a group chat. Tony Stark remarked, "Impressive. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament Plaza is colossal." Grey Wolf replied, "Thanks to my reinforcements, every brick and tile here is virtually indestructible. Not even a crack can be produced." The chat erupted with banter as members engaged in light-hearted exchanges, showcasing their camaraderie and humor. Contemplating IP Roli, I feel that from today onward, Loki shall be known as the forthright B.X of our group. No one can usurp this title from him. L group notification. The activity level of the group has risen from a 0 to LZ. 1. The enlightenment space has been activated. Group notification. The malevolent god Loki has acquired the special title of Forthright Bay, granting him one free opportunity to enter the Group S enlightenment space. The crowd. 1. Tony Stark. Wow, the group activity level has increased and a new feature has been unlocked. Xiong Baxiang, the enlightenment space. It seems to be something quite remarkable. Loki, thank you, esteemed Raleigh. You truly live up to your reputation. Offering tea to the esteemed 1.Gyps, that at this moment, Raleigh ignored Loki, as he had privately received a mysterious group notification of far greater value than Loki's single free entry into the enlightenment space. Banyi, poor Loki, who has been ridiculed by the group, has unexpectedly gained fortune from his fortune. How enviable. Loki, congratulations to us all. Everyone has a chance. Xiong Baxiang, Loki, hold on. Let us spar first. Just as Raleigh suggested, I require another practical battle to test my current state. Loki, why? You could find someone else to spar with. No need to seek me. Group notification. Xiong Baxiang has initiated a duel. Loki must accept, or he'll be stripped of his Forthright BX title and lose the free entry opportunity to the Group S enlightenment space. Tony Stark, what did I just say? I'm dying of laughter. Banyi, indeed, every reward comes at a cost. Sly smile.jeeb. Loki, am I really destined to lose? Wiping sweat.jpg. Xiong Baxiang, little brother Loki, I merely see you as a fitting opponent. Nothing more. The third level Master Bug Banyi is too formidable. Tony's abilities are not suitable for sparring, so I can only choose you. Loki, fine. Let us go. I ascend T, the world's greatest martial arts arena completed. We shall test the sturdiness of this arena. Xiong Baxiang, thank you, little brother. The world's greatest martial arts arena stretches infinitely, with polished tiles gleaming under the sun, and at one end, the buildings with red walls and green tiles are quite beautiful. Other group members stand in pavilions, overlooking the vast arena below. I could see this moment. The combined form of Xiong Baxiang and Shi Xian stands poised against the malevolent god Loki, who is outside the two realms. Raleigh truly is impressive. I can feel the powerful energy radiating from Xiong Baxiang from afar. Tony Stark, dressed casually, gazes at the two in the arena, unable to contain his admiration. This time, Uchiha Ban and Thor have returned to Snake Island. Banyi, by the way, I haven't seen esteemed Raleigh in a while. Shoo, Tony Stark put a finger to his lips, then whispers he is probably in a gentle slumber. not sure if he has eaten yet. Banny wipes his sweat. I understand. In Hancock's palace, Raleigh sneezes and rubs his nose. Who is speaking of me? Hancock's head bobs rhythmically, her hair disheveled. Raleigh takes a deep breath, sighing. Tony Stark, the Batman suit I customized for you is almost ready. I'll send it to you as a red envelope tomorrow. Wayne, thank you, brother. Tony Stark, no trouble at all. The world's greatest martial arts arena. Let us commence. Xiong Baxiong adopts a martial stance. Good, let us begin. Loki channels his magic. Xiong Baxiong, behold my super 3 points return to origin. The 3 points return to origin. One of Xiong Baxiong's signature moves, which Loki had witnessed before, now unleashed with an entirely different magnitude. This move embodies the transformations of wind and thunder, with water and fire surging like tides, the air sometimes igniting like flames, at other times flowing like mighty rivers, charging toward Loki. Not to be underestimated. Loki too unleashes his full magical prowess. Boom! 2 spheres of energy collide, generating a colossal energy storm that sends both combatants flying. Wow! What power! Loki struggles to rise, reaffirming the opponent's strength at LX. Freed up meanwhile, Xiong Baxiong lands gracefully, seemingly unscathed. Xiong Baxiong, Loki, are you all right? Loki's face flushes. Thank you for your concern, elder brother. I'm fine. Let us continue. Loki launches a flurry of magical energy orbs. Xiong Baxiong, with even greater ferocity, unleashes a barrage of punches. Frosty fist, cloud-pushing palm, undying seal. Witness my fusion furnace fist. In mere moments, Loki feels an overwhelming pressure. Xiong Baxiong's frequency, speed, and intensity of attack surpass his own. Loki is forced to retreat repeatedly. Just as Loki feels overwhelmed, Xiong Baxiong suddenly withdraws. Little brother Loki, Xiong Baxiong declares, next, let us test our close combat skills. Loki realizes that Xiong Baxiong is showing him mercy and feels grateful. All right, I can lift 80 tons. Xiong Baxiong smiles. The two immediately leap into close combat, exchanging blows. Good. Clap, 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 bang, bang. In a brief moment, they exchange no less than 100 strikes, leaving the onlookers dazzled. Suddenly, Loki grabs Xiong Baxiong's shoulders, smiling sheepishly. I apologize. Elder brother, with my 80-ton strength, I'll try to be gentle. A strange smile appears on Xiong Baxiong's face. Well, if you can lift me, feel free to toss me around. Ha! Loki, upon hearing this, exerts all his might. Xiong Baxiong remains unmovable. Loki, ha! Xiong Baxiong remains steadfast. Loki, ha! Xiong Baxiong remains unyielding. Loki, I'm exhausted. He plops down onto the ground, feeling like crying. The weakest god, he has surely accepted his fate. 86 virtual internet goes online. Shocking the world. In the group, Yu Buchuan laughs uproariously. Xiong Baxiong is incredible. Wayne, Xiong Baxiong, how did you do that just now? Was it your undying seal? Xiong Baxiong, why do you think so? Wayne, I observed that your energy remained unceasing while you executed the undying seal. Even Loki's magical attacks were redirected into your frosty fist and cloud-pushing palm, and I sense the earth's power beneath your feet, allowing you to remain immovable, that I suspect your undying seal has transformed the earth's gravity. Xiong Baxiong, Batman, you are indeed teachable. I shall diligently instruct you in martial arts for a month, and I guarantee you will break through from LX1 to X2. Yu Buchuan, with a pitiful envious gaze, IPG. Tony Stark. Congratulations, Batman, you are impressive. Wayne, thanks Xiong Baxiong. Though I was just guessing. Xiong Baxiong, no need to be overly modest. As a fellow martial artist, Yu Buchuan, you are just a step behind Wayne. Yu Buchuan, bawling, Xiong Baxiong, 313, and in truth, I must thank esteemed Roli. Had it not been for this miraculous fusion technique that perfectly merged my talents and mental prowess, I would not have grasped such formidable martial arts application techniques that my martial arts have advanced by more than 2 levels. Incomparable to before? Roli, esteemed one, you are truly remarkable. Wayne, Roli, esteemed one, you are truly remarkable. Yu Buchuan, Roli, esteemed one. Grey Wolf, Roli, esteemed one, the virtual spiritual internet is already up and running. Rorinoa Zoro. Indeed, Wolf Brother is quite formidable. The group was immediately filled with admiration for Wolf, praising his prowess. Rorinoa added, Alice has already prepared a feast. Once everyone is tired from playing, let's gather to enjoy some food. Once we are well fed and satisfied, we shall await Wolf Brother to connect this internet to the entire pirate world, and then we can truly revel on the grand stage. A day later, Grey Wolf announced, all members, the virtual spiritual internet is now connected to the entire pirate world. I've already sent the computer terminal to Roronoa via a red envelope. All you need to do is press the red button to officially activate the internet at that moment. An electronic screen resembling a television will appear before every individual in the pirate world, allowing them to witness our grand live execution. Roronoa replied, Grey Wolf, Wolf Brother, this is remarkable. He pressed the red button, and suddenly, every person in the pirate world, be they ordinary humans, giants, long-handed folk, or fishmen, was confronted by a floating electronic screen. In the center of the screen, a black display read, Live execution of Celestial Dragon Anthony Saint. Stay tuned. Above the black screen, a striking red banner proclaimed the same .to the right of the screen. A detailed introduction outlined Anthony Saint's identity and the numerous crimes he had committed as a celestial dragon. In an instant, all nations and humanity erupted in fervor. They were astonished, panicked, and at a loss. This sudden emergence of a new phenomenon left them in trepidation. Yet many perceived it as a divine miracle, a true epiphany. Each nation under the world government was obliged to pay a staggering amount of heavenly gold to the celestial dragons annually. Burdened with the weight of oppression while pirates wreaked havoc, the suffering populace had long endured their plight, and now, a miraculous event was set to publicly execute the self-proclaimed gods of the celestial dragons. After their initial shock, a glimmer of hope unfurled within them, a thought previously unimaginable, to overthrow the cruel and unjust dominion of the celestial dragons and rise to claim their rights as equals. Such thoughts surged in the minds of every oppressed citizen. Revolutionary Sabo had already verified this strange and wondrous phenomenon, noting that everyone had a screen before them. Truly astonishing, Revolutionary Krall observed, it seems that the forces behind this endeavor also seek to liberate all humanity and topple the unjust regime. Sabo concurred, indeed, this is splendid. I eagerly anticipate meeting these remarkable individuals. Krall added, we are nearing Daughter Island. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku fumed. What in the world is this? A devil fruit. Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp chuckled. Ah, this is quite impressive. No wonder he captured Kizaru and seeks to execute the celestial dragons. Sengoku retorted, Garp, you old fool, do not forget that you are still a Marine. Garp replied, at this point, I believe we should abandon the celestial dragons. Aha! Garp then promptly fell asleep, leaving Sengoku gritting his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, the drifting Luffy exclaimed, Ahaha! What is this? So entertaining! At Mary Geos, all celestial dragons were engulfed in panic, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Deep within, Emu's expression darkened ominously. Suddenly, the virtual screen crackled and flickered, revealing a striking figure on the screen. People beheld a strong, charismatic individual floating in the sky, with the boundless earth beneath him and magnificent palaces gleaming behind him. Allow me to introduce myself. He began. My name is Roronoa. This public execution of the celestial dragon was initiated by me, alongside my comrades. As images of the members flashed by, he continued, everyone knows that celestial dragons possess the privilege to wield life and death over ordinary people. Seizing everything from them. I am here to dismantle this unreasonable and unjust system that I firmly believe in equality for all, Roronoa declared. This world is on the brink of transformation. His proclamation sent shockwaves across the globe. Countless individuals, indeed, nearly every commoner, struggled to comprehend the moment, their eyes brimming with tears. Equality for all, they echoed. How could there be distinctions among people? Everyone deserves the right to freedom and the pursuit of happiness. The concept of human rights resonated for the first time throughout the pirate world. Luffy watched the broadcast, his eyes sparkling with excitement. So impressive. My name is Luffy, although I cannot comprehend your words. I find what you say to be wonderful. Let us be friends. Emu glared fiercely at the screen, realizing, so you are the mastermind behind this. I shall ensure you understand what it means to be a god in this world. Revolutionary Dragon remarked. Human rights. This concept is far superior to our previous ideals. I have decided that from this moment on, the pursuit of equal human rights shall be the goal of our revolution. It seems that our strategist Sabo has indeed wagered on the right side. The true revolution begins now. Celestial dragons and world government prepare for upheaval. After Luo Li concluded his live broadcast declaration, he vanished without a trace. However, the virtual internet screen remained, unveiling a series of notifications. Notification 1. The virtual internet technology is provided by the enigmatic tech mogul, Huida Lang, and the Zhutian chat group holds the ultimate authority for interpretation. Notification 2. Each individual on this internet will possess a random ID, rendering it impossible for others to uncover your true identity. That on this platform, one may freely express opinions, be it denouncing the celestial dragons as fools or lambasting the world government and the Navy as hypocrites, with no fear of being traced. Notification 3. The inception of this internet assists in exposing the so-called divine facade of the celestial dragons, unmasking the hypocrisy of the world government and the Navy, thereby realizing the true essence of human rights and freedom, asserting that all are equal before the law, and that private property is inviolable. Point 7. Such notifications were issued, sparking curiosity across the globe, particularly the liberty to criticize the celestial dragons, the world government, and the Navy. This exhilaration, of course, extended to those pirates who had only known plunder and destruction. The notions of equality before the law and the sanctity of private property resonated deeply, illuminating a path of hope for many disillusioned souls. As the 2 minutes elapsed, the virtual screen revealed new content. Apart from the retribution against the celestial dragon, Anthony Saint, which had previously surfaced, several additional items emerged. A battle video featuring one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, a battle video of the red-haired Shanks, a video depicting Anthony Saint's life in prison, a video of Kizaru's prison life, and a video showcasing Kizaru being thoroughly humiliated. The anticipation of the World Martial Arts Tournament, alongside an imminent large-scale assault by the Navy headquarters, captivated the attention of the global populace. The video showcasing the celestial dragon's imprisonment garnered the highest views, amassing several tens of millions. Clearly, the celestial dragons, having wielded their power for 800 years, had amassed a wealth of resentment and animosity. While the populace had once been too fearful to rebel, the advent of this peculiar virtual internet provided a shielded outlet for them to witness the humiliation of the celestial dragons. Thus, years of suppressed anger erupted, and the comments section overflowed with disdain for the celestial dragons. In Mary Geos, the 5 elders appeared pale and shaken, their authority undermined as the common people stirred restlessly, threatening rebellion. Even the lofty at this moment, trembled with fury, feeling their dignity trampled by the so-called lowly citizens. The world government was in disarray. The Navy headquarters, a somber atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The world was on the brink of transformation. Discussions erupted across the globe. The Navy's formidable fleet advanced, reaching a point just 100 kilometers from Snake Island. Tony Stark, Luo Li, and the esteemed figure were now within striking range. In 2 minutes, Tony Stark, Luo Li, and the notable figure would be confronted. Yubuchuan observed the decline of a once great figure. The illustrious figure, Xiongba, witnessed this fall from grace. He seized the opportunity to speak ill during the absence of the Great One. Suddenly, Xiongba was struck by a bolt of lightning from the heavens, leaving him charred and smoldering. Meanwhile, Shi Xian felt an unbearable itch, as if countless irritations erupted from his armpits and soles, causing him to roll on the ground in laughter. Luo Li summoned the military satellite video positioned above the Pirate King's planet, revealing the Navy fleet advancing with great momentum towards their location. Teach them a lesson without causing fatal harm. They must not approach within 100 kilometers before the public execution of the celestial dragons, ordered Ban. Understood, esteemed one, replied Ban. Tony added, I wish to witness this as well. As for the others, Xiongba and Shi Xian lay incapacitated, while Thor savored a delightful bone prepared by Alice, and Grey Wolf returned home to appease his wife, Red Wolf, with a delectable feast. At the Navy fleet, Sengoku, Garp Kazu, Akainu, and others stood solemnly aboard the flagship, their gazes fixed on a virtual screen displaying videos of Big Mom being crushed, Kaido being obliterated, the red-haired Shanks being thrashed, and Kizaru being apprehended. With each viewing, their hearts sank deeper, their confidence in combating the celestial dragons waning. Who were these individuals? The formidable Thor had defeated the seemingly invincible Kaido, while the one named Uchiha Ban proved to be an extraordinary force. Even the Iron Man who bested Kizaru warranted careful consideration. I could see this moment. Garp burst into hearty laughter, munching on a rice cracker. I find the notions of human rights and equality quite appealing. Akainu, seething with rage, retorted, Vice Admiral Garp, please tread carefully. Tread carefully? Garp scoffed. Have you not witnessed the overwhelming public sentiment erupting from this internet? A new era is upon us, and it seems my old bones are destined for retirement. Sengoku, with a grave demeanor, cautioned, the world aristocracy is far from simplistic, and we must fulfill our roles diligently. Kizaru remained silent, observing the ordinary soldiers around him, their spirits deflated, their once indomitable resolve shattered by the information flooding in from the internet. Even Kizaru himself began to question whether the justice he upheld was indeed just, or merely the justice of the celestial dragons. Just then, Sengoku, the Buddha, and Kaku's expressions shifted dramatically. Beware! An attack is imminent. As I ascended the mountain, a fierce, chilling aura sliced through the heavens and the earth, as if it could sever the very fabric of reality. IT manifested in front of the Y Navy fleet, creating a massive chasm over 50 meters wide and stretching for several dozen kilometers, effectively blocking the path of all naval vessels. The boundless sea continuously flowed into the abyss, yet it never filled the void. All naval soldiers collectively gasped in shock, while the admirals and generals looked on, their hearts racing with trepidation. I could see that moment. They beheld two figures, one clad in a crimson Warring States armor, with black hair billowing in the wind, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. The other, adorned in striking steel armor, radiating energy that enveloped the vicinity. Uchiha Madara and Tony Stark. Every member of the Navy, from the admirals to the lowest-ranking soldiers, instantly recognized these two names. Madara's voice reverberated across the sea, declaring, "Let it be known that until the celestial dragon's public execution is concluded, the Navy shall not advance a single step forward." His tone was imbued with authority, unmatched and indomitable, rendering the vice admirals and soldiers feeling as insignificant as mere ants in his presence. With a swift series of hand seals, Uchiha Madara unleashed a water-based technique. Hydro Dragon's Roar. Instantly, the ocean within a 10-kilometer radius erupted into a multitude of colossal whirlwinds. These tempests whipped up a torrent of millions of tons of seawater, spiraling skyward, while the mighty ships wailed in distress, teetering on the brink of capsizing. The naval soldiers, from generals to ordinary seamen, felt as though the very heavens had turned upside down. Then, an overwhelming deluge of water cascaded down upon the entire Navy fleet. Those who had consumed the devil fruits found themselves utterly powerless, their cries of despair echoing in the chaos. This was a harbinger of doom. Madara's voice boomed, instilling a profound terror within the hearts of all present. Soon after, the whirlwinds dissipated, and the ocean returned to its tranquil azure expanse, with clouds drifting lazily above. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara and Tony Stark vanished, as if they had never been there. Kong, observing the defeated figures of Sengoku, Akiji, and Akainu sprawled on the deck, couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement, though he quickly stifled it. The foe was indeed formidable, having perfectly countered the majority of the Navy's strength. The world remained oblivious to the Navy fleet's disastrous encounter with Uchiha Madara. Many began to revel in the misfortunes of the celestial dragons, and subsequently turned their attention to the terrifying battles fought by the four emperors. The footage, rendered in stunning 12K resolution, showcased grand scenes that made viewers feel as if they were present in the midst of the action. The moment Kaido was swiftly defeated, the collective gasp of disbelief was palpable, overshadowing the setbacks faced by Shanks and Big Mom. The demise of the four emperors signaled impending shifts in the dynamics of the new world, heralding the rise of a new fourth emperor. Countless pirates, who believed themselves to be powerful, eagerly awaited their chance. particularly those from the underworld. Meanwhile, within the Marine headquarters where the strongest gathered, the Navy fleet set forth only to return in utter disarray, their morale shattered. At this juncture, Steelbone Kong, the supreme commander of the world government's 3 military branches, presided over a crucial meeting. The conference room was divided into 3 sections in the first section, naval officers, led by the 3 admirals, sat in grim silence. The second section housed the warlords of the sea, who were hastily assembled following the defection of the Empress Boa Hancock. Among them was the notorious Bondi Wald, dubbed the World Destroyer due to his Momo fruit abilities, alongside 6 others: Mihawk, Doflamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, Jinbei, Gecko Moria, and Crocodile. The third section was occupied by high-ranking officials from the Secret Intelligence Organization, CP1. Up before these 3 factions stood Steelbone Kong, the Marine Admiral Sengoku, and the high-ranking CPO officials directly overseen by the Celestial Dragons. Let us discuss how we might rescue the Celestial Dragons from the enemy. Kong began, noting the audacity of the enemy to publicly share battle footage, a rare opportunity for them to glean insights into their adversaries. Days later, a revolutionary ambassador arrived at the Island of Women. Lord Luffy, I am Sabo, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. It is an honor to finally meet you, he said, accompanied by his assistant. Crow. Luffy merely smiled and nodded. Observing Luffy's relaxed demeanor, Sabo cut to the chase. Lord Luffy, we in the Revolutionary Army wish to extend our assistance to you. We do not require assistance, Luffy replied lightly. Shaking his head, you may simply watch the show. Of course, if you wish to lend a hand, a shout or 2 would suffice. Sabo and Crow exchanged glances, taken aback. Luffy then turned to Crow. By the way, are you the girl saved by Fisher Tiger? Crow trembled at the recognition. You know about me? Ah, you are the bridge between humans and fishmen, are you not? Luffy smiled. Crow was momentarily stunned. Well, now that we have met, there's not much to discuss. You may proceed as you wish, as long as it does not interfere with my drinking and feasting, nor pollute the environment. With a languid stretch, Luffy vanished from sight. Sabo and Crow exchanged incredulous looks, feeling an overwhelming sense of disorientation. What they perceived as a grave situation was merely Luffy indulging in a personal game, with the arrival of the revolutionary envoy. The tranquility of the venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament was shattered in the following days. A throng of pirates, reporters, and merchants flocked to the site, their numbers swelling into the thousands. Fortunately, the expanse of the tournament grounds was vast enough to accommodate the crowds without issue, although attendees were responsible for their own provisions. Shortly thereafter, a delegation from Fishman Island arrived, causing quite a stir. Look, it's the Princess of Fishman Island. Wow, she's so beautiful. The presence of the fishmen sparked excitement. And despite the common disdain held by humans towards them, Princess Shirahoshi's beauty and gentle demeanor captivated all, preventing any conflict from arising. Meanwhile, some of the early arriving revolutionaries took it upon themselves to maintain order at the tournament. Crow approached Princess Shirahoshi. Hello, you're truly exquisite. My name is Crow, a fishman karate master from the Revolutionary Army. May I befriend you? Hello, Princess Shirahoshi appeared anxious but smiled upon meeting Crow, who was surprised by her reaction to his identity. After a few exchanges, the two became quite affable. Observing this interaction, King Neptune felt a sense of relief, believing that their journey to the surface world might yield favorable results. Crow then looked towards King Neptune, respectfully inquiring, Your Majesty, have you met the owner of this place, Lord Luffy? If not, I could introduce you to... Really? I am immensely grateful for your presence, Neptune, and naturally, I yearn to meet the illustrious individual orchestrating this unprecedented event. I have heard whispers of Princess Shirahoshi of the Fishman Kingdom gracing us with her presence. Aside from Rorinoa, the other members of the crew have also hastened to catch a glimpse of the princess's enchanting beauty. Indeed, seeing is believing. Princess Shirahoshi is astonishingly magnificent, truly grand in every conceivable aspect. Upon encountering Rorinoa, she, alongside her father, bowed respectfully. Her demeanor and tone were marked by an unmistakable tension and restraint. Suddenly, whoosh, a barrage of enormous axes hurtled through the air, aimed directly at Princess Shirahoshi. Alas, in our eagerness to meet Lord Rorinoa, we neglected to bring any guards. In that fleeting moment, Neptune and Shark Star King realized the gravity of the situation. The villains? Utter rubbish. Each of them could only hope to intercept one or two of the colossal axes, inevitably leaving some to harm Princess Shirahoshi. However, before they could react, a translucent barrier emerged, enveloping everyone within. The axes crashed against the barrier, yet remained unyielding, shattering the weapons into fragments that fell to the ground. Humph! Daring to wreak havoc in my domain. Have you grown weary of life? Rorinoa scoffed. And everyone felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, nearly collapsing under its weight. But fortunately, Rorinoa quickly reined it in. Not here. In a more distant location, it was evident that the assailant was a user of the target fruit. Neptune King explained the situation regarding Vanderdecken ITS of no concern. Rorinoa gently shook his head. He shall not escape. Suddenly, Rorinoa lifted his gaze to the sky. The others followed suit, spotting a dark object soaring above. Swiftly descending. What? That is the promised ship. Noah, a colossal vessel, akin to a small island. And now it descends from the heavens. Lord Rorinoa, beads of sweat adorned Neptune's forehead, his expression fraught with trepidation. This is the promised ship of Fishman Island. Noah, its appearance here is surely the work of Vanderdecken. How infuriating. Yet utterly helpless Princess Shirahoshi gazed up at the enormous ship, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was terrified, but more so by the potential harm it might inflict upon those around her. She felt responsible for endangering everyone. Father, please take us away from here. I cannot burden everyone, Princess Shirahoshi cried. It's all my fault. Rorinoa cast a glance at Jinbei, who understood immediately. This is but a trivial matter. There is no need for Lord Rorinoa to intervene, he declared, ascending toward the sky. Rorinoa looked at Princess Shirahoshi, a faint smile gracing his lips. She was pure and innocent, akin to a blank slate. A kind-hearted little princess. Rorinoa held great fondness for her. Fear not, Shirahoshi. With us here, you need only to enjoy your time with your friends, and no one shall harm you in my domain. Lord Rorinoa Princess Shirahoshi wiped her tears away, as she felt an unprecedented sense of security emanating from him. Tony, capture that Vanderdecken. Tony Stark smiled slightly. As you wish, my lord. Vanderdecken is audacious indeed, daring to act in the presence of the great lord. Jarvis, activate the secondary access of the virtual network and locate Vanderdecken immediately. Jarvis swiftly pinpointed Vanderdecken's location through the virtual network. This backdoor left by the virtual network ensures that as long as it is utilized, his identity and whereabouts shall be laid bare. Sir, he is approximately 8 kilometers away at Sea Whoosh. Stark cut through the sky, diving swiftly into the ocean at a depth of 3,000 meters. Vanderdecken engaged in discussions with Hody Jones, sensed something amiss, and turned to gaze at Tony Stark. Without a glance at Hody Jones, Stark focused intently on Vanderdecken. You are the user of the target fruit? Vanderdecken, on high alert, responded. Who are you? Tony Stark replied, I come bearing the will of my lord, here to eliminate you. As the words left his lips, Stark unleashed a wave of energy from his palm, sending torrents of water spiraling. Hody Jones was flung backward, blood spewing forth. Boss? The members of the new Fishman Pirates gaped in disbelief at the scene. This human is extraordinarily powerful. We have consumed the fierce drug to avenge our leader. The crew began to ingest the drug. A single dose amplifies one's strength twofold. Another dose further enhances it. These commanders gulped down several pills, their bodies writhing in agony as they mutated, swelling grotesquely and taking on a blood-red hue, their mental state descending into madness. Die, you insignificant human, they bellowed, charging at Tony Stark. This drug seems rather intriguing. Stark's interest piqued. He effortlessly dispatched the attackers, claiming the fierce drug for himself. He mused, while it appears to possess significant side effects, with some refinement, it could prove invaluable. Stark turned his gaze toward Vanderdecken. Planning to flee, do you truly believe you can escape? He lifted a finger, and a beam of light pierced through Vanderdecken, ending his life on the spot. As Stark prepared to take Vanderdecken's corpse with him, he witnessed a grotesque sight in the distance. The wounded Hody Jones was crouched on the ground, Feasting as the crowd turned their gaze towards the heavens, Tony Stark reappeared, bearing the lifeless body of Vanderdecken. The inhabitants of Fishman Island were moved to tears upon witnessing this scene. Soon after, the three emperors made their grand entrance. The Big Mom pirates, the red-haired pirates, and the white-beard pirates. Strangely, no conflict erupted amongst them during this encounter. The three pirate crews emerged, and the square, filled with tens of thousands, fell into a profound silence. One could hear a pin drop, as if even breathing was stifled in the presence of the Pirate King's formidable authority, which had long been etched into the hearts of all. The arrival of the three emperors compelled the crowd to suppress their breaths, lest they disturb the trio. The pirate crews swiftly occupied vast territories, while other pirates retreated, fearful of incurring the wrath of the emperors. However, Big Mom, Shanks, and Whitebeard approached the palace with utmost respect, bowing before Rayleigh. Despite their inability to gauge Rayleigh's true strength, the sight of the immensely powerful Achahura standing beside him made it evident that Rayleigh's prowess far surpassed that of Madara. Days passed, and a fleet of over 10,000 naval warships surged from all directions, encircling the venue of the world's premier martial arts tournament. Yet, they remained halted 100 kilometers away. These events were captured by surveillance cameras and broadcasted live to the world. The sight of over 10,000 warships left the global populace in awe, instilling a sense of despair over the overwhelming might of the world government and the Navy before the two forces clashed. An envoy was dispatched. A warship approached the tournament venue, and a group disembarked. The forefront was Spandam, the commander of CP-1, imbued with the powers of the elephant fruit, striding confidently towards the palace accompanied by his subordinates. A sign was erected at the entrance, boldly declaring, "No dogs or world government personnel allowed." Spandam's countenance darkened upon seeing the sign, his expression akin to one who had consumed something foul. "Rob Lucci, tear down this sign," he bellowed. "Understood, Commander," replied Rob Lucci, a legendary figure known for his cold demeanor. Bound by the constraints of power, he found himself relegated to the role of a mere subordinate. The sign, crafted as a mockery of Lucci's servitude, served as a reminder of his position. Approaching the sign, Lucci delivered a powerful kick, only to yelp in pain as his foot struck the solid structure. Revealing its resilience, the onlookers, witnessing the unfolding spectacle through the surveillance feeds, erupted in laughter, praising the brilliance of the mastermind behind the sign. "Lucci, what on earth is happening? You can't even break a sign?" Spandam glowered at Lucci that it was just a mistake. Lucci retorted darkly. Suddenly, Lucci transformed in his leopard form, preparing to unleash his full-powered "What's this?" "I thought it was merely an error," exclaimed Califa, adjusting her glasses as beads of cold sweat formed on her brow. "Is this seemingly insignificant sign truly so indestructible?" With a mighty roar, Lucci unleashed a colossal shockwave towards the sign. The force of the impact created a thick cloud of dust, and, as the smoke began to clear, Lucci stood there, his expression one of grim determination, convinced he had succeeded this time. The distant crowd gazed in awe at the towering figure. As the dust settled, all eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible," Lucci gasped. Taking 2 steps back, his face pale as he stared at the sign, utterly incredulous. Laughter erupted once more in the chat group, their amusement at Lucci's dismay palpable. Spandam, his gaze vacant, contemplated whether he should report this incident to the higher-ups. Feeling utterly humiliated by his inability to even enter the palace, suddenly, from the ground emerged a clone of White Zetsu. The sign states that dogs and world government personnel are not permitted. If you wish to enter, send her in. He gestured towards Califa. Califa, feeling a surge of trepidation, realized the gravity of the situation. Spandam, ever cunning yet cowardly, ordered Califa, "You will go." Despite her fear, Califa understood the implications of her lineage and the power dynamics at play. She had no choice but to comply. Guided by White Zetsu, she traversed towards the grandest palace, where an imposing figure lounged upon a throne, exuding an aura of malevolence that sent shivers down her spine. Rayleigh regarded her with intrigue. "Califa, I am surprised the world government would dispatch you, one of their hidden executioners, to negotiate with me." With a quivering voice, Califa replied, "Rayleigh, I shall speak plainly. The world government desires your release of Celestial Dragon Anthony Saint and Admiral Kizaru, as well as Bastille. Should you acquiesce, they promise to elevate you to the status of the Soul King, with privileges and honors exceeding those of the 7 warlords combined, alongside a personal coronation and a wedding to Empress Hancock, granting you the highest accolades in the world, in the world government's eyes. All conflicts stem from Anthony Saint's desire to enslave the Empress, provoking Rayleigh's ire. They believe they could manipulate Rayleigh into compliance without shedding blood. However, Rayleigh had no intention of acquiescing to their demands. Such lofty aspirations for the world government and the celestial dragons. Rayleigh scoffed. Khalifa, you may remain as my personal servant. Turning to the assembly of powerful figures beside him, Rayleigh queried, who among you is interested in annihilating CP1? Xiongba Xian rose with confidence, showcasing his martial prowess. Allow me to handle this. Rayleigh nodded. Just remember to exercise restraint. The crowd stifled their laughter. Amused by Xiongba Xian's bravado, Rayleigh manipulated the virtual network. He initiated a live broadcast titled Xiongba Xian versus the world government's espionage organization CP1. In the square, confusion reigned. Where is Khalifa? Who is this imposing man? Xiongba Xian approached with an air of authority, and Spandam and his cohorts instinctively recoiled from the palpable pressure emanating from him. Commander, Rob Lucci positioned himself protectively before Spandam, still shaken from the earlier incident. Young man, I've heard you're quite the notable figure in this world. Xiongba Xuan gazed down upon Rob Lucci, admonishing the old man to show more respect. Rob Lucci stood defiantly. Yet for reasons unknown, despite being taller than his opponent, he felt a twinge of insecurity. Splendid. Indeed, youth is characterized by its vigor. Xiongba Xuan laughed heartily before continuing. Why settle for being a good person when you could choose to be a dog instead? Lucci's eyes narrowed, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he struggled to formulate a retort. After a prolonged silence, he calmly replied, a good dog, after all, won't go hungry, will it? Since you said that, I can't help but regard you with a modicum of respect. Xiongba Xuan replied, Come, I shall not disgrace you. I will unleash my full power. As Xiongba Xuan's words echoed, the atmosphere around him shifted dramatically, a peculiar force emanating from his very being. It was the Law Seal Force. This was a new application derived from his mastery of the Undying Law Seal, which he had previously utilized to great effect during his sparring with Loki, rendering Loki unable to lift a finger. At this moment, the Undying Law Seal drew upon the magnetic and gravitational forces of the world, amplifying them into his own strength, like an enhanced version of the Qian Kuan de Nuo. An invisible force instantly enveloped the CP1 members, overwhelming them with immense pressure. The weak and feeble Spandam fell to the ground, unable to rise. Lucci, protect me. Take me away, he gasped, struggling for breath. Yes, Commander, the leopard man Lucci responded, lifting Spandam and utilizing multiple shaves to escape the force's grasp. Curse it! Is this a devil fruit ability? Lucci thought, casting a venomous glare at Xiongba Xuan as he discarded Spandam aside. When he had used shave moments ago, he felt an unusual strain, unable to achieve even a fraction of his usual speed. In that instant, Xiongba Xuan stretched his limbs, releasing a series of cracking sounds as he surveyed the CP1 members surrounding him with a disdainful smile. Pointing at the portly man with the zipper mouth, You are the ugliest. I shall deal with you first. With a single punch, he struck, and the figure known as Inwu Owl stood frozen, his heartbeat stilled. What just happened? The CP1 members gasped in horror, only to witness a frost trail extending hundreds of meters across the ground, crystallizing around Inwu Owl's cloud-piercing palm. Xiongba Xuan unleashed another strike towards Bruno. The space door that Bruno had just opened with his door fruit shattered, and he was sent flying like a cannonball into the sky. The onlooking powerful figures, including the 3 emperors, were left utterly bewildered. In their understanding, only devil fruit powers, swordsmanship, and hockey existed, yet Xiongba Xuan's techniques eluded their comprehension. However, considering the grandeur of the bizarre live broadcast, they felt a sense of relief. This group was inherently beyond the norms. As for the ordinary citizens watching the broadcast, although they did not grasp the intricacies, they were filled with exhilaration, especially witnessing the world government's lackeys being brutally overpowered. This man is formidable, not far inferior to myself. Red-haired Shanks remarked with a bitter smile, in the past, I had a narrow view of the world. Once this man eradicates the world government's lackeys, I shall descend and challenge him. Whitebeard chuckled. I can hardly contain my excitement. I hope that my final moments in life can be consumed in a battle without regrets. Big Mom glanced at Whitebeard, recalling the deceased Kaido, letting out a silent sigh. Xion Bashuan's combat style was exceedingly swift and decisive. One punch dispatched one opponent, and a single palm eliminated another. In mere moments, only the gravely injured Rob Lucci remained. Xion Bashuan loomed over Lucci, inquiring, "Do you have any last words?" Lucci pondered for a moment before responding, "Although you are powerful, and there are even mightier individuals among you yet to reveal themselves, I am curious. Do you truly believe you can confront the gods? The deity you refer to, is it not the celestial dragons?" Xion Bashuan squinted. He is a celestial dragon, and he is a god, a true god. Despite the mediocrity of his descendants, as long as he exists, the celestial dragons remain the progeny of the divine. An unassailable existence. That's so? Xion Bashuan raised an eyebrow, but soon burst into laughter. To be frank, gods are merely that in our eyes. Just days ago, I held a god in my hands. The crowd erupted in chaos. Lucci frowned. That power is capable of annihilating the world. That is inconsequential. Our leader could probably obliterate the universe, Xion Bashuan replied. Enough, you wouldn't understand. Such is a waste of breath, he scoffed, shaking his head. These individuals, with their limited perspectives, could never comprehend the true strength of the likes of Roronoa Zoro. Even the fourth-ranked Mihawk possesses world-destroying capabilities. Those who speak of some so-called divinity are likely no more than Mihawk's caliber. Very well, I shall send you on your way. Xion Bashuan gathered his energy and obliterated Lucci into mere dust. Thus, two legendary figures were reduced to ashes. Life. Being invincible is indeed lonely, Xion Bashuan mused. Recalling this phrase perfectly suited for the moment, he stretched his arms wide, gazing skyward at a melancholic angled that moment. The urge to boast surged forth. Unbeknownst to him, while he sighed, Roronoa had already hastily shut off the live broadcast. Enough of your pretentiousness, Roronoa exclaimed. Returning to the matter at hand, Xion Bashuan realized there was still one worthless individual yet to be dealt with. The CP-1 commander, Spandam. He felt no desire to kill him. Fearing it would soil his hands, casting a disdainful glance at the urine-soaked Spandam, Xion Bashuan remarked, "This man is as timid as a mouse and lacks a firm tongue. Let's hand him over to the Revolutionary Army for interrogation. When the time comes, he can recount the sins of the world government from the execution platform." Xion Bashuan laughed heartily. What a splendid idea. I reckon at that point, some of those justice-brainwashed Marines may very well switch sides. Just as they were speaking, a sudden howling echoed from above the square. Whitebeard descended, wielding his bicento with a commanding presence. Yet he furrowed his brow, glancing at the ground beneath him. This floor is remarkably solid. He realized he had inadvertently released a significant amount of his Quake Fruit's power, yet the ground remained entirely unscathed. Oh, Whitebeard has arrived. He's seeking to challenge Xion Bashuan. Roronoa observed the scene, immediately resuming the live broadcast. Standing a height of over 2 meters, Whitebeard appeared like a towering mountain next to the slightly over 1 meter tall Xion Bashuan. I wish to battle you, here and now. Whitebeard declared with a resounding voice. Very well, Xion Bashuan replied, confidence radiating from him. Their simple exchange revealed the formidable, domineering aura of both men. This was the fervor of masculinity. Though he has aged considerably, he remains unwavering in his resolve. Having endured the fierce confrontation against Xian and the formidable CR1, at this moment, the audience worldwide is enveloped in anticipation for this pinnacle clash between titans. Without any superfluous words, the two combatants immediately engage in decisive and vigorous action. With a resounding boom, Whitebeard strikes with unrestrained ferocity that a single punch reverberates through the air, shattering it like glass, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. The formidable shockwave lashes out toward Xian, who invokes the Undying Seal. Xian, with the agility of lightning, leaps into the air, his legs creating a myriad of afterimages that in an instant. The void crackles with electricity and whirling winds. Roar, Whitebeard bellows, the overwhelming force of his tremors emanating from every fiber of his being, forming a protective energy shield while simultaneously unleashing shockwaves in all directions. The entire venue begins to tremble violently, as even the reinforced arena feels the brunt of the seismic force, swaying like a colossal vessel adrift on turbulent waters. The onlookers are left aghast, experiencing the cataclysmic might firsthand, while the surrounding sea surges with monstrous waves. This is dire. Whitebeard has gone mad. The tsunami will wreak havoc on our fleet. The war minister's expression shifts with concern. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, the Navy has stealthily approached the periphery of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. However, this aligns perfectly with Luffy's strategy, allowing the Navy to partake in this public spectacle of punishment. As the spatial rifts expand towards the Navy's vicinity, Aokiji steps forward. "Allow me," with his subordinates traversing the ocean's surface. Half of Aokiji's body transforms into ice. A chilling mist enveloping the air, he slowly extends his hand, pressing against the surface of the sea, and in an instant, an expansive scene unfolds as the ocean rapidly freezes. Stretching for kilometers, the Grand Tournament is also encompassed within this icy grasp, yet a transparent energy barrier flickers to repel the advancing frost. The tremors continue to surge from Whitebeard's form, intensifying with each reverberation through the earth and sea. Compounding into a terrifying force, a crackling sound echoes as Aokiji's vast ice formation begins to fracture under this overwhelming pressure. "Freeze it all!" Aokiji snarls, his determination unwavering. The Grand Tournament. Numerous spectators are forced to retreat. For the closer they draw to the battlefield between Whitebeard and Xian, the more intense the rending shockwaves become. Many powerful individuals feel the strain, with some even succumbing to the force and spitting blood. Haha! Watch as I merge the heavenly frost fist with the undying seal's furnace fist. Xian's relentless assault continues, shifting positions from all sides, unleashing a torrent of attacks against the steadfast Whitebeard from a distance. Ace clenches his fists involuntarily. Father is on the defensive. Is Xian truly this formidable? Can't even the might of Father's tremors force him back? Marco furrows his brow. Father has never fought this hard before. I fear for his frail body. Having grown old, Whitebeard refrains from medical treatment, his condition deteriorating as Marco's concerns echo. Whitebeard suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. Treat Whitebeard. The Navy is attacking. Cannon fire resounds. The Whitebeard pirates erupt in alarm. "Father!" Ace grits his teeth. "No. I must intervene to stop this." Marco does not restrain Ace. With a thunderous roar, Ace ignites in flames, propelling himself like a fiery cannonball into the fray. The inferno surges forth towards the battlefield. Whitebeard casts a glance at Ace that, "Oh, you cannot bear to see your captain harmed, can you?" Uchihodoro observes, a smirk creeping across his face. He glances at Luffy, who nods in acknowledgement. Universal pull. Madara extends his fingers, unleashing a tremendous force that ensnares Ace in his fiery state. "What? Him?" Ace turns, fury igniting within him, that he knows that no matter how hard he fights, he cannot conquer such an opponent. But can this truly hinder him? No. Flame Emperor, Great Flame Dragon Fist. Ace strikes forth, his body engulfed in an inferno, forming a colossal flaming dragon's fist. Madara remains unmoved as all of Ace's endless flames are absorbed when they close in upon him. Chakra is merely one form of energy. I possess the power of the 6 paths, allowing me to absorb chakra, ninjutsu, and with minimal adaptation to this world's rules. Even the powers of devil fruits are fair game. Madara regards Ace, delivering a string of cryptic words. "For the sake of your filial piety, I shall assist you this once." Ace is taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Just watch and see." In an instant. Madara traverses through the inferno to the battlefield of Whitebeard and Xian. Upon witnessing this, Xian halts his offensive this moment, while Whitebeard stands resilient. His myriad of old wounds have burst open, blood flowing profusely, a consequence of utilizing the tremor fruit. "Why have you stopped? My life is already fleeting. Let me fight with all my might." "You need not concern yourselves with that rascal Ace. He is simply prone to mischief." facing the audacious Whitebeard. Madara chuckles. A person like you would be quite the loss if you were to perish. These are the words of our esteemed leader, Luffy. As Madara extends his hand, a vibrant surge of chakra flows into Whitebeard's body. Looking down, Whitebeard sees his wounds healing rapidly, aware that this is not merely superficial. The deeper afflictions are also mending. Ace, Marco, and the others from the Whitebeard pirates gaze in astonishment at Madara, perplexed by his motives. Are they attempting to win him over? Regardless, if Madara can indeed restore their beloved father from the brink of death, they would willingly face any peril. The true adversaries of the celestial dragons and the world government, with whom they have always been at odds. Gwaha! Whitebeard's iconic laughter rings out as he gazes intensely at Madara. To think I might extend this old life of mine for a few more years. Father, you are not old, Ace exclaims. You are still in the prime of your youth. Gwaha! Ace, you little rascal, your words are truly sweet. The Whitebeard pirates are enveloped in jubilation. Moments later, Madara concludes his healing, restoring Whitebeard's vitality. Madara, it is done. Our leader, Broly, has a message for you. Oh, what might that be? Whitebeard gazes into the distance. Let chaos reign. Let us together upend this era. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's expression sharpens, and then he tilts his head back and laughs heartily. All right, then let us rise and overturn this age. He raises his weapon high before the multitude of the Whitebeard pirates. My comrades, what say you? After a brief moment of silence, each member of the Whitebeard pirates, including Ace, Marco, Jaws, and Sachi, erupted into a thunderous cheer, proclaiming, overturn this era. Amidst the crowd, Blackbeard wore a hearty smile, joining the chorus of voices. However, within, he was fraught with anxiety. He had initially believed that those standing at the pinnacle of power in this world were merely individuals possessing formidable devil fruit abilities. His entry into the Whitebeard pirates was motivated by the desire to acquire the dark fruit and, ultimately, the tremor fruit from Whitebeard himself. Yet now, he found himself confronted by figures such as Uchiha Bido, Thor, and Dominator, each surpassing his wildest imagination, causing his worldview to shatter. What are the dark fruit and the tremor fruit's supposed supremacy in this world? What a calamity! His meticulously laid plans lay in ruins. What should he do next? Blackbeard fell into deep contemplation. The declaration of the Whitebeard pirates was broadcasted live to the entire world, adding fuel to the flames of revolution. On board the Navy's flagship, the high-ranking officials of the world government watched the live stream in silence, their expressions unreadable. Steelbone Kong had ordered the execution of the emissaries, inciting the Whitebeard pirates' involvement in this incident. There was no turning back now. The entire Navy, he might command, immediately activate the Super Demon Extermination Order. The order was transmitted through the Den Mushi to every Navy vessel. Soon, 10,000 warships fired upon the venue of the world's greatest martial arts tournament simultaneously. Boom! Bang! The sound echoed. What is that noise? A sharp sound pierced the air, and the crowd perked up their ears. It was cannon fire. The pirates, well acquainted with the sound of cannonballs, quickly grasped the situation. Such a cacophony! The sheer volume of cannonballs. Could the Navy be planning to obliterate the entire island? Did they no longer care for the lives of the captured celestial dragons? This is disastrous. They scrambled to find shelter from the impending bombardment in the live chat. The global audience, including pirates and civilians drawn to the spectacle, began to regret their presence in this eye of the storm. They had not anticipated the Navy's ruthlessness, completely disregarding the hostages among the celestial dragons. Steelbone Kong gazed at the rain of cannon fire, while the rebels naively believed that the Gorosei cared about a single celestial dragon. Sengoku reasoned that sacrificing one celestial dragon was a price the celestial dragons would readily pay. CPO's mysterious commander thought the rebels were in control, brazenly gathering forces to enact punishment upon the descendants of the gods. Yet, in truth, they had merely danced on the precipice, destined to pay a grievous price for their folly. The resulting devastation would leave nothing but scorched earth. The high-ranking officials of the world government seemed to hear the cries of the rebels amidst the shrieking cannonballs. However, as the first cannonball reached the edge of the tournament venue, a transparent barrier suddenly materialized before it. Upon impact, the cannonball detonated against the barrier, bursting into a vivid crimson light, yet the barrier remained unyielding. In the next moment, a barrage of cannonballs rained down like firecrackers, continuously exploding against the barrier. In the crowd, Broly exclaimed, "Oh, what splendid fireworks!" Tony Stark remarked, yet the colors of these fireworks are rather monotonous. The predominance of red leaves something to be desired. Uchiha Obito questioned, "Am I the only one who thinks these fireworks are an environmental hazard?" Broly and Uchiha Obito, champions of environmentalism, exchanged approving nods. In the live stream showcasing the execution of the celestial dragons, viewers marveled at the spectacle. Suddenly, a notification flashed at the bottom of the screen. Comments feature activated. Join in on the fun. The rules for commenting were established. 1. Profanity and advertisements will result in an immediate ban. Serious offenders will face permanent expulsion. Point 2. Each user may only post one comment per minute. Point 3. Each comment is limited to a maximum of 80 characters. As some viewers were still caught up in the novelty of this new feature, clever individuals began to engage. "Look at the Navy setting off fireworks," exclaimed one. "Hey, the camera just switched to the Navy fleet. Look, the Navy looks utterly bewildered. If I were in the Navy, I would be just as confused. What is this barrier? It's incredible. The cannonballs hit it without effect. Is it some sort of devil fruit ability?" I've had the privilege of studying the devil fruit encyclopedia. I suspect it must be the barrier fruit. Whoever suggested the barrier fruit, step forward. I promise I won't harm you. How come I've never heard of such a remarkable ability? The true protagonist appeared. Bartolomeo. "Greetings, Romeo." Envy filled the hearts of those who aspired to possess devil fruit powers as they silently admired the fireworks. The expressions of the officers aboard the Navy vessel brightened. "Oh, that's our captain," one exclaimed. "Goodness, that comrade of mine. Do you think your superiors will be angry if you post comments?" In less than a minute, the live chat was flooded with comments. "I am Admiral Sakazuki from the Navy headquarters. Which Navy soldier or officer dares to engage in this comment section? I will throw you overboard immediately." Observing the playful banter in the live chat, Admiral Sakazuki's forehead bulged with veins. He promptly raised his hand to type a message. At that moment, the comment section seemed to pause for a second, only to erupt with even more comments. "Ha ha ha, Akainu. Do you think I'm a Navy soldier?" The laughter echoed. Even posting a comment is forbidden. The Navy is indeed strict in its discipline. Our East Blue Navy's 12th Division's colonel embezzled so much money. Did you all care? "Hey, Akainu, I'm just having some fun commenting. What are you going to do about it?" "Come catch me. I'm right here waiting for you." Laughter ensued as another chimed in. "Just to clarify, I'm not a Navy soldier, nor am I an officer. I'm just a passerby, but I have a feeling this isn't a real name system. Where there's oppression, there is resistance. Although I'm not a Navy soldier, I feel like posting a comment is harmless. Why bother so much? Sakazuki, I'm a reporter from the World News Agency." What are your thoughts at this moment? The audience watched the Navy's dignity crumble. This is truly splendid for the entire world to witness. Sakazuki, you big fool. If you have the guts, come bite me. I am right next to you on the ship. What the hell? Who asked that scoundrel cursing Admiral Akainu? No one on our ship is playing around with comments. You didn't participate in the comments? Ha ha ha, that is hilarious. I once thought the Navy was composed of high IQ, high-quality individuals, but it turns out they're indeed a farce. The crowd reveled in mocking the high-ranking Navy admiral, who found himself besieged by ridicule. Sakazuki glanced around, only to find himself surrounded by derision and scorn. His anger reached a boiling point, and he raised his hand, ready to type a comment. Reminder: only one comment may be sent every minute. What nonsense is this? I'm an admiral of the Navy. I'll comment whenever I want, Sakazuki roared. However, would the live stream heat him? After seething for a while, Sakazuki could only glare at the comments. When the 2 minutes elapsed, Sakazuki's commenting privileges were restored. He immediately transformed into a troll in the live stream. "You miserable scoundrels, I am Sakazuki. Hurry and mute those fools. Also, lift my time restriction," having sent that comment. Sakazuki snorted, feeling a sense of relief after unleashing his frustrations. However, he soon received another notification. "Is my 1-minute restriction being lifted? Sakazuki, behold, Light has been momentarily stunned by your profanities. You have been dealt with by Chu Yin for this hour." You are prohibited from sending bullet comments. Sakaski's nose nearly crumpled in anger. Point 96. Mute the red dog and hold the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Damn it. This is clearly directed at me. I must lodge a complaint. Sakaski roared with unrestrained fury, yet no one paid him any heed. Directed at? Nonsense. It's a system designed by Grey Wolf, where everyone is treated equally, showcasing the spirit of human rights in this global revolution. However, as the first individual to violate the rules and face a mute penalty, the system naturally issued a public notice to serve as a warning. Live room announcement. User Sakaski Identity, current Admiral of the Navy, has been muted for 1 hour due to the use of profanity. As the first violator, this system announcement serves as a caution to encourage users to utilize their bullet comment rights reasonably. Wishing everyone a pleasant experience. At the moment this announcement appeared, a 3-second silence enveloped the comment section, only to be followed by an eruption of dense, terrifying bullet comments that could induce panic in those with a fear of crowded spaces. The system is incredible. The red dog must feel foolish now. Haha, what does it matter if you're an admiral? Violating the rules means you must be punished. What is this? This is called fairness. Did you think you could wield privilege? Dream on. Look at you flaunting your power. Now you're the fool, aren't you? It was about time someone took you privileged elites down a peg. The system. Feel free to jump. If you can actually jump high enough, I will concede. Ridiculous. Sakaski, the admiral, uttered profanity. The system goes, shut up, flay the corpse. Snickers teach you a lesson. You are targeting our Admiral Akainu. We demand a complaint, and you rabble. Our righteous navy will surely apprehend all of you. Was that fellow just now a sycophant of Akainu? Ridiculous. Oh dear. Threatening to capture people. How terrifying. Speaking of which, your masters, the Celestial Dragons, are about to be executed by Lord Luffy, aren't they? How amusing. Come, Sakaski, I will promote you. How absurd. You are targeting our Admiral Akainu. We demand a complaint. And you rabble, our navy will definitely apprehend all of you. This is a paid comment. Bang's table, how dare you target our Admiral Akainu. We demand a complaint. You rabble, we will surely capture all of you. Admiral Akainu, please promote me. Laughing uncontrollably. Those who comment are truly talented. Mother, why do I laugh like a 300-pound fool? I find the comment section too amusing. I love the comment section. Admiral Sakaski, with a sullen expression, gazed at the comment section that it was supposed to be a good show of authority, yet he was met with mockery. Enraged, Sakaski turned and bellowed, "Which scoundrel disobeyed my orders?" and commented in the chat. "Come here and take 1,000 military canes." At that moment, Steelbone walked over and patted Sakaski on the shoulder, saying, "What is the point of arguing with these people? A man should speak with his fists." The commander's lesson struck home, and Sakaski bowed his head, realizing he had been too impulsive, falling for their provocations. The Navy's bombardment had not ceased. Although they had determined that the sheer force of the artillery could not shatter the energy shield enveloping the entire island. They firmly believed the sound of the cannon fire, transmitted through the live stream, could serve as a deterrent to the world. The chaos stirred by the Navy's bombardment at the venue of the world's foremost martial arts competition soon settled. It was evident to all that the cannon fire could not penetrate the energy shield, yet the continuous explosions did evoke a sense of unease. Luffy, noticing the relentless bombardment, recognized the Navy's intentions. They aimed to rattle the tiger. Though they could not shake the mountain, the sound of artillery fire was undoubtedly disturbing. After all, ordinary pirates outside the venue would find it difficult to withstand such attacks. Leaving them to worry about how to escape once the executions concluded, Tony Stark chuckled, asserting that their concerns were entirely unfounded. The Navy's actions were merely a means of psychological victory. Once the external executions were over, even if we did nothing, the rule of the Celestial Dragons would inevitably be in jeopardy. Luffy shook his head, insisting that even such a psychological victory would not allow them to overshadow the true spectacle of their actions, which would ultimately become mere fodder for ridicule. He then rose, glancing at the maid, Khalifa. Beside him, "I recall that when you CP-1 agents arrived, you brought a large box with you." "Indeed, Lord Luffy. It contained treasures and devil fruits prepared for negotiations with you. If you had agreed to the government's demands, these treasures would have served as a wedding gift for you and Empress Hancock." Khalifa had been transformed by the power of the man known as the God of Blades. becoming Luffy's loyal maid. Well, we simply killed the envoy and seized the treasure. Luffy smiled, turning to the Empress. Do you have any treasures or devil fruits that you no longer require? The Empress replied, in the past few days, many pirates have come to the venue to pledge allegiance, offering a plethora of treasures. There are also several devil fruits. Should I not let you take a look? No need for that. Just help me tally the numbers. I will need them shortly. Luffy instructed. Understood, I will have them counted. Hancock obediently nodded. Before long, the tally was complete, including the offerings from those pirates and the loot seized from CP1. There were a total of 2 devil fruits, with the treasure's collective value estimated at around 1.8 billion berries. These treasures were brought to the center of the main hall, and Luffy stood before the treasures and devil fruits, prompting the live stream to switch from a panoramic view to focus on himself. In an instant, people across the globe felt an overwhelming aura of Imperial might wash over them, despite the physical distance. Tony Stark stepped forward. Hello, everyone. Good to see you again. I am Tony Stark, the loyal subordinate of Lord Luffy. I now announce on behalf of my lord. Please direct your gaze behind me. Yes, 4 devil fruits, along with treasures valued at approximately 1.8 billion berries. Outside, the sounds of fireworks and celebration echoed incessantly. It was such a lively atmosphere that Lord Luffy decided to engage you all in a game. The game initiated by the Lord is called the World's First Challenge. I believe everyone is curious about who is truly the strongest in this world. The World's First Martial Arts Tournament. Who is the strongest under heaven? This topic is truly explosive. The comment section erupted with various expressions of immense anticipation. After a brief pause, Tony continued, the treasures and devil fruits behind me are the rewards for this challenge. Now, allow me to explain the format of the World's First Challenge. Firstly, this challenge aims to determine the strongest, so anyone is welcome to participate. The first stage will consist of an 8-person elimination round, divided into 8 arenas. All participants may freely choose any of the arenas, with no limit on the number of contestants. However, ultimately, only one person can stand victorious in each arena and claim a spot among the 8 finalists. In this stage, regardless of what weapons or methods you employ, as long as you emerge as the sole survivor in the arena, you will be one of the 8 finalists. The 8 finalists will then share the prize pool of 1.8 billion berries behind me. Of course, most strong contenders may not care much about such a modest reward, but the title of finalist represents your strength, does it not? This is an excellent opportunity to showcase your prowess before a global audience. If successful, you will gain fame throughout the world. After determining the 8 finalists, a second stage will follow, where the 18 strongest will draw lots to determine their opponents and compete for the top 2 spots. The top 2 can choose any 2 devil fruits as their reward. Naturally, I cannot guarantee the capabilities of these devil fruits. It's all up to your luck. Who knows? You might even end up with a Logia-type devil fruit. Alright, I'll conclude the explanation of the challenge here. Registration will be open today and tomorrow, with the competition officially starting the day after. Don't not miss it, to the formidable champions of the world. What are you waiting for? The throne of the world's greatest is here, awaiting your arrival. Upon concluding his statement, Tony switched the live broadcast back to the panoramic view of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament venue, which was already in a frenzy. Some individuals had resolutely decided to participate, while others remained in a state of hesitation. Additionally, the audience had noticed an intriguing detail. Tony had only mentioned the second round of the tournament, leaving the subsequent matches shrouded in mystery, which sparked curiosity among the onlookers. Across the globe, those who deemed themselves capable began to converge upon Nine Snake Island, stirred by Roli's announcement of the second global challenge. Within the Whitebeard Pirates, Blackbeard was already brimming with excitement. Though he expertly concealed his emotions in the recent broadcast, the 4 devil fruits had gone unnoticed by many, yet he recognized one among them, the spiral-shaped, light purple fruit resembling a pineapple, which was indeed his target. The dark fruit. His determination to seize this opportunity was unwavering. He was resolved to participate in this extraordinary challenge and secure a position among the top 4. In preparation for the tournament, Uchihamadara traveled to Red Earth, cutting out colossal blocks of earth measuring 1,000 m by 1,000 m and 100 m thick, which were then reinforced by Grey Wolf to create a massive floating arena in the sky. This spectacle left the world in awe and reverence. At the entrance of the martial arts venue, volunteers from the Revolutionary Army had erected tents to facilitate registration, with thousands lining up to sign up. They were acutely aware that the top 8 would inevitably comprise the 4 emperors or those of comparable strength. However, due to the nature of the competition, they speculated that strong contenders would likely face overwhelming assaults, possibly resulting in their early elimination. Thus, they pondered the possibility of being the last one standing on the arena. After all, the essence of competition lies in participation. This was a monumental event broadcasted worldwide. How could it not ignite a fiery passion within them? Ha ha ha! Whitebeard laughed heartily. This grand martial arts tournament is indeed fascinating. There will be much excitement to behold. Charlotte Linlin chuckled. Mother, how delightful! Red-haired Shanks similarly expressed his admiration, recognizing that the vision and ambition of such great figures were beyond their comparison. While they were still embroiled in territorial disputes, the great Roli had transcended all, embracing the strongest in the world within his expansive embrace for his own use. Whitebeard nodded, acknowledging his own broad-mindedness. Albeit limited to his sons within the pirate crew, in contrast, Raleigh's openness was akin to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. The 3 gazed upon the elevated throne where Raleigh sat, feeling an overwhelming sense of reverence and admiration. Whitebeard turned to Ace and the others, declaring, "My sons, this is your golden opportunity to make a name for yourselves. Do not let it slip away." Red-haired Shanks gestured for his subordinates to register for the tournament, and Charlotte Linlin did likewise, urging her sons and daughters to enlist AS for the 3 emperors. They were well aware of their own circumstances and chose not to participate. 300 meters away, a lone wanderer dressed in a light purple kimono, adorned with a dark purple sash, approached the registration desk. With closed eyes and black hair, he bore an X-shaped scar on his forehead and sported a circle of facial hair. Armed with a village knife and bandaged arms, he announced, "I am Yi Xiao. I wish to register." White Absolute glanced at him. "Wow, you are injured. Are you certain you want to participate?" Despite this, the highly perceptive White Absolute sensed that this Yi Xiao possessed strength comparable to the captains of the 3 great pirate crews. "I am certain," Yi Xiao affirmed, that "I am a wanderer with no affiliations, merely a gambler who enjoys staking his life." White Absolute remarked, "How intriguing. I wish you the best in entering the top 10. Shortly thereafter, another peculiar individual approached White Absolute, wearing a white headscarf, with long earlobes reaching down to his chest and adorned with golden rings on his fingers. This character introduced himself with an air of arrogance. "I am Enel, the god." White Absolute raised an eyebrow. "Little brother, do you dare to call yourself a god here? Be cautious of being targeted." As the illustrious figures began to emerge, White Absolute inquired, "Do you have a specific name?" "Even a god should possess a name, should he not?" "What god are you?" With a haughty demeanor, Enel replied, "I am Enel from Skypiea, the god." White Absolute shook his head. "Too young. You believe yourself to be the greatest without realizing that my master, Uchihamadura, far exceeds your imagination." Enel, despite his arrogance, had come to understand Madara's strength, having once thought himself invincible until witnessing Madara's battles against the 4 emperors. Yet, as a god, he remained proud and unyielding. As their gazes met, Raleigh noticed Enel's distinctive presence and turned his attention toward him. The 2 locked eyes, and Enel felt the weight of Raleigh's power, causing him to kneel in submission, his face paling. Raleigh, having momentarily neglected to temper his strength, realized the potential danger of his overwhelming power. White Absolute chuckled. "Did you just exchange glances with the master? You must have a death wish." Many of White Absolute brothers had suffered dire consequences for their curiosity in gazing upon Raleigh, resulting in their incapacitation. As more powerful competitors registered for the tournament, even those who initially hesitated, such as the warlords of the sea, could no longer resist the urge to enlist. Hawkeye, Crocodile, Doflamingo, and Bartholomew Kuma all stepped forward, joining the ranks of the warlords of the sea, igniting a wave of excitement across global live streaming platforms. Meanwhile, on the sea outside the venue, thick smoke billowed as fiery red magma surged toward the square, coalescing into a figure clad in a dark red suit, adorned with a Navy admiral's coat. The magma fruit user, Akainu, embodied the unwavering principle of absolute justice. In a secluded corner, a small pirate crew was engaged in boastful banter. A novice pirate exclaimed, "Captain Buggy, I heard you once sailed alongside the 4 Emperor Shanks on the same ship." Buggy, brimming with pride, responded, "Of course, back in the day, when the pirate king Joaldita Roger was still alive." In the realm of boasting, Buggy relished the chance to elevate his status, especially when discussing the pirate king and the now legendary Shanks. This opportunity made him feel as if he had transcended the confines of his humble beginnings in the East Blue. Just as Buggy reveled in the moment, a new recruit rushed back from the registration desk. "Captain, I've signed you up for the martial arts tournament. Let's strive for first place." Buggy, overwhelmed by the unexpected news, spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. "You registered me?" The minions, filled with exuberance, began to cheer, envisioning the elderly lady securing second place in the competition, thus granting the Buggy pirate crew a resounding reputation. Buggy, on the other hand, was engulfed in despair, lamenting, "This is it. I am doomed. The cost of this charade is far too great." 8 colossal competition platforms, arranged in a hollow 9-grid formation, hovered silently at an altitude of 100 meters. Over 10,000 contestants gathered below, gazing up at these magnificent stages. "Let the competition commence," echoed a grand voice from the sky, unmistakably that of the event's initiator, the esteemed Lord Roli. However, the crowd was left in a state of confusion by this proclamation. They had yet to step onto the platforms. How could the competition possibly have begun? But soon, some quick-witted individuals realized the truth. Eneru transformed into lightning, soaring upward first, casually selecting a platform to meditate in the center. His strong presence highlighted by a close-up shot in the live broadcast. The 4 priests under Eneru followed suit, each showcasing their unique abilities as they ascended to the stage, leaving the other participants in utter astonishment. Don Quixote da Flamingo cackled maniacally as he flew into the air, mockingly addressing the crowd. "You fools, don't you realize the competition has already started?" In an instant, everyone grasped the reality. The rules dictated that the sole individual standing on a platform would secure a spot in the top 8. Thus, the immediate objective became clear: finding a way to ascend to the platforms. Good heavens! This truly deserves the title of the world's greatest challenge. The difficulty is astonishing from the very outset. How on earth can those who cannot fly reach such heights? Many participants voiced their dismay, lamenting their imminent elimination even before the competition had begun. The live chat was filled with amusement. The competition starts at a staggering 100 meters. Truly, the world's foremost challenge. It's not a contest for just anyone. My mother asks why I'm on my knees watching this stream. I tell her I've never witnessed such an extraordinary event. After a brief commotion, the contestants began to showcase their talents. Notably, the 8 teams dispatched by the world government exhibited exceptional prowess. That Doflamingo's team, as expected, utilized his string fruit ability to pull all his subordinates up with ease. Bartholomew Kuma, with his paw fruit powers, leaped into the air, landing on one of the platforms. Crocodile transformed into a swirling sandstorm, sweeping Nico Robin and Mr. One along with him onto a platform. The 7 warlords of the sea engaged in chaotic brawls. Mihawk used his sword to strike the ground, creating a massive shockwave that propelled him over 100 meters into the air, landing securely on a platform. Jinbei mirrored Mihawk's technique, utilizing the formidable impact of Fishman Karate to rebound into the sky and step onto the stage. In the wake of the Empress's betrayal, the newly appointed warlord of the sea, Bondi Wald, a user of the Momo fruit, ascended to the platform using the Marine's 6 powers known as Moonwalk. Admiral Akainu, summoning a torrent of magma beneath him, was lifted to a height of 100 meters before diving onto one of the platforms. In stark contrast, the other teams appeared rather lackluster. The Whitebeard Pirates, led by Marco, managed to ascend one by one. Many contestants resorted to tossing ropes to the platforms, climbing up with great effort. The live chat was abuzz. The contestants sent by the world government are incredibly strong. Indeed, compared to the others, they seem rather inferior. Of course, our world government is the mightiest force on the planet. Who cares for the 4 emperors or any other insignificant pirates? We shall claim all 8 spots and elevate the name of our world government. Wait, aren't you not allowed to comment in the chat? Oh no, that's a thing of the past. During the competition, we're specially permitted to cheer for our 8 teams and demonstrate our formidable presence. Oh, so flying is impressive. Does that equate to strength? Even birds can fly. Our Whitebeard Pirates captains will undoubtedly secure at least one spot in the top 8. Huh. Flying is all well and good. Whitebeard Pirates are nothing but trash. Just one Marco is formidable enough? Report. This world government individual is using foul language. He must have been muted. Haha. Even if he is muted, our navy is vast. For every one that falls, countless others rise. Flying is impressive? Nonsense. The arrogance of a navy is astonishing. I chuckled to myself, bemused by their bold claims of securing the top 8. There are many powerful individuals in the world. They simply remain concealed. I, too, scoffed at their bravado, pondering who could rival the might of our world government. I recalled the first individual to soar upward, receiving multiple close-up shots, a peculiar figure with drums affixed to his back, who was not affiliated with the world government. Haha, indeed, that person exudes an aura of strength, sitting calmly at the center of the platform, radiating a powerful presence. Just posturing. Our warlord team, or Admiral Akainu, will undoubtedly be able to defeat him. Amidst the myriad of discussions in the live chat, the 8 platforms finally ignited into small-scale battles. For instance, some teams that had ascended earlier rushed to sever the ropes of others, sending climbers plummeting down. The larger teams began to dominate, eliminating those who were merely trying to take advantage of the chaos. I could see this moment. On Platform 3, a pirate crew faced a blind contestant who had just struggled up using ropes. They scoffed haughtily, "Hey, old man at your age with your blindness, do you really think you can compete with us youngsters? How utterly foolish. Do the sensible thing and roll back down." No, on this platform, there will ultimately be but one standing here. And that will be me, he replied with calm determination, drawing forth his blade. Suddenly, a terrifying gravity descended upon the scene, causing the pirates to collapse, their bones fracturing under the immense pressure. He sheathed his sword. He steadily advanced toward the center of Platform 3, where the newly appointed warlord of the sea, Wald, wielded a colossal blade over 100 meters long, effortlessly sweeping away contestants as though they were merely chaff, leaving behind a field of dismembered remains. Due to the intensity of the battle on Platform 3, the live stream dedicated a separate screen solely to its coverage, with the chat concurrently partitioned. The chat for Platform 3 was ablaze with comments, the vast majority hailing from the world government. Incredible. This is our new warlord of the sea, known as the World Destroyer, Bondi Wald, capable of amplifying the size and speed of any object he touches by 100-fold. This platform belongs to our newly appointed warlord. Who dares to challenge? Not so fast. The outcome is far from certain. I find that blind man in the center quite intriguing. He simply sits there eating rice balls, and anyone who approaches him inexplicably collapses. I too have noticed this mysterious figure. He seems enigmatic. While the new warlord appears formidable, I suspect this blind man may be a worthy adversary. Are you truly lauding a blind man? He is nothing before our new warlord. Indeed, our newly appointed warlord was one of the top-tier warriors of his era, having battled alongside the Pirate King Roger 30 years ago. Surely you are aware of that. Amidst the barrage of comments, the spectators' discerning eyes shone brightly, intuitively recognizing who was formidable and who was truly exceptional. Roli and the ever-scheming Grey Wolf Tour were currently contending with the exquisite culinary creations crafted by the recently emerged Alice, while Elle was busy capturing the freshest oyster from the depths of the sea. The scene was nothing short of delectable. The likes of Xiongba and his companions paid no heed to the chaotic skirmishes on stage, their complete focus devoted to the culinary delights. Yu Buchuan, Wayne, and Mingming were utterly overwhelmed, weeping inconsolably in the restroom, feeling the tantalizing allure of the flavors that could be seen but not savored. In a moment of levity, the gravity-defying techniques of one laugh showcased the failure of the world government. The user of the Momo fruit, Bondi, unleashed a devastating shot from his weapon, magnifying the bullet 100-fold, while simultaneously accelerating its speed by an equal measure. All adversaries on the line were reduced to mere pulp, the scene becoming grotesquely bloody, leaving countless children in tears. Before long, the arena had been cleared, with only a few remaining. Suddenly, 3 formidable figures executed the shave technique, appearing beside Bondi Wald, and struck downwards with their blades. Humph. Momo at 30 times speed, Wald retorted, easily evading the attack at an astonishing 18 times the speed of sound, creating a sonic boom in his wake. Subsequently, his arm enveloped in hockey, he delivered a punch at supersonic speed, obliterating one of the assailants. The remaining two strongmen, gripped by fear, fled in terror, realizing that this man was a ruthless killer. As Wald employed the shave technique once more to pursue his fleeing foes, a sudden voice interrupted, followed by an overwhelming force of gravity that compelled him to the ground. "Who dares?" Wald bellowed. Struggling to rise from the earth, the live broadcast from his special effects studio on stage zoomed in on the unfolding spectacle. That blind old man has just made his move. This so-called world destroyer, praised by the Navy, has been brought to his knees. How utterly authentic. Here comes the Navy's slap-in-the-face moment. The Navy personnel fell silent, astonished by the blind man's unexpected prowess. What a surprise! This blind man is remarkably strong. Is he really just eating rice balls while demonstrating such power? They muse. In the arena, Wald, burdened by the oppressive gravity, glared at the figure seated 100 meters away. Enjoying a rice ball, he struggled to lift his pistol, aiming it at the one called Ishao. The bullet, now minuscule and amplified 100-fold, created a ripple of anticipation among the viewers. Suddenly, the colossal bullet hovered before Ishao, then fell with a resounding thud. Haha, I thought this blind old man was in danger, but it seems he truly surpasses expectations, the audience exclaimed. Wald, realizing the gravity of the situation, could sense that his opponent had yet to reveal their full strength. However, he was acutely aware that his own abilities were significantly hampered under such terrifying gravitational pressure. With great difficulty, he inched closer to Yi Xiao. "Who are you? The Navy has released me from prison without mentioning your existence. Is your power the manipulation of gravity? By all accounts, someone with your abilities cannot be merely an unknown." Wald gasped, his eyes wide. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is my desire to witness a clean world." Ishao replied as he swallowed the last morsel of his rice ball and stood with calm determination. "A clean world?" Wald scoffed, a mocking smile on his face. "How naive! Under the rule of the celestial dragons. Where could such a world possibly exist? I have come to witness the end of their dominion." Wald was momentarily taken aback. Ishao continued, "I am Bondi Wald, the world destroyer. I offer you a chance for redemption. Promise me you will never harm innocent civilians again." "Why should I heed your words?" Wald retorted, his voice rising in defiance. Ishao remained silent, but unsheathed his blade. A series of violet gravity orbs emanated from the weapon, vanishing into the heavens. After several seconds, a red dot appeared in the sky, growing larger amidst thunderous sounds. The broadcast camera captured the scene in awe. "What the hell? Is that a meteor?" one exclaimed. "Mom, why am I kneeling while watching the live stream?" I said the blind old man is incredible, summoning meteors to explode. The Navy fell into silence, stunned by the blind man's immense power. First, there was Ban Yi, then Broly, and now this newly emerged figure with terrifying capabilities. When did this world become so rife with hidden talents? On Arena 3, Wald, still constrained by gravity, looked up to see the flaming meteors descending. He raised his gun and fired a series of 100-fold bullets. But they faltered under the gravitational pull, falling short. As the fiery meteor drew nearer, the deafening roar of thunder echoed, and with a chilling thud, Wald knelt, bowing his head. "I swear I will no longer harm innocent civilians." The live broadcast room fell silent, the representatives of the world government no longer speaking. Wald had knelt, and the outcome of Arena 3 was clear. Ishao, with his terrifying strength, had decisively claimed victory. The world government and the Navy were left speechless, their earlier boasts of sweeping the top 8 now utterly shattered. As the spectators began to shift their attention to other thrilling battles on the remaining arenas. A new flag emerged from the Navy. Roli, idly chatting, took on the role of a provocateur, unleashing a torrent of support for the Navy. "Even if we cannot secure all 8 spots in the top 8, we are certain to claim more than 8, he declared. "Just watch. The legendary Mihawk will surely win on Arena 1. He is the undisputed greatest swordsman." Not to mention Kuma on Arena 2, capable of launching opponents hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away. And let us not forget about Admiral Akainu on Arena 8. No one can withstand the formidable might of his Lava 9, for even flames must bow to him, as Iker stated. Securing a place in the top 8 is a sure thing. Furthermore, Mr. Crocodile, the king of sandstorms, enjoys a significant advantage due to the restrictions of the arena. The moment the Navy's bluster was uttered, it was met with a chorus of ridicule in the comments. Do you not realize that F1 exists solely to slap faces? Wasn't it satisfying enough to have just been slapped? I eagerly await the moment the Navy's bluster gets its comeuppance. Allow me to share a jest. The Navy stands firm. Observing the comments, the satisfaction of seeing the Navy ridiculed brought a nod of approval from Luffy. Tony Stark, you wicked mastermind, impersonating the Navy to stir the pot. The world government has been relentlessly battered, their dignity shattered. This is worse than a loss. It is a heart-wrenching defeat. Even before the execution begins, the fear of the world government among the populace begins to dissipate. Under Luffy's astute leadership, the world government is gradually edging towards collapse. You Buchuan, relying on sheer strength yet resorting to cunning. What a sight to behold. Loki, have you all had enough? Luffy's silence speaks volumes. Ah, Alice, I once thought the evil god Loki finally showed some backbone, only to have my expectations shattered. Grey Wolf, Alice, the roast lamb you prepared last time was delightful, while it may not compare to the sheep from Sheep Village. Could you make a few more for me? I recently failed in my sheep-catching endeavor. Tony Stark, I'm exceedingly curious about the sheep in Grey Wolf's world. How extraordinary must they be? Banyi. 1. Wayne, 1. Alice. Grey Wolf. What a predicament! At this moment, Luffy began to engage the group in conversation. The bear on Ring 2 is, in fact, an undercover agent for the Revolutionary Army. When he registered, he made contact. His purpose for stepping into the ring was to ensure that Sabo from the Revolutionary Army secured a strong position. When the time comes, I believe the expression on the world government's face will be quite a sight. As for Sakazuki, the third-rate pirate known as Buggy. However, I am certain that the Joker Buggy will cause Sakazuki to question his very existence. Uchiha-ban, this was a plan that Luffy and I had long discussed. I shall use the Wheel of Fate to assist Buggy. Let us simply watch the world government's farce unfold. Wayne, wow, the masterminds are indeed cunning. The little street rat trembles in fear. You Buchuan, 1. Loki, 1. Speaking of which, the result for Ring 2 should be forthcoming, right? As Luffy mentioned, Enel on Ring 2 is currently unleashing his ultimate move. A thunderball of 1,000 meters hangs ominously above the arena. Initially, Enel lounged at the center of the stage, merely spectating as his subordinates, the 4 god officers, dealt with Moria's shadow army. After the 4 god officers fell one after another, Enel finally stirred to action, unleashing a storm of lightning that obliterated all opponents, leaving only the Super Moria with 1,000 shadows to withstand the onslaught. The colossal thunderball descended with terrifying force, instantly transforming Ring 2 into a realm of lightning. Once the storm subsided, Moria, oblivious to his fate, was sent flying by a single kick from Enel, landing outside the ring. Thus, the strong contender from Ring 2 was determined, the god of Skypiea, Thunder God Enel. Meanwhile, the first ring, where sword energy surged, also approached its climax. Only 10 formidable warriors remained on the stage, each exuding an air of solitary pride. The arrogance of the swordsmen dictated their tense standoff. Roronoa Zoro, the renowned bounty hunter of the East Blue, had reigned supreme in his domain, yet upon entering this arena, he realized that there were other formidable swordsmen beyond just Mihawk, countless times in fierce battles. He had believed he was on the brink of defeat, only for his opponents to inexplicably cease their attacks, allowing him to recover his strength and fully regain his vitality in a short span. Although he sensed something amiss, this fortuitous turn of events aligned perfectly with Zoro's ambitions, as his swordsmanship soared to new heights. Ultimately, he emerged as one of the final 10 swordsmen in this decisive battle. At that moment, the 10 warriors stood in confrontation. Zoro's gaze frequently flickered towards Mihawk, for he had come to this grand tournament to challenge the world's greatest swordsman. His dream was to become the #1 swordsman in the world. Just as Zoro prepared to disregard everything and launch his challenge against Mihawk, suddenly, Two barefoot swordsmen spoke up with a smile, suggesting that they all shared the same intention in choosing this arena. The eager crowd hesitated. A male swordsman donned in a cowboy hat adorned with fluffy trim, with shoulder-length golden curls framing his handsome face, and clad in elegant noble attire, held a rose in his hand as he inquired, "What intention?" The barefoot swordsman turned to the rose-wielding swordsman and replied, "Naturally, to defeat the one hailed as the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk, right?" Instantly, the crowd fell silent. The barefoot swordsman continued, "It seems I have guessed correctly. Since that is the case, I have a proposal. I wonder how you all feel about it?" "Oh, what proposal?" The barefoot swordsman stated, "Although we all possess formidable swordsmanship, it is undeniable that we still fall short when compared to Mihawk. Thus, if we were to battle individually, it would be nearly impossible to defeat him. Instead, let us unite to eliminate Mihawk, and then we shall contend among ourselves. A splendid proposal. I am in. Haha. What a delightful idea." In an instant, the barefoot swordsman's suggestion garnered widespread agreement. They resolved to join forces. No, I refuse. When it was Zoro's turn to respond, he firmly rejected the notion. "While it is true that I wish to conquer Mihawk, what I seek is a fair fight, not this underhanded tactic. You are not true swordsmen." Upon hearing Zoro's words, the barefoot swordsman and others became visibly displeased. The barefoot swordsman sneered, "Where did this little brat come from? How dare you speak so arrogantly about us not being true swordsmen? Just look at your bloodied state." He gestured towards his companions. "Now take a good look at us. We are all pristine. Who possesses the true essence of a swordsman? Is it not evident?" Another swordsman chimed in with a cold laugh. "Green hair Brad, I've taken note of you. You barely managed to defeat your opponent after 300 rounds. And you emerged covered in wounds. How pathetic!" Laughter erupted among the crowd. "How pitiful! No wonder you stand here drenched in blood." Just as the swordsman derided Zoro, a voice rang out, and a sword was pointed at the multitude. "I share the same sentiment as this three-sword-style swordsman. You are all unworthy to be called swordsmen. A true swordsman would never propose such shameless tactics. I, too, desire a fair battle and refuse to conspire with you." "What?" The three swordsmen who had intended to unite were instantly enraged. "Ha! How interesting. I initially thought this tournament would be rather dull, but I didn't expect to encounter such intriguing young challengers," just as the atmosphere grew tense. With the others poised to eliminate Zoro and his companion, Mihawk burst into laughter. He pointed at Zoro and his companion, asking, "What are your names?" "I am Cavendish, the Rose Swordsman," he replied. "And I am Rorinoa Zoro," Zoro coldly stated. Upon hearing Zoro's name, the glint in Mihawk's eyes suddenly intensified, only to be quickly tempered. The names of these two young brothers are quite remarkable," Mihawk declared as he drew the enormous black sword from his back. "Since you both refuse to join forces with these three rodents, how about we battle together first, and then have a fair fight among ourselves?" Both Zoro and Cavendish were momentarily taken aback by Mihawk's suggestion. "Everyone, let 3 of us engage Mihawk, while the remaining 4 take down this arrogant brat." Chita was the first to react, shouting to the other 6, "Excellent. Count me in to slay that green-haired fool. I'll go after that effeminate one. I too wish to vanquish that delicate figure. He appears so womanly. It's utterly revolting." In an instant, the 3 united and coordinated their efforts. Mihawk swung his sword, and the 3 swordsmen who had rushed to entangle him were instantly decapitated. "What? He's so powerful! Has he been holding back all this time?" The swordsmen attacking Zoro felt their hearts sink upon witnessing the scene. It was at this moment they truly recognized the vast disparity between them, a chasm as deep as the ocean. "Are you still able to divide your focus?" Zoro's cold voice resonated, invoking the profound essence of his swordsmanship. 3,000 worlds, as the swordsman had mocked him before, Zoro's prowess had escalated dramatically in this arena, augmented by an inexplicable external force, rendering him an unparalleled swordsman in a matter of moments. At that moment, as Zoro unleashed the ultimate technique of his three-sword style, his adversaries were horrified to discover that the green-haired fool they had underestimated was, in fact, formidable. Yet, it was far too late for them to react. The flash of his sword claimed the lives of the 2 opposing swordsmen, marking the beginning of a global vote to execute the celestial dragons. 2 days later, the top 8 competition concluded, and the finalists emerged, leaving everyone astonished. The 2 contenders were entirely unknown pirates. What the hell? There must be some foul play in this tournament. Our Navy has failed to secure a spot in the final 2. It absolutely reeks of conspiracy, no doubt about it. Damn it. Under the illustrious leadership of our world government, how could we not advance to the finals? Is the world government not becoming a laughingstock? Long live Captain Buggy. No doubt he's our captain, too formidable to reach the finals. Who is Captain Buggy? He's our captain. He the one with the red nose, one of the 4 emperors, and he actually a subordinate of our Captain Buggy. What the hell? Is that true?